This insanely cool-looking guy is an SSS-Rank Angel, wielding power that could shake the very heavens. Yet, the moment he lays eyes on this man, he just tucks tail and runs for his life. See, that guy over there uses some seriously broken forbidden arts. The techniques he uses could wipe out an angel in a blink of an eye. The cost? It usually drains your lifespan down to 0, but for some crazy reason, he doesn't take any damage at all. That's because he awakened a ridiculously overpowered ability, total immunity to the penalties of forbidden arts. Every single secret technique he gets turns into a forbidden art of absurd power. Just by testing a new skill, he basically turned over 1,000 monsters within a 1-kilometer radius into gold. Alright, enough chatter, let's get into it. Our story starts at the Ability Academy, in the middle of a bustling crowd. Ning Feng is hunched over his phone, grinning like a total idiot. You still haven't surrendered? On his screen, his champion is charging ahead, followed by a message confirming his victory. Ning Feng, with an advantage like this, tell me, how am I supposed to lose? Note, the previous line was a dialogue. Wait, let me rephrase that properly. As he's gloating, a long, fair hand reaches up and smacks Ning Feng hard across the face, catching him completely off guard and nearly knocking him over. Wang Yue, Ning Feng, what are you doing? The awakening exam is almost here, and instead of getting ready, you're hiding here playing games. Even after getting smacked until he saw stars, Ning Feng doesn't dare give Wang Yue any attitude. He just scratches his head, laughs awkwardly, and tries to justify himself. Isn't this just balancing rest and study? Besides, I'm already 18. At best, I'll only awaken a basic 1 or 2-star profession. It's not like you, Miss Wang. You awakened a 5-star profession at 16. So why should I struggle so hard? Isn't it easier to just ride on your coattails later? That line didn't just fail to win Wang Yue over. It actually annoyed her enough to give him another hit on the back. Take that for trying to ride my coattails. Still fuming, she locks Ning Feng in a headlock and starts giving him a noogie. With his head trapped, Ning Feng's face turns purple as he yells that he's about to suffocate. The other students hear the commotion and look their way. Seeing the poor guy's struggle, they can only watch helplessly. Some take a moment to recognize her. Look, is that the goddess Wang Yue? Seriously. She must have just finished her special training. Then, the gossiping about Wang Yue's background begins. Awakened a 5-star profession at 16. We haven't seen a genius like that in the entire province for years. She's beautiful, has a great family background, and insane talent. Why is the gap between people so massive? Looking at Ning Feng, someone asks curiously, who's that guy next to her? A student wearing glasses who seems to know everything spills the tea. That's Ning Feng, the school's famous trash. He's almost 18 and hasn't even awakened yet. After hearing that Ning Feng is just a loser who hasn't awakened, yet still gets to be so close to Wang Yue, the other guy immediately turns green with envy. The goddess Wang is the icy beauty type. So why is she hanging out with someone like him? The guy in glasses is just as annoyed by their intimacy, but there's nothing he can do. He grinds his teeth and says, word is their childhood sweethearts. Isn't he just some kid from an orphanage? How can a piece of trash like that deserve to be the childhood sweetheart of the goddess Wang? Blue Star, a world where gaming and reality have merged. The 2025 National Adventurer Awakening Exam at the 7th High School. Here, as long as you're 16, you have a chance to awaken an ability and become an adventurer. After the students reach the testing center, the supervisor's voice booms over the speakers, accompanied by images of various professions flashing on the screen. Listen up, students. I will now explain the rules of the exam. Then, a red notification pops up. The next awakening miracle is you. Ning Feng stands there with a bored look, completely different from the excitement of those around him. Amidst the disdainful stares of others, he remains lost in his own world. Wang Yue's constant worrying is just confusing to him. What's the point? Why is that kid Wang Yue being so stubborn? I've already taken this exam 3 times. I'm hardly a rookie. Standing in line, Ning Feng hears the instructions from Qi Wei. Students called to the testing area, proceed to your evaluation. Once you successfully awaken, you can claim your basic profession gear and prepare for a combat trial. As soon as she finishes, everyone starts chattering about their own hopes. I'd be so happy if I could awaken as a mage. I prefer strength-based professions. Real men fight head-on. Agile professions are cool too, killing without a trace. You guys don't get it. The support healer class is the best. Just then, Qi Wei calls his name. Next, from the 12th grade. Regarding this procedure, Ning Feng isn't surprised at all. He calmly responds, here. As soon as his name is called, everyone gathers around Ning Feng. Their gazes are full of scrutiny, mixed with contempt and mockery. Isn't that the 12th grade senior, the legendary guy, who follows Goddess Wang around all day? I thought he was someone special, but it turns out he's 18 and hasn't awakened. If he doesn't awaken this time, he's truly a total loser. Ning Feng ignores the whispers and calmly walks up to Qi Wei. Qi Wei smiles to reassure him. Don't be nervous. Start whenever you're ready. Even though she knows he's taken the test many times, she still follows the procedure carefully. Place your hand on the crystal and relax your mind. Ning Feng touches the crystal lightly. A few seconds pass, and nothing happens. Just as Ning Feng thinks it'll be the same as every other time, his pupils suddenly contract. The sight before him shocks him to the core. He stares wide-eyed, completely stunned. Right in front of him, the crystal that never reacts is suddenly emitting a magical, brilliant light. This leaves everyone present, including Ning Feng, with their jaws dropped. The light from the crystal gets brighter and brighter. Qi Wei looks at this strange phenomenon, but she doesn't seem surprised. In fact, her eyes darken as she begins to analyze the light on the crystal. The crystal is reacting, so he's definitely awakening. Blue light represents the magic school. He'll definitely learn a starting skill automatically. Now, let's see what star rating he gets. Suddenly, the crystal erupts in a blinding flash. As the light fades, a mechanical voice rings out in Ning Feng's head. Awakened. 1 star. Learned skill. Mud Tide technique. Qi Wei, standing behind and looking at the system screen showing his profession, feels a bit disappointed. Only 1 star? What a shame. The other students see that his magic profession only awakened a 1-star skill, and they all burst into laughter, mocking Ning Feng. I thought you were a heaven-defying genius, but it turns out you're just a 1-star. Get down here. Stop standing there and making a fool of yourself. A rank is a rank. Does he really think he can turn into gold? Even though Qi Wei knew his aptitude was low, she still asked out of concern. Ning Feng, what skill did you awaken? Seeing him standing there motionless, her voice was laced with worry. Ning Feng, only then did he snap out of the shock of failing the test 3 times, only to finally awaken something this time. Instructor Qi Wei saw his pale face and assumed he was disappointed with his results. He looks like he's taken quite a hit, she thought. Since he'd been silent for so long and ended up with only 1 star, she handed him the supplies he needed. Here is your gear. Get changed and head to the next stage. After taking the equipment from Qi Wei, his expression darkened as he replayed what just happened. Did I really hear that correctly just now? The scene from the start of the test flashed through Ning Feng's mind. Just as his hand touched the crystal, a mechanical voice, but one that sounded oddly refined, echoed in his head. Detection complete. Host has awakened. System activation conditions met. Ning Feng was immediately on guard against this voice that had suddenly appeared in his mind. What the hell is this? The system ignored his caution and continued to broadcast. System activation successful. Host has acquired passive ability. Dark Prime. Mystery gift. Passive skill. Dark Heaven. You will suffer the backlash of dark power. When using forbidden spells, all costs will be negated. Passive skill. Mystery gift. Your forbidden spells can be cast once per week without any consumption. Ning Feng was stunned to hear he had awakened magic powers. Isn't dark power supposed to be the most evil thing in this world? And top-tier forbidden spells too? What does this have to do with me? Before he could even think about it, the system issued another notification. Mud Tide technique detected. Commencing transformation. Ning Feng squinted, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Transformation? What kind of transformation? In the blink of an eye, the system announced it was finished. Transformation complete. Mud Tide has evolved into the forbidden spell. Defiled Earth Body. Ning Feng had expected something terrifying, but when nothing happened, he just stared blankly at the system notifications. He realized he was a mage, but he'd also awakened something that sounded like it belonged on a stake. Ning Feng worried about his future. Dark magic and forbidden spells? That doesn't sound right. I still have the practical exam to do. This shouldn't cause any problems, right? While contemplating his next move, Ning Feng arrived at the next gate. Seeing everyone gather before the entrance, Qi Wei began assigning groups and explaining the rules. 50 people per group. Enter. You will fight the monsters in the secret realm yourselves to get used to your newly awakened skills. Candidates are forbidden from forming parties or attacking each other. Drones will be monitoring everything. Please confirm your skills and move out. Don't worry, no one else can see them. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Feng's system immediately displayed his skill interface. Active skill. Defiled Earth Body. Forbidden Dark Spell. Summons dark power from another dimension to form a protective shield that can crush any enemy that approaches. Even though he had a powerful skill, Ning Feng was hesitant to use dark magic. It looked incredibly dangerous, and if someone discovered he was using evil magic, he'd be finished. Seeing the students were ready, Qi Wei urged them to enter. Ning Feng walked behind the others. The system was like a dead fish, refusing to explain anything, which made him fume. Explain this to me. System. You damn system. He tried to suppress his anxiety as he stepped through the portal. His figure gradually faded, and when he opened his eyes, Ning Feng found himself in a completely different place. Before him was a green forest with the wind rustling through the leaves. It would have been a peaceful scene if it weren't a test site. Elsewhere, students had already begun fighting goblins. While they were busy fighting, a goblin appeared out of nowhere, charging toward them with a nail-studded iron club. Ning Feng was hiding in the low bushes, trying to stay out of sight while watching the armed goblins. When one of them glanced his way, Ning Feng immediately crouched down, careful not to make a sound. After they left, he looked at the drone above and felt a wave of irritation. The entire exam area is monitored by drones. I can't risk using those forbidden spells, but I have no other way to attack. I can only hide and wait for an opportunity. High above, the drone's rotors whirred. Whether it was intentional or not, it hovered right over Ning Feng's head. In the surveillance room, Captain Chu saw Ning Feng staying in one spot via the drone and got angry. Everyone else was killing monsters and leveling up. What is that kid doing? Chi Wei saw the captain's irritated expression and softened her tone to help Ning Feng. Captain Chu, the boy awakened a bit late. His health isn't great, and his only active skill is defensive magic, which isn't suitable for solo combat. Captain Chu just found it annoying. His expression darkened. Then call him out. He doesn't need to finish the test. A one-star rank can't become a real adventurer anyway. Just then, an officer watching the surveillance footage was shocked by what he saw on the screen. Huh. Hearing this, Captain Chu turned around. What's going on? The officer tried to fix the glitch, but failed and started breaking out in a sweat. I don't know. It seems like the drone was attacked by something. The signal was cut off, and he pointed to the screen where a green dot was triggering an alarm, detecting power fluctuations far higher than the average in the secret realm. Captain Chu heard this and anxiously ordered his subordinates, go check what happened immediately. At the test site, the drone they had lost contact with was now lying in ruins on the ground, smoking heavily. A student was so scared he wet his pants, frozen stiff, unable to move at the sight before him. How could there be such a strong monster in the test area? In front of him stood a goblin with a completely different appearance from the small fries outside. It was massive, and not only that, but it had 3 sharp iron blades protruding from its hands, just like Wolverine. Beneath its black hood, it smiled with excitement and malice, ordering its kin, "Rise up, my brethren. Do not be enslaved any longer. By my command, make sure every single one of these intruders is buried here." High above, another drone flew over to record the situation below. As soon as it appeared, the Goblin King immediately fired a metal blade from its hand toward it. The drone instantly exploded in the sky. Not far away, a flash of light burst forth intensely. Ning Feng, the poor guy, was hiding when the drone fell right on his head, making him cry out in pain. Why did the drone fall? Just then, footsteps echoed, making him freeze and look toward the source of the noise. Upon seeing a group of goblins surrounding him, he screamed in terror. The Goblin King stepped forward, wearing a murderous expression and smirking at him. Looks like there's a little worm still hiding here, he thought, as the monsters stared at him like hungry tigers. On top of that, 2 more were coming to tear him apart. Ning Feng started to panic, but then he realized something. Why are there so many monsters? And there's even an elite leader in the middle. Wait, the drones are gone. This is a perfect opportunity to see if that forbidden technique is real. Without hesitating, Ning Feng raised his hand to the sky, activating his magic. A dark purple magical aura appeared, surrounding his feet. Along with it, a white light materialized like a web behind Ning Feng. The goblins sensed the approaching danger, their pupils constricted, and they looked at him in fear. To their shock, Ning Feng didn't chant any incantations, yet vicious-looking skeletons began to rise from the ground. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust as they stared at the goblins. Meanwhile, at the monitoring station, officers were reporting the situation in the trial zone. Report: all drones have lost connection. A powerful dark energy has suddenly erupted in the secret realm. We suspect a monster of king rank or higher has appeared. Captain Chu heard this and immediately gave the order. Request reinforcements immediately. Evacuate all non-combat personnel nearby. Chi Wei heard the report. Even as an officer, she was shocked, her eyes filled with worry and confusion. A king rank monster or higher. That's a catastrophe capable of destroying an entire city. Why would such a terrifying existence be in the exam area? Back in the trial zone, the Goblin King saw the skeletons appearing before it. It was so terrified that cold sweat poured down its face and its voice became a stammering mess. What is this? In its eyes of disbelief, its own kin were like fish on a cutting board, being effortlessly wiped out by the skeletons Ning Feng had summoned. After using his skill, he looked at his own hands with a bit of surprise, making his first assessment, not bad. So this is what a forbidden spell is like. Looking at that sticky mess is actually pretty gross. It scared me. As the small goblins were sent to the afterlife, the system popped up, Ding. Gained experience points. Kill notification. Goblin. 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 Ding. Gained experience points. The Goblin King saw the dark power slowly approaching and finally snapped out of its fear. It couldn't believe what was happening before its eyes. This dark power, it's too strong. Is he even human? How is this possible? Then, it realized it couldn't move. Wait, my movements. They slowed down. Caught in Ning Feng's magic, it screamed hysterically. Don't come any closer. Then, its agonizing scream echoed out. Just like that, the Goblin King was effortlessly sent off by Ning Feng. The system appeared again. Notification. Killed Goblin Vanguard. Experience points plus 6,000. After wiping out the goblins, Ning Feng looked at his surging stats, feeling incredibly excited. Mage class, level 10. Constitution, 10. Strength, 8. Agility, 8. Spirit, 20. Stamina, 12. I hit level 10 in one go. In the live combat trials from previous years, they would, at most, level up once or twice, but the experience points from small fry are very low. It mostly depended on that elite monster just now. But wait, why did an elite monster appear in the exam area? While he was pondering the reason for the elite monster's appearance, items dropped by the Goblin King appeared on the ground. Ning Feng's pupils constricted sharply as he looked at the items in surprise. These are drops from an elite monster. I can't believe both are orange quality. Permanent stat boosters. I've never seen these before. A Vanguard badge. Consumable item. Orange quality. Permanently increases agility. Orange quality is already a rare treasure. This must be extremely valuable. Shadow Claws, orange quality weapon. Level requirement, 20, plus 13. Strength, plus 16 agility, plus 10% attack speed, plus 5% critical hit rate, 10% chance to trigger consecutive attacks, can be dual-wielded. Even though I can't use these claws, selling orange gear will fetch a good amount of money. At this rate, I can easily grind monsters and level up. Finally, I hit the jackpot. All candidates, stop the assessment immediately and use your retreat scrolls. What's going on? Suddenly, a purple aura appeared around Ning Feng. Sensing something unusual, he darted his eyes behind him. Only then did he realize that spatial rifts were densely appearing all around him. Everything nearby was in ruins. So this is the power of a forbidden spell. It's all holes. This is too terrifying. At that moment, the monitoring team had completed their preparations, ready to teleport all candidates to safety. Captain Chu's deep, gravelly voice echoed in the announcement. All candidates, stop the assessment immediately and use your recall scrolls to evacuate. Hearing the announcement, Ning Feng didn't hesitate for long. He gathered up all the loot. If he got caught, he'd be finished. Time to go. Just seconds later, with the help of teleportation magic, the candidates in the trial zone quickly appeared in the cave. In front of Captain Chu were two people appearing to be an assassin and a mage. Seeing each candidate appear in a safe state, Captain Chu's tense body gradually relaxed, though it was hard to tell. Finally, Ning Feng appeared. Seeing everyone was accounted for, he waved his hand to signal them to leave immediately. Don't just stand there. Move out. Head back to the city. A monster of king rank or higher, even if we combined everyone here, we couldn't resist it. I don't know if reinforcements will make it in time. Just then, Captain Chu asked his subordinate, unable to believe his ears. What? The dark power. It just vanished. The subordinate's stammering voice echoed in his ear. Yes, that's right. That monster. It didn't escape the secret realm, did it? Amidst his panic, Ning Feng looked calm and unconcerned. Qi Wei also heard the report from the subordinate. Her face showed fear and panic, but she quickly regained her composure. This has exceeded what we can handle. I'm reporting this immediately. Everyone, keep quiet to avoid widespread panic. Activate the sealing formation. Leave only one exit for the non-combatants to evacuate. Ning Feng didn't understand what was happening, so he spoke up to ask. Kai, it's only now that Qi Wei realized you were here. She asked worriedly. Ning Feng, are you okay? Seeing her panicked expression made him feel a bit flustered. I'm still fine. Qi Wei didn't want to nag or raise her voice. Then hurry up and go. The school has temporarily suspended classes. Don't come back unless there's a reason. After leaving the training area, as Fong walked around with Wang Yue, he couldn't help but feel puzzled when recalling the situation. Why was Kai acting as if she were facing a major enemy? What exactly is going on? She paused for a moment before revealing the information she had heard. They say an unidentified source of power was detected during the school exam, and the entire school has been locked down. Mentioning this made him feel a sudden pang of guilt, Was this unidentified power that weird nameless elite monster? Seeing him stop, Wang Yue tilted her head to look at Ning Feng's guilty face. It was so hard to finally reach the awakening stage, only for the test to be cut short. It seems like this was a huge blow to you. Defensive-type magic can save your life, but it's not suitable for solo leveling. Starting tomorrow, you'll join our team. He waved his hand, rejecting her kind offer. Thanks for the concern, but there's no need to go through the trouble. I can level up on my own. It's not that I don't want to, but I only know forbidden dark magic, and I can't use it carelessly in front of others. Seeing him dare to refuse her, Wang Yue barked angrily. You are not allowed to refuse. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at the West Gate. I'll be waiting for you. Watching Wang Yue's back as she walked away without looking back, Ning Feng wanted to protest, but it was already too late. No, wait. Why won't she listen to me? This bossy woman is going to be the death of me. This is bad. Should I fake being sick? No, that won't work with her personality. If I hide today, I won't be able to hide tomorrow. Is there some other way? At the Vientiane Trading Center, standing in front of the gate, Ning Feng looked up at the towering building in front of him. Some equipment comes with built-in skills. Maybe I can buy a piece of gear that has a mud-tide spell and fake it tomorrow. I hope the system can disguise the equipment's skill as a forbidden spell. Plus, I can sell the loot from fighting those monsters earlier. As soon as he stepped into the trading center, a beautiful sales clerk appeared, striking a seductive pose, and asked in a cutesy voice, "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" But having spent years alongside the beautiful goddess Wang Yue, he was immune to this. He calmly stated his request. I want to buy a piece of equipment that comes with a mud-tide spell, weapons, accessories, or items. It doesn't matter. The sales clerk maintained her warm facade as she explained. Are you a newly awakened student? Actually, there's no need to go out of your way to buy low-level spells like the mud-tide spell. We have plenty of equipment with high-level spells that are much better for leveling. Let me show you a few options. Hearing this, Ning Feng immediately waved her off. No need. I only need it for a short time, so the equipment doesn't need to be high tier. The sales clerk realized he was just a broke kid and immediately changed her attitude. Someone else come handle this? She turned around, mumbling irritably. Wasted all that time. Turns out he's just a pauper. I'm not wasting my time serving him. Let one of the newbies do it. Her 180-degree turn left, Ning Feng standing there, stunned. As soon as she left, Yang Xin stepped in to take her place. Hello! Is there anything you need help with? After the rude treatment from that arrogant clerk, he was a bit timid. I just wanted to. Then, under Yang Xin's patient guidance, Ning Feng was shown the various items in the trading center. He excitedly tried on some gauntlets embedded with magic-assisting stones, then tested his strength with a hammer that looked just like Thor's. Seeing him flexing and posing, Yang Xin chuckled and held him back. Finally, after trying on all the equipment, Ning Feng stared at a ring on his hand. Seeing he liked it, Yang Xin asked, Mr. Nin, are you happy with this ring? Yang Xin's enthusiasm and gentle attitude made him feel very comfortable. It's pretty good, pretty good. Thanks for walking around to so many shops with me. After choosing what he wanted, he asked Yang Xin about the trading area. Oh right, I also wanted to ask where I can sell loot. She looked at him, surprised, and replied, You want to sell items? I'll take you there. Footsteps echoed through the quiet hallway, finally stopping at a room with a sign. Appraisal and consignment. Hearing the knock, Master Wang replied with a bored expression. Come in. Yang Xin led Ning Feng into the room and smiled as she introduced him. Master Wang, this gentleman wants to sell some loot. He took out the items he picked up during the training and handed them over. Could you please take a look and tell me how much this is worth? As soon as he took the item from Ning Feng's hand, he immediately activated his appraisal skill. An agility-type orange weapon, low-level requirement, excellent attributes, very suitable for beginners. Plus, it has 3 open slots, which can be adjusted based on the user's needs to create even better effects. After appraising it, his attitude instantly shifted to one of warmth. This is a good piece. We definitely have a few customers who would be interested in this. How about the price? Do you have any requirements? Ning Feng scratched his head and honestly replied, Price? Of course, the higher the better. I'm hoping for a good deal. Master Wang's bored face instantly lit up with a huge grin. Got it. You sit and wait a moment. I'm going to make a call to a client. Yang Xin, right? Take good care of Mr. Nin. Following his instructions, Yang Xin smiled and replied, Yes. Once he entered the lounge, he immediately took out his phone to call his client. Boss Truong, haven't you been looking for a premium piece of equipment for your son? Yes, I just happened to get one here. Outside the office, Yang Xin was thoughtfully pouring tea for Ning Feng. After finishing the call with the client, he opened the door and stepped out, then told him the price he had negotiated with the buyer. Mister, Ning Feng, the equipment has been sold. The buyer agreed to pay 50,000 credits. After the 8% transaction fee, you will receive 46,000 credits. Yang Xin was stunned by the number. 50,000 credits? That's so much. Then, she noticed Ning Feng's calm, composed face. After closing the deal, Master Wang's voice now held a hint of genuine enthusiasm. Complete the paperwork with me, and we'll transfer the money to your account. Ning Feng was pleased and wanted to buy a few more things, which was fast. Since I'm here, I want to buy some more equipment. Hearing this, he put on a fake smile. Then let me introduce you to some things. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Outside the office, the other sales clerks were gathered around that arrogant clerk. The girl with short hair asked in confusion, "Hey, don't you have a thing for handsome guys? Why did you let that cute hunk go?" She crossed her arms and replied haughtily, "I only like handsome guys with money and status. Someone that broke isn't even worth the book space it takes to look at him." The girl standing nearby giggled. "Do you have to be so blunt?" She was the one who spotted Ning Feng first and asked, confused, "Isn't that the customer you were just helping? Why is he with Master Wang?" A few seconds later, she had already gossiped and come back to share what she heard. Rumor has it that the handsome guy just sold a piece of gear for 50,000 credits, and now he's looking to buy something else. The girl with short hair was stunned by the transaction amount. 50,000 credits? Isn't that enough to cover our pay for 3 months straight? The other girl sighed with regret. Exactly. Why wasn't I the one to serve him? Then that commission would have been mine. Meanwhile, the arrogant employee was left in shock after hearing their conversation. She was so regretful she could die, muttering to herself, "Why? I was supposed to be the one to serve him. That commission should have been mine. It should have been mine." After the transaction and getting what he needed, Ning Feng prepared to leave. Yang Xin walked him out. And before he left, she leaned in to whisper enthusiastically, "Mr. Ning, wait. Next time you come, just ask for me directly. My name is Yang Xin." The next day, Ning Feng was whistling as he walked down the street, looking completely confident. Passers-by looked at him as if he were an idiot. He recalled testing his new gear in a deserted area last night. All he could see was a massive crater in the ground. With the help of the new gear, Ning Feng felt much more confident. He had tested it last night. The spells from the gear wouldn't be affected by the system. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about his secrets being exposed. Spotting Wang Yue not far away, he excitedly called out to her. But then, another voice cut in, grabbing her attention. "Wang Yue, so you're here." Standing before her was the group from Wang Yue's guild. A shield warrior, a mage, a giant axe berserker, and a healer. Xu Ting saw Ning Feng and greeted him with a bright smile. "Hi there." Wang Yue turned around to introduce them. "Let me introduce you. These guys are all members of my guild." Realizing they were Wang Yue's guildmates, Ning Feng gave a polite nod. "Hello, experts." But as he tried to greet the two guys, Zhao Cheng and his friend, shot him such cold, judgmental looks that he choked on his words. Seeing their nasty attitude, he scowled in disgust. "What's wrong with these two? Do I look like I owe them 80 million? Zhao Cheng's tone changed completely when he spoke to Wang Yue compared to how he treated Ning Feng. "Wang Yue, I remember you're about to reach your second awakening, right?" She was a bit confused by his sudden question. "Why do you ask?" Ning Feng stood there, shocked to hear she was about to advance, feeling a mix of admiration and a little jealousy. "That's insane. You only get to advance every 30 levels. Is Wang Yue already hitting level 60? No wonder she's the genius girl who awakened a 5-star talent." After confirming the info, Zhao Cheng pulled a potion out of his inventory. "It's nothing, just wanted to give you a gift." The item description popped up. Consumable. Orange quality. Permanently adds 3 points to agility. Jiang Shu saw the bottle in his hand and gasped, "That's a high-grade permanent stat-boosting potion." Xu Ting didn't know much about it, but upon hearing that, she asked, "That must be super expensive, right?" Seeing the look on their faces made Zhao Cheng even more confident. He smirked. "Expensive is an understatement. It's 20 or 30,000 credits, but Wang Yue and I don't care about the money. The point is, high-grade potions like this are hard to find, even if you're rich. My father had to pull a lot of strings just to get one bottle, but Wang Yue rejected his gift. I appreciate the thought, but take it back." Her rejection left him completely bewildered. "Don't be like that. This potion is incredibly valuable. Aren't you determined to get into a top-tier university?" Wang Yue didn't want to explain further and turned to leave. "No need. We have things to do." She walked away, and seeing her reject his kindness only to go off with someone he considered a trash like Ning Feng deeply wounded his ego. His face twisted with rage. He pointed at Ning Feng and demanded, "Wait a second. Do you really want to waste your time with this loser?" Hearing him insult Ning Feng, Wang Yue's face darkened as she warned him, "Zhao Cheng, watch your mouth." Seeing her so angry only made him feel worse. With a look of pure contempt and arrogance, he repeated himself. What? A one-star talent is trash. He won't achieve anything in his entire life. Ning Feng, who was just standing there, got caught in the crossfire. He looked at them, annoyed. Why are they suddenly targeting me? Is this guy crazy? Should I just use a forbidden spell to kill him? Seeing the tension rising, Shu Ting stepped in to mediate. Zhao Cheng, let's just go. But he immediately snapped at her. Stay out of this. This doesn't concern you. Wang Yue's rejection pushed him to keep insulting Ning Feng. This kid doesn't even have enough on him to buy a bottle of stat potion. Get lost. You're an embarrassment to everyone here. But these insults didn't make Ning Feng flinch at all. He waved his hand dismissively and provoked him. Are you rabid or something? Just biting at everyone you see. A pathetic +3 stat potion, and you're acting all high and mighty? Enraged by being insulted by a trash like Ning Feng, he snapped. What did you say? You poor loser. Are you looking to die? The shield warrior then stepped forward with a sinister grin. You've got a big mouth. If you think you've got something better, why don't you show us? That line calmed Zhao Cheng down. A mocking glint appeared in his eyes as he said, Exactly. If you can pull something better out, I'll kneel and bow to you. But if you can't, you kneel and bow to me. Ning Feng just shrugged. Is that supposed to be hard? He immediately pulled out an item. Suit yourself. Ning Feng had actually wanted to give her a gift for a while now. This was the perfect chance to put this guy in his place while giving her something nice. Wang Yue, this is for you. Seeing the item he tossed over, Wang Yue opened it, her eyes widening in shock. It was a Vanguard emblem, an orange-grade item that provided permanent stat boosts. It was something she had never seen before. When Zhao Cheng saw it was orange quality, he was completely stunned. How? How can there be a permanent stat-boosting item? Are you trying to scam us? Seeing his look of pure disbelief, the corner of Ning Feng's mouth curled up in mockery. Scamming you? Why don't you try it and find out? Even though the item in front of her was orange-grade, Wang Yue was still a bit hesitant. Sensing her hesitation, he reassured her gently, Don't worry, I found this at home. I meant to give it to you anyway. Jiang Shu grew impatient seeing her hold back for so long. Just use it already. Use it. I can't wait any longer. Pushed by the two of them, Wang Yue finally accepted it. A flash of light erupted from her palms, and both Jiang Shu and Shu Ting's eyes widened, not daring to blink even once. Even Zhao Cheng and his companion were stunned by the scene, while only Ning Feng stood there with a satisfied smile. After absorbing the item, Wang Yue's face lit up. My stats really did increase. Hearing that, Shu Ting looked at her with starry-eyed admiration. Zhao Cheng still couldn't believe that the guy he branded a loser could pull out a better item than his. No way. How could he have something like that? He must have stolen it. His expression immediately satisfied Ning Feng's dark, mischievous side. He beckoned with his hand and said arrogantly, Make sure your kowtow is loud. I'm a little hard of hearing. How could Zhao Cheng ever do that? He roared in anger. In your dreams. Hearing that, Wang Yue's voice turned icy. So, young Master Zhao wants to go back on his word. Seeing the shift in mood, Shu Ting and Jiang Shu stepped back, looking at him with disgust. Finally, under the collective pressure, Zhao Cheng gritted his teeth and knelt. Ning Feng looked down at the previously arrogant Zhao Cheng, now forced to kowtow, and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Once the kowtowing was done, he acted like the bigger person and led Wang Yue away. Catch you later, folks. After walking a good distance, Wang Yue looked at him with an apologetic expression, struggling to find the words. Sorry. I know what you're about to say, he said, cutting her off immediately. Stop. Our relationship isn't about that. Honestly, you don't need to stick by my side. I'd rather see you complete your second advancement and get into a top-tier university. Besides, staying with me will only hinder your leveling speed. But Wang Yue didn't know the truth. She misinterpreted his words as self-deprecation and rushed to comfort him. Don't look down on yourself. Seeing her reaction, Ning Feng was about to say, Never mind. I wasn't doing that, when Wang Yue suddenly pulled out a book. Right, this is for you. He looked at it curiously, but when he saw what kind of book it was, his face fell with disappointment. A skill book. Wang Yue ignored his gloomy look and explained, Exactly. Once you reach the corresponding level, you can learn them. Ning Feng took the skill book, flipped through it quickly, and asked, These are all purple grade. They weren't cheap, right? Wang Yue replied softly, Not much. They can't compare to the badge you gave me. He didn't refuse her kindness and smiled. Then, I'll accept them. In the dangerous graveyard's secret realm, zombies crawled out from the dirt, grabbed their weapons, and rushed forward with growls. Suddenly, two beams of light tore through the air, instantly slicing the zombies in two. Ning Feng sat on the ground, cheering Wang Yue on with a bright smile. 666. You're the best. Afterward, he returned to his gloomy, bored state. The XP here is way too low, but I can't tell Wang Yue. I'm already at the max level. What can I do? I'm so helpless. Just then, Wang Yu's phone rang. She answered and spoke softly. Hello? A frantic voice came from the other end. Wang Yue. We just got word the great skeleton mage boss is about to spawn. It was Xu Ting, sounding uncharacteristically serious. This is a rare opportunity. Are you coming? Xu Ting asked again. Wang Yue, will you be there? Xiao Cheng, standing behind her, barked impatiently. Tell her she has to come. If she doesn't, how are we supposed to take down the skeleton mage boss? It drops rare mage gear. It's crucial for me. Xu Ting quickly covered the mouthpiece, looking embarrassed. Wang Yue had already heard him, but she didn't answer immediately, lost in thought. Ning Feng noticed her hesitation and spoke up. Just go. It's fine. We're both in the same secret realm. Me training a little late won't change anything. Seeing that he insisted, Wang Yue stopped hesitating. All right then. You wait for me in the safe zone. Seeing her prepare to leave, he felt relieved and gestured. Got it. After reminding him to stay safe, Wang Yue took off. Ning Feng waved goodbye enthusiastically from behind. Take it easy. Come back and hang out whenever you're free. Seeing him start spewing nonsense again, she snapped, Shut your mouth. Once she left, he could finally relax and level up. Finally, I'm all alone. A great skeleton mage boss? Huh? Today's the day. Good thing I prepared last night and learned 2 new skills. Everything can be used for free once anyway, of course. The more forbidden spells, the better. Passive skill. Mysterious gift. All your forbidden spells can be cast for free once a week. Too bad I only have 3 skill slots at my current level. The skill book the young lady gave me can only be used after level 15. On his system interface, 2 rows of skills appeared, with 3 slots still locked in the passive skill row. In the dangerous graveyard, the skeleton mage boss glared at the intruders with blood-red, malevolent eyes. High above, a group of people looked down at it. We know its power is no joke, so be careful, the leader warned his team. The boss spawned in the tall tower deep in the secret realm. We have to fight our way through from here. Stay alert. This dungeon has a very high difficulty rating. The monsters are extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a streak of fire tore through the air, startling the group. The party's healer looked into the distance and saw another team approaching. She signaled, Look, an adventurer team is already pushing ahead. The leader was shocked to see them charging straight toward the boss. How? How did they get so far already? The black-robed mage recognized them immediately. That's the core team from Wang Yue and Xiao Cheng's guild. They're rising stars with terrifying power across the whole kingdom. The young man behind him heard it was Wang Yue's guild and wasn't surprised anymore. As expected, their reputation isn't for show. Looks like the rest of us don't stand a chance. Below, Wang Yue's team began their assault, launching one skill after another, shattering the undead bodies. Xiao Cheng laughed wildly, filled with excitement. This boss is definitely mine. What do those garbage teams have to compete with me? Xu Ting watched the arrows Wang Yue fired, each carrying immense destructive power, and whispered to Jiang Shu, Don't you think Wang Yue has gotten stronger? He agreed with her completely. After all, her agility had just jumped by 10 points, deep within the dangerous graveyard's secret realm. A black hole tore through the air, reeking of something ominous. Then, it detonated with a massive shockwave. From a distance, it looked just like a monster's pupil. Ning Feng emerged from the rift, smiling to himself. Not bad, he muttered. A forbidden-level spatial spell really does make travel a breeze. The skill details flickered before him. Active skill, Void Walk. A dark forbidden spell that rips through space to enter the dark realm, allowing for rapid transit to a target location. It lasts for 1 hour. Elsewhere, black mist began to snake up from the ground. The Gravekeeper boss had finally spawned. Its presence was heavy with malice and pressure, but to Ning Feng, it felt like nothing. He casually waved at it. Yo, you're late. Before the boss could even react, a giant hand manifested out of thin air and slammed into it, knocking it backward. Suddenly, the skill erupted with a deafening roar. The ground was left scorched and smoking. The Gravekeeper was still alive, but Ning Feng's move had clearly triggered its rage. You arrogant adventurer, it hissed. How dare you show up here alone? Ning Feng didn't bother answering. He simply blinked behind it. He wore a wicked grin as he replied, Because I don't feel like sharing the loot with anyone else. As the voice echoed from behind, the boss spun around, but it was too late. He unleashed his next skill. Active skill, Flaming Rain. A dark forbidden spell. It summoned a relentless firestorm from the heavens, dealing massive area of effect damage. Hundreds of flaming meteors rained down at incredible speeds. The Gravekeeper felt the danger and looked up in dread. A massive explosion erupted in the air. followed by a thick cloud of purple smoke that obscured both Ning Feng and the Gravekeeper. As the smoke cleared, Ning Feng's figure emerged, a confident, smug smirk playing on his lips. As the Gravekeeper breathed its last, the system notifications flooded in. Alert, zombie killed. Experience points plus 200. Alert, zombie killed. Experience points plus 200. Alert, dark-eating ghost killed. Experience points plus 200. Alert, dark-eating ghost killed. Experience points plus 200. Alert, undead armored soldier killed. Experience points plus 200. Alert, undead armored soldier killed. Experience points plus 200. Alert, Lich Mage killed. Experience points plus 50,000. Seeing his level skyrocket straight to 30, Ning Feng was ecstatic. Level 30 meant he could finally perform his first-class advancement. He began checking the loot the boss had dropped. The haul was rich, exactly the accessories and gems he needed. It was a shame the 2 skill books weren't specialized for mages, but they were still worth a fortune. Gloomy Soul Stone, orange quality material. Magic damage plus 20%, lifesteal plus 20%. Law Mage's Pendant, orange quality accessory. Requires level 30, plus 15 stamina, plus 20 spirit, plus 100 mental resistance, plus 100 curse resistance, and immunity to poison. Can be socketed. He picked up the Lich Sigil, an orange quality consumable. Permanently reduces stamina by 3, but permanently adds 15 to spirit. I'll absorb this myself. Even with the stamina penalty, it's worth it. Just then, the system scanned a new item and sent a notification. Upon inspection, the special item Lich Sigil could be used during class advancement to unlock the hidden class, Undead Necromancer, or trigger prerequisites for the hidden class, All-Element Mage God. After discovering the hidden class option, Ning Feng grinned, wondering about the sigil's power. Hidden classes were extremely rare and usually innate, impossible for humans to influence. Could these sigils be the key to triggering them? No point in hesitating. If a man wants something done, he does it. All-Element Mage God, here I come. Back at the edge of the area, Wang Yue's group sensed the disturbance coming from the Gravekeeper's lair. Jiang Shu looked at the rising waves of dark magic, a surge of unease and terror rising in his chest. What's happening? That magic energy is terrifying. Stop moving forward, we need to retreat. Zhao Cheng didn't want to give up, but the boss was. He was cut off by Wang Yue. In such a dangerous situation, are you trying to get everyone killed? Even though he hated to leave, he knew Wang Yue was right, and he couldn't afford the responsibility of endangering the team. Damn it, he cursed, what rotten luck. Sensing something was wrong, the first thing Wang Yue did was pull out her phone to send a warning. I have to inform Ning Feng. But just as she picked up, Ning Feng's message popped up. Sorry, have something urgent to attend to. Going ahead to the class advancement hall, Ning Feng stepped into the hall, surprised to find it empty. No one here, but as he walked further in, he realized someone was still sitting there. It was Su Lan. She adjusted her glasses and greeted him. Hello, are you here for your class advancement? Looking at the curvaceous woman in front of him, he replied calmly, that's right. After confirming he was there for advancement, she asked for his details to input into the system. All right, let me get your file set up. Name, Ning Feng. Age, 18. Class. When she heard he was only just advancing at 18, she didn't show it on her face, but she felt a hint of disappointment. 18 years old for a first advancement. His aptitude must be mediocre. Su Lan stood up and gestured for him to follow. The mage advancement room is this way. Please, follow me. Ning Feng followed her. After leading him to the chamber, she gave him a few quick instructions before heading out. Just follow the procedure, and you'll be fine. I'll be waiting outside. Before she left, Ning Feng said sincerely, thank you. After stepping out, Su Lan ran into Captain Chu in the hallway, surprised by his presence. Is something wrong? Captain Chu didn't mince words. We just finished investigating the Gravekeeper's site. It's been heavily damaged. The source of the power is unclear, but we estimate the threat level has reached King Tier or higher. Su Lan's eyes darkened at the news, her voice turning cold. 2 King Tier threats in just 2 days? She couldn't see his expression, but the exhaustion in his voice was clear. Indeed. That's why headquarters sent me to request your assistance. After Ning Feng completed his class advancement, the system notification screen displayed the information about his new class, Soul Summoner. Advancement Quest 1. Enter the Hopeless Ghost Tomb and retrieve the Blood Soul Crown. Time limit, 3 days. Difficulty, 5 stars. Level, A. All-Element Mage, God. Advancement Quest 1. Enter the Shining Temple and retrieve the Divine Sigil. Time limit, 3 days. Difficulty, 6 stars. Level, S. Seeing the quest notification, he didn't hesitate to click Accept. So, there were two branches to choose from. It seems becoming an archmage was just the prerequisite. He chose to accept the quest. Quest accepted. Class advancement. Please verify your updated status. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed as someone walked down the stairs. Walking out of the advancement room, Ning Feng muttered to himself, marveling at the miracle of class changes. No wonder it's a hidden class, it even has an S-rank advancement quest. Luckily, he had a 3-day deadline, so there was no need to panic. As he stepped into the main hall, the person who greeted him was no longer Su Lan, but someone else. She bowed politely, saying, "Take care, sir." Ning Feng didn't pay much attention and just smiled back, "Thanks." But seeing it was a different person, he paused, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Wasn't it that beautiful lady from before? In another place, the wind whistled coldly. A ruined cave exuded a strange, mysterious aura. Inside, a woman's shadow stretched long across the ground, her hair swaying gently in the wind. Zhang Ji stood next to Captain Chu, looking at her mysterious aura, and remarked, "This is my first time seeing someone from the Lanza organization. Even our outfits are completely different." Seeing him speak too loudly, the captain put a finger to his lips, giving a soft shake to tell him to keep his voice down. After all, this organization was a top-secret agency. Facing these people, who were practically considered gods, the captain's expression turned serious and respectful. It was said that every member of the Lanza organization possessed a rare, hidden class, capable of wielding dark powers in battle, specializing in high-stakes missions. Meanwhile, Su Lan's complexion didn't look too good. It seemed she was struggling with some serious trouble. After steadying herself, she regained her composure and spoke. "That dark energy is overwhelming. Even though most of it has dissipated, it's still affecting me. No clues were found. It's like the culprit caused the damage and just vanished. It's impossible to grasp their motive." At this, Captain Chu's expression darkened. "Lately, we've been getting constant reports of anomalies in various secret locations. Could this be a precursor to some kind of crisis? Is there a connection between them?" Even though her body had stabilized, the throbbing pain in her head still made her uncomfortable. Su Lan held her head and replied, "I can't say for sure. I'll alert my superiors to send more investigators." Seeing her reaction, Captain Chu was shocked. Even the famous Su Lan from the Lanza organization felt a headache. Zhang Ji stepped in, interrupting their conversation. "Sorry, but have you confirmed if the culprit is a monster? Could it be?" Seeing his hesitation, Su Lan immediately understood what he was worried about. "You want to ask if the culprit could be a mutant like me, right?" Seeing the cold look on her face, Zhang Ji quickly added, "Forgive me. I didn't mean anything by it." She began analyzing the residual magical energy at the scene. The threat level here has already exceeded the king tier. To control such massive dark energy, the price to pay is simply not something human flesh and blood can withstand. Hearing this, Zhang Ji furrowed his brows. In other words, there is an extremely powerful monster hiding in the city that could trigger a catastrophe at any moment. Su Lan confirmed his suspicion. "Exactly. I'm afraid it's lurking in the shadows. We need to find it fast." At Ning Feng's home, he pulled back the curtains to look at the sky, feeling better than ever. Man, this quiet, gloomy atmosphere makes a person feel inexplicably comfortable. After reaching level 30, he had 4 new skill slots. He decided to learn the 2 books Wang Yue had given him first. As soon as he opened the first one, the system scanned it and sent a notification. Magic Shield skill detected. It can be merged with the forbidden spell, Flesh of the Filthy Earth. Auto-merging in progress. Learned passive skill, Guardian of the Filthy Earth. Ning Feng didn't hesitate and clicked confirm on the screen. Passive skill, Guardian of the Filthy Earth. Automatically activates upon taking damage. 100% of damage will be absorbed by the Flesh of the Filthy Earth. The amount of damage absorbed will be equivalent to the damage dealt by the U body. Once the attack ends, the Flesh of the Filthy Earth will recover automatically. The magic of the system blew his mind. So, forbidden spells could even merge with low-level magic to create new effects. This gave him another solid defensive method. Standard damage is now completely useless against me. Let's check the next one. As soon as he finished, the system finished scanning the second book and gave the next merge notification. Falling Rock skill detected. It can be merged with the forbidden spell, Flesh of the Filthy Earth and Heaven Falling Fire Rain, proceeding automatically. Learned passive skill, Earth Element Mastery. Passive skill, Earth Element Mastery. All Earth-type magic effects increased by 20%. On the system screen, Ning Feng's skill list appeared. Active skills, passive skills. Looking at the bottom, he still had 4 empty active skill slots. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. Still 4 slots left. I should head to the trading hall to buy some new books. At the trading hall, Ning Feng walked in, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. The arrogant saleswoman from before stood by the door and was stunned to see Ning Feng pass by. She tilted her body to block his path, smiling with feigned charm. "Mr. Ning, is that you?" Seeing her, he didn't show any emotion and said, "Hello, I'm looking for Miss Yang Xin." She acted as if she didn't hear him and started posturing, trying to seduce him. "Yang Xin is with another client. Let me take care of you today." Hearing Yang Xin wasn't there, he just gave a curt "oh" and coldly moved past her. "That won't be necessary. I'll find her myself." Seeing he wasn't swayed by her charms, and being rejected on top of that, she was furious. Is this kid even a man, daring to reject me? Am I not as good as Yang Xin? It's okay, Mr. Ning. This is my job. Mr. Ning. Just then, Yang Xin heard the noise and ran over. Seeing her, Ning Feng asked in surprise, "Yang Xin, is that you? Are you done with your work?" Running such a long way left her a bit out of breath, her cheeks flushed as she explained, "I wasn't busy, just eating in the back. A colleague told me you were here, so I rushed over." Hearing that she was eating and had to rush out, Ning Feng felt a bit guilty. "I'm sorry, I disturbed your break again. I'll treat you to a meal later to make up for it." Hearing this, she smiled and thanked him for his kindness. "You're too kind, sir." Seeing her prey snatched away by Yang Xin right before her eyes, the woman choked with rage, absolutely livid. With Yang Xin's guidance, Ning Feng arrived at Master Wang's studio once again. He placed 2 skill books on the table and stated his request. "I want to entrust these 2 skill books to you to sell, and I'd also like to purchase some Mage skill books." Master Wang glanced at the books on the table and then left the hosting duties to Yang Xin. "It's all right, Xiao Yang. You go ahead and take care of Mr. Ning." She nodded and softly replied, "Understood." Ning Feng's mysterious nature had truly piqued the old man's interest. Watching him walk away, a calculating glint appeared in the man's dark eyes. Last time it was an orange-grade weapon, and this time it was a purple-grade skill book. This kid's background is quite interesting. I'll have to get someone to investigate him. Ning Feng was a man of his word. He had promised to treat Yang Xin to a meal, and he intended to keep it. After leaving Master Wang's studio, they headed to a restaurant, and it's fair to say they both enjoyed the meal. Once finished, Ning Feng raised his hand to call for the bill. However, his attempt to treat her to dinner was blocked. Yang Xin waved her hand, explaining, "There's no need, I've already paid." Hearing that she had already paid, he was stunned. "Didn't I say I was treating you?" Yang Xin smiled gently, reassuring him. "It's fine, I had my own reasons for wanting to treat you today, don't worry about it." Ning Feng was curious about her reasons, but Yang Xin kept it a mystery, refusing to say. "It's a secret. Come on, let's go." Seeing she wouldn't budge, he didn't push further, though his voice carried a hint of reluctance. "Let me drop you off." But Yang Xin politely declined. "There's no need to trouble yourself, sir. I have to head somewhere else. I can just grab a taxi." Seeing how determined she was, he didn't insist. "All right then, stay safe." After she got into the car, the driver asked for her destination. "Where would you like to go, miss?" Yang Xin fastened her seatbelt and softly stated the address, City Hospital No. 2. At the hospital, Yang Xin changed into a different outfit. She picked up a clean towel and gently wiped the forehead of the man lying in the hospital bed. "It's all thanks to Mr. Ning that I managed to earn this much money. The commission. Finally, my father's medical bills for this month are covered." Thinking of this, her eyes welled up with tears. But a sudden crash interrupted her thoughts as glass shattered everywhere. The driver was instantly pierced by a thick, jagged thorn and perished on the spot. This sudden turn of events made Yang Xin's face go pale. She covered her mouth in disbelief at the scene before her. Outside, space had been torn open, creating a rift that allowed monsters to pour out. They crawled out from the portal, their bloodthirsty eyes locking onto the humans before them. Their arrival threw everything into chaos. In that dangerous moment, Yang Xin scrambled to open the car door. Due to the force, she tumbled out, her body slamming hard against the rough ground. Yang Xin looked up at the scene on the road and cried out in panic. What is going on? Are there monsters inside the safe zone? Unfortunately for her, a massive monster appeared right behind her, seemingly having already slaughtered quite a few people. The blood dripping from its claws was a terrifying sight. Just then, a man walked out from the portal, silhouetted against the light. From Yang Xin's angle, she could only see his lips curl into a predatory, excited grin. As he spotted his prey, a small explosion occurred in the air, sending smoke and fire billowing upwards. The monster let out a shrill, painful shriek. Exhausted and trembling, Yang Xin stared in disbelief at the monster that hadn't even been scratched. Is he ineffective? It turned out Yang Xin was a mage. Below her info panel appeared. 1-star attribute, Mage class. Level 34. The monster took advantage of her distraction to lunge with its claws. Yang Xin could only scream in terror. Thankfully, at that razor-thin moment, Captain Chu appeared and slashed the monster's head off, His sturdy frame stood before Yang Xin, his sword still glowing with power. After taking down the creature, he asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Having escaped death by a hair's breadth, Yang Xin was filled with fear, her words stammering. I'm okay." Hearing this, Captain Chu urged her, "If you can move, find a place to hide first." Looking at the devastation around them, his expression grew serious. "Everything around here has been smashed to pieces. Has the secret realm started merging with reality? I've never encountered such a critical situation. These monsters are fundamentally not something an ordinary one-star person can handle. In other words, is there an incredibly powerful monster in the city that could bring catastrophe at any moment?" Just then, a monster reached out its hand toward him. Sensing the danger, he immediately leaped back, avoiding the strike. Looking at the attacker's form, he couldn't quite identify it. "Human, are you a mutant?" The ancient servant scoffed at being called a mutant. "A mutant? I am no such garbage. I am an ancient servant of the power of darkness." Hearing this name, Captain Chu was confused, but he brushed it aside. "Ancient servant? Never heard of it. Forget it, now is not the time for this." He lunged with his sword at blinding speed, aiming to strike the guy down. Unfortunately, his opponent was far from weak. With a single punch, he sent the captain flying backward. Feeling the throbbing pain in his arm, Captain Chu gritted his teeth and thought, "This is bad. That bastard's strength is at least that of a third-tier awakened being." Seeing the captain was no match for him, the guy chuckled, pointing at the ground as if preparing to do something. "This is my territory. A shrimp like you stands no chance against me." It seemed that his action of driving his hand into the ground had granted him even more power. He broke through the captain's defense and struck hard, drawing blood from the captain's body. Captain Chu was sent flying like a broken kite, and watching him get knocked back only made the guy more crazed. He laughed wildly, boasting, "It's really getting stronger. Setting foot on this land." It felt as if a new surge of power was awakening. Just as he was gloating, a voice from the skull embedded in his chest rang out to correct him. "Lowly human, stop being so narcissistic." The moment the voice appeared, he turned fearful and reverent. "Please, forgive me." From within the spatial rift, the hoarse, gravelly voice of an ancient god spoke with disdain. "Your power was bestowed by me. Without me, you would be no different from the rest of your kind, nothing but a reptile." Since the voice had spoken, the ancient servant's body had frozen stiff. He didn't dare move, not even an inch. It felt as if a single eye was watching from within the rift. With just a flash of light, the pressure from it made the entire world tremble. The ancient god emerged from his sanctuary, his gaze heavy with crushing pressure. "Show me that you still have some value to exist." When he saw him, Gu Jia's body trembled violently with fear. Before leaving, the man grinned maniacally and issued a demand. "Take everyone in. This city as a sacrifice to a king like me who has arrived in this world. How dare Gu Jia disobey?" He bowed his head low, respectfully following the order. In another corner, Ning Feng yanked the curtain aside. He stepped out of the restroom, his eyes widening as he sensed danger. He looked at the devastated scene in front of him, confused. He had only just turned back to use the restroom, so what on earth had happened? Not far in front of him, a monster with blood-stained claws was growling. On the ground lay the remains of a man who hadn't escaped its grasp. Sensing eyes on it, the monster turned and lunged straight at Ning Feng. Suddenly, the ground seemed to be crushed by something, and cracks began to appear. A stone spear erupted from deep underground, piercing straight through the monster. Ning Feng stood there, completely unfazed, watching it shriek. Magic combined with an earthen wall barrier. For the first time, Ning Feng felt that his caution had saved his life. Luckily, he had spent a lot of money today to buy this weapon. It came with purple tier skills and also boosted his earth element magic. After disposing of the monster, he gently pushed open the door and stepped outside. Once the door opened, the horrifying scene before him was almost too much to believe. In front of him was a man, barely clinging to life, being dragged along by a hand. That person was Gu Jia. As soon as he saw Ning Feng, he stepped forward immediately. "You let a little worm like you get away again?" He stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack and launching himself into the air. His figure vanished, only to reappear right in front of Ning Feng with such dizzying speed that Ning Feng cursed in terror. "Soul devouring? What the hell is this?" The man's hand grew, grabbing tiny Ning Feng, but a surge of power blocked him, preventing him from crushing Ning Feng even as his veins popped from the effort. Ning Feng stood there, surrounded by a dark aura that blocked the giant hand, leaving the man in utter disbelief. "How could you possibly block my attack?" At this moment, the ancient god appeared with an astonished voice, his dark power surging. "He's too strong. His power is far greater than mine." "No, that's not right. I feel something even more terrifying than death coming from him." Ning Feng closed his eyes, sensing the magical fluctuations in the air. "This guy seems dangerous. Could he be planning to use a forbidden spell in the city? Then he snapped his eyes open, and a cracking sound echoed, as if something had been shattered. Gujia's claws had been broken by Ning Feng. With just a single glance, the man couldn't believe it. He had been shattered. Panicked, he screamed for help. Ancient God, leader, please help me, the man replied in a cold, indifferent voice. The user you called is no longer reachable, so think of something yourself. As soon as his words faded, several monsters, sensing danger, darted toward the portal. From within the portal, a voice urged them to return quickly, as the gate was about to close. Then, the portal slammed shut. Just like that, Gujia was left behind. Without the help of the ancient god, he began to fall apart. My power, my power. Seeing that he had lost his support, Ning Feng curled his lip into a sinister smile as he watched him. The so-called Esper is someone who, during the awakening process, gains an hidden dark-type class. As long as they can use dark power, their strength far surpasses others of the same level. So, once they lose their dark power, they are nothing. Before the man vanished, his face was twisted in cruelty. One could see that before leaving, he had endured immense pain and resentment. But Ning Feng lightly wiped away a bead of sweat, showing no emotion as he muttered, "That was a tough one. Luckily, I could focus on attacking without worrying about defense. I'll grab the loot that dropped first, then wait for an opportunity to slip away while no one is looking." After the monster storm passed, the city returned to normal, but the sky remained gray and gloomy. The houses were left in ruins, with nothing left intact. The masked girl behind Sulan reported a preliminary update on the city's situation. The monsters had retreated, and the Secret Realm's invasion phenomenon had vanished. Arriving here, Sulan could still sense the familiar, lingering energy of the intruder. The enemy's motives, which she considered to be hostile, kept her deep in thought. Both times, it was destructive magic, and each time the Secret Realm invaded, it would suddenly vanish. What does the enemy actually want? Shaking off the thought, she turned to ask her subordinate, "What about the other areas?" The masked girl replied cautiously, "Basically, they are safe. Only the South City squad suffered heavy casualties. Their current status is unclear." Hearing the news about the South City, Sulan's eyes darkened. South City is the area Captain Chu is in charge of. Let's go. Let's see what's happening. In the South City, Du-An crouched down, looking at Gujia's remains. With just a glance, he realized the man had been looted clean. His items have all been taken. Du-An. Just then, Sulan approached from afar. Seeing someone sitting in front of Gujia's body, she immediately shouted with vigilance, "Don't move. Who are you?" Hearing the shout, Du-An stood up immediately and pulled out a special badge to prove his identity. "Don't be tense. I'm a member of the Cloud Beyond Illusion." Hearing the name, Sulan recognized it instantly. The Cloud Beyond Illusion is an unofficial organization made up entirely of martial artists, right? Du-An coolly confirmed. That's right. His appearance made her feel confused and cautious. "I heard you people always act in secret. Why are you here?" He glanced slightly, frowning toward Gujia. "Because of him. This guy was originally a member of our organization, but he betrayed us. He helped the Secret Realm invade reality and led monsters to attack our base. Except for the survivors, everyone else sacrificed themselves." Her subordinate, hearing this, whispered, "Doesn't that sound like what just happened?" This led Sulan to speculate. Could it be that because he died, the Secret Realm's invasion stopped? Du-An gestured toward Gujia and asked, "Did you guys kill him?" Sulan shook her head slightly and replied, "No, we don't know who killed him either." Hearing it wasn't them, he turned around, looking at Gujia with a mix of suspicion and disgust. This bastard loved hiding in secret realms. He was extremely cunning. Every time we found him, he managed to escape. Sulan assumed that Captain Chu must have killed Gujia. With Captain Chu's Tier 3 strength, he could have swept through the enemy and stopped the invasion. At the same time, both of them had the same thoughts about the person who caused Gujia's end. Could there really be such a powerful figure in Tanyu City? Seeing Du-An turn to leave, Sulan asked, "Where are you going?" He coldly let out 2 words, "Finding Ning Feng's house." Ning Feng was absolutely thrilled with the loot he'd snagged from Gujia. He stared at the armor's stats, his heart practically singing with joy. Who would have thought that guy would drop 2 pieces of orange-grade gear for a warrior class? Eternal Radiance chestplate, orange-grade accessory, requires level 120. Eternal Radiance leggings, orange-grade accessory, requires level 120. Looking at the level requirements and remembering Gujia wasn't wearing them, he raised an eyebrow and made a guess. This is way more satisfying than just beating the guy up. He probably wasn't wearing them because he hadn't hit the level requirement yet. Otherwise, I would have been forced to use my forbidden art just to take him down. Also, there's this pendant. Looks weird. No quality rating, and the info is totally blank. Information about the pendant appeared before Ning Feng, unknown accessory. The lack of data made him suspicious. He flicked the pendant with his finger, eyeing it critically. There's no ancient god hiding in here, right? The pendant stayed as quiet as a mouse, not daring to make a peep. Elsewhere, inside a magic orb, Ning Feng's suspicious face appeared. The ancient god, still reeling from the shock, congratulated himself on his own brilliance. Good thing I reacted fast and closed the secret realm gate in time. I probably haven't been discovered. Suddenly, Ning Feng's face pressed right up against the pendant in the magic orb. With killing intent in his voice, he whispered, "There isn't some ancient god in here, is there?" This made the weak-hearted ancient god's heart jump into his throat. The guy was already traumatized by Ning Feng. He ordered the magic orb to cut all contact. "Don't reveal our location. Hurry, that little brat. He scared the hell out of me. Nearly scared me to death. How did he sense me?" City Hospital. Captain Chu had finally regained consciousness. He struggled to recount what he could remember. A young warrior saved us. The moment the enemy saw him, they immediately opened a secret realm rift and ran away. Listening to his account, Su Lan bowed her head in acknowledgement. I could vaguely sense that this person's strength is definitely on par with mine. Zhang Ji stood to the side, adjusting his glasses, a hint of worry in his voice regarding this unknown power. Someone that strong couldn't catch the enemy, but then a mysterious boss suddenly appeared and killed them. Su Lan couldn't be sure, so she just said, "For now, that seems to be the case. Maybe he was just passing through, or maybe he's living in seclusion somewhere." In short, this mysterious boss definitely isn't registered. Besides some common traces of magic, we didn't find anything special on the battlefield last night. Captain Chu, thinking of his esteemed hero, couldn't help but sigh with longing. It would be so good if that boss were here with us. "Just hearing that makes me feel safe," Zhang Ji said after a moment of silence. "In that case, I have a rather bold idea." Su Lan turned her head, curious. Outside the hospital, the morning sun poured in, making the scene feel warm and almost washing away the trauma of yesterday. Inside, Zhang Ji brought up the residue left at the scene. There must be some traces of dark energy left on the battlefield from last night, right? Su Lan didn't quite get his point but answered anyway. Of course. After all, the enemy was a monster from a secret realm. He couldn't be certain, but yesterday's energy signature made him think of something he couldn't shake. "I'm not sure. This is just a guess. But what if that mysterious boss is also an Esper? Didn't those two blasts of destructive magic happen without causing any casualties to our people? Could this mysterious boss be?" But Captain Chu found the idea impossible. He scoffed. "Zhang Ji, no way. You're overthinking it." But unlike Captain Chu, Su Lan didn't feel the same way. Really. Elsewhere, Ning Feng walked toward the checkpoint, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. He greeted the guard politely. "Excuse me, I'm here to do a job advancement quest. Can I pass?" In a desolate place with rolling small mountains, a golden palace appeared, looking quite out of place. Ning Feng lifted his hand to get a better look at the palace. "Is that the Radiant Sun Temple over there?" Just then, in a corner he hadn't noticed, a black figure like something out of Detective Conan appeared, tailing him. It turned out to be Duan. Somehow, he had tracked down Ning Feng and was getting suspicious. A few days ago at the trading house, a clerk led Duan to a private room. "Master Wang, this gentleman is here." Seeing a VIP had arrived, the man rushed over, greeting him with a fawning expression. "Greetings, sir. I heard you're looking to buy a set of 4th-tier warrior gear. Is that right?" Seeing that Duan was both handsome and wealthy, she immediately saw him as a target to seduce. He's high-level, handsome, and generous. If I can latch onto him, I won't have to worry about anything in the future. Master Wang ignored her scheming look and focused on talking to Duan. "It just so happens that a regular client of ours just contacted us, prepared to sell a set of 4th-tier warrior gear, but he only has the chestplate and leggings in hand." Hearing this, Duan's face turned serious. He asked for Ning Feng's location. "Where is he?" Seeing his expression, the master gave a stiff, awkward smile. "He seems busy today and couldn't make it." It wasn't by chance that Duan was hunting for these items. All of this was for his master. 4th tier, 2 pieces of gear, chestplate, leggings, the info matched perfectly. Even though he hadn't seen the gear with his own eyes yet, there was a high probability these were his master's relics. This made Duan even more determined to find out Ning Feng's identity. "Can you tell me more about this regular client of yours? I can pay for the information." Master Wang was stunned, confused. "Who, me?" Duan's odd behavior made Master Wang raise his guard. He gritted his teeth, eyeing Duan with suspicion. "Wait a second. Why is it such a coincidence? Ning Feng had just mentioned selling the gear, and now this gentleman shows up knocking on the door, almost as if they had discussed it beforehand." The clerk seemed to sense his hesitation. With Duan right there, he didn't dare flat-out refuse to reveal the seller's identity, so he had to stall. I recall he said he needed to go to the neighboring city to handle some business. Let me call to confirm with him. In the room, Master Wang whispered to the clerk, "Did that gentleman leave yet?" Seeing how careful he was, she couldn't help but whisper back, "He's gone. I already saw him out." Master Wang, did something happen? He didn't seem to guard against her at all as he voiced his headache. I had people investigate Ning Feng's background before. His parents both have ordinary 2-star classes. Watching how careful he was, I couldn't help but lower my voice. He's gone. I've already seen him out. Master Wang, did something happen? He seemed to have no guard up against her, spilling his headache. I've had people look into Ning Feng's background, and his parents were just average 2-star professionals. They disappeared during his early childhood, leaving him all alone. He ended up attending the local 7th high school. It wasn't until he turned 18 that he finally awakened, and he's still stuck as a 1-star class. She sneered, showing a mix of shock and pure disdain. He acts so tough, but he's just trash after all. I knew there was something off about him. He looked so pathetic, and now look, his true colors are showing. But where did he get the items he sold us? A 1-star class couldn't possibly have stuff like that. Master Wang knew that, of course, and that's exactly why he had a headache. It was the real mystery here. Even though the kid was friends with the young heiress of the Wang Corporation, the Wang Corporation hadn't actually helped him much. She remembered the cold look on Duan's face earlier. The veteran didn't seem too pleased, and a sudden thought crossed her mind. Wait a second. Could Ning Feng have stolen that gear? Master Wang didn't deny it. It was possible, though it probably wasn't anything good. Either way, he seemed to have messed with the wrong person this time. Hearing that, she immediately imagined Ning Feng being crushed into the dirt by Duan, and just thinking about it gave her a twisted sense of satisfaction. Exactly. A 4th-rank powerhouse is basically at the top of the food chain in North Mountain Province. His stuff is definitely stolen. This is going to be good. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was on his way to the Shining Sun Temple, while Duan followed closely, hiding behind a rock to stay out of sight. Taking advantage of a moment when the kid wasn't looking, he poked his head out and squinted, sizing him up. The more Duan watched, the more unbelievable it seemed. It was hard to accept that someone so young could repel a secret realm invasion. Even a powerhouse like his own master had been defeated by the boss of that realm. But according to the intel, his master's relic might be in this kid's hands. If the powerhouse wasn't him, then someone else must have snatched it, so he decided it was better to be cautious. Finally, after a long journey, Ning Feng reached the Shining Sun Temple. Dozens of people were already fighting monsters to try and enter. Behind him, Duan kept his eyes locked on Ning Feng, not missing a single move. Seeing the glow around him, he immediately recognized what the kid was doing. He's changing gear. I can judge his strength based on the equipment he chooses. A second later, his outfit transformed into the mage robes that Qi Wei had given him. Even though he had the money, Ning Feng didn't want to change it because he didn't want to stand out. This appearance caught Duan off guard. Is this gear too normal? It really looks like a student who hasn't graduated yet. Is he trying to disguise himself? That makes sense. For his age, a newbie outfit won't attract attention, making it easy to blend into the crowd. If the kid was intentionally hiding his tracks, he might lose him, but he couldn't get too close or he'd spook the target. I'll mark him with a skill. Active skill, spiritual tracking. It marks the target while they remain completely unaware. Immediately, the mage robes on. Ning Feng vanished, replaced by the casual clothes he'd been wearing all morning, his normal student uniform. After successfully marking him, Duan took a moment to look around. The monsters in this realm aren't even that high level. Why is he here? Ning Feng had already slipped into the Shining Sun Temple unnoticed. Suddenly, a blast of energy surged toward him, and Ning Feng's eyes widened. His presence had triggered the temple's defensive line. A fireball shot out from a skull statue's mouth, but it was blocked by his protective barrier. Duan, watching from his hiding spot, was shocked speechless. What was that? Absolute defense is a skill that shouldn't be breakable under any circumstances. The monsters are avoiding him. This guy is definitely not simple. Suddenly, Ning Feng stopped walking. Duan looked at the massive statue and immediately realized it was the final boss. He wants to solo it. Ning Feng stood there, looking at the statue, and muttered, "Great, lucky there's nobody around." Duan knew the kid had some skills, but he was baffled as to why he wanted to fight this boss. Why would a powerhouse want to take on such a low-level boss? Strangely, the statue remained perfectly still. Duan found it odd that it didn't react at all. That's weird. Why isn't it moving? Because it was a statue, Duan couldn't see that it was actually breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. Ning Feng ignored it and shifted his gaze. The quest guide said it was this guy, right? Duan was confused when Ning Feng walked past it. As he walked by, the statue was literally shaking in fear. After searching for a while, Ning Feng finally stopped. This is the right place. In front of him stood a statue of a knight with glowing golden wings on its back. The room went dead silent, and then two beams of light shot out from the statue's eyes. The wings flapped with a thunderous sound as the real final boss finally appeared. It glared down at the intruder who had disturbed its slumber. Ning Feng noticed it, trying to sneak away. Why is this thing running? Duan's jaw dropped as he saw the statue come to life. Could it be a rare hidden boss? How did he know? The moment the statue moved, the system notification popped up regarding the Divine Mage quest chain. Enter the Shining Sun Temple and obtain the quest item, Sacred Crest. Defeat the temple's hidden boss, the Fallen Angel. Ning Feng dug at his ear and gave a confident smirk at the hidden boss. He let out a savage laugh, lamenting the cruel system quest. No wonder it's an S-rank quest. If this were a normal first-rank quest, who could handle this? The hidden boss felt the danger radiating from Ning Feng and fell into a state of absolute panic. This is terrifying. This is my domain. Where can I even hide? Outside, dark clouds gathered, and a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. The hidden boss flapped its wings, trying to seize the moment to escape, but Ning Feng wouldn't let it get away. He raised his hand, locking onto the boss, as a dark, tangible aura of energy began to pour out. Active skill, Dark Forbidden Spell, Lightning Demon Pursuit. Summon a massive lightning storm with the power of a heavenly tribulation. A massive hole ripped open in the sky, revealing a giant, vertical pupil. Lightning surged, and as the hidden boss tried to fly away, it was targeted by the pupil and blasted with world-destroying energy. Under the pressure of the forbidden spell, the hidden boss was pulverized until it was barely recognizable. Ning Feng stood there, looking just like a god deciding the fate of all living things. A gentle breeze caught his coat, making it flutter. Once the hidden boss was wiped out, the forbidden spell vanished along with it. The palace had taken some damage from the blast, and debris started raining down from above. Duan was so terrified by the horrific scene that he began to stutter. The Tianyang Palace right in front of him had been completely wrecked. Duan's face was deathly pale. You could see in his eyes that he was genuinely shaken by the forbidden spell he just witnessed.
This world-shattering magic. It's my first time seeing something like this. It's truly terrifying.
The strength of this senior must be greater than my master's. Could he be a legendary 8th transition powerhouse? Ning Feng looked at the massive amount of points in front of him, but felt a pang of regret because he couldn't use them yet. Before completing the first transition, his level couldn't increase. These experience points were essentially going to waste. Forget it. At least I've got the badge now. Time to head back and turn in the quest. After taking down the hidden boss, Ning Feng had received an item. It was a divine emblem. It had a durability stat, was of orange grade, permanently added 8 points to spirit, and increased recovery effects by 100%. Thinking about how he'd had to walk all the way here, Ning Feng felt a bit annoyed and decided to teleport back to save time. Might as well use a teleport scroll. Just then, Duan ran over, hastily trying to stop him. Senior, please wait a moment. When Duan spoke up, Ning Feng finally realized there was someone else there. His face went pale. How had this guy ended up here? Did he see everything? Duan didn't realize Ning Feng was worried. Seeing his expression shift, he assumed he'd offended the senior and immediately stopped in his tracks, not daring to move closer. Crap, the senior looks unhappy. Senior, please don't be angry. Let me explain. Suddenly, a siren blared, cutting off what Duan was about to say. Ning Feng was shocked to hear the noise. It was an alarm. He felt like he and Duan were in for a long conversation, so he wanted to get out of there first. Let's get out of here first. We'll talk later. Duan didn't argue and obediently followed. Yes, sir. The two of them teleported to a deserted spot. Because they were so far away, you couldn't hear what they were saying. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. After hearing Duan's explanation about his master, Ning Feng hesitated and asked, "So that's why you were following me?" Thinking the senior was angry, Duan quickly flashed a friendly smile to justify himself. "I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to verify a few things. After all, you look so young. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. To be honest, someone as strong as my master was only able to temporarily seal the invading secret realm back then, even at the cost of his own life, and he still let that traitor escape. For years, that traitor has been using human sacrifices to break the seal. I've been hunting him down for a long time, but I've always failed." Looking at Duan, Ning Feng started to feel dissatisfied with his own current level. This guy was a 4th transition powerhouse. If he hadn't volunteered to show himself, Ning Feng wouldn't have even noticed him. At the end of the day, it's still because my level is too low. If things keep going like this, it's only a matter of time before I'm exposed. His silence made Duan misunderstand that he was about to be killed to keep his mouth shut. The senior suddenly went quiet. Does he want to silence me? Senior, You helped me avenge my master. I am deeply grateful. If you need anything in the future, just call for me." The murderous intent in Ning Feng's dark eyes faded away. He observed Duan, thinking, "This guy has a high level and works solo. If I can build a good relationship, he might be useful." Because of his high level, Ning Feng kept Duan around, though he felt the need to issue a cautious warning. "I hope no one else finds out about what happened today." Realizing he'd escaped death, Duan quickly replied, "Don't worry. I will definitely keep my mouth shut." At this moment, Duan looked at Ning Feng with genuine respect and submission. The senior's magic was a terrifying dark power, but it hadn't harmed any innocents and had even pushed back the Secret Realm invasion, saving the whole city. A man as strong and humble as this deserved his respect, no matter the reason. "Well, I've got nowhere else to go for now, so I might as well stay in Tanyu City." Just then, his phone rang in his pocket. Looking at the caller ID, he answered. "Ning Feng?" Chi Wei's worried voice came through the phone. "Where are you?" "I'm here," Ning Feng replied. "I'm outside, just about to head back. Did you need something, Miss Qi?" Hearing that he sounded safe, Chi Wei softened her tone. "There are a few things I want to discuss with you. It can wait until you get back, though." The sudden call from Chi Wei left him confused. Why was she calling him so unexpectedly? In Chi Wei's office, Su Lan sat on the sofa with her legs crossed and asked in a cold voice, "Well?" Looking at her, Chi Wei's expression turned cold. Based on his tone, it seems like nothing's wrong and he's already on his way back. It turned out that after investigating, Su Lan had started to suspect Ning Feng. A student who had only awakened a few days ago had suddenly reached the first transition level. If she hadn't investigated just in time, she might have missed him, but Chi Wei didn't believe he was a bad person. Ning Feng has a good personality and studies very hard. I believe he isn't a bad person. Seeing her like that, Su Lan replied with a reluctant tone. "I'm not saying he's a bad person, but there are some things that need to be clarified." A sharp glint appeared behind Su Lan's glasses. In front of her was a projection of the meeting. Captain Chu, who had fully recovered, spoke in a serious tone. "This is the preliminary situation. We will continue to monitor the area and hope for the continued attention of our superiors." After hearing the report, Fang Chu's expression didn't change at all. He asked indifferently, "Anything else?" Under the cold gaze, Su Lan closed her eyes for a moment, silent. Then she lifted her head and asked a serious question. "You mentioned 2 types of destructive magic appearing in Tanyu City. Could that have been caused by a mutant?" The whole meeting room fell silent after her question. Only CU and Captain Chu exchanged glances. Her question clearly annoyed Fang Chu. He asked back in a stern voice, "Su Lan, you are a mutant yourself. How can you ask such a question?" Su Lan wasn't just asking this ridiculous question for no reason. She calmly described the process of using dark power and the consequences it left behind. For a mutant to use dark power, a price must be paid. The stronger the mutant, the higher the price, draining one's life force, losing one's sanity, even turning into a new kind of monster. Even for the most basic price, if one isn't careful, it can leave a mutant in an irreversible state. A mutant with power like a king is fundamentally impossible. Seeing Su Lan's caution, CU scoffed with contempt. "Old friend, you're getting more and more off track. You're even imagining a king-level mutant now. If you're so into screenwriting, why don't you just become a screenwriter yourself?" His hostile attitude didn't bother Su Lan one bit. She responded coldly, acting indifferent. "I'm just considering every possible outcome. Whether you listen or not is up to you." CU scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Are you still spouting nonsense? It's clearly because you guys couldn't investigate it properly. If there really is a king-tier variant, I'll let you use my head as a soccer ball." Fang Chu saw he was going too far, so he coughed twice to warn him before speaking up. "We've already sent an investigation team to Chinyu City. We hope you can actively cooperate. If necessary, the investigation team will take over all operations. Besides, your request to dispatch more personnel from headquarters hasn't been approved yet." Su Lan's expression darkened upon hearing this, and she questioned unhappily, "Is it because you don't trust us?" Seeing her like that, he hesitated before answering, "It's not that we don't trust you. In short, just be a little more patient." After the meeting ended, Su Lan stretched her tense body. Just then, her subordinate burst in through the door. "Captain, we've got news. The secret realm at Longbow City's Helios Temple has been attacked by magic, but there are no casualties for now." After Su Lan recounted the subordinate's report, Chi Wei found it almost impossible to believe. When Ning Feng passed the check, the dungeon he registered for was probably the same one. Su Lan then spoke up, finishing the sentence she was about to say. "Exactly. It's the Helios Temple. This is about to get interesting." Meanwhile, in Longbow City, Ning Feng and Duan had already emerged into the crowd. Whispers from the people around them reached their ears. "Is this barrier stable? What happened at the Helios Temple? Oh my god, I'm so scared, my legs are turning to jelly. Amidst the public panic, security personnel step forward to explain and calm the masses. Don't worry, the barrier has been activated to the highest level to isolate the dark forces from the outside world. It won't spread to the urban areas, so it's definitely safe. Even so, some people still felt uneasy and asked, "What is going on?" Ning Feng was feeling quite frustrated at this moment. The commotion just now was huge, and it had even triggered the highest level alert. It looks like they could only wait for the alert to be lifted and take a vehicle home. Suddenly, without anyone noticing, a streak of darkness tore a crack in the sky, accompanied by a crackling sound. The rift gradually widened, revealing the face of an ancient god. Then, two monsters appeared. They slowly walked out of the portal, looking down at Longbow City. "Is this the human world?" the leader asked, looking at the barrier surrounding the city, clearly confused. "It looks like a magic shield. What are they using this for?" The one behind him didn't think it was a big deal. "Forget it. Humans are so weak, it's normal for them to like hiding in their turtle shells." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of other hideous-looking monsters appeared. The lead monster hoisted his axe onto his shoulder, his voice filled with arrogance. "Too bad, this thing won't stop us." Suddenly, he pointed forward, and the swarm of monsters, as if hearing a command, accelerated and charged toward the barrier. "Let's give them a surprise." Unfortunately, the barrier seemed somewhat weak. In just a few minutes, the small monsters had punched a large hole through it. The people below heard the noise and looked up in shock. Is it just me, or is something strange going on? At that moment, the security guard followed everyone's gaze to the sky and screamed in terror. "What is that?" Not noticing what he was referring to, the swarms of monsters dived down and began their massacre. The poor civilians could only panic and flee, screaming for help. By then, the warriors had also arrived upon hearing the noise, but as they saw the monsters slaughtering people in the city, their faces turned pale. Why were the monsters able to break through the barrier? The man from the Iron Squad retorted, "That's not right. The barrier isn't damaged. How did they get in?" Because the citizens were terrified. They started trampling each other, and the Guardian anxiously reminded them, "Hey, stop pushing. Watch out for my sword." Someone got injured by the blade and started wailing in pain. Seeing the chaotic crowd ahead, Du-An, wanting to protect Ning Feng, stood in front and used his passive skill to shield him, Martial Warrior Aura. After creating a protective layer between them, he turned back to report the situation. "Boss, this might be a high-level secret realm intrusion." Hearing this, Ning Feng's expression remained unchanged, showing he already understood. "It's not much different from what happened at Kinyu City last night, right?" Du-An glanced at him, testing the waters. "Should we make a move?" A look of surprise appeared on Ning Feng's face. "You have a way to deal with it." Du-An wanted to say something but stopped himself. "Wait a minute. If the boss can clearly handle it easily, why would he ask me for a solution?" Ning Feng, standing behind him, didn't have a clue what was going on. "Wait, that's not right. How could the boss ask me? What am I even thinking? The boss clearly intends to test me. I get it now. Don't worry, boss, leave it to me." Even though he didn't understand what Du-An meant, Ning Feng didn't want to overthink it. If he could be lazy, why bother taking action? Whatever, there are too many people here. It's not convenient for me to do anything anyway. Letting him handle it is fine. At that moment, a pillar of light struck down from the sky, making the scene even more chaotic. The citizens ran for their lives, desperately looking for a way to survive. Thanks to the shield, Ning Feng and Du-An weren't bumped into by the crowd. Through the smoke and fire, the lead monster appeared, its laughter ringing out continuously, carrying the excitement of a hunter spotting its prey, just like a horror movie reaching its final act. Right then, a warrior archer fired 3 ice arrows to take it down, but unfortunately, the monster's strength was extraordinary. With a single wave of its hand, it shattered the ice arrows. Taking advantage of this, a shield warrior charged from behind, raising his sword high to strike, but was sent flying by one of the monster's axe swings. The shield warrior took the hit, flew backward, and vomited a mouthful of blood. Seeing that he had blown someone away, the monster grinned triumphantly. The archer saw this and turned pale with fear. How is that possible? Not even a scratch? The monster, finding their strength too weak, grew bored. What a letdown. I thought there would be some strong ones among the humans. The fleeing citizens saw him approaching and started running in panic again. He's coming. The monster is coming. Run for your lives. What do we do? At that moment, a female student who couldn't run as fast as the others became his target. He raised his axe high, ready to strike, and roared with all his might, "You bunch of trash." Just then, a flash of light appeared, blocking his attack. It turned out to be Du-An. He had dashed in just in time, using his own blade to block that strike, giving the civilians a chance to escape. The monster was stunned to see a human actually block its blow, staring at the small human before it with suspicion. At this moment, Duan was fully acting the part of a loyal attendant, single-mindedly protecting his master. His gaze was cold, filled with killing intent as he stared straight at the monster without backing down an inch. Although the boss didn't really need my protection, since I'm here, I can't just let the boss handle it himself. Leave the boss to me. Ning Feng felt a bit awkward being addressed like that. Can you not call me boss? It's getting a little embarrassing. Seeing someone on his level appear, a glint of excitement flashed in the monster's eyes, so he wasn't just trash after all. Suddenly, Duan launched a preemptive strike, sending the monster reeling back in surprise. It seemed unable to believe its eyes, staring at him as if it had seen something terrifying, its eyes wide. It turned out that after knocking it back, Duan had teleported right in front of it. He pulled his hands back, ready to unleash a devastating strike. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword beams appeared, surrounding the monster. Duan's swordsmanship was truly marvelous. After unleashing those dozens of sword beams, he landed lightly on the ground. Two young men nearby weren't running away. Instead, they stayed to watch the fight. The guy with the bangs was so shocked by Duan's sword technique that his jaw dropped. What level of expert is this? The monster didn't even have a chance to fight back. The guy with glasses started guessing his level. Noting that his skills were far from ordinary, it was highly likely a high-level hidden class. After slicing the monster to pieces, Duan's expression didn't change at all. He walked away proudly without looking back, while behind him, explosions erupted and smoke and fire billowed high into the air. His profile popped up on the screen. Name Duan. Level 137. Class Esoteric Martial Artist, 5-star hidden class. Ning Feng looked calm on the outside, but inside, he was jumping for joy. Holy crap, he's incredible. Not bad at all. Once the news that the leader had been taken out spread, the soldiers began to rally to drive away the smaller monsters. The monster leader has been eliminated. Counterattack. Having completed his mission, Duan returned to take orders from Ning Feng. Boss, what else do you need me to do? Ning Feng was so pleased he was beaming, and he immediately gave a thumbs up. No need, you did great. To think an expert that powerful could be so respectful to him, just how strong is this young man? He's top tier. Some civilians saw this and curiously asked the person next to them about his identity. Could he be the scion of some great family, bringing a bodyguard along for training? Duan seemed to remember something, opening his palm to reveal the loot he'd snatched from the monster leader. That's right. Here's the loot from that guy. Please accept it, boss. Seeing the light shining from it, the crowd began to cheer wildly. It's orange tier gear. Even if you can't use it yourself, just flipping it would be worth tens of thousands of credits. Boss, do you need a personal assistant? I can do it for you. Ning Feng accepted it without any pressure. After checking its stats, he thought of someone as skill book for the agility tree. That would be perfect for Wang Yue, Fatal Pursuit. If it's a shield, I'll just figure out how to sell it for cash later. Demonic Bone Shield. At this moment, the warrior, supported by a priest, came over to block their path. Could you two experts spare a moment? Dongming, the mayor of the city, also approached, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. Many thanks to you both for saving Longback City. I am Dongming, the mayor of Longback City. He looked at the two of them, realizing they didn't look like locals. Ning Feng looked annoyed and sighed. We were just here for business. We didn't expect to get trapped here and can't leave for now. To Dongmin, this remark carried a sharp edge, scaring him so much he had to pull out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his face. Oh Lord, why are they here? Are you not annoyed at all? Yes, we triggered the highest alert level. I am truly sorry. It was a mistake on our part. I hope you can understand. Seeing the man acting so submissive, Ning Feng hurriedly waved his hand to reassure him. No, it's fine. Actually, I was the one who caused the situation. But to get on Ning Feng's good side, Dongmin turned to order his subordinate to bring a gift. Go get the flight scroll I just bought to compensate the boss. The subordinate shouted, Yes, sir. When Ning Feng heard the name of the gift, his eyes widened. A flight scroll? Something that good? It's so hard to buy one in this area. Even though it's single-use, it's extremely convenient for short to medium trips. Dongmin asking his subordinate to fetch the gift wasn't without motive. He wanted to use this opportunity to invite them to stay and guard the city. Boss, we have a request. Everywhere is in chaos these days. Could I invite you both to stay for a few days? As you can see, our defense forces are a bit weakened. Ning Feng wanted to agree but couldn't. He scratched his head apologetically. My apologies, I don't have the time right now, so I can't fulfill your request. His class advancement mission had a 3-day limit. If he missed it, he would never finish it. I'd lose my first advancement. But in Dongmin's eyes, this apologetic look took on a different meaning. Do you think I'm that free? He turned pale, blaming himself. It is truly our own lack of consideration. Just then, the subordinate arrived with the gift. Mayor, here is the scroll. To show sincerity with the gift, Dong Min placed a black card on top of the box and presented it to Ning Feng. Boss, this is the ultimate black card of the Vientiane exchange, a small token of my gratitude for your great kindness. Looking at the gift Dong Min offered, and the black card glowing with a faint light, his heart was filled with joy. I've heard the ultimate black card of the Vientiane exchange is only given to a few successful people and comes with many perks. It's no wonder this mayor could buy a flight scroll. His background is definitely not simple. Thank you. Seeing him accept it, the worry in Dong Min's heart faded a little. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Since the boss accepted it, I don't have to worry about offending them anymore. So, if Lombak City ever faces danger in the future, could we call on the boss for help? Since he'd taken the gift, he couldn't very well refuse to help. Ning Feng smiled and accepted the plea. No problem, as long as I'm free. The crowd saw him agree and cheered excitedly. The boss agreed. Lombak City is safe now. With that settled, the two used their abilities, turning into two beams of light and flying straight into the sky. This skill is also known as flight magic. Ning Feng felt an incredible thrill using this skill for the first time. Outside the class advancement hall in Tandu City, the group led by Xu Ting grew excited as they saw Wang Yue walk out. Look, Wang Yue is out, but strangely enough, she didn't look too happy, while Zhao Cheng, on the other hand, looked incredibly smug. Sensing a familiar aura, she turned her head to the left and saw two streaks of light in the sky, heading straight toward the advancement hall. Seeing her stop, Zhao Cheng frowned and asked, confused, what's wrong? Wang Yue bowed her head slightly, answering with a thoughtful look, I just saw two people flying by. One of them looked like Ning Feng, but Zhao Cheng thought she was overthinking it. He said dismissively, you saw wrong, didn't you? A flight scroll costs thousands of star credits. How could a broke guy like Ning Feng afford one? Even if he could, why would he come to the advancement hall if he just awakened? Seeing him insult Ning Feng once again, her expression darkened. She turned and glared at him, her voice cold with a warning. If you dare speak ill of Ning Feng one more time, you'll regret it. Seeing Wang Yue defend Ning Feng again, Zhao Cheng was both angry and jealous. Damn it, why do you keep sticking up for that useless loser? What makes him better than me? Xu Ting walked over from a distance, sensing the tension, and tried to mediate. Hey, forget about that for now. Did you two finish your second promotion quest? At the mention of this, Zhao Cheng's face immediately softened, and he revealed proudly, I got an A rank. It's a pity I couldn't snag an S rank. Jiang Shu looked at him with some admiration. An A rank is already great. Only the chosen ones can get S rank. The shield fighter, who was already Zhao Cheng's lackey, gave a thumbs up and didn't hold back on the flattery, praising him for completing it at such a young age. Finishing the second promotion makes you a top contender for the university's supernova competition. An A-rank quest is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xu Ting looked at Wang Yue with anticipation. How about you? What about you? What about you? Faced with their expectant gazes, Wang Yue looked dejected and troubled. This made Xu Ting and the others freeze in confusion. Not understanding, Xu Ting whispered to Jiang Shu, what's up with Wang Yue? Don't tell me she got a C-rank quest or worse. Zhao Cheng overheard this and assumed she had pulled a low-rank quest, which immediately soothed his bruised ego from earlier. Who would have thought the genius girl everyone praises would end up like this? A low-rank advancement quest directly affects stat bonuses and skill unlocks. Yue, don't worry. You can catch up with hard work later. After all, you have me to help you. Although he said that, falling behind with a C-rank quest was no small matter. Hearing the mockery hidden in his words, Wang Yue's expression darkened as she retorted unpleasantly, if an A-rank quest doesn't make you worry, why should I be bothered by an S-rank one? Xu Ting and Jiang Shu were stunned. What? Zhao Cheng, who had just been acting high and mighty, was so shocked his jaw dropped. Realizing she had pulled an S-rank quest, Xu Ting was even more confused by her earlier expression. Then why didn't you say so? Her voice carried frustration and helplessness. Because my situation seems different from everyone else's. My quest unlocked a hidden class that no one has ever discovered before. Zhao Cheng, hearing about Wang Yue's quest, immediately spoke up in disbelief. How is that possible? Isn't your class already set when you awaken? I've never heard of a hidden class manifesting during a promotion. Wang Yue, are you sure you didn't mistake it? Under Wang Yue's feet, a glowing magic circle appeared. The machine began scanning all the abilities she possessed and started its analysis. Class promotion. Detected that the user possesses the key item, the Pioneer Badge. Initial class, Agile Archer, can be upgraded to Phantom Pioneer, and the advancement quest will change accordingly. Previous class, Agile Archer. Upgrading to Phantom Pioneer. At this moment, the screen displayed the Pioneer badge along with 2 promotion confirmation buttons. This was the first time Wang Yue had seen this interface, and she blurted out in confusion, "What? What is this? Why is this interface showing up?" "The Pioneer badge. It's what Ning Feng gave me. Could it be that it has this effect?" The person Wang Yue thought she knew inside out actually had hidden depths. Back then, he looked so confident. Did he know about this all along? "Thank you for the gift, Ning Feng." That was how it all happened. After hearing the story, Su Ting felt she had been too reckless. "Wang Yue, why? Why would you just decide something like that?" Xiao Chang once again crawled out of the woodwork to act like a fool. He shouted at Wang Yue, "What is this Phantom Pioneer? I've never heard of it. What if the advancement system is glitching? If you pick the wrong one, your whole life is ruined." Seeing him rambling on, she said unpleasantly, "My business is none of your concern." Rejected coldly, a look of hurt appeared on Zhao Cheng's face. "But I only wanted what was best for you." Jiang Shu, not wanting to make Wang Yue feel too pressured, laughed loudly to lighten the mood. "That's great. I didn't expect a hidden 5-star class to be upgradable." Shu Ting said with admiration, "I really wish I had a childhood friend like Ning Feng." Seeing no one paying attention to him, Zhao Cheng was boiling with rage. "This group is hopeless. I have to send my people to find that badge. No matter how much money it costs or how dangerous it is, I must find it." Meanwhile, inside the advancement hall, Ning Feng held up his hand, revealing a badge emitting an orange glow. Divine badge, consumable item. Quality, orange. Attributes. Permanently adds 5 to stamina. Permanently adds 5 to spirit. Beams of light shot out from the badge, gathering and striking Ning Feng directly. Accompanied by the system's voice, S-Rank quest beginning, class advancement initialized. After a few seconds, Ning Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. Not only had his stats increased, but he had also gained a new passive skill. Forbidden spell. Precise manipulation. I wonder how far I can take this. Passive skill. Automatic operation. Your control capabilities and shadow powers have increased significantly. You can now use forbidden spells with absolute precision. Outside, Ning Feng's excited voice reached Duan's ears. "I'll have to try this out next time." From a distance, a figure in a black cloak appeared, staring directly at where Duan was standing. That person was Sulan. Her appearance made Duan feel suspicious and guarded. "Isn't that the martial artist I met earlier? Why is he with Ning Feng? It looks like he's standing guard for him." Based on intelligence reports, he's still young, but he already has the strength of a 4th rank. Even by national standards, he's a true powerhouse. But the staff mentioned that when they went in earlier, that warrior was following Ning Feng the whole time, acting incredibly respectful. Just then, a cold voice filled with hidden meaning from Sulan came through Chi Wei's earpiece. "Your student isn't as simple as you think." As Ning Feng finished his class transfer, Sulan reminded her sternly, "Miss Chi, it's all up to you now." Chi Wei knew this was serious and didn't dare take it lightly, her voice firm. "Don't worry, I'll double-check with Ning Feng. I believe he's definitely not our enemy." At that moment, Ning Feng was excitedly recounting his class transfer to Duan. "Hey, did I say that right?" His words were cut off as Chi Wei's voice rang out behind them, stopping them in their tracks. Ning Feng looked surprised to see her. "Miss Chi? Oh, right, you called me earlier, is everything okay?" Chi Wei gave a soft confirming she had something to discuss. Duan, realizing it was a private matter, wisely stepped away. "Big boss, I'll be waiting over there." Chi Wei looked at Ning Feng with suspicion, making him turn pale. "Be big boss." To cover it up, he forced a laugh. "Don't mind him, he's just joking." Chi Wei's face was mostly hidden by her hair, making it hard to read her expression, but her lips parted slightly as she asked, "Ning Feng, you've already finished your first class transfer, haven't you?" The sudden question caught Ning Feng off guard, and he froze. He remained silent, scrambling for an excuse. But even so, Ning Feng didn't want to lie to her. Chi Wei had always been too kind to him. He hadn't hoped to keep it a secret forever, but finding out this soon, she had always cared for him. She was one of the few people he truly trusted. Surely she didn't mean him any harm. Once he thought it through, he rubbed the bridge of his nose and smiled, admitting it. "Yes, that's right. Explaining it is such a hassle, so I didn't want too many people to know." Seeing him admit it so directly made Chi Wei feel a bit relieved. But there was still one more thing she needed to confirm with Ning Feng. "There's one more issue. It might sound a bit strange, but I still need to verify if you've been corrupted by dark energy." Ning Feng broke into a cold sweat. Why is she asking that? Oh no, has my secret about the system been exposed? Seeing his hesitation and the way he questioned her back made Chi Wei's expression darken. She looked at him intently, searching his face for every micro-expression. "You know how the world has been changing lately, the rifts, the invasions, the reality-warping events. Many people are being affected by dark energy and are slowly turning into mutants. Hearing that, he quickly flashed a reassuring smile. Oh, is that all? You don't have to worry. I'm not a mutant. Mutants were under strict government surveillance, and he didn't want anything to do with them. Still, Wei wasn't convinced, and to settle it once and for all, she pulled out a pitch-black stone to test for corruption. I hope you can cooperate with me on this test. To Ning Feng, that black stone felt like it was radiating a strange, unfathomable aura. Under his stunned gaze, Wei instructed, pour your energy into this crystal. It will reveal the amount of dark energy in your body. Not knowing if his secret would be exposed, he hesitated. Wei saw his expression, and her gaze began to turn cold. Ning Feng looked uneasy. Is this it? He laughed awkwardly and explained, this is my first time doing something like this. I'm just a little nervous. Then, he reached out and touched the stone, channeling his energy into it. Suddenly, the stone exploded, shattering into tiny fragments. Ning Feng never expected that, and he stared at the pieces in disbelief. Wei was even more shocked. Her face turned pale as she gasped. It shattered. The sudden turn of events left Ning Feng with a dozen question marks in his head. Miss Qi, what does this mean? Wei recalled her conversation with Su Lan. When Su Lan gave her the stone, she only explained that it was a magic crystal extremely sensitive to dark energy, which was why the government used it to identify mutants. When power is channeled into it, the crystal vibrates. The stronger the vibration, the higher the concentration of dark energy. Looking at the pile of dust on her hand, Wei was lost and confused. But no one told me what it means if it just explodes. The explosion left them both frozen in place. Ning Feng tried to force a smile, hoping to prove his innocence to Wei. Miss Qi, I know it's weird that I transferred classes right after awakening, but you've known me for a long time. You trust me as a person, right? Mentioning that made her remember his painful past. Indeed, the boy had lost his parents at a young age and awakened later than others, staying optimistic and positive through all that hadn't been easy. On a personal level, I trust you. But as part of my duty, I still have to report today's events to my superiors. Getting that reassurance from Wei made Ning Feng feel a bit more at ease. I hope you can understand. I do. Of course I understand. Even so, he couldn't stop worrying about his future. If that's the case, I don't know how the government will react. My final option might just be leaving Tanyu City. Just then, Wei spoke up. Looking at the glow emanating from her palm, he asked curiously, Miss Qi, this is. Wei smiled kindly and replied, a gift I prepared for you. Congratulations on successfully completing the first-class transfer. Ning Feng didn't refuse and gently accepted it. His lips curled into a faint smile. Her kindness warmed Ning Feng's heart. He also wanted to return the favor for the care she'd shown him all this time. Miss Qi, thank you for taking care of me over the years. As it happens, I prepared a gift for you, too. The item he gifted her was orange tier quality. Holy Radiance Wings Waist Accessory, Orange Tier, Level 30, plus 20 Intelligence, plus 50% Recovery and Healing Efficiency, plus 100% Resistance to Dark Elements. The wearer doesn't need to chant when using recovery spells, can be socketed 3 times. As soon as she saw it, Wei couldn't help but cry out, Orange Tier Equipment, no need to chant. This could save countless lives at critical moments. This is too valuable. I can't take it. Seeing her try to decline, he chuckled to reassure her. This is just loot I got during my class transfer mission. Don't be so formal. My friend is waiting over there, so if there's nothing else, I'll be going. In the end, Wei accepted the gift. She watched their retreating figures until they disappeared from sight. His generosity left her questioning things once again. Giving away orange equipment just like that? Ning Feng, exactly who are you? Inside the adventurer's office, looking at the reflection in the testing stone, the scene shifts to Su Lan's stern expression. This is a first for me, and it only makes Wei even more anxious. What if they see Ning Feng as a threat? Her eyes are sharp, carefully weighing Su Lan's reaction. Fortunately, Su Lan decides to call off the investigation. Forget it, let's leave it at this. Wei is stunned and instinctively asks, leave it at this? What do you mean? Su Lan pushes up her glasses and explains, his capabilities might already be beyond our current understanding. If he really is that powerful, we should handle this carefully instead of digging deeper and potentially provoking him. A subordinate steps forward to ask for instructions. So, should we report this? Su Lan pauses for a moment before making a decision. Clear. Call off the investigation into Ning Feng. Keep all information about him strictly confidential. Wei is the first to agree. I agree. After all, Ning Feng is still young and has no significant background. This can serve as a shield for the kid. Realizing that the government is trying to protect him, she immediately thinks of Duan, who has been by his side lately. If Ning Feng doesn't want his secrets exposed, We should focus our attention on that fighter instead. Besides, it's recruitment season, so adding another strong fighter wouldn't hurt. Back at Ning Feng's place, Duan sensitively notices that Ning Feng is in a foul mood and asks, "Boss, you don't seem too happy." Ning Feng stares at the ceiling, looking drained. "My teacher just sent me a message saying that the higher-ups have dropped the investigation into me." Duan doesn't understand why he seems so down, so he asks cautiously, Isn't that a good thing?" Ning Feng knows it is, but he has a bigger worry. He understands they haven't given up. They've simply moved to covert surveillance. "I'm worried about leveling up from now on. Every time I clear a secret realm, the commotion is too big. Now that the government has their eyes on me, if I keep this up, I'll be exposed sooner or later." These words hit a nerve in Duan's pride. He can't help but blame himself. As expected of the boss, even his worries are on a different level than ordinary people like me. Since he didn't witness it firsthand, he doesn't know what else to say. So to make himself seem useful, Duan suggests, "Actually, what if you didn't level up in the secret realms provided by the government? Would that make things any easier?" Recently, the world has been undergoing strange changes, and many new secret realms have appeared. From Duan's memory, 3 mysterious, powerful shadows appear at a cave entrance. Inside, some government officials don't want to waste time or resources dealing with them, and some have even been occupied by evil forces. Hearing this, Ning Feng shows interest. That could work. "Do you have information on these realms?" Duan already has details on 2 locations. There are currently 2. "If you need more, boss, I can go gather them." Ning Feng agrees immediately. This idea has solved a major headache regarding his leveling. "All right, I'll have to trouble you then. It would definitely be more convenient to appear as Duan than as a student. Tomorrow, I'll head to the trading zone to sell some loot. It's a good chance to take a break. With the Supreme Black card, I don't need to worry about being left behind by others while using the substitute to level up." At the Express Inn, after leaving Ning Feng's, Duan decides to find a place to stay, never thinking he'd return to the boss's place. "It's already night. I'll stay at this hotel for 1 night and find a rental tomorrow." Just then, Zhang Ji walks out from a dark corner to greet him. "Mr. Du, hello." Having never seen him before, he asks suspiciously, "Who are you?" After they sit down at a table, he immediately introduces himself. "My name is Zhang Ji. I'm the newly appointed mayor of Tandu City. During the last secret realm invasion, thank you for your help in saving people. I'd like to know if you have any plans to stay in Tandu." Though on guard, Du and confirms that he does. Seeing that he intends to settle down long-term, Zhang Ji is overjoyed. "That's wonderful. We welcome a powerhouse like you. This is a special certificate for adventurers in our city. It carries high authority. If you have any needs in the future, just tell us, and we will do our best to satisfy them." Duan takes the certificate from his hand and stares at it. Even though he looks calm on the surface, Zhang Ji still feels incredibly nervous facing Duan. "I heard many other cities tried to recruit Duan, but were rejected. Tandu is a small place. Won't he look down on us?" Fortunately, thanks to Ning Feng being here, he agrees to the request. "Thank you for your kindness. I'll take it." Seeing him agree so easily, Zhang Ji is still reeling from the surprise and can only thank him mechanically. No need to be so formal, really, no need. It turns out Duan kept the certificate because of Ning Feng. The boss might find this useful in the future. Better hold on to it. Zhang Ji, having no idea about Ning Feng, is practically jumping for joy. This is a 4th-tier powerhouse. With him here, Tandu City is even safer. Su Lan's suggestion was excellent. "Are you looking for a place to stay?" "Don't worry, I'll arrange it for you." His enthusiasm takes him by surprise. "Thank you." At Ning Feng's home, the phone screen displays a game interface with the words "Victory." After winning a match, Ning Feng realizes it's past midnight and is a bit startled. "I didn't realize it was this late. Time to sleep. Sleep. Wait, it's midnight. Why is the class group chat still active?" Ning Feng's fingers scroll through the conversation, seeing a flood of messages from his classmates. "Zhang Lei, what level have you all reached?" "Ma Xiaoba, 26. Shang Du, 27. Chuna, I'm 26. I doubt anyone has reached level 30 yet." "Zhang Lei, what do we do? All the city's secret realms are sealed, and we aren't allowed to leave the city freely. At this rate, our levels will just drop." "Ma Xiaoba, I thought Goddess Wang and her group went outside." "Shang Du, they went on a transfer mission. Don't talk as if I'm the only one who can go out if I have the skill." "Chuna, stop, please, stop, you're making me worried." Reading the messages, Ning Feng can't help but reflect. These people awakened at 16. To pass the exam, you need to be 1st tier or higher. Who would have thought I'd surpass them in just a few days? Right then, a student named Li Danning speaks up, making snide remarks and even tagging him. "We're all worried. But some people are in a great mood. Some people have been playing games this whole time you dare deny it. Ning Feng? The one named Zhang Lei looks incredulous. No way. Seriously. Just by looking at the name, Ning Feng immediately realized who was mocking him. His face showed clear annoyance and irritation. It's one of Wang Yue's fans again. Did this guy see my account status? What the hell does it matter to him if I'm playing games? Just then, Chi Wei spoke up to warn him, Li Danning, mind your own business, no need to worry about others. As soon as she messaged the group, he immediately tucked his tail and a notification popped up. Li Danning recalled a message. Li Danning recalled a message. But when Feng saw Chi Wei standing up for him and making Li Danning back down, he laughed heartily. Teacher Chi is still the best. Just then, a ding sounded, catching his attention. Someone in the class group messaged again, Ma Xiaoba. Dimensional breaches are breaking out in many places, causing heavy casualties. I found a report on the breaches. They're popping up everywhere, causing massive casualties. Let's check the public browser. Tong Yu read the headline and couldn't help but curse. Damn, this kind of news again. Ma Xiaoba continued in the group. I heard the entire city has fallen. There's basically nowhere safe, and there are people mutating and losing control. Others expressed their anxiety upon hearing this. Chuna, I'm so scared. Is the apocalypse coming? Zhang Lei said. Last time it was like this too. Then I heard a mysterious expert defeated the monster Li Danning. What? Archin Yu City has such a powerful hidden expert. Zhang Lei suddenly felt a sense of security. Li Danning muttered, if I find out who that is, I'll call him Grandpa. Feng felt the world was truly unfair after reading this. He had previously heard Teacher Qi and Du-An talk about the mutated world. He didn't expect it to be this serious already. I just started living comfortably for a few days. I really can't let this be ruined. It's a shame that Brat got away, otherwise I would have killed him. At this moment, he was walking toward the door while looking at his phone. Elsewhere, Gu Chen, who had just been mentioned by Ning Feng, suddenly sneezed loudly. A chill ran down his spine, leaving him feeling confused. Why do I suddenly feel so scared? At the Yuansheng exchange, Yang Xin, a sales clerk, saw the bandage on her face and walked over, speaking with a sarcastic, mocking tone. Are you kidding? How can someone with unhealed wounds even be working? Yang Xin hurriedly turned her face to hide the injury and replied, I'm not badly hurt. It's not a problem anymore. She wouldn't let it go, biting back with every word dripping with spite. You say it's nothing, but in your heart, you're just dying to climb this social ladder, aren't you? Being spoken to like that, Yang Xin felt wronged and retorted, I'm not. But this green tea girl quickly cut her off, looking smug as she sneered. What a pity. Your high-climbing partner is just a reckless thief who dared to rob a level 4 warrior. By now, he's probably been crushed to pieces. Hearing her talk about Ning Feng like that, Yang Xin couldn't help but raise her voice. You're talking nonsense. Mr. Ning is not that kind of person. Seeing her frantic state, the girl laughed gleefully. Master Wang has already sent people to investigate what's really going on. That guy surnamed Ning is just an 18-year-old loser who just awakened. Both his parents died early. There's no way he could have any high-level items. Now that a level 4 warrior has come knocking, what else could he be but a thief? Just then, an aura of dark pressure from Ning Feng shot over, cutting off her arrogance. Ning Feng's face was ice cold as he said with restrained anger, Excuse me, your mouth is so filthy it almost made me lose control. The sales clerk was so struck by this move of his, she fell backward onto the ground in fear. She couldn't believe it, turning her head to look at him. Ning Feng. She didn't know if she was stupid or just fearless, but she dared to act up and call for people, even daring to use an offensive ability at the exchange. Security. Fearing he might get into trouble, Yang Xin walked over to advise him, you should leave quickly. While the security hadn't arrived yet, Ning Feng wasn't afraid at all and reassured her instead. Don't worry. But Yang Xin still couldn't feel at ease. She knew this place better than Ning Feng, so she was even more worried. The powers behind the Yuanqing exchange are no joke. Regular people simply cannot afford to offend them. If they catch you, it's going to be a real mess. The sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet space. Master Wang led the security guards over, questioning him with an icy face. Ning Feng, who gave you the guts, daring to act lawlessly at our Yuanqing exchange. Seeing him appear, Ning Feng's eyes flashed with hidden anger as he challenged back. Master Wang, I heard you've been investigating behind my back, and even labeled me a thief. Even after being caught investigating behind his back, he showed no shame and instead mocked him back. Whether you're a thief or not, you know that yourself. You aren't qualified to question me. Seeing that he didn't want to talk normally and was going to use force, Ning Feng immediately pulled out the black card that Dong Ming had given him. So this is how you Yuanqing exchange people treat your customers? Faced with the black card, the two security guards who were so aggressive earlier hurriedly stopped, not daring to advance. When Master Wang saw that card, his face turned pale. That's the supreme black card of our exchange. The girl standing behind, hearing this, couldn't believe it and kept denying. How is that possible? It's fake. It must be fake. Seeing that they recognized the card, Ning Feng smiled triumphantly. The gift from Mayor Dongming really carries some weight. Master Wang still hadn't recovered from the shock, pointing and asking through gritted teeth. That card, where did you get it? Ning Feng, without a care in the world, put the card away, toying with him. Didn't you already investigate? Then why don't you investigate this yourself? The sales clerk, seeing the situation, also became fearful. Master Wang, what do we do now? Master Wang still couldn't believe it and immediately took out his phone to check. Watch him. I'll make a call and ask. Those outside wanting to enter saw the exchange building close and asked each other, confused. What happened? I don't know. Security won't let us in. By now, the news that Master Wang was looking into the matter had reached Dongming, who immediately called him to question him. People from headquarters told me, you're investigating the fact that I gave a card to Mr. Ning. What is this all about? This question was no different from confirming everything, leaving him stunned. Hearing the displeasure in his tone, he broke into a cold sweat and stammered to explain, Sir, it's nothing. Mayor Dongming, it's just a small misunderstanding. Mayor Dongming's father was one of the founders of the exchange. How could Dongming not understand his vile nature? He shouted into the phone. A small misunderstanding? Do you know how much effort I spent to recruit Mr. Ning? You wouldn't dare offend him, would you? Master Wang didn't dare admit he messed up, so he just forced a smile to cover it up. Oh, it's fine. Don't worry. I'll handle it properly. Hearing that, Dongming immediately realized the issue. He snapped angrily. What? You actually offended him? Who gave you the nerve to do that? You idiot. You complete moron. You stay right there. I'm coming over. Thinking he was done for, especially with the mayor and Master Wang involved, he cried over his own stupidity. What kind of relationship does Mayor Dongming have with Ning Feng that he's this furious? That's it. I'll call that fourth-tier big shot and tell him I've found the combat suit. If he's there to confront them, even Mayor Dongming will have to show some respect. At the trading post waiting area, Dongming received the news and rushed to the post as fast as he could. As soon as he saw him, he hurried to suck up Mr. Ning. Mr. Ning. Even Duan heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing them both arrive confused him. Wait, why are you two here? Yang Xin looked at them, stunned. It's because of Mayor Dongming and that fourth tier. How do they even know Ning Feng? When the two of them arrived and saw the sales clerk under Master Wang, they both glared at her, scaring her half to death. Her face went pale as she thought, why are they looking at me like that? Then she glanced to the right and saw Master Wang, walking over looking like a ghost of his former self. His pathetic, slumped state terrified her. Master Wang, what happened to you? He didn't answer her, just kept mumbling like a soul lost at sea. It's over. It's all over. After dealing with Master Wang, Dongming asked Ning Feng cautiously, Boss, do you really not need an apology from them? Knowing the nature of these two scumbags, he refused. No need. I don't think either of them looks like the type to actually change their ways. Dongming heard this and immediately pointed, ordering, You two, pack your things and get out of here right now. Hearing they were being fired, they couldn't believe their ears. The anger building up inside Master Wang reached a breaking point. He couldn't control himself and slapped her across the face. It's all because of you bitch. You're the reason I'm in this mess. Seeing them blaming each other and getting into a brawl, Dongming grabbed his forehead in annoyance and ordered security to drag them out. At the VIP room of the trading post, Ning Feng seemed cheerful again, chatting with Dongming. Yang Xin stood nearby, pouring tea for everyone. Seeing Ning Feng's friendly attitude toward Yang Xin, Dongming felt a bit relieved. It seems Mr. Ning doesn't have a bad impression of this girl. At least the trading post's goodwill hadn't been completely wiped out. As for Yang Xin, after seeing his status, she felt a mix of admiration and envy. Ning Feng is so impressive. At such a young age, he's already chatting happily with these big shots. Knowing Yang Xin was favored by him, Dongming took the chance to put in a good word. Yang Xin, you've put up with a lot of grievances this time. Work hard from now on. The trading post won't let you down. Receiving recognition and comfort from his superior, Yang Xin blushed with joy. Yes, I will definitely do my best. His appearance here made Ning Feng feel a bit apologetic. I'm really sorry, making Mayor Dongming travel all this way because of my business. Seeing how modest he was, he quickly waved it off. Not at all. Your business is my business. If it weren't for you two stepping in last time, I'm afraid Longbow City would have been in real danger. He remembered Ning Feng holding the item list earlier and asked. It seems Mr. Ning was looking through the treasury list earlier. Are you interested in something? Mentioning this, Ning Feng smiled mysteriously. I'm looking for something specific. Have you two ever heard of Zhong Mo Yi Du? This was the first time Dong Ming had ever heard of it. He asked back, confused, what kind of poison is that? Du An hadn't heard of it either. He curiously asked Ning Feng, what is it? Seeing they both didn't know, he felt a bit awkward. It's fine. I just saw it online and thought it was something new. Ning Feng remembered when he was using the skill book yesterday. It turned out that book was a gift from Qi Wei. After letting the system scan it, he understood its function. The skill book given by Qi Wei was used by mages to replenish magic power during battle, who knew how it would turn into a forbidden spell. A flash of light hit his brain. Suddenly, the system notified him, passive skill. Convergence absorption activated. Absorbs darkness energy from the Zhong Mo Yi Du and converts it into personal attributes. Ning Feng pondered, looking at the word that appeared on the system screen. Is this read as Yi Du? He had never heard of it before, and the system couldn't explain it either, telling him to go find it himself. Forget it, it's not urgent anyway. No point in worrying about it. Back to the present, Dong Ming carefully saw them to the door, enthusiastically making plans. This time was a rush, but next time you two must come to Longbow City, I'll host. Then, he pulled out a flight scroll, used the flight technique directly, and shot into the sky to leave. After Dong Ming left, Ning Feng's stomach started rumbling. Let's go grab something to eat. Du An suggested. Boss, why don't you come to my place? At Du An's villa. Looking at the interior, he couldn't help but exclaim, You rascal, this is the kind of room you found? After sitting down, Du An explained slowly that as a fourth-tier professional, being willing to stay in Tanyu City was rare. If the boss likes it, why don't you move in? I can go find somewhere else. Ning Feng laughed and refused. It's not that deep. Once I make some more money, I can just buy a place and be your neighbor. Seeing him refuse to live together, Du An continued, if you need money. Before he could finish, Ning Feng cut him off. I have my own money, no need to use yours. Regarding this, Ning Feng had his own plan. He gave Du An a sly smile. I've spent quite a lot on gear lately. If I traded it all for cash, buying a villa wouldn't be a big problem. It's just that if I did that, I wouldn't have much currency left. If I needed it for something later, that would be a big headache. Anyway, there's no rush. No need to stress about it. As time passed after their chat, Ning Feng grabbed a glass of water and chugged it. After a long day, drinking that cold, refreshing water, his face showed pure satisfaction. Du An saw his satisfied expression and felt at ease. The villa area has a professional kitchen. I've already called. They'll be here soon. Hearing that, Ning Feng praised, That's quite convenient. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, he immediately picked up. Hello there, Mayor Zhang. Zhang Ji's voice came through the phone. Listen, Mr. Du, I have a matter that I might need your help with. The investigative team sent by the higher-ups is looking into a few incidents that happened in the city, so they have some questions they'd like to ask you. Du An looked toward Ning Feng and gave a slight nod. This action of his left him completely clueless. Because he was there, Du An was even more cautious, so he hesitated for a moment and then declined. Their investigation might end up affecting the big boss. I have to ask the big boss for his opinion first. Sorry, I'm not free today. Zhang Ji didn't dare to force him right away either. No rush, just contact me whenever you have time in the next 2 days. Sitting there, Ning Feng had already overheard the conversation, so he curiously asked Du An, what kind of people are in that investigation team? Elsewhere, a mysterious figure appeared with cold, sharp eyes. His voice carried a tone of contempt. A spooky place like Tandu City, what kind of mysterious big boss could there possibly be? Inside the meeting room, the red door was tightly shut, cutting off the conversation from the outside. Inside the conference room, someone spoke up, breaking the silence. Have any of you actually met this mysterious big shot? Su Lan furrowed her brows slightly and replied, No. A man with a fierce expression challenged her. If you haven't met him, then why are there rumors outside that this mysterious big shot saved Tandu City? Regarding his question, Su Lan calmly explained, It was mainly because this latest secret realm incursion appeared so suddenly, and the mutants helped fight off the invasion and were also wiped out, so. Before she could continue, he interrupted her, his voice filled with anger. Are you kidding me? Secret realm incursions vary in danger levels. We can't base anything on that until we've investigated clearly. On the contrary, the other 2 secret realm incidents were both king-level raids. What has this mysterious big shot you keep talking about actually done? Facing this interrogation, Su Lan could only close her eyes in silence. Seeing her being cornered by the man, Qi Wei felt her heart sink, filled with both guilt and gratitude. To protect Ning Feng, Su Lan had used her authority to scrub all information that could link back to him, so all the pressure had fallen squarely on her shoulders. Just then, Jiang Ji pushed the door open, looking flustered, and said, I just called Mr. Duan, and he said he doesn't have time today. Hearing this, the man's eyes showed his impatience, and he said irritably, these uncontrolled freelance adventurers are the most annoying ones. Just a stray dog without a guild, acting like he's so busy. Forget it. I'll take full control of the investigation from here. You guys go handle something else. At the ominous graveyard secret realm, in the quiet space, a foot stepped on a dry branch, making a sound. It was the man from the meeting room earlier. The security guard didn't recognize him and immediately raised a hand to stop him. Who's there? Seeing this, the man raised his hands with a friendly smile. Good evening, it's just me. A security guard recognized him as being from the investigation team, so he didn't waste words and stated his purpose directly. I want to go in and investigate. Realizing he was with the investigation team, the guard didn't stop him anymore. No problem, go ahead. The man stepped through the gate without hesitation. Once inside, he was met with tombstones covering almost every inch of the ground. Looking at the black pits, still lingering with dark energy, he felt shocked despite his initial dismissive attitude. Even though it was his first time inside, seeing the extent of the destruction was shocking. How much power would it take to completely annihilate a secret realm like this? Even the remaining dark energy was pure and powerful. No matter what kind of bullcrap mysterious big shot is out there, facing this entity would make them look like a mere ant. What an interesting place. Suddenly, dark energy identical to Ning Feng's emerged from his hand, and the boss of the graveyard appeared from the black pit. It seemed that thanks to the dark power, he had managed to summon this boss. As soon as it appeared, his eyes began to fill with a manic madness. He laughed like a madman. Not beneath a king-level threat, wrapped in such immense power. Everything will be mine, including Duan's villa. Ning Feng was leaning on the sofa, intently playing on his phone. A voice line from the game played, developed silently, don't be greedy. Just then, the system emitted a red notification that startled Ning Feng. Remnant of the apocalypse detected. A strange sensation surged through him, making him freeze. Something seemed to be connecting with him through his energy. If he sensed it carefully, the link would become clearer, and he could find its location. After pinpointing its position, he didn't hesitate to grab his coat, wanting to head there. As Ning Feng slowly put on his coat, Duan saw he was about to go out and asked curiously, Big shot, where are you going? Ning Feng didn't want to explain much, only saying, I'm heading out for a bit. Leave the phone here, help me play on it. Finish the match for me, and try not to go away from keyboard. Duan took the phone, watching him leave in a daze. After leaving the villa, Ning Feng hailed a car and headed toward the location he had sensed. He looked at the map and made a judgment. Based on the positioning, that thing is roughly near the ominous graveyard. Wait, it seems to be moving. Outside the gate of the graveyard's secret realm, monsters had escaped through the portal. Warning alarms sounded continuously. Warning, warning. Unknown monsters appearing at the graveyard. The security guards looked at the terrifying sight before them in sheer terror, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. What the hell is this? At that moment, above the monster's head, was the face of the investigation team man, twisted in absolute horror. 2 lines of tears streamed down his face, seemingly mixed with blood. He was so terrified he had nearly lost consciousness, only able to mutter, Save me. I can't move. Someone, help me. By this time, Ning Feng had nearly reached the graveyard, but he was blocked. The security guard raised his hand to stop them from entering. It's very dangerous ahead. You're not allowed to pass. The driver saw this and nervously asked for his opinion. Sir, it looks like we can't go any further. Ning Feng saw they weren't far off anyway, so he didn't fuss, transferred payment to the driver, and opened the door to get out. It's fine, I'll get off here. That thing seemed to have stopped momentarily. The man was now almost entirely swallowed by the monster. His voice was stuck in his throat. All that could be heard was the word help, help. Su Lan's group received the alert and rushed over to assess the situation, seeing the man almost fully consumed, merging with the monster. Su Lan's face paled. She looked at the scene in disbelief. What on earth is going on here? Time passed, and the scene at the graveyard gate fell into a deathly silence. Su Lan, who appeared to be seriously injured, lay on Chi Wei's lap so she could use magic to heal her wounds. After a while, Su Lan seemed to regain some consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Su Lan had regained consciousness, Chi Wei secretly felt grateful for the gift Ning Feng had given her. It was a good thing she had the equipment he provided, which reduced her chanting time and allowed her to provide support as quickly as possible. But the current situation was extremely dangerous. Even a powerhouse as strong as Su Lan couldn't hold back the monster. Immediately upon waking, Su Lan sat up and asked about the situation. Where's the monster? Chi Wei gently helped her up and replied, It's heading toward the city. Mayor Zhang had already called Duan for help, though it was unclear if he would make it in time. Knowing his strength, Su Lan could only sigh and pin her hopes on Ning Feng. Duman's strength is no less than mine. Relying on him alone won't be enough to stand against it. But the person behind him is likely our last hope. At that moment, the man they were counting on was using magic to slice off one of the monster's claws. Smoke billowed up, then was blown away by the wind, revealing the creature's savage face. The creature shrieked in agony as its claw was severed. Then, Ning Feng muttered something that made it freeze. Nice. For an apocalypse relic, that head of yours is massive. It seemed that only now did it realize that the one who had wounded it, Ning Feng, was standing there all alone. Its stubborn, cockroach-like vitality was starting to test his patience. Ning Feng widened his eyes, glaring at it with a mix of horror and intensity. Should I use another sealing spell to take it down? Being threatened by a lowly human drove the monster into a frenzy. It leaped forward, desperate to show him just how dangerous it could be. Even while facing such peril, Ning Feng remained calm without a hint of wavering. Just as the monster's claws were about to pierce Ning Feng's head, a purple shield blocked them, preventing them from going any further. Seeing that the shield didn't even budge despite its full-force attack, the monster felt panic for the first time. How is this possible? His power is overwhelming. At that exact moment, a system notification popped up. Apocalypse relic detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes or no? Ning Feng had been waiting for this moment. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and pressed yes. Is this the first time you're notifying me? Do I really have to be in physical contact to absorb it? The light from the screen cast a glow on his stunned face. A massive explosion erupted in front of Ning Feng, followed by a shockwave that left even the monster astonished. Suddenly, it let out a pathetic wail. Ning Feng felt his body lift slightly as fragments of memory appeared, showing images of strange figures he had never seen before, yet they felt oddly familiar. In one fragment, a figure who appeared to be a mage emerged, but their face was unclear. Only a firm chin and tightly pressed lips were visible. Most notably, the final fragment showed someone resembling an ancient god, but looking far more powerful. Behind them stood a terrifying army. Then the system notification chimed, all stats plus 100. Hearing that he had gained 100 points, Ning Feng cried out in joy, 100 points to all stats. Even the total accumulation from 0 level up to 3rd transition wouldn't add up to this much. But besides the stats, it seemed something else had been sucked in, too. His head was filled with strange images. At that moment, Duan arrived and asked anxiously, Great Master, what happened here? Acting as if it were nothing important, Ning Feng pointed toward the monster. I just killed that monster. Duan's gaze shifted to the man from the investigative team, and he said softly, So, it seems everything has been handled. The mayor just said a monster had infiltrated the city. Was it this guy? I can understand the Great Master taking it out, but the aura nearby doesn't feel like the Great Master used any powerful magic. How did the Great Master do it? Duan's appearance was a huge help. Ning Feng placed a hand on his shoulder, assigning him the heavy responsibility of cleaning up. You arrived just in time. I'll leave the follow-up work to you. Duan happily accepted the order. Watching Ning Feng flash away, Duan was left standing there, stunned. That speed is way too fast. Isn't the Great Master a mage? This speed already surpasses even agility-based classes. The Great Master is truly the Great Master. It turns out I was the short-sighted one. At the Tandu City prison, looking at the cuffed prisoner, Su Lan confirmed in a cold voice, That's right, the monster was indeed this guy. He's already confessed. According to him, he discovered a magic object in a secret realm that could manipulate dark power and make it his own. After using the dark power, the magic object backfired and consumed him. Su Lan repeated this before slowly continuing. So he used the excuse of investigating to enter the secret realm to absorb more dark power, but he lost control of the magic object. After this incident, Mayor Jiang Ji's admiration for the mysterious Great Master grew even stronger. This is great. It's truly a blessing to have such a mysterious Great Master protecting Tandu City. Seeing Zhang Ji's excitement, Su Lan just smiled lightly. Qi Wei, witnessing that smile, also felt a sense of peace, because this confirmed that Ning Feng was a hero and not the villain they had suspected. At that moment, Zhang Ji curiously leaned over to ask Du An, Mr. Du, have you met the mysterious Great Master? Du An paused for a second and suddenly replied, Actually, I was lucky enough to meet him once. This answer stunned Qi Wei and Su Lan. Upon hearing that Duan had met him, Zhang Ji immediately asked about his appearance. Could you please introduce us? If the mysterious Great Master is willing to reside in Tandu City, whatever he needs, we will do our absolute best to satisfy him. But Duan gently shook his head, declining the request. The Great Master is humble and rarely shows his face. You should let that idea go. Luckily, he and Ning Feng had prepared a backup plan. Blame everything on the non-existent mysterious Great Master. After all, with no evidence, they had no way to verify it. Not being able to witness the legendary figure left Zhang Ji feeling nothing but regret. He held his forehead and sighed in frustration. What a pity. The mysterious great master seems like that kind of powerhouse, doesn't he? Who knows how many people would risk their lives to curry favor with the great master. Just then, Du An dropped a shocking piece of news intended to calm their nerves. The great master has family in Tandu City, so he will likely take special care of this place. You don't need to worry. But in return, the elder doesn't wish to be disturbed. Hearing this, Su Lan immediately focused on the word family. So that's why. Qi Wei hadn't realized that the person he was referring to was actually herself. She fell into deep thought, trying to guess who it could be. The mysterious great master. Is he an elder of Ning Feng's family? Back at Ning Feng's house, he had already returned and finished his shower. Soaking in the warm water, Ning Feng finally realized the so-called apocalypse relics were actually relics left behind from the deaths of the secret realm's demon lords. The images flooding into my mind were actually scattered memories from the Demon King's past life pulled along when I was summoned here. I never planned on becoming the Demon King, so what am I supposed to do with all this? Wait a second. Some of these things might actually still be useful. Secret realms that accumulate dark energy go through periodic power surges, and once they can no longer resist the tear in space-time, the apocalypse begins. Dark power accumulation is showing phase enhancements. If we can't resist this space-time intrusion, the apocalypse is coming. Judging by our current timeline, the path for an awakened to grow stronger is far from complete. There are very few powerhouses who have reached the fourth transformation. Besides, the Awakens classes aren't reaching their full potential either. The information in the Demon King's memories is a bit sparse, but if things keep going like this, humanity is doomed. Even if I'm strong enough to protect myself, I can't exactly live alone in a world full of monsters. Luckily, our space-time isn't the only one being invaded by these secret realms. Some other dimensions have actually managed to push back the invaders. If I can just gather enough artifacts and pass on the useful experience, I can make a huge difference. Though, I really need to think carefully about exactly what to pass on. After all, these experiences go way beyond current knowledge, and if handled incorrectly, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. While he was lost in thought, his phone rang. Wang Yue flashed on the screen. Ning Feng immediately picked up, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons as he teased, "Miss Wang, what brings you to grace me with a call?" A quest progress bar appeared over Wang Yue's head. S-rank quest, 100% completion. Successful job advancement, Wind Shadow. It turns out she had somehow managed to clear her own quest. To treat herself, she decided to ask Ning Feng out for a night out. "I'm buying dinner tonight, you better show up." Seeing Bao Ning Feng happily agree, he chirped, "You got it, you got it." How could I say no to a dinner invite from the great Miss Wang? Hearing his tone, Wang Yue couldn't help but smile happily. Confirming he would come, she hung up, satisfied. "All right then, I'll send you the location." Ning Feng gave a thumbs up on the other end. "Got it." After putting his phone away, Wang Yue walked gracefully down the stairs, catching the eyes of Shu Ting's group. Feeling their intense gazes, she looked up. To congratulate her, the Jiangshu group was already holding fireworks. Congrats on everyone's successful second advancement. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Zhao Cheng accepted every compliment with his smug, proud look. So young and already through the second advancement. How impressive. Buoyed by the praise, he immediately tried to show off by taking charge of the team's celebration dinner. "Wang Yue, I booked a room at the city's best hotel. Let's go celebrate." But Wang Yue turned him down cold, without a hint of mercy. "Sorry, I have other plans tonight. You all have fun. I'll cook tomorrow night. I'll invite you all over." Zhao Cheng didn't expect to be rejected. He persisted. "It wasn't easy to complete the mission. We need to rest. Isn't whatever you're busy with something that can wait?" Wang Yue walked away, murmuring a cold, "This is actually quite important." She then left Zhao Cheng's group behind and went on her way. Even though they were just separated by a street, it felt like an unbreakable barrier between Wang Yue and the rest of them. Her coldness stung Zhao Cheng's pride. "She just finished her second advancement and already acts like she doesn't know us." Shu Ting saw he was angry and offered a weak, awkward smile to smooth things over. "Don't say that. Wang Yue isn't that kind of person. Maybe she really is busy?" By now, Zhao Cheng, having been given the cold shoulder by Wang Yue, had lost all patience. His voice low, he asked, "Are you guys not tired of chasing after her?" That question immediately left Shu Ting and Jiang Shu stunned. His expression turned icy, his words dripping with seeds of division. Now that she hasn't just cleared an S-rank job quest, but also awakened a hidden class, the gap between her and the rest of you is just going to keep growing. These words seemed to sink into Shu Ting's heart. Her eyes were dazed and bewildered as she watched Wang Yue's retreating figure. Yue. In Shu Ting's eyes, only Wang Yue's strong, determined back remained as she walked toward the light. Along with that, Zhao Cheng's devilish voice echoed in her ears. I'm afraid one day she's just going to give up and leave this team. At Old Song's Ju Yuan barbecue spot, Wang Yue looked at Ning Feng's hungry expression and laughed softly. The grilled lamb here is reasonably priced and tastes great. Give it a try. The delicious food right in front of him made Ning Feng grin from ear to ear. As expected, only by tagging along with the great Miss Wang can I eat such delicacies. Seeing how much he liked it, Wang Yue felt even more at ease. Mostly, she was grateful for the badge he had given her. It really helped a lot. Ning Feng, impatient, bit into a rib and chimed in. After eating a few last bites, he focused on what Wang Yue was saying. You mean that badge triggered a hidden class? In the Demon King's memories, I did learn that the classes for the Awakened in our space-time haven't reached their best form yet. Could these badges be one of the ways to upgrade? Mentioning this made Wang Yue even more curious about where he found them. Exactly. Do you know where those badges come from? Ning Feng laughed helplessly. I'm not really sure myself. Not getting an answer made her look a bit sad. If I could buy them, that would be great. I want to give them to you and the team. Seeing her always thinking about him made Ning Feng feel incredibly warm inside. Wang Yue was always the same whenever something good happened. She always saved a share for him. Even though she couldn't find where to buy them, Wang Yue didn't give up. She nagged him like an old mother. It's fine. I'll find a way to get the badges. But you shouldn't give up on leveling up, okay? Things are so dangerous now. Having a bit of power to protect yourself is always better. Once I find a badge that suits you, who knows, maybe you'll be able to trigger a new class too. Looking at her motherly concern, he couldn't resist teasing her. Leveling up on my own is such a hassle. Besides, I've got you to protect me, right? Seeing him start acting cheeky again, Wang Yue felt helpless. Don't joke around, I'm being serious here. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck her, making her feel almost faint. Realizing she wasn't well, Ning Feng asked urgently, what's wrong? Wang Yue tried to hold back the pain. Clutching the painful area, I tried to stay calm. Don't worry, I just got a little hurt during the mission. Seeing me in such pain, he asked in surprise, you didn't get it treated at all? Of course I did. But it seems since it was a boss-level threat, it wouldn't fully heal. I treated it, but then again, it was an S-rank mission. The damage from a boss-level entity isn't something to sneeze at. I'll probably need to rest for a while. Hearing this, Ning Feng's mood dampened slightly. Is the difficulty for an S-rank job advancement really that insane? Just then, his phone vibrated with a ringtone so loud it nearly gave him a heart attack. As soon as he picked up, a voice boomed from the other end. Hello? Is this Ning Feng? Sensing the guy knew him, Ning Feng asked cautiously, who is this? Who's calling? The guy sounded aggressive, but the person refused to identify himself. He gritted his teeth and demanded, you don't need to know who I am. I'm asking you, that badge of yours, where did you get it? Wang Yue asked, confused. What's going on? After hanging up abruptly, Ning Feng replied irritably, some jerk with a massive attitude just called to ask where I got my badge. A look of shock and confusion crossed Wang Yu's face. What? I haven't told anyone about that yet. Ning Feng didn't care and went back to eating his goat meat. Forget it, let's just eat. Just as he hung up, the same number called again. When Ning Feng answered, nothing but insane cursing came through the phone. Damn it, you dare hang up on me? You're choosing the hard way instead of the easy way. Although annoyed, he didn't want to cause trouble right here. Being with Wang Yue, it was best not to make a scene. Before the guy could finish his rant, he hung up again just to tick him off. Once he was stuffed, he finally left the restaurant. I'm so full. After that phone call, Wang Yue was worried about his safety. Are you sure you don't need me to walk you home? But Ning Feng gave her a reassuring smile. No need. It's probably just a prank call. Bye. Ning Feng reached his front door and fumbled for his keys. As he opened the door, he looked sleepy, yawning wide. Suddenly, a sense of danger hit him, and Ning Feng snapped to full alertness. His apartment looked like it had been hit by a tornado. Things were scattered everywhere. It seemed someone had been rummaging through his place. Just as he went to find the culprit, footsteps emerged from the bedroom. A stranger appeared and greeted him with a mocking tone. Back so soon, young Master Ning Feng. The moment he heard that voice, he recognized him. You're the guy who called earlier, aren't you? Seeing he'd been spotted, the man didn't feel guilty at all. He just grinned with amusement. That's right. I warn you, you chose the hard way. If you'd just been honest with me from the start, none of this would have happened. Rage flared in Ning Feng's eyes. He gritted his teeth and asked, who sent you? Ning Feng's fearless attitude irritated the intruder, who let out a sinister, condescending laugh. You. Just some piece of trash who just awakened. And you dare talk to me with that tone? Did you not learn anything in class? When you meet a superior fighter, you're supposed to show some respect. Suddenly, another person jumped out from behind, attempting a surprise sneak attack on Ning Feng. But luckily, he noticed it quickly and tilted his head to dodge. The blade hissed through the air right past him. Following that motion, he raised his elbow high and gave the guy a blow to remember. A dull thud was followed by the sound of a nasal bone snapping. With just one elbow strike, Ning Feng easily took down the sneak attacker. The blonde guy was terrified. What? Seeing that fearful expression, Ning Feng was quite satisfied. He straightened his shirt and smugly returned the guy's earlier words. I'll say the same to you. When you meet a superior fighter, you'd better learn to show some respect. By now, the blonde guy still couldn't believe what was happening. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall, and he was in a state of absolute chaos. How is this possible? The intel clearly stated this kid was only a 1-star job holder, and a mage at that. How could he kill a 3-star assassin with his bare hands? But he wasn't about to just stand there and die. He reached behind his back, grabbing for his hidden assassination weapon. At this moment, Ning Feng was still reveling in the surprise of his boosted stats. No wonder they call it plus 100 to all stats. Both his reflexes and speed had improved significantly. Even if he used magic, he could handle countless different situations. Just then, the guy tried another sneak attack, but Ning Feng dodged it effortlessly. The weapon grazed his face and flew behind him. Seeing the failed attack, the blonde guy opted for his backup plan, running. This is bad. Time to bolt. By now, he was near the balcony. Seeing the distance wasn't too far, he decided to leap for it. But at that exact moment, his ankle was grabbed by Ning Feng's hand. With his ankle grabbed, his jump was completely stopped, and he slammed hard into the wall below, knocking him out instantly. After capturing the blonde guy, Ning Feng looked at the room, which was as messy as a pigsty. He shouted angrily, "First, clean up every single thing you threw around in here. You broke my cabinet, too. You're paying for that." The blonde guy, now down to his underwear, pointed pitifully at the pile of stuff on the table. "Boss, we've already taken everything we had on us to compensate you, sir." Seeing how broke the guy was, he couldn't even be bothered to demand more. Turning his attention to the one behind all this, "Then tell me, who sent you guys here?" After getting a good beating, the blonde guy was obedient as a puppy, spilling everything. "It was Zhao Cheng, the eldest master of the Awakeners Guild. He said you had a special badge that couldn't be found anywhere else, so he hired us to get info from you." Hearing that name, the image of Zhao Cheng's nasty face flashed in Ning Feng's mind. Isn't Zhao Cheng that mage from the guild who works with Wang Yue? No wonder. Since you've already played dirty with me, don't blame me for not being polite. It just so happened there was a forbidden spell he hadn't tried yet. Might as well test it out on you. And what he used was the mind interference skill, a dark forbidden spell. Soul-snatching shadow uses one's own mental power to control the target's mind, potentially creating a more powerful clone for a short time. As the thought crossed his mind, the skill took effect on the two men. Their eyes went completely white, radiating a sinister, dark energy. On the dark path, a beam of light shone down, followed by a familiar voice. Wang Yue didn't show up. "What do you mean by inviting us here?" It turned out to be Zhao Cheng. He and his shield warrior arrived at the spot mentioned in Wang Yue's message, his face showing clear impatience. "Better end this quickly so we can go have some fun elsewhere." The shield bearer spoke up in a low, muffled voice. Before he could finish talking about the badge information, Zhao Cheng glared at him and snapped, "I've already sent people to hunt down Ning Feng. If that little brat doesn't cooperate, show him what it's like. A fate worse than death." Deep down, he still harbored an inexplicable fear of her. What if Wang Yue found out? But Zhao Cheng was now blinded by a love that had soured into hatred, and jealousy was gnawing at him like a toxic thorn. He didn't care about those things anymore. "I couldn't care less about that. You don't actually want to let her have him all to herself, do you?" Seeing him getting worked up, the shield bearer didn't dare say another word and just offered a forced, awkward laugh. "True. But it's a shame that this job change quest, just like you said, was supposed to teach Wang Yue a lesson." Recalling the mission, Zhao Cheng felt the anger rising again, his voice dripping with resentment. "I told you to let the boss weaken her so we could break her spirit and scare her a little. Then, I was supposed to swoop in and play the hero, saving the damsel in distress. Who would have thought Wang Yue would be reckless enough to get herself hurt just to kill the boss?" As the two men chatted, a dark shadow appeared before them, making them jump. The newcomer was the blonde guy, but his appearance seemed slightly different. His presence felt much sharper. Zhao Cheng, however, didn't notice and cursed in annoyance. "You bastard, why'd you show up so suddenly? Did you get the info I wanted?" Just then, the familiar voice of Ning Feng came from the blonde man's mouth. "Was it you guys who caused Wang Yue's injuries?" His questioning tone left both of them frozen in shock. Zhao Cheng still hadn't realized something was off. He walked up, patted the blonde guy's face, and asked irritably, "Daring to pry into the boss's business? Are you out of your mind?" Suddenly, red energy crackled and hissed around the blonde guy's shoulders. He was no longer himself. He was merely a puppet being controlled by Ning Feng. His eyes flashed with a lethal light, locked onto Zhao Cheng. Before the two could even react, his hands morphed into claws and clamped around their throats with lightning speed. His grip was like a steel vice, making it impossible for them to break free. Through the blonde man, Ning Feng projected his will. Anyone who dares to hurt Wang Yue doesn't deserve to live in this world, but I'm not going to let you die that easily. As soon as he finished speaking, black wisps of energy surged from the ground, binding them tight before slithering into their mouths. This thick, black mist seemed to have a consciousness of its own. It was like a leech, sucking the very life out of its victims. Their faces withered and contorted, becoming savage. Then Ning Feng's voice, cold as the grave, echoed, "A fate worse than death. Since you mentioned it, go ahead and experience it for yourselves." A burst of red energy erupted around the three of them, accompanied by muffled, desperate pleas for help. Within mere minutes, Zhao Cheng and the shield bearer crumbled into nothing but dust. Then it was the blonde guy's turn. After completing his task, he began to disintegrate. By the end, his entire body had turned into ashes. After taking care of the three troublemakers, Ning Feng's expression didn't soften, it only grew tighter. The light in his eyes turned cold and ruthless. They've all been turned to dust, so there shouldn't be any evidence left. Actually, this is a pretty good way to dispose of a body. But this whole thing was honestly a bit dangerous. My place is just an ordinary apartment complex. It's basically impossible to stop high-level awakeners from coming and going. Even though I'm not afraid of them given my strength, I can't exactly stay at home 24/7. I was planning to use the Demon King's memories to craft some important things, but luckily, I hadn't started yet. Otherwise, I might have been discovered by outsiders, and that would definitely cause a lot of trouble. I should clean up a bit and then move over to Duan's place. After all, he's a fourth-rank powerhouse, and his situation in the villa area over there is much better than here. Having made his decision, Ning Feng moved swiftly toward Duan's villa. The light spilling from the house made the surroundings stand out clearly. Upon learning that Ning Feng had been targeted by an assassination attempt, Duan was absolutely furious. To dare make a move against the master. They've got some nerve. Master, get some rest. I'll go investigate immediately to see if anyone else is behind this damn scheme. Ning Feng sat down, looking tired, and spoke to reassure him. No need to rush. Actually, there's something else I want to ask you. Do you know any trustworthy alchemists? Duan didn't answer right away, wanting to know what Ning Feng needed. Do you have any specific requirements for this alchemist? Ning Feng pondered for a moment before listing his conditions. A high enough level to be trusted, and it's best if they have an independent status with as few entanglements as possible. Duan mulled over his request and finally came up with one person. I do know an alchemist, quite skilled, but they've already joined a major guild. Hearing that, Ning Feng felt a bit discouraged. That won't work, then. He sifted through the memories he had absorbed, feeling a sense of urgency. In those memories, the Demon King had once killed several high-level alchemists, and the potions they crafted were far more effective than the ones in this world. It's a pity I don't fully understand the specifics, so I can only collect the scattered formulas and find an expert to discuss them with. However, alchemists who join major guilds usually can't protect their own interests, and the risk of secrets leaking is much higher. After today's lesson, I don't want to attract any more greedy bastards this early on. If you have a chance later, please keep an eye out for me. I'll ask around, too. The next day, as the morning sun broke through and dispelled the chill of the previous night, amidst the singing of birds, Wang Yue's voice rang out. A trustworthy alchemist? What a coincidence, I actually know someone. Ning Feng hadn't expected to find one just by asking around. Really? On her end, once Wang Yue heard his request, the first person she thought of was Shu Ting. Shu Ting, the priest from our combat guild. Her older brother is a pretty decent alchemist. He was going to join our guild, but he and Zhao Cheng didn't get along, so they couldn't reach an agreement. If you're interested, I can introduce you too. Hearing that name again, he felt a throbbing pain. Both temples began to ache. It was that name, Zhao Cheng. Again, Wang Yue being on the same team as him was unlucky, but fortunately, he had helped her resolve this catastrophe, so from now on, Zhao Cheng wouldn't be able to cause her any more trouble. Only then did Wang Yue ask, puzzled, why Ning Feng was suddenly looking for one. By the way, why are you looking for an alchemist? You couldn't exactly say you received a memory inheritance, so you gave a half-truth. I just found some old recipes at home, so I wanted to invite someone to take a look. Seeing you use this excuse again, Wang Yue felt a bit helpless. You found them at home. Again? Ning Feng just gave a strange smile to hide his nervousness. Yeah, I've been cleaning up around the house lately. Hearing that, Wang Yue decided not to pry any further. Hold on, let me set it up for you. Seeing her agree to help, Ning Feng replied sweetly. Thanks. With Wang Yue's arrangement, Ning Feng met Xu Wei that very day. Nice to meet you. I'm Ning Feng. As soon as they met, Xu Wei got straight to the point. Hello, I'm Xu Wei. Would you mind letting me take a look at your recipe? Xu Ting had been kicked out by her brother and was currently pouting, kicking at the bushes in the yard to vent her frustration. Damn it, I was trying to get to know Ning Feng, and that grumpy brother of mine just kicked me out. Seeing her throwing a tantrum, Wang Yue could only offer a wry smile. She was being pretty noisy, after all. To discuss things properly, they headed to Xu Ting's office. To avoid being disturbed, he even put up a do not disturb sign. After examining the recipe closely, Xu Ting gave his assessment. The ingredients aren't anything special, but I've never seen this refining method before. It seems quite complex. Do you know what this medicine does? Ning Feng looked up, digging through his memories before answering. I heard it can increase experience gain by 100%. Hearing this, Xu Ting's jaw dropped as he whipped his head around to look at him. He tried to suppress his excitement and carefully voiced his doubts. The best experience potions on the market only give 40%, and those are already insanely expensive. If this potion really gives 100%, wouldn't even 1 or 2-star classes be able to level up rapidly? You knew this yourself, which is why you wanted to ask someone reliable. I'm not entirely sure myself, so I didn't want to ask just anyone. That's why I came to you for advice. After hearing its effects, Xu Wei couldn't wait to test it immediately. Before leaving, he politely said, Wait a moment, I'm going to run an experiment. Xu Ting, hurry up and pour some tea for our guest. A while later, the sun was almost at its peak. Birds were soaring through the sky, making the scene feel very peaceful. Right now, Ning Feng was sitting in the living room with Wang Yue and Xu Ting, waiting for Xu Wei. The sound of hurried footsteps coming from upstairs startled all three of them. The three of them looked toward the stairs, confused. What's going on? Wang Yue was the first to speak. Let's go check it out. Xu Ting, as if released from a leash, ran upstairs first. From the hallway, she saw something bouncing around. A slime was running frantically, as if it were fleeing from a monster. Wait, isn't that your test subject slime? Before she could even feel bad for the slime, it was blasted into pieces by a surge of light. The scene left all three of them stunned in place. Xu Ting looked at Xu Wei's joyful expression and called out to him softly. But he didn't seem to hear her, completely immersed in his own excitement. It worked. It actually worked. It really is 100%. The two of them stared, not understanding what he was talking about. Xu Wei walked over with a delighted look and called out to you. Little brother Ning, I drank some of the medicine from the recipe and used the slime to test it. The experience gain actually went up by 100%. Seeing his successful experiment, the corners of Ning Feng's mouth curled up. As long as it works, that's good. I guess the other recipes will work too. Xu Wei hadn't yet snapped out of the high of getting that 100% experience boost and kept testing his skills. Fireball. Xu Ting looked at his crazed, wild behavior, her mouth agape in shock. My brother loves this lab more than anything and never lets me in. What's gotten into him today? Looking at the color of the sky, it was already late afternoon. Wang Yue and Xu Ting were left speechless after hearing Xu Wei's recount. 100% experience gain, for real. Ning Feng looked at their excited expressions, smiled slightly, and nodded in confirmation. Xu Wei, having regained his composure, put a finger to his lips, signaling them to be quiet. Keep it down, you two. Be careful, this needs to be kept secret. Xu Ting thought to herself that he was one to talk, considering he was the loudest one just a moment ago. Ignoring her, Xu Wei turned to ask for Ning Feng's opinion. What are you planning to do next? If we put this on the market, we could definitely make an unimaginable amount of money. It's dangerous outside right now, and no one would turn down something that helps boost their strength. At the mention of this, Ning Feng frowned slightly, deep in thought. The sound of his phone ringing interrupted his train of thought. Looking at the message on the screen, his expression shifted. Wait a sec, let me check this information first. The sender was Qi Wei. She had tagged everyone in the group. The class group, everyone. The school is planning to organize an experience grinding session for all third-year students in the neighboring city's secret realm, starting next Monday. Because the training grounds are quite small, classes will be assigned specific times and zones. Please prepare thoroughly and cooperate actively. After that, messages started flooding in. Ma Xiaoba, great. If I don't level up soon, I'm going to be a total failure by the time graduation exams roll around. Zhang Lei, the training grounds are crowded. I heard there are a lot of people in the secret realm lately. There aren't even enough monsters to go around. Ma Xiaoba, why is that? Shang Du. Everyone everywhere is panicking. Many 1- and 2-star classes have already started leveling up just to protect themselves. I went to buy experience potions, and they said they'd been sold out for a long time. They were cleared out in seconds. If we don't have experience potions, aren't we just going to fall further and further behind? Chuna, stop, don't say any more. I'm starting to get worried now. Reading through the messages, Ning Feng's face turned thoughtful. After a moment, he offered his perspective. With these experience potions, I plan to let my friends and family use them first. I'll take them to market after a while. Ting, hearing this, looked at him with expectant, coquettish eyes. Big shot, does that make me family too? Seeing her like that, you chuckled and replied, yes, yes, yes. Seeing you admit she was family made Ting jump for joy. Big boss, am I considered family to you? Seeing her like that, he chuckled and replied, yes, yes, of course you are. Realizing he actually acknowledged her as family, Ting was so happy she nearly jumped for joy. Since the big boss has already said so, from now on, Wang Yue and I will be your bodyguards. Please, feel free to use my brother however you like, don't stand on ceremony with us. Seeing her starting to blabber like a megaphone again, Zhu Wei quickly reminded her, watch it, watch it. Deep down, Ning Feng was also feeling anxious about unsavory characters like Xiao Cheng closing in. Something this valuable, once it hits the market, is bound to cause a massive stir. If they see the huge profit, the danger is like a rising tide, endless and overwhelming. To have peace of mind, you first need to cultivate the people around you and solidify your own strength. When that time comes, if anyone has bad intentions, we'll deal with them then. Suddenly, he remembered Jiang Shu from Wang Yue's team. That's right, your team has a berserker, right? His name is Jiang Shu, isn't it? We can share some of the EXP potions with him. Seeing him mention Jiang Shu, both of their faces lit up. Really? That's great. Jiang Shu was worried yesterday that he wouldn't be able to get into the same university. Long live Ning Feng. Ning Feng really is a giver. In truth, he already had his eyes on his abilities. Jiang Shu's strength wasn't bad, and his relationship with Wang Yue was excellent. He could be useful later on. Xu Wei, having tasted the benefits, was now even more desperate for more potions. Brother Ning, no. Should I call you Master Ning? Do you have any more potions like this? He paused for a moment and replied, yes. After receiving the paper from Ning Feng, Xu Wei suddenly became completely still. A look of bewilderment appeared on his face. These ingredients. I've never heard of many of these. There are only 2 pages of ingredients I've seen before, but at my current level, I can't craft them yet. Ning Feng wasn't too disappointed to hear this. After all, he didn't expect too much. As expected, these were potions from another world. Being able to use even a few of them was already a blessing. Wang Yue chimed in with an idea. Since we're talking about this, I have a suggestion. Once the first batch of EXP potions is done, let's call Big Tree over to level up with us. Xu Ting agreed with a wide smile, slamming her hand onto the squad leader's shoulder. Ning Feng, you're coming too, right? Seeing that he had to go, Ning Feng was a bit reluctant. Why do you have to include me? Wang Yue didn't want him to keep hiding at home, so she said, don't worry, the city just announced that guilds are allowed to take their teams out to level up. Just come with us, and it'll be fine. Then, the 3 of them, Xu Wei, Xu Ting, and Wang Yue, didn't even care if he wanted to go. They started planning. Let me calculate to make sure there's enough EXP potion for all of us. It should be ready by next week. It's not just about me, you know. So, that's settled. Sorry for the trouble on Monday, but don't be a stranger. You're free anyway, right? Seeing them completely ignoring his input, Ning Feng looked sullen. Are you guys even listening to me? On Monday, Ning Feng arrived at the meeting spot with his suitcase. He called Wang Yue to let her know he was there. Seeing he had arrived, Wang Yue hurried to say, you just wait by the roadside. We'll be there in a bit. While waiting, a bus appeared at the corner of the street. From inside, a voice came out, hey, isn't that Ning Feng from our class? Yeah, he didn't go out to level up the other day. Na looked out the window, saw him, and teased. What is he doing? Going to be a punching bag for the whole class. The boy sitting next to her scoffed as if he'd heard a joke. Even if someone was looking for a servant, they wouldn't pick him. With his low level, who's protecting who in the dungeon? The people sitting around them burst into laughter. As they were talking, the red light turned green. The timer showed 30 seconds to cross. The bus sped away, leaving behind a trail of white smoke and mocking voices. Why are we even talking about that loser? If you got time, you'd be better off taking a nap. That was true. Who knew how much longer they'd have to wait when they got there? Ning Feng, however, didn't care at all and kept his eyes glued to his phone. At the dungeon entrance, the students got off the bus, looking at the crowd in front of them with surprise. What? Why are there so many people? Zhang Lei looked at the long line in the distance and whispered to Qi Wei, Miss Qi, when are we actually getting in? She looked at the long line, did some quick mental math, and estimated. We'll probably have to wait about 2 hours. Na was shocked when she heard they had to wait that long. What? That long? Chi Wei could only give a wry smile. We're in the second class, and even being among the first to get in is already pretty good. At that moment, Zhang Lei spotted their target and signaled everyone. Isn't that Ning Feng? Seeing him in Wang Yue's group, the whole crowd started whispering in shock. How is he here too? And he's with Goddess Wang. Seeing Wang Yue's group skipping the line and walking straight in, Zhang Lei felt indignant. Wait, by what right does Ning Feng get to go in? Why doesn't he have to wait in line? Chi Wei, being more experienced, could tell the reason at a glance. Ning Feng is being led by the Alchemist Guild team. They're probably planning to head straight deep into the dungeon. There aren't many people in their group, unlike everyone else. Seeing him get special treatment while they all had to stand and wait, the curly-haired student was seething with jealousy. How does he dare to go deep into the dungeon? Even a stray monster could kill him. Zhang Lei was so angry he looked like he was about to blow a fuse. What am I worse than that loser Ning Feng at? I want to be led by the Alchemist Guild's Goddess Wang too. As they were talking, Gu Yunshu heard them from afar. He walked up and asked Zhang Lei, "Pardon me, when you say Goddess Wang, are you talking about Wang Yue?" Wang Yue was ranked 5th in the national supernova rankings. Feeling his powerful aura, Zhang Lei spoke with some trepidation. Yes. After confirming the information, the group headed into the dungeon. Gu Yunshu led the way, his voice low and calm. Very well. Looks like we're in the right place. Miuqiu heard this and replied with a cold expression. Then, let's head in. Zhang Lei and his group could only stand there and watch as Gu Yunshu's team walked arrogantly into the dungeon. Seeing yet another person getting special treatment, he nearly died of frustration. Who are those guys? Are they from some big family again? Na asked in surprise. You don't know who they are? She then filled him in on their identities. Like Wang Yue, those 3 are all in the national supernova rankings. Mu Qi is ranked 4th, Li Qi is 3rd, and the one leading, that's number 2, Gu Yunshu. Deep inside the dungeon, Jiang Shu held the EXP potion in his hand, his face as excited as if he'd struck gold. Is this a 100% EXP potion? Seeing him shouting at the top of his lungs, shooting, annoyed, smacked him so hard you could hear it in the next town. Keep your voice down, will you? Trying to make sure everyone hears you, stung, Jiang Shu immediately hurried to say, sorry, I just got a little carried away. Then he cautiously looked at Shu Wei. This potion must be really expensive, right? He smiled gently and replied, actually, it's quite reasonable. The ingredients aren't considered too rare, and the crafting method isn't too complicated, but that's exactly why the formula is so precious. If you can increase your strength at a relatively low cost, I believe no one would refuse that. Relying on this from you, brother, Ning Feng will become a VIP guest at any prestigious guild. Shu Ting, now a diehard fan of Ning Feng, excitedly raised her hand. We're all getting a piece of the boss's fortune this time. Jiang Shu, having received this blessing, was also deeply grateful and spoke up. Hua Kao Nat, there's no need for formal thanks. If you ever need anything in the future, just give this little brother a shout. Getting the reaction he wanted, Ning Feng chuckled in satisfaction. We're all family. No need to be polite. Wang Yue stood behind, watching this harmonious scene, her heart filled with warmth and relief. Ning Feng's personality wasn't exactly suited for socializing, so he never had many friends, especially when he turned 16. After his first failed awakening, everyone at school mocked him. He became more and more reclusive, and it was rare to see him chatting so happily like this. Hopefully, from now on, he can quickly get his spirits back up. Seeing it was getting late, she cleared her throat twice to remind them. Everyone, listen up. This time we don't have a tank or anyone capable of casting spells, so we need to be extremely careful and prioritize our safety during this fight. Ning Feng, you don't need to step in. Avoid drawing the monster's attention. I'll take care of aggroing the enemies. Chu Jiangshu, you're primarily in charge of defense, and Shu Ting, you focus on buffing our stats and protecting us. If you're in danger, use the potions as needed. All 3 shouted in unison. Understood. Even though teaming up with everyone was fun, it was also hindering Ning Feng. He closed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, at this rate, I won't be leveling up much, but seeing them like this, maybe I should cooperate a little. Besides, using the command to level up is fast anyway. I'm in no rush for a day or 2. For now, I just need to understand their combat capabilities. At this moment, Wang Yue pulled out her familiar bow and lightly drew the string. She aimed straight ahead and released a burst of energy. The energy blast slammed into the zombie horde, followed by a deafening explosion and a blinding flash of light. The ground suddenly blew up, sending the zombies into a panicked frenzy. The noise acted like a trigger. They went wild, charging toward Wang Yue's group like moths to a flame. Just then, Su Ting pulled out a staff and raised it high, channeling her magic into it to unleash her skill, Thunder's encouragement. On this side, Jiangxu had already consumed an experience-boosting potion, light radiating from his body accompanied by an overwhelming aura of pressure. After receiving the XP boost, he didn't hesitate, immediately swinging his weapon and slashing at the ground, creating a shockwave that blasted directly toward the charging zombies. Next, Su Wei rushed in to attack with fire rain. Any creature caught in it was charred black, not a piece left standing. The surge of power flowing through him made him unable to contain his excitement. The experience points are rising so fast. If we keep this up, I might be able to craft new medicinal potions. The two of you might even reach the second advancement before the exam and be able to test into a prestigious university with Wang Yue. Hearing that, the two grabbed each other's hands in joy. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from the cave. Jiangxu vigilantly shouted, "Who's there?" It was Gu Yunqiu. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smirk, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Pardon me. I didn't want to laugh, but I truly couldn't help it. You lot haven't even reached the second advancement, and you're dreaming of getting into a prestigious university? How interesting." Xu Ting recognized Gu Yunqiu's group the moment she saw them. "Aren't you guys on the National Supernova Leaderboard?" Seeing her recognize him, the smile on his face deepened. "It seems our reputation isn't half bad. You recognize us so quickly." Their appearance in this secret realm left the group confused. They weren't from near Tandu City. Wang Yue didn't want any trouble. She walked forward calmly and asked coldly, "We're just grinding levels. Do you guys need something?" The whole group silently moved to shield Ning Feng, who was snoring away in the back. Gu Yunqiu didn't notice this and just stared directly at her, making his pitch. "Wang Yue, we came here specifically to find you. I wanted to ask, would you be interested in joining our team?" Hearing this, Jiangxu and Xu Ting were struck dumb. What? But this offer was flatly refused by her. "No need. I have my own team." Even though she rejected him, he wouldn't give up. "I know your team has a mage named Zhao Cheng, ranked 14th on the National Supernova Leaderboard. If he agrees, we could give it a shot. Even though his rank is a bit low, I'd be doing it for your sake." Seeing him rambling on as he pleased, Wang Yue started to get angry. "Did I not make myself clear? I don't want to join any other team." Seeing the firm look on her face, he acted impatient but held it in. "Don't be so quick to refuse. This tiny Tandu city must be a bit behind on the news, right? Let me explain a little. Due to the frequent changes in the secret realm and the monsters becoming increasingly difficult to handle, the three prestigious universities have raised their admission standards. This year, they are only recruiting outstanding teams or individuals. The conditions are very favorable, but there are very few spots left." Through his words, it was as if the university was surrounded by a shimmering aura that everyone wanted to grab. A fake smile appeared on Gu Yunqiu's face, not even reaching his eyes. "This is a rare opportunity. We outstanding students should combine into a team, and we are no exception. The reason I chose you is because of your team. Don't forget, you are someone destined to be a powerhouse." As for the others, Gu Yunqiu's cold, oppressive gaze shifted toward them, making both of their faces turn noticeably pale. Contempt flashed in his eyes, and his words were full of disdain. "Weakness is the greatest sin." These words from Gu Yunqiu made Wang Yue lose her patience. She didn't say another word and summoned her sword. Seeing her summon her weapon, he lowered his voice in warning. "Don't be rash. You're a long-range combatant. You probably don't want to fight me in this area, do you?" Su Ting didn't want her to get into trouble because of them, so she walked over to stop her. "Forget it. Let's go level up somewhere else. No need to worry about these people." Even though Wang Yue was furious, she didn't want to get others involved because of this. She suppressed her anger, turned sharply, and said in a cold voice, "Let's go." Ning Feng had just woken up by then, his gaze filled with thought as he looked at Gu Yunqiu's group. That guy is really asking for a beating. I wonder if Wang Yue, with her newly awakened class, can take them on. Suddenly, Li Ke stepped right in front of him, slamming his heavy foot onto the ground with a loud thud that grabbed his full attention. Arrogantly, he pointed a finger at his face and barked, "Are you Zhao Cheng?" Facing him, he only replied coldly, "That's me." Li Ke smirked, his tone commanding, "Then get lost, you loser." His arrogant attitude pushed Ning Feng to the edge, his eyes glaring back with raw fury. Just as Ning Feng was about to use dark magic to teach him a lesson, Jiangxu stepped in front of him, shielding him with a protective stance. "Hey, don't you guys think you're going too far?" Being interrupted, Li Ke flew into a rage, mocking Jiangxu. You're actually trying to save someone, you piece of trash." Without giving him time to react, he threw a punch aimed straight for his gut. Fortunately, thanks to the experience boost potion, Jiangxu managed to take the hit. Li Ke didn't give up, launching another, even more powerful punch. Seeing this, Wang Yue cried out in panic. Right as she tried to rush over to help, Gu Yunqiu stepped forward to block her. By now, Gu Yunchu and his gang had completely pushed her over the edge. Her eyes turned icy, filled with murderous intent. Get out of my way. Her gaze instantly terrified him. But right then, Jiang Shu called out to stop her. Don't come over here. I'm fine. He seemed to be in so much pain he had to sink to the ground. Jiang Shu clutched his side, quietly enduring the agony. Damn it, I think I cracked a rib. This guy is playing for keeps. Turning to his friend, Ning Feng, back away. Don't let yourself get dragged into this. Seeing him struggle, Li Ke gave a smug thumbs down. Loser. Jiang Shu, obviously not taking that lying down, poured all his strength into his right fist, gritting his teeth as he shouted. But just before he could throw his punch, Li Ke's fist was already right in front of his face. Xu Ting and Wang Yue weren't about to just sit there, both grabbing their weapons to help him. At that moment, Li Ke's fist was less than 5 centimeters from Jiang Shu's face. Suddenly, a hand shot out to stop it. It was Ning Feng. With just a slight lift of his hand, he blocked Li Ke's punch with ease. The sight left Wang Yue, who was standing nearby, completely stunned. Ning Feng? Not just her, everyone else present was left with their jaws on the floor. Gu Yunchu was the most shocked of all, his face painted with pure, utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Ke was having a full-blown existential crisis because of Ning Feng's godlike strength. Why? Why can't I move? Isn't his class supposed to be a mage? How does he have this much brute strength? Ning Feng's hand slid down, gripping his wrist, then he pivoted his body to pull off a spinning move like a whirlwind. The raw power coming from him made it impossible for Li Ke to resist. The wind force alone was enough to distort his face. After the spin, he let go, tossing him aside. Li Ke flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing straight into a boulder not far away. His body was immediately buried under the rubble. After taking him down, Ning Feng flashed a smile just like the one Li Ke had used earlier and shot back the same line. Loser. Seeing his partner motionless, Gu Yunchu rushed over in a panic. Behind them, Wang Yue notched her bow, aiming squarely at his lower half before letting the arrow fly. That one shot made Gu Yunchu scream in pain, eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Seeing that, Xu Ting quickly covered her mouth to hide a giggle. Mu Chu, seeing Gu Yunchu in such a state, went pale with disbelief, staring at him as he groaned in agony. The power displayed by both Ning Feng and Wang Yue had completely shattered her world. A mage using melee to beat a berserker, and a close-quarters archer hitting a meat shield. Am I dreaming? Both Gu Yunchu and Li Ke are elites among the supernovas. At this point, Ning Feng didn't care about hiding his power anymore. He was so annoyed he felt like tearing them apart just to vent. I just wanted to live a quiet life, but you idiots keep pushing me to show my cards. How annoying. Xu Ting stopped spacing out and healed Big Tree. At his command, Xu Ting snapped back to reality. Yes. She pointed her staff at Jiang Shu, and a wave of healing light emerged, enveloping his body. Ning Feng walked over to ask for his opinion. Jiang Shu, how do you want to handle these guys? Caught off guard, he didn't know what to do, answering, I'm not sure. I'll follow your lead, sir. The respectful tone in his voice made Ning Feng pause. The sudden shift in everyone's attitude from hostility to fear sparked Ning Feng's petty, grudge-holding nature. He flashed a mischievous smile and demanded, in that case, go strip him of his gear. Consider it compensation for what he did to you. Jiang Shu froze for a few seconds at the dirty suggestion, then replied, yes. Hearing this, Gu Yunchu went sheet white, his eyes filled with fury. You're robbing us? How dare you? But one look from Ning Feng made him so terrified he nearly lost his mind. Ning Feng narrowed his eyes with a threatening look. What was that? Instantly, Gu Yunchu changed his tune, offering up his gear voluntarily just to preserve his dignity and get out of there. Actually, my equipment isn't bad. If it catches your eye, please take it. Seeing how quickly he realized his place, Ning Feng was somewhat satisfied but still gave a firm warning. You know when to fold, good. I'm a guy who hates trouble. If I find out you're plotting revenge behind my back, Gu Yunchu, a man who knows how to bend when necessary, immediately scrambled to deny it. No way. We were just blind and didn't realize who we were dealing with. We deserved this. Mu Xiu had already unequipped her gear and handed it over a while ago. She pointed to the pile Xu Ting was holding. Big boss, all my equipment is here. Please, check it over. Ning Feng wasn't too harsh on her. She was quite sensible. He ignored Mu Kuo's unusually flushed face and shouted excitedly to his team, let's head forward and level up. His team, now loaded with great gear, cheered in unison. Yes. After leaving the scene, Wang Yue, who had been quiet the whole time, finally spoke up. From her voice, you could hear a hint of frustration. She had wanted to lead him to level up, never expecting him to be this ridiculously powerful. Seeing her down, Ning Feng quickly explained, "You know I just awakened. Being too flashy is just asking for trouble." Thinking about it, Wang Yue huffed, still a bit pouty. "If you weren't planning on telling me, I won't ask anymore. You've always been like this anyway." Ning Feng, as if missing the irritation in her voice, said happily, "Wang Yue really is the one who understands me best." Suddenly, she placed her hand on his drooping shoulder. Knowing that he could finally protect himself, she was genuinely happy. You could see the sincerity in her eyes, truly relieved for Ning Feng. "No matter what, I'm just happy for you." A warmth spread through Ning Feng's heart. He didn't say a word, just gave her a thumbs up and a brilliant smile. While Shu Ting was panting like a dog behind them, Shu Ting was giggling, fawning over Ning Feng on the side. "Boss, have you thought about which university you're going to?" Jiang Shu just wanted to drag him into his own guild. "Boss, have you thought about which guild you're joining?" Their excessive enthusiasm made him uncomfortable. "I haven't thought about it yet." Hearing that he hadn't decided, Shu Ting didn't think he was being arrogant. She felt it was only natural. "That's true. Someone as strong as you, boss, definitely doesn't need to rush into a decision." Jiang Shu looked at him with admiration. "If only I could be like you, boss. I wouldn't have to worry about the exams." Shu Wei, with her weak stamina, followed them, nearly exhausted and gasping for air. "Everyone, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." It wasn't that Ning Feng hadn't considered it, but he realized that with his current dark powers, joining such places would likely bring huge trouble. Universities and guilds have strict management. One slip up and his secrets would be exposed. For him, it didn't seem necessary to join. Thinking this, he didn't show anything on the outside, instead putting on a bright smile to encourage everyone. "Everyone, I think we can go deeper and speed up our leveling. Every time Wang Yue pulls some monsters, I'll take the lead. The rest of you just need to clean up any stragglers." Hearing that he just had to ride the coattails to victory, Shu Ting was so happy she almost shed tears. The boss was carrying the team. Everyone's excitement seemed to infect Ning Feng as well. He thought to himself, "Even though I can't use forbidden spells, thanks to the stat bonuses and passive skills, the magic for my gear is more than enough." After a few chaotic days, Ning Feng finally returned to Duan's villa. As soon as he saw him return, Duan went out to greet him. "Boss, you're back." Seeing Duan, Ning Feng's mood instantly felt peaceful, and he waved his hand. "Hello." Although he looked bright on the outside, Ning Feng was feeling dejected and bored on the inside. Worked hard for days and only leveled up once. Without those new EXP potions, this speed would be even slower. Used to sweeping through with forbidden spells and killing monsters above his level, he had forgotten that this was the normal pace of leveling. Overall, supernovas like Yue could reach level 60 within 2 years and complete the second awakening. For normal 1 or 2-star classes, they might as well take the regular university entrance exams. It's less effort than waiting to kill small monsters every day. Oh well, forget it, no point overthinking. I'll just slack off at home for a few days. Otherwise, what's the point of getting strong if I have to fight like everyone else? Then what is the meaning of becoming strong? After that, Ning Feng immediately threw himself into gaming, with Duan like he hadn't played in forever, followed by sleeping like a log. He vowed not to wake up until he had slept for 36 hours. After waking up, he made skewers with Duan. In the end, Duan was used as a human-powered grill, using his internal energy to heat the meat. While he was eating, his phone rang, and he answered. Ning Feng immediately asked Yang Xin in confusion. Yang Xin's voice came through the phone, full of excitement. "Boss Ning, there's an auction coming up, and I heard there are a lot of good items. Master Tang, who just arrived, wants to ask if you're interested in attending." Hearing that name, he felt it was quite familiar, so he asked, "Master Tang, is he the one replacing Master Wang?" Yang Xin replied softly, confirming it. "Yes, that's right." Ning Feng let out a long yawn and decided to check it out. Since he didn't have anything to do lately, going over to take a look would be fine. Seeing him agree, Yang Xin excitedly suggested picking him up. "All right, Master Tang and I will come over shortly. I'll send you the list of auction items first." Yang Xin's enthusiasm pleased him greatly. Ning Feng grinned and replied, "Sure. Such attentive service. Looks like this Master Tang is more of a people person than Master Wang." Time flew by, and now the sun was at its peak. Tang Yike had arrived at the villa, stood in front of him, and introduced himself. "Greetings, boss. I am Tang Yichai, an appraiser from the Qinyu City branch of the exchange." After the other party greeted him, he also stood up to show courtesy. "Greetings, Master Tang." Seeing him stand up and even offer a handshake, Yichai looked flattered. No, I wouldn't dare. "It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me, boss." Deep down, when standing before Ning Feng and seeing his polite demeanor, he felt even more respectful and cautious. Before he came, Mayor Dongming had specifically instructed him to serve this young man very well. Mayor Dongming's intention was that even if the whole exchange had to revolve around him alone, it wouldn't matter. Did little Yang show the auction list to Boss Ning yet? Yang Xin, holding the list, replied softly, yes. After taking the list, Ning Feng sat down to look it over. There were only a few pieces of equipment and potions suitable for a mage, but he had no use for them at all. His fingers swiped quickly across the tablet screen. Seeing this, Yi Chai panicked inwardly. It's over. Boss Ning looked through it so fast, and yet nothing caught his eye. I must have underestimated Boss Ning's strength. I've really messed this up. Suddenly, Ning Feng saw something in the list. His expression darkened, and he exclaimed, this. Yi Kai immediately stepped forward to look at what he was staring at. You have a great eye. You chose this, as expected. This is the latest type of EXP potion, which can increase EXP gain by 100%. It's very rare, most suitable for high-level bosses to level up. His words immediately made him think of Xu Wei. Du-An walked over, and seeing the item on the screen, he also looked stunned. Boss, isn't this? This strangeness made Yi Shai look at both of them, feeling puzzled. Ning Feng's expression was truly not good right now, his eyes hidden with anger as he asked, where did you people get this? Seeing him angry, Yi Chai's face turned pale, and he forced a smile to explain. This is an item that the Shang Rui Guild entrusted us to auction. Is something wrong, Boss Ning? Ning Feng did not answer his question, his face becoming pensive. The Shang Rui Guild was one of the 7 top-tier guilds in the country, and their strength was incredibly formidable. Could Xu Wei have secretly sold the recipe to them? Or had someone else done something to Xu Wei? Did they ever say where this potion came from? Yi Gai tried to search his memory for information and answered Ning Feng. Word is they've discovered a new type of dungeon called the Divine Trial, which can only be tackled solo. It seems the dungeon is divided into many levels, and for every 10 levels you clear, you get corresponding rewards. The prescription was one of the rewards for those who cleared the trials. Du-An was a bit skeptical about this. It was his first time hearing about a dungeon like this. Could it be a mutant dungeon? However, per government requirements, any dungeon that has begun its conquest must be registered. Basic information can be found on the official government website. Seeing that the information wasn't something suspicious, Ning Feng felt a bit more at ease. It's a relief that nothing happened to Xu Wei. This God's Trial sounds like a pretty formidable place. Suddenly, the system issued a mission. God's Trial clear the dungeon trial and absorb its power as your own. The time limit is 60, and the penalty for failure is the host's termination. Sensing something fishy, Ning Feng flashed a cunning smile. This was the first time the system had issued a mission. It seems this God's Trial is actually going to be interesting. After carefully reviewing it, he decided to tell Tang Yichai he wouldn't be going. Master Du, I won't be participating in this auction. Regardless, I appreciate all the trouble you went through to come here. Seeing that he didn't want to go, Tang Yichai didn't dare say a word. He just rubbed his hands together with a flattering smile. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. If Big Brother Ning ever needs anything in the future, feel free to reach out anytime. His indifference toward this special item left him quite surprised. These bottles of experience potions were supposed to be the trump cards of the auction. Many guilds would fight tooth and nail to get them. Yet, Big Brother Ning didn't care at all. Du-An, knowing he wanted to check it out, volunteered to investigate. Big Brother, sit down. I'll go look up some information on this dungeon. After saying that, he went to his office, his fingers flying across the mouse at incredible speed. After logging into a website, he paused, suddenly realizing he needed something else. Does it require an account with specific clearance? Right, the special card Mayor Truong gave him. At that moment, Ning Feng walked over, chewing on a straw, and after a few final operations, Du-An finally logged in. Got it. Looking at the image on the screen, he evaluated that it looked like a tower. After reading through the information, Du-An gave a summary of the guild. The Shang Rui Guild has registered for exclusive rights. In other words, the government allows them to manage it themselves. Without permission from the Shang Rui Guild, outsiders aren't allowed to enter. Thinking of the mission he'd been assigned, Ning Feng realized that even if he didn't want to, he had to get inside this place. Dungeons under the jurisdiction of major guilds are basically like this, but the mission has already been declared failure means termination. Maybe I should think of another way? The trial dungeon. Ning Feng finally decided to head straight to the dungeon. He wore a raincoat that covered him from head to toe. From a distance, his silhouette was still visible. He was surprised at how cautious the guild was. Shang Rui. It's so late, and they still have guards posted? The Shang Rui Guild had posted a lot of information about the trial dungeon on their personal forum to attract powerful challengers. This really helped improve his own understanding, so he used his skill to charge straight in. They did notice the corner of Ning Feng's mouth twitching slightly, forming a mischievous smile. After using his skill, A black magic circle appeared under his feet, carrying dark energy. Just like that, Ning Feng passed by the guards as quiet as a ghost. Not only that, he even stuck his tongue out at the guards like a child. Then, he seized the opportunity to leap straight into the dungeon gate. Suddenly, a loud blast rang out, and smoke and fire erupted in all directions. Ning Feng hadn't expected this and was instantly terrified by the explosion. It turned out that after he entered the dungeon, the gate emitted an attack force that sent the guards flying into the sky. From the high-rise building, the panicked voices of many people could be heard. Such a loud explosion, what happened? It's over at the trial dungeon, hurry and go check. Report to the guild master immediately. The sun dipped below the horizon, replaced by a dark night sky dotted with twinkling stars. In a room with high-end furniture, a tear in space appeared, crackling with energy. From that tear, Ning Feng's silhouette appeared. He collapsed onto the floor, accompanied by a cry of pain. His face and the corners of his mouth were still stained with blood. It seemed the shockwave from earlier had injured his internal organs so badly that he was spitting blood. The sudden explosion still left him reeling. What the hell? I just touched the dungeon entrance, and a powerful surge of energy poured out from within, shattering all my defensive barriers. That scene replayed vividly in his mind. The pain in his body made him desperately want to know what had happened. What on earth was that? Just then, a system alarm rang out in Ning Feng's head. Critical warning, immune system check. Additional damage received, 3%. Accumulated damage, 3%. Critical warning, immune system check. Additional damage received, 4%. Accumulated damage, 7%. This terrified Ning Feng more than ever. Even the system was taking damage. What kind of skill is this? Then, a series of system warnings followed. After a series of checks, the most important notification arrived. Critical warning, immune system check. Additional damage received, 4%. Accumulated damage, 34%. After the alarm, a group of people arrived at the dungeon gate to investigate. A hand reached out and used a healing skill on the unconscious guards. The healer, after treating the guards, checked over their injuries. He softly reported the situation to Su Vu. Guild Master, they're just stunned. There are no wounds on their bodies. After being healed, the guards finally woke up. When they saw Su Vu, they looked surprised. The Guild Master, seeing they were awake, didn't hesitate to ask about the dungeon. What just happened? The Guild Master of Shangrui, Su Vu. The event was so sudden that the guards didn't know what had happened either. I don't know, sir. The trial dungeon gate suddenly exploded, and then I blacked out. This sudden event and the guards' confusion made Su Vu uneasy. His face darkened, and he demanded, "Did nothing happen before that? Could the dungeon have undergone some sort of mutation?" The female mage behind him suggested, "Guild Master, why don't we use that to check?" After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. That's the only way. With Su Vu's approval, the female mage immediately created a complex magic matrix, intending to do something to the dungeon. It turned out the female mage had activated a formation that could reverse time to view past events. Within the formation, a clock face appeared with the hour hand spinning backwards rapidly. This formation was called Time Reversal. Seeing the formation running smoothly, the anxiety in Su Vu's heart eased slightly. Fortunately, this dungeon had its own special formation, which could not only record images inside but also around it. They could also perform a rewind to inspect the event. The clock hand spun continuously in mid-air, when suddenly, Siyu saw something. His eyes widened in terror as a figure appeared in the rewound footage, emerging as if from hell. What on earth is that? Then, the god appeared, his voice brimming with authority as he snapped, "How dare a wicked god intrude upon my domain?" What followed was the image of the god, consumed by rage, unleashing his power to banish this so-called wicked god. The entity known as the wicked god was almost completely swallowed by the god's overwhelming power. Hearing the name the god used to address the intruder, both Siyu and the female mage looked astonished. Seeing that the wicked god had escaped, the god issued a frustrated command. "Damn it, that bastard got away again. Track him down immediately. We cannot let him destroy this world." After hearing the god's final words, everyone present looked, pale with fear. The phrase "destroy the world" sent shivers down their spines. The footage of the wicked god had now been transmitted to the base. Everyone in the conference room fell into a heavy silence as Ying Zhen began to speak. Based on the footage recorded by the Shangrui Guild, this is our first glimpse into the existence, the very real existence of a god. While the god's identity remains unknown, the magic displayed during the release is powerful enough to be classified as legendary forbidden-level spells. After Guild President Tu Yu let Ying Zhen finish, Fang Chu spoke up to ask, "Guild leader, if I recall correctly from your report, those who pass the trial can receive the god's certification and grace, right?" CU, having witnessed it firsthand, expressed his own surprise. The information in the secret realm did indeed say that, but none of us expected an actual god to appear. Ling Hua concluded the key information with a serious expression. The crucial point is that forbidden-level magic couldn't destroy the wicked god. This might actually be good news. Nguyet Nin, sitting across from her, agreed. That's right. If the wicked god were to destroy the world, we're afraid we wouldn't have any way to stop it. At this point, Wang Bak voiced his questions and thoughts. If passing the trial grants the god's grace, I wonder if there's a way to deal with the wicked god, perhaps using that same forbidden-level magic? After hearing his suggestion, VM Suyen immediately showed interest, wanting to test it out. It might actually work. It's worth a shot. CU looked at the bunch of old foxes before him, all acting righteous while secretly only caring about their own interests. Are these people already planning to go and raid the trial's secret realm? It seems they want to use this opportunity to make me open the doors for them. I have no objection to you participating in the trials, but I must warn you all, the monsters inside the trial secret realm are incredibly powerful. With our current strength, it's impossible. We simply can't clear it. As for the god's grace, I'm afraid we aren't qualified. Ying Zhen ignored CU's words and looked toward a certain person. Old Feng, what do you think? Feng Yi, being called upon, acted indifferent, his voice laced with mockery. What do I think? What could I possibly think? Aren't all of you supposed to be incredibly talented? Ying Zhen realized he was still holding a grudge and quickly tried to soothe him with a soft tone, though it still carried a warning. Don't be like that. I wouldn't have called you back if it wasn't a big deal. In the eyes of you guys, besides us mutants, what else even counts as a big deal? Mentioning this only made Feng Yi even more furious. The flames on his head flared up wildly, clearly reflecting his internal rage. My disciple reported anomalies in Chengdu City, and you people didn't care at all. Instead, you set up some so-called investigation team. And what was the result? Your investigation turned up nothing. On top of that, you made a huge scene. If it weren't for the mysterious big shot in Chengdu City cleaning up your mess, you would have cost many innocent lives. Ko-an, you were in charge of the old. Feng Yi watched the flames on his own head nearly reach the ceiling. Ainge's hand covered her face, clearly not wanting to see this. Old Feng, calm down. Your head is on fire again. Mate Nin watched Feng Yi's strange appearance with curiosity, secretly stunned. I heard that this senior had requested to go into seclusion because the price of his shadow powers was becoming increasingly severe. I never expected to meet him here. Seeing that he had calmed down, Ying Zhen finally dared to state the real reason he had called him over. Old Feng, in my personal opinion, could we have your disciple show the footage to that mysterious big shot in Chengdu City? With that big shot's strength, they might know something. Seeing that they were targeting Su Lan, Feng Yi's anger flared again. So you only remember my disciple now. Just as they saw him about to launch into another rant, Ying Zhen hurried to speak up. I have 2 barrels of fine wine. I'll have them sent to you later to celebrate your disciple's achievements. Your commendation is also about to be approved. Hearing about the fine wine, Feng Yi, who was about to curse, froze. The flames on his head gradually died down, revealing his salt and pepper hair, typical of someone in their 50s. Finally, his expression returned to normal. For the sake of the good wine, he coldly agreed to the request. Fine. I suppose material conditions really do dictate consciousness. In Chengdu City, at Duan's villa. The soft morning sunlight bathed the house, coating it in a special, warm glow. Ning Feng, having recovered, lay in bed checking the information on his system screen. The appearance of a new quest annoyed him slightly. The previous quest isn't even finished, and a new one pops up. The quest itself is fine. A small matter achieved the second transition, fully restore the system. Time limit, 6,060 days. Penalty for failure, the host is erased. It's fine, it's just a small thing. He looked at the title. Although the system was damaged, it clearly didn't care about anything. But last night was truly terrifying. Could it be that I did something wrong? Walking out to the living room, he saw someone sitting on the sofa and froze in surprise. Do we have a guest? Feng Yi, looking like a kindly grandfather from next door, offered a gentle smile. Is this student Ning Feng? Beside him stood Su Lan and Duan. This was his first time seeing him, so he asked, Hello, may I ask who you are? Duan, seeing his confusion, hurried to introduce them one by one. This is the former supervisor of Ko-an, the current chief of the Adventurer Management Bureau, the venerable Old Master Feng Yi. And this is Old Master Feng's disciple, the supervisor of Ko-an for this province, Miss Su Lan. They wanted to ask the mysterious big shot for help. Hearing his name, Ning Feng could hardly believe his ears. Feng, you're the crimson flame god of death. Seeing his excited expression, Feng Yi chuckled modestly. Just a little fame, not worth mentioning. To Ning Feng, the gentle elderly man from earlier had been completely replaced by an unstoppable powerhouse, especially with that overwhelming aura he was trying to suppress. This legendary elder had countless achievements, having led many major dungeon expeditions and crushed more than a few villainous adventurer organizations. Known as the strongest mutator, almost all identities of the Lone Shadow members are kept strictly confidential. But Master Feng is the exception. His very existence is a phenomenon, and he's an idol to many young people. Master Feng is easily in the top 3. Just getting to meet him and exchange a few words is enough for anyone to brag about for the rest of their life. As he was sizing him up, the elder smiled kindly and gestured toward the gift box on the table. Since it's our first time meeting, we didn't prepare much. I heard you're about to take the college entrance exams. This is 5 million star credits, along with 200 bottles of high-grade experience potion. The government entrusted us to give these to you. Good luck with your studies. Hearing the amount they offered, he was secretly stunned. 5 million star credits? That's a huge sum. The fact that they were paying so much just to ask for his help made Ning Feng curious about what they actually wanted. If I may ask, what exactly brings you two here? Su Lan took out a holographic projector and said, "We mainly wanted to invite you, sir, to watch a video. Since we're already here, why don't we take a look?" Instantly, a projection of a deity appeared, accompanied by a thunderous voice. "You brazen false god, how dare you invade my territory?" Ning Feng, the very person being called a false god, was so startled he nearly jumped out of his skin. Realizing he was being mistaken for a terrifying deity left him struggling to process reality. This can't be. I'm just a high school student, a model student. How on earth did I become a false god? The mission. Oh, it's nothing. Just a small favor. Small favor? Is this guy trying to scam me? Stay calm, don't panic. No one knows I'm the false god yet. I can't let it slip. To keep up the facade, he didn't refuse and accepted the offer. I understand. I'll send the video to you shortly, and I'll notify you immediately if there's any news. Seeing him accept, Feng Yi's smile deepened. Then we'll leave it all to you. We'll be heading out now, awaiting your good news. Also, if you need any assistance, just reach out to Su Lan directly. Su Lan, understanding the signal, offered her business card with both hands. Looking at the photo on the card, he finally recognized her. He remembered now. She was the woman in charge of the reception the day he had his class promotion. No wonder his cover was blown so early. It was still early outside, the sunlight not yet harsh, casting a gentle warmth. After Feng Yi stepped out of the villa, he calmly commented about the young man. Ning Feng, that kid really is, as you all described, a decent guy. Humble, polite, and steady-headed. The government's stance is that if there's any chance, no matter the cost, we must recruit him into our ranks. Su Lan looked at Feng Yi with a hint of trepidation and asked, hesitating, "Master, do you think Ning Feng and that mysterious powerhouse are the same person?" Half of his face was hidden in the shadows, and only a deep, gravelly voice echoed back. "Does it matter? If Ning Feng hopes we see him as a student, then he is a student. Keeping it that way is better for everyone. 5 million credits gifted to a student, does he care about the money? As a gesture of courtesy, it's impeccable. If a student truly turns out to be that mysterious powerhouse, we wouldn't even know how to treat him anymore. Our enemies are growing stronger, and as Ha Shuai Wu said, we don't even have the qualifications to receive the god's favor. But that mysterious powerhouse is more than enough to be our strongest backing." Back at Duan's villa, after Feng Yi left, Ning Feng decided to brew a hot cup of coffee to calm his nerves after today's shock. He recalled the system's critical report from last night. Based on the system's damage assessment skill, that was likely when the deity realized that his attack had been deflected by Ning Feng's absolute defense. Clearly, that guy's strength had reached the forbidden spell level. This guy is extremely dangerous. I've finished 2 urgent missions, but the cultivation system is truly vital in the end. I have to rely on it. The trial tower might be my only way out. If I can't use the enemy's strength, who knows? I might end up being his main target. Thinking this, he carefully asked Duan, "Did Mr. Feng leave any documents?" Looking up from his computer screen, he replied, "Yes, I'll organize and send them to you." Looking at the documents Duan sent, Ning Feng summarized the information. The trial dungeon is actually a tower with many floors. You have to complete the whole thing to know what's really inside. The monsters inside are incredibly powerful, far stronger than typical dungeons. The previous record was 42 floors, set by Guildmaster Ha Shuai Wu of the Zhang Rui Guild. I still don't fully understand how this trial dungeon works. If I accidentally trigger the deity's forbidden spell, my identity as the false god will be exposed. Even if the mission didn't specify it had to be me, can't I just push it onto someone else? Thinking this, he put down his cup and probed Duan. "Have you seen Ha Shuai Wu's video?" Not looking away from his computer, he replied, "I've seen it." Hearing this, his face turned serious. "If it were you, How many floors could you clear? Du An thought for a moment and estimated, about 35 or so. Hearing that number, a flash of disappointment crossed Ning Feng's eyes. As expected, Ha Shuai Wu is near the 5th transition. His strength is already above Du An's. Still, Duan is the cautious type. If he participates, I'll at least be at ease. Maybe I should give him some special training? At a different building, Feng Yi's voice rang out in disbelief. What? The mysterious powerhouse sent someone to the Zhang Rui Guild to participate in the trial? Su Lan nodded and mentioned his request to use the training room. Duan's recovery rate is like that, and he wanted to borrow our training room. He clearly wants to undergo rigorous training for a while. This left Feng Yi confused. I remember he hasn't reached the 5th transition yet, has he? Su Lan, equally puzzled, replied, That's right. Feng Yi seemed to guess something. He let out a long, heavy sigh. We've got a problem here. Su Lan looked at him, confused. His face turned grim. Yesterday, the leaders of all 7 major guilds went to challenge the trial dungeon. And you wouldn't believe it. Even that old ghost Liu Yingjin failed. This news instantly shocked Su Lan. Guildmaster Liu Yingjin is a national-level powerhouse. Yet, the moment he was mentioned, Feng Yi's mood became agitated, and every time he gets agitated, he reverts to his skullhead state. I've said it before. I'm really interested in Duan's trial results. Guided personally by a mysterious elder, what kind of power could he actually reach? My mind is racing. Seeing his condition, Su Lan's expression soured. Feng Yi is a highly respected mentor, yet he's burning through his own life force. Is there really no other way? In the training room, Captain Chu was stunned to see Ning Feng standing among such heavy hitters. This guy was surrounded by 4th-tier and 5th-tier powerhouses, something never seen before in this wandering market. Su Lan stood by, cool and collected, speaking softly. I heard Chairman Liu from the Yue Ning Feng Guild wanted to come, but was blocked by Senior Ha Feng. Suddenly, Captain Chu remembered how he used to look down on Ning Feng. Everyone else here is grinding mobs to level up, just waiting to see what this kid is up to. Luckily, he didn't think that in front of him. He sighed in relief. Thank goodness I didn't offend Ning Feng, or I'd be in real trouble. Meanwhile, over by Feng Yi, Su Lan was carefully instructing Duan, telling him that as long as the intel is accurate, the training room can perfectly simulate reality, and it's usable for anyone above the 4th tier. He pulled out his phone to show her the info he had. Captain Su, here's the detailed data. While the two were busy with work, Ning Feng and Feng Yi chatted idly. This is my first time here. What's this for? If you want, we can set things up even better. Back in the room, Su Lan immediately plugged the USB into the transmission port. Looking at the summarized data on the screen, Su Lan couldn't help but marvel. It's so accurate. Even the monster's weak points are clearly pointed out. What's even more impressive is that Chairman Liu just uploaded over a dozen layers, and they've already mastered the info here. Ning Feng, keeping a low profile, smiled faintly. Of course, this secret realm was originally where the Demon King once infiltrated. I'm just pulling some memories from his recollection. Who could know his subordinates' weak points better than the Demon King himself? Just then, Feng Yi stepped forward, wanting a closer look at the data on Duan's phone. Mr. Du, would you mind if we took a look? He agreed instantly, his demeanor humble and eager for guidance. Of course, I'd appreciate your pointers. Seeing him being so flattering, Feng Yi waved his hand humbly. I wouldn't dare give pointers. Let's just learn together. Oh right, there's some more info we'd love to know. Did the Elder ever say if Tathan really wants to destroy the world? This direct question caught her off guard. She spun around. Feng Yi's face no longer held that gentle smile. Instead, it wore a cold, piercing gaze born from weathering countless storms. Facing this sharp question, Duan went silent. At Duan's villa, his voice was laced with shock and fear. The great fallen god actually wants to destroy the world? A look of helplessness crossed Ning Feng's face as he thought to himself. You're asking me, the fallen god, that question directly? You really know how to find the right person, and yet you're Duan's family. If I just say I don't know, it's too dismissive, but I can't explain too much either. How should I answer? Back in the present, Duan's face looked tense. I asked the Elder the same thing. He only gave me 8 words. Feng Yi, struggling to keep his composure, asked, what were they? Ning Feng projected an air of absolute confidence, not just in his ability, but in his certainty that he would never do such a thing. As long as I am here, it won't happen. This arrogant statement immediately amused Feng Yi. Rough, brief, and incredibly bossy, that was the Elder's style through and through. His arrogance also made Su Lan see him in a new light. After all, what kind of warrior would look down on the gods themselves? On his end, Ning Feng was silently praising himself for his quick wit. Having received that confirmation from him, Feng Yi's mood improved significantly. He took Ning Feng's hand, his tone full of trust. Mister, Do. The next trial in the secret realm depends on you. Afterward, under the eyes of all three, Du-An stepped into the trial without hesitation. Inside the trial scene, a black mansion emerged, shrouded in thick fog, creating a dark and mysterious atmosphere. Du-An's body flew like a broken kite, slamming into the black wall and cracking it. Facing him were three massive monsters with razor-sharp teeth. His eyes burned with undisguised rage and killing intent. They didn't hesitate, lunging straight at Du-An with claws extended as if to tear him apart. He took a deep breath, letting out a thunderous roar. In an instant, the monsters were shattered by his power and vanished into thin air. All that remained was his aura. Ning Feng, watching from the monitor, saw he wasn't doing well and quickly spoke up. Du-An, do you want to come out and rest for a bit? But Du-An gently refused. I'm fine. I'll just slow down and try again a few more times. This is the opportunity the elder gave me. I can't let him down. Su Lan looked at the surveillance screen, marveling as she watched Du-An fight. These monsters have already surpassed the 4th tier limit. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to pass this trial. Feng Yi, listening behind her, had a sharp glint in his eyes. Listening to Su Lan, Ning Feng realized he awakened at 18, but reached the 1st tier in just a few days. To be able to do that, maybe Du-An really did have some kind of miracle. Maybe the Elder could break through to a combat-oriented system, allowing Du-An to unleash even greater strength. If that happened, he might even be comparable to the blessings of the gods. Sensing Feng Yi's scrutinizing gaze, Ning Feng realized he'd been too carefree and had let too many suspicious points slip. This is bad. I thought too simply, assuming that knowing a monster's weak point was enough to pass the trial. But I forgot about human limitations, as well as the limits of gear and skills. If you know the weak point but can't reach the target, it doesn't mean a thing. If Du-An can't pass the trial, I'll eventually have to do it myself. With my lack of combat experience, I'd have to rely on forbidden spells, and if those are exposed, the danger will be extreme. Thinking this, he turned around, intending to leave. Senior Feng, Captain Su, I'm heading back first. School starts next week. I need to prepare a bit. Even though he felt suspicious, he didn't want to restrict his freedom, so he quickly agreed. If you need any help, just let us know. Under the warm sun, Ning Feng calculated his future plans. He needed to level up quickly before school started, preferably getting some gear or better skills to replace Du-An. Just then, after stepping into a small alleyway, Ning Feng suddenly stopped and pulled a flight scroll from his pocket. To get out without being spotted, a flight scroll was his best bet. He had asked the Far Reach Exchange to help him buy a batch, nearly enough to last him for a while. In the blink of an eye, his figure turned into a streak of light, darting up into the sky. Ning Feng landed softly on the ground. He had already swapped into his battle mage gear. Seeing the tree trunk entrance leading into the hidden realm, he murmured, I'm here. This is one of the 2 wild hidden realms that Du-An mentioned. We can't let the government get a hold of this. But why does it look like there are signs of a struggle around here? Whatever. I'll go in and see for myself. After entering the hidden realm, the first thing that caught Ning Feng's eye was the silence, broken only by the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. The scene shifted to another location. On the ground, a person in battle gear was being stepped on by a foot. One of Guvan's subordinates saw a light appear in the distance and asked, Boss, do you see that light? Naturally, he saw it too. After a moment, he guessed, it looks like a flight scroll. Another subordinate sneered, isn't it just another bunch of idiots trying to wipe us out? The soldiers behind them laughed mockingly. Just them? They're basically walking to their own deaths. Seeing prey had arrived, Guvan chuckled to himself. I must say, the more of them that come, the more offerings we have for the Demon Lord. Thanks to them, the Demon Lord has gathered enough strength. Today is the day of his descent. I've finally waited for this day. On the ground, a soldier had been pierced by 2 blades and clearly wasn't going to make it. Hidden on his body was a device for signal transmission and eavesdropping, which was vibrating incessantly. Elsewhere, a receiver picked up the signal, also starting to beep. A female warrior heard the conversation between Guvan's group and her expression darkened. The Demon Lord's descent? Is this not just a hidden realm invasion? She immediately turned to report to her superior. The captain of the mutant hunters said, a hidden realm invasion is going to happen on the mountain today. He was stunned. What? The team members started to panic. A hidden realm invasion will attack the nearest city directly. That means our city, Shuanglang, is in danger. Captain, what do we do? From the moment he heard the female warrior's report, he knew that Squad had been wiped out. This sudden invasion caught the captain off guard. Squad 4 has been completely wiped out. Even if we go in, there's no way we can stop the invasion. The monsters in that realm are too strong, and the city's magic shield won't be effective against them. We basically have no chance of defending it. Everyone, go back and inform the government to evacuate the residents immediately. Save as many as you can. Everyone realized he intended to sacrifice himself to buy time for them. One person asked, "Captain, what about you?" His eyes were filled with resolve and determination. "We don't have monitoring equipment, and we don't know when the invasion will start. I'll stay here and report the situation to you all at any time." The soldier with squinty eyes disagreed when he heard he was staying behind to fight. "How can we leave you alone?" The captain's face darkened as he barked, "Stop wasting time. Go." In the end, no one could sway him. They had no choice but to take the chance and try to survive. After everyone left, the captain looked up at the sky with a sorrowful expression and muttered, "Why today of all days?" He pulled out his phone and called his loved one. After the other end picked up, he tried to use his gentlest tone. "Hey, sweetie, there might be an emergency drill later, so don't be scared and listen to mommy, okay?" "You know what?" A small, childish voice came from the other side. "Daddy, where are you?" Hearing her voice, his tone cracked. "Daddy's at work. I'm a bit busy. I can't talk much now." He hung up without hesitation, but the screen immediately lit up with an incoming call. The caller's name appeared on the screen. "My little one." The captain answered, trying to force a smile. The girl seemed very upset that he had cut her off. Her voice was sulky. "Daddy, why did you hang up?" Seeing her pout, he gently comforted her. "I have one more thing to say." "What do you want to tell Daddy?" Only the girl's sweet, happy voice came through the phone. "Daddy, happy birthday." Those wishes made the captain unable to hold back his emotions any longer. Tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes. After getting into the vehicle, the group looked back at the hidden realm where dark light was emitting from the horizon, their hearts heavy. That dark energy is really powerful. As the hidden realm invasion started, the soldier with squinty eyes looked toward where the captain was staying to fight, his voice full of reluctance. "The captain is over there." After getting off the phone, the captain's daughter couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. Tears flowed like a broken dam. At the entrance to the hidden realm, Gu Van stared at the realm and laughed maniacally. "The power is so great, the demon lord will surely grant us even more favor." Inside the hidden realm, Ning Feng received a new skill book. Ice Glacier Transformation. Active skill. Extreme cold. Dark Forbidden Spell. Summon endless ice to descend, causing the freezing glacier to sweep across the world. He tapped the ice statue next to him, his voice clearly happy. "The monster XP here isn't bad at all. I hit level 37 in no time, and I can learn new skills. Might as well learn this one." Outside the hidden realm, the sky gradually turned gray, tinged with a gloomy atmosphere, very fitting for a day welcoming the demon lord. A loud noise echoed from inside the realm. It seemed like someone was coming out. Hearing the noise, Gu Van immediately knelt down to wait for his revered deity, respectfully welcoming the demon lord. A foot stepped out of the hidden realm and landed gently on the ground. Seeing the scene before him, Ning Feng stood there blankly, picking his nose, not understanding what was happening. Gu Van's group thought they had welcomed their lord, but when it turned out to be a mage, they were all stunned. At that moment, Ning Feng saw their bizarre postures and shouted in alarm, "What the hell is going on?" Gu Van, having regained his composure, pointed and questioned, "Where is the demon lord?" The demon lord, who had been frozen into a block of ice, spoke up sadly. "I'm already freezing to death," but Gu Van didn't hear him. He was staring intently at Ning Feng, silently assessing him. He doesn't know us, so he isn't an incarnation of the demon lord, nor is he another claimant. But this guy is decked out in starter gear. Why on earth would he dare to show up here alone? Right, that flight scroll from earlier. Maybe this guy was trying to take the opportunity to pledge his loyalty to the demon lord, but the dark energy was too overwhelming, and he got scared off. "Hey kid, are you here to surrender to the demon lord?" Ning Feng looked at him like he was an idiot and retorted quickly, "Nope." Seeing that it wasn't Gu Van, he cursed in annoyance. "Then what the hell are you here for?" Ning Feng still kept that same looking at a fool expression and replied, "None of your business." Seeing Ning Feng's dead fish eyes, Gu Van sneered in frustration. "Pretty arrogant, aren't you? Do you know who the hell I am? I'm Gu Van, an A-rank criminal. I've already got over 200 kills under my belt." At this point, Ning Feng was so annoyed by his bragging that he let out a sigh. He looked bored to death. Cut off mid-sentence, Gu Van roared in anger. "What?" Ning Feng had already lost his patience. He crooked his finger to signal the idiot. "If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get lost." Seeing him provoke him like that, Gu Van felt like the kid was actually insane. "You idiot, are you looking to die?" The lackeys behind him started shouting in unison, eager to take him down. "Kill him! Kill him!" Under their chanting, killing intent flared in Gu Van's eyes. But suddenly, the sky went dark, making one of the lackeys ask in terror, "Boss, boss, why did it suddenly get so pitch black?" This unexpected, unnatural event startled him too. "I don't know." When he looked up at the sky, A black shadow was grinning down at them with a wicked smile. They were all rattled by the look in its eyes, like a predator staring at prey. It was their first time seeing something like this, and they descended into a panic. What the hell is that? It's terrifying. Help. Ning Feng's eyes blaze, and the dark flame and the smile on his lips radiated pure malice. My freshly forged forbidden spell lets you taste something new. The skill he used was called Tectonic Shift, Transformation, Active Skill, Abyssal Gaze. Dark forbidden spell. It forces the enemy into an illusion, grasping all their weaknesses, and can also inflict brutal torture. Immediately, a series of markers appeared on Gu Van's body in Ning Feng's eyes. His skill was analyzing the guy's weaknesses. When he looked at the point on his shoulder, the weakness info popped up instantly. Shoulder wound, improper skill combination, leading to left shoulder damage, strength reduced by 5%, agility reduced by 5%, skill effectiveness reduced by 20%. The details were so precise that even Ning Feng was surprised. He hadn't expected such an in-depth analysis. Every opening the enemy had would be laid bare before this skill. Instantly, he targeted that spot and attacked, leaving Gu Van unable to react in time. Looking at the fear and shock on his face, he marveled at how incredible this skill was. Inside the illusion, he could act according to his own will, focusing his attacks on the surrounded enemies, hitting their weaknesses repeatedly, just like a demon playing with its prey. No wonder it's called Abyssal Gaze. Although this torture skill is quite twisted, being able to see weaknesses like this, it seems like I can find a way to put it to good use. Time flew by, and rays of sunlight began to appear on the horizon. The captain had been waiting on the mountain for the demon lord to descend but saw nothing, so he opened his device to call his subordinates and report the situation. This is truly strange. So much time has passed, and yet there's no sign of a dungeon breach on the mountain. I think I'll go up and take a look. It's fine. Besides, if something unexpected really happens, I wouldn't be able to run anyway. Dying on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain is just a difference of a few steps. Then, as he ran down the mountain with his phone in hand to check the situation, his voice suddenly turned panicked. What? What is this? The A-rank wanted criminal, Gu Van, and his subordinates, they've all been wiped out. The female soldier heard this and found it hard to believe. They had sacrificed 4 adventurer squads just to hunt down Gu Van. And they ended up like this? The squinty-eyed guy was impatient, wanting to know what happened inside. Captain, what's the situation in the dungeon? The captain had entered the dungeon by this point. Looking at the scene inside, his face showed clear shock. The inside of the dungeon looked like it had been frozen over by an ice storm. There wasn't a single living monster left. Hearing that, the squinty-eyed guy asked the thing he cared about most, what about the dungeon boss? The captain's sheepish voice came through the phone. I broke it. I saw the boss frozen solid and wanted to check if it was dead. Who would have thought it would fall apart the moment I touched it? The squinty-eyed guy hurriedly asked about its life status. So, is it dead? The captain looked around and confirmed. No loot dropped and no experience points, so it's definitely dead. His face went blank as he asked the captain, so, is the dungeon breach still happening today? This was the first time the captain had experienced a situation where the job was finished without doing a thing. His face was full of confusion, staring at the demon lord lying on the ground, silent and unresponsive. After clearing the dungeon and dealing with Gu Van's group, Ning Feng returned to the villa. Not seeing him, he called. Duan, are you still in the training room? Go get some rest. Returning from the trial, Duan's expression wasn't good, and his voice held shame as he announced the results. Boss, I got stuck on the 45th floor. My abilities are still weak. I'm ashamed of your trust. After leveling up, Ning Feng was no longer so stubborn about Duan's capabilities. He patted his shoulder comfortingly. No need to rush. Just rest for a few days. The main thing before was for you to understand the situation in the trial dungeon. Wait until next week. I'll arrange a hellish special training session for you. Hearing that he hadn't given up on him, Duan was moved to tears. So, the boss hasn't given up on me yet. Seeing him like this, he found it a bit funny. Of course, he hadn't. Duan's spirits were immediately lifted. He excitedly asked about dinner. Boss, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll go make it right away. While preparing, he was even happily humming a tune. Hellish special training. Hellish special training. Back home, the gaming addict in him flared up. Ning Feng sat on the chair. Unable to wait, he wanted to play right away. I'll just play a bit of the game for now. But just as he entered the game interface, a message arrived. The name Feng Yi popped up in the chat. First, it was a message from Senior Feng Yi. A message interface pops up on the screen. Senior Feng says he won't let me join the game. I'm actually really good at this. Ning Feng stares at the screen, thinking he must be seeing things. Did Senior Feng get hacked? As if sensing his confusion, a 3-second voice message follows. It's really me, Senior Feng. Want to play a duo match? Hearing his voice, Ning Feng finally believes it's really Feng Yi. Old man Feng usually has such a serious face in public. Who would have thought he's actually this gamer? And his gaming style is super methodical too. Ning Feng doesn't hesitate and plays around with him. A victory sign flashes on the screen. After the match, Ning Feng can't help but send an excited voice message to praise him. Senior Feng, I never imagined you were this good at gaming. Feng Yi sends 2 voice messages, laughing heartily. I used to play with my grandson, but he's busy with high school graduation exams now, so we play less. Come to think of it, you two are the same age. Hearing that his grandson plays too, Ning Feng seizes the chance to invite them. Well, if there's a chance later, let's play a trio match. Feng Yi replies immediately, deal. Ning Feng can't help but smile from ear to ear. Senior Feng is an upright man and holds a high-ranking government position. If he can build a good relationship with him, everything will be easier later. On the other side, Feng Yi seems to remember something and starts sending more voice messages to Ning Feng. Right, during this period, 3 top-tier universities are preparing to organize a supernova training camp, selecting elite students. Based on their performance, the outstanding ones will be exempted from entrance exams and receive special training resources. The good news is I still have 2 spots left. Do you want to go? This offer immediately puts him in deep thought. At first, he felt that with a forbidden spell in his hand, he didn't really care about going to college. But what if in the future he becomes an enemy of that so-called divine being? He has absolutely no combat experience, so that would be a huge disadvantage. After thinking it through, he excitedly agrees to the offer. Senior Feng, I want to go. Seeing him agree, Feng Yi happily replies, then I'll give you both remaining spots. If you have any teammates you know, you can sign them up too. Ning Feng says quickly, thank you. Thanks a lot, Senior Feng. After finishing the conversation with Ning Feng, Feng Yi's eyes drift toward a photo on his desk. You 2 kids are quite similar. You might even become good friends. At high school, no. 7 in Tandu City. In front of the classroom door, with a sign that reads Year 3, Class 2. 3 students stand together, chatting about this year's enrollment. This year, let alone top-tier universities. Even the cutoff scores for combat majors at normal universities are much higher. I heard many students, because they didn't meet the standards for the assessment, had their graduation delayed or were forced to switch to non-combat majors. Zhang Lei says this while pointing at Ning Feng, who is sleeping and drooling, looking disgruntled. So, are we 3-star awakeners no better than 1 or 2-star losers? Na sighs miserably, truly feeling unwilling to accept it. The school loudspeaker makes a noise, drawing everyone's attention. Chi Wei gestures to the person standing beside her, smiling as she introduces a new classmate. Class, we have a new transfer student today. I hope everyone will take care of each other. The person she introduces speaks up softly. Hello, everyone. The boys in the class all turn bright red the moment she speaks. Under everyone's gaze, Mu Qiu shyly introduces herself. My name is Mu Qiu. At this moment, Ning Feng has woken up. Seeing her, he immediately remembers isn't she that person who was being picky at the secret realm last time. Some boys hear her name and immediately exclaim in surprise. Is Mu Qiu the one ranked 4th on the national supernova list? Isn't she from a top high school in a big city? Why did she come to a small place like ours? Ignoring everyone, she points toward Ning Feng's seat, wanting to sit there. Teacher, can I sit next to Ning Feng? Shi Wei is a bit surprised that she wants to sit with him, but she agrees. Sure. With permission, Mu Qiu walks lightly to the desk next to him, looking shy. The boys are absolutely furious. Why is it Ning Feng again? Why do all the beauties keep wanting to stick to Ning Feng? Ning Feng turns his head to look at Mu Qiu beside him with curious eyes. Principal's office. Principal Zhang sits in the office, questioning loudly. Principal Feng, what kind of tricks did you use to steal Mu Qiu from my school? Principal Feng sees his tone is sour and quickly smiles awkwardly to explain, please, don't get agitated. I don't know anything about it either. How could he possibly be calm about this? His gaze is sharp. Not only did Mu Qiu leave, but she also took a spot for the training camp. It affects our university admission rate. Do you understand? After hearing the reason, Principal Feng smiles on the outside, but inside he is jumping for joy. No wonder Principal Zhang traveled thousands of miles to come here to hold him accountable. He's hit the jackpot this time. Is this person a real big shot? Usually, he only sees him on TV. This year, the whole province only has 4 spots for the training camp, and 2 of them are already for his school. At this moment, a knock on the door sounds, and he quickly invites the visitor in. Come in. The secretary opens the door and announces, Principal, someone wants to see you. They said they couldn't get through to your phone. Hearing that someone wants to see him, he finds it strange. Who is it? I'm talking to Principal Zhang. My phone is on silent. The next words from the secretary make the expressions of both principals shift from calm to agitated. It's from the Adventurer Management Bureau, Senior Feng Yi. Principal Feng doesn't dare to delay and meets Feng Yi immediately. He shakes his hand politely to greet him. Hello, Principal. I am Feng Yi. At this moment, he is so excited he doesn't know what to do. If I have Mu Chiu, doesn't that mean I have another spot? His body leans slightly to reveal Feng Rui standing behind him. This is my grandson, Feng Rui. The boy bows politely. Hello, teacher. Principal Feng at this moment still doesn't understand the reason for his visit, so he asks carefully, Bureau Chief Feng, I wonder how I can help you. Feng Yi puts his hand on Feng Rui's shoulder, smiles slightly and makes two requests. Mainly, there are two things to trouble you with. First, my grandson wants to transfer schools to study at your school. Hearing that he is transferring to his school, he is so shocked he is speechless, and Principal Zhang behind him is so shocked his jaw nearly hits the floor. As far as he knew, Feng Rui was an absolute celebrity. If he remembered correctly, Feng Rui was ranked 12th on the national supernova list. His class was a shadow-type blood source knight. Rumor had it, he was afraid of losing control of his dark powers, which is why he hadn't been fighting at full strength. Otherwise, he could have easily wiped out the top 5 on the leaderboard. Principal Zhang was green with envy, practically going crazy. Looking at the smirk on the other man's face, he couldn't stand the sight of him. Why on earth would the bureau chief's nephew choose to attend such a lackluster school? Besides, almost everyone ranked on the supernova list was granted a spot in the training camp, and word was that Principal Feng's school had just snagged another slot. After stating his first demand, Feng Yi laid out his second. Second, our management bureau has 2 training camp spots that we want designated for students at your school. When Principal Zhang heard that, his jaw practically hit the floor. He found it impossible to believe. On what grounds? On what grounds? How does a backwater province get 3 or 4 spots? Why are you people prioritizing this school? Principal Feng turned around, wearing a smug, provocative expression. Principal Zhang, as you can see, we're quite busy here. We don't have time to entertain you. The man was fuming, his voice practically smoking as he shouted. From inside the office, his voice echoed out, Assistant Liu, would you mind showing Principal Zhang the door? Assistant Liu responded softly, Yes, sir. The man wanted to say something else, but he was already being ushered out. Once he was gone, Feng Yi and Feng Rui sat on the sofa, waiting for Principal Feng. After hearing his request, the principal sat across from them, wearing a look of deep suspicion again. You mean these 2 spots are for third-year Class 2 student Ning Feng to distribute as he sees fit? If I'm not mistaken, Ning Feng only just awakened his power recently. Can he even go to a training camp? Feng Yi didn't want to elaborate, simply replying, This is an arrangement by the Management Bureau. There's no need to ask questions. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, the principal dared not pry further. Understood. We will cooperate fully. At this point, Principal Feng was incredibly curious about Ning Feng. The Management Bureau was a specialized agency responsible for overseeing adventurers independent from the 7 great guilds and held immense authority. Coupled with the influence of Senior Feng, who on earth could possibly have their backing? His future was boundless. How did Ning Feng manage to pull this off? In the third-year Class 2 classroom, Ning Feng looked up at the class roster with a confused expression. He was surrounded by Mu Chiu and Feng Rui, who sat to his left. The person sitting behind him almost seemed to be boxing him in. Their sudden appearance left him baffled. Why did the 3 of you transfer to our class? Xu Ting, who had also transferred, replied with a beaming smile. We're just actively sucking up to the big shot. Word is the school reached out to Zhao Cheng, but Zhao Cheng opted out, so he transferred his participation slot to me. Big brother, you gave Da Shu another entry slot. This year, all the representatives for the school's training camp are gathered here. Nearby, the atmosphere between Mu Chiu and Wang Yue grew tense, with sparks of gunpowder flying between them. Jiang Shu also started making new friends. Is this really Feng Rui? I've heard so much about you. Feng Rui, looking humble, laughed politely. I'll be counting on you, Brother Feng, and everyone else for your guidance in the future. Faced with so many people surrounding Ning Feng, all of whom possessed extraordinary strength, Mu Chiu's sense of alertness spiked. So, she wasn't the only one drawn to the big shot Ning Feng. Ugh, how annoying. I have to work twice as hard. I can't let the big shot hate me. Oh right, I even prepared a gift for him. I need to find a chance to give it to him. Everyone in the class gathered around, watching the cheerful atmosphere around Ning Feng in disbelief, inwardly screaming at how unfair the world was. How did Ning Feng get on such good terms with a bunch of supernovas? Even excluding Ning Feng, this lineup would be considered high-end even at top-tier high schools across the country. They wished they were the ones chatting with them. For the first time, Ning Feng felt the attention of so many people and couldn't help but feel happy. But he was also suspicious. Things had suddenly gotten a lot livelier around him. Besides, what actually happened to make Zhao Cheng quit? Doesn't anyone care that he's missing? At the Zhao residence, old Master Zhao sat in his chair, looking dazed, as the manager stepped in to carefully ask for his instructions. Sir, there's still no news of the young master. Are you sure we can't call the police? He only saw the old man's lips part slightly as he spoke. I've already contacted a powerful individual to assist with the investigation. I'm sure there will be news soon. Just wait a little longer. How are things at the school? Knowing he already had a plan, the manager didn't dare ask more. He cautiously reported the situation at school. I've already helped the young master apply for extended leave, saying he wanted to participate in special training. The principal felt that giving up a training camp spot was a pity, but he didn't ask much else. Old Master Zhao just let out a soft grunt and issued an order. I'm going to Xiao Cheng's room to have a look. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. The manager turned to walk out. Understood. His thick heels clicked against the stone floor, the sound ringing out harshly in the quiet house. When he reached Xiao Cheng's room, the old man's hand lifted gently. The door opened, revealing a room that had been meticulously organized. He approached a wall filled with photos of Zhao Cheng. His hand pressed firmly against the photo in front of him, filled with the anger and grief of a father worried about his son. Then, suddenly, the door to a secret room hidden in the bedroom opened. Old Master Zhao's face was plunged into deep, gloomy shadows, only his firm, tightly pursed lips showing the internal turmoil of their owner. He didn't hesitate to step inside. On the ground, a trail of blue liquid appeared. Back at the high school, Feng Rui pulled out a glowing orb. He held it out in front of Ning Feng, wanting to give it to Brother Feng. This skill book was a recent spoils of war of mine. Why don't you see if you can use it? Seeing the words on the book, he was stunned. Summon water element? Is this his summoning spell? Summoners are an extremely rare class, so skill books like these are hard to buy. They're incredibly valuable. Mu Qiu didn't want to be outdone and walked over to present her own gift. Big shot. I brought a gift too. But someone beat me to it. This kid is such a show-off, isn't he? The gift she gave was nothing to sneeze at, either. The rarity of the two items was almost equal. But Ning Feng murmured the name on the book to himself, Phantom Demon Blade. This is a battle mage skill. Battle mages are also a rare class, and this type of skill book is extremely scarce. I can't learn these two skill books yet for now. These are skills for a spellblade. Since spellblade is such a rare class, these skill books are incredibly hard to find. I can't learn these two yet, though. Before I could start leveling up, I had to head to the second wild dungeon. I didn't expect to remember that moment when I tried to enter, but the system blocked me. I couldn't get in. A dungeon required a party of at least 5 people to challenge it. Thinking about this, I furrowed my brow. Because I didn't gather enough intel, the trip was a total waste, and I couldn't unlock my new skill tree. But these two skill books were honestly pretty tempting, plus I needed to recruit some people as future intel sources. I really appreciate your kindness, you too. I've got something for you, too. I then pulled out 2 glowing golden orbs and held them out. If I wanted to win people over, I couldn't show up empty-handed. There are 40 high-level experience potions in here. You two split them. As soon as she heard the name of the potion, Mok Thu's eyes darkened. Rumor had it that this was an exclusive treasure of the Feng Due Guild, only prioritized for members they were personally grooming. Even Feng Due paused for a second, his eyes filled with shock at Ning Feng's generosity. These were extremely expensive at the auction house and hard to come by. To think that such a big shot would be generous enough to give away 40 at once. At that moment, both of them were even more determined to follow Ning Feng for the long haul. A thick thigh like this definitely had to be hugged tightly. Seeing them both get gifts, Yuong Duiet looked a bit sulky and annoyed. Big shot, I have a gift for you too. Seeing her like this, Ning Feng felt a bit helpless. Yuong, that's enough, out with it. What's wrong? Wang Yue giggled, hiding the item behind her back and acting all mysterious. Actually, Anhei just finished crafting a new type of potion, and she told me to bring it to you. She then held out a bottle glowing with golden light in front of Ning Feng. Looking at the bottle, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Back at Doan's villa, seeing him home early, he smiled and asked, Big shot, why are you back so early today? Ning Feng's eyes crinkled as he explained, every student in the training camp can manage their own schedule. Since there was nothing going on at school, I just headed out. Seeing that Ning Feng hadn't mentioned the hellish trial yet, Doan started to get restless. The big shot had said he would conduct hellish training for him this week, but until today, he hadn't brought it up again. Could he have forgotten? Just then, Ning Feng pulled out the item and handed it over. Doan, this is for you. He looked at it curiously, his tone hesitant. Big shot, this is. Seeing his curious gaze, Ning Feng smiled smugly and explained. This is a new type of medicine that Tunig just successfully refined called restorative potion. It can heal long-term injuries accumulated in your body. Drink 1 bottle first, then we'll start the hellish training. After hearing what it did, Do-an excitedly took it. Thank you, big shot. Sorry for all the trouble you've gone through for me. Seeing how excited he was, he quickly waved his hand. Don't mention it. Do-an didn't hesitate, popped the cap, and downed the whole bottle. Watching Do-an drink the potion, Ning Feng asked expectantly, "How do you feel?" Do-an looked down at his body, feeling a warm, flowing sensation spreading out. His meridians felt invigorated as he replied, "I feel really warm. Way more comfortable than before." Hearing that, Ning Feng felt relieved. It really was a good potion. Even the internal injuries I got from being hit by that forbidden spell last time were almost completely healed after just 1 bottle. Alright, now it's time for the hellish training. Don't get nervous, just follow my instructions. Do-an stood at attention and gave a military salute, his voice booming, "Understood." "I'm afraid you'll push yourself too hard," Ning Feng warned seriously. "If at any point you feel like you can't take it anymore, you absolutely must let me know right away." His seriousness made Do-an nervous. He didn't dare disobey. Then came Ning Feng's hellish trial. A cloud of black mist enveloped Do-an. As time passed, sweat broke out on his face from the tension. Ning Feng used his energy, and instantly, a glint of sinister aura appeared in his eyes. Ning Feng used his weakness-finding skill, Lang Lukthi Jure, perception of the defiled, once again. Through his eyes, every one of Do-an's weaknesses became clearly visible. His gaze darted to one spot. Is that recovery effect from the restorative potion? Injured lung. Recovering. Internal injuries accumulated from overloading your power when using skills, causing damage to your lungs. Strength reduced by 2%. Stamina reduced by 2%. Skill effectiveness reduced by 11%. Do-an, I'm going to tell you your weaknesses first. Then I'll start the training tailored specifically for you. Without a hint of doubt, he humbly replied, "Please, boss, enlighten me." The next words from Ning Feng shocked him into a stupor. First, it's the power overload. That skill doesn't suit you at all. It'll only cause more damage to your lungs. Second, your skill combos are wrong. You can't combine Ko Tin Lam Wit and Tri Tin Sunked Up, but you keep using them that way out of habit. Third, after being pointed out by him, Do-an's respect for Ning Feng soared even higher. The big shot really had an insightful eye. Seeing through all his problems, Ning Feng's voice sounded out immediately. Do-an had changed into his combat gear. The intensive training began. Seeing the black mist rushing at him at breakneck speed, he didn't flinch, taking a defensive stance. When it arrived, he swung his blade. But the black mist was incredibly cunning. It easily dodged and circled behind him. Do-an's pupils immediately snapped to the back, but his reaction was too slow, and the black mist seized the chance to strike directly at his weak point. Seeing him collapse, Ning Feng asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Even though the pain was so intense he could barely stand, Do-an persisted. "Big shot, I can still fight." Seeing him in such agony reminded him of the group from Guvan. Luckily, those guinea pigs helped me get used to this skill, so it wouldn't damage Do-an's consciousness. Even though it couldn't avoid the pain, the results seemed pretty good. By now, Do-an had forced himself up through sheer willpower. He gritted his teeth, his determination to become stronger even more solidified. In this world, I'm afraid only the big shot can help me get stronger. I absolutely cannot let the big shot down. Continue. Training room. A ferocious-looking monster let out a piercing roar. Do-an, already covered in wounds, didn't retreat, raising his weapon high as he stared down his opponent. As soon as it swung its hammer down, he agilely leaped up to dodge. Do-an flipped in the air, gripping the blade in his hands. He shouted at the top of his lungs, stabbing the blades deep into the monster's back. The monster shrieked in agony. After landing the strike, Do-an did a mid-air flip and landed gracefully. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression manic. Seeing him like this, Sulan couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. There are no more stages left. The information on the monsters you sent is all there is. After wiping out all the monsters, Do-an's breathing grew ragged and uneven. He collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Do-an draped an arm over his eyes, tears welling up. "Master, did I actually do it?" Watching Do-an clear every trial from the surveillance room, Feng Yi was beyond excited. Training a fourth awakening adventurer to this level in just half a month, it was nothing short of a miracle. Our administration bureau must build a solid relationship with the Grandmaster. Oh, it's acting up again. Seeing him revert to that state, Sulan grew worried. "Master, your body." Feng Yi knew his own condition all too well and sighed softly. "Don't worry. For a mutant like me, living this long is a blessing." His words cut deep. Having been by his side for so long, She had obviously realized his true intentions. You sent your grandson to Tandu City to study because you were already planning to entrust him to someone, weren't you? Tell me, Master. Is there any way the Grandmaster could help you hold off the price of that dark power? Her question left Fengyi silent. He turned to look through the glass, his voice devoid of emotion. We'll see. I need to get Duan to the Secret Realm trial first. At the Thuong Du Guild, both Feng Yi, Duan descended from the sky into the main hall. An Shan, leading the others, immediately stepped forward to greet them. Greetings, Mr. Duan. I am An Shan from the Vu View Guild. These are the heads of the 7 great guilds. It is an honor to meet you. Seeing An Shan and the others here, he raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, these guild heads are all 5th Awakening or near 5th Awakening powerhouses. Even Master couldn't have gotten them all in one place before. It seems the appearance of the gods really rattled them. Only the Grandmaster could be so unbothered by a deity. That's why he's the Grandmaster, I suppose. Su Vu, standing behind An Shan, glared at her with obvious annoyance. I just broke through to the 5th Awakening. So why do I have to make such a big show of myself just to welcome some 4th Awakening kid? And Feng, what is he even doing? Acting all mysterious. If he's got something to say, he should just spit it out. And what about these old foxes? Using their own secret realms to bribe someone and then rushing into network, it's just shameless. Afterward, everyone headed toward the secret realm portal. Su Vu started looking for trouble again. He offered fake praise to Duan, but he really just wanted to gauge his actual strength. Mr. Duan, everyone here would love to witness the prowess of a true expert. I hope you'll give us the chance to watch your progress directly through the realm's formation. He didn't decline the challenge and agreed immediately. Sure, I was just. A few minutes later, a makeshift phone stand appeared before everyone. They all crowded around, curious and full of questions. Is that mysterious Grandmaster on the other end? Is he using this to get some camera time? Trying to build a connection? If he ends up ticking the Grandmaster off, the outcome won't be pretty. At Duan's villa, Ning Feng was lazily eating snacks and watching TV. His phone rang, making him freeze. It's starting. That was fast. Back on Duan's end, he was preparing to show everyone what he was truly capable of. A.H. Han watched his blade technique in awe. His moves are sharp, his speed is several times faster than mine. Su Vu was left stammering as he watched that speed. Is he really just a 4th Awakening? Before everyone's eyes, Duan cleared one floor after another with effortless ease. Floors 30, 40, 50. Su Vu watched him blaze through the levels, his face pale with shock. He's already cleared more floors than the guild's elite scouts. Finally, they reached the final boss. In the mist, its glowing red eyes glared into the space. A furious roar echoed, meant to intimidate, but Duan stood firm, completely unfazed. His face was set in a look of cold, unwavering determination. Seconds later, the monster was knocked flat by Duan's blade. In the glow of victory, he stood tall, radiating immense power. A robotic system voice chimed in. Congratulations on completing the trial. The group led by An Chan stared in disbelief, jaws on the floor. He actually did it? Just then, a strange phenomenon occurred, shocking even the calm Duan. Brilliant light flooded the sky, bringing blessings and divine radiance down upon him. The system notification followed. You have received a divine blessing. First clear reward granted. You have received a divine blessing. First clear reward granted. Reward content. Forbidden divine spell. Seeing the god's crest, An Chan couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, a forbidden spell? How is a divine blessing a forbidden spell? Watching Du and receive the blessing, Su Vu was burning with jealousy. A divine blessing and a first clear reward at that. That basically meant no one else would ever have a chance to get it. Damn it, this is my secret realm. That first clear reward should have been mine. A ring of light enveloped Duan. When it vanished, a system notification left him stunned. Adventurer's class is incomplete, unable to learn forbidden spell. That announcement left Anna Chan confused. What? What does that mean? Ning Feng, watching via video call, heard it too. He immediately understood why. Right. The Demon King's memories indicated that the classes in this world haven't reached their peak form yet. Does this mean I don't get the reward? Just as that thought crossed his mind, the system updated. Reward adjusted to badge of blessing. Duan was left dazed by the sudden turn of events, and then 2 more notifications popped up. Your class belongs to the strength path. The gods here are the pure spirits of the 12 main deities. You have 3 different class paths. Please choose one to pursue. Duan thought for a moment and, without hesitation, tapped the sword icon. As soon as he did, his class changed. Class path, Spiritless Sword Sovereign. A master of sword chi, decisive and ruthless, capable of unleashing battle power far beyond normal limits when facing powerful enemies. The Infinite Martial Saint Job path relies on no external crutches. It focuses solely on pushing one's own combat limits to the absolute edge. Every punch and kick carries unparalleled force. It's the path of the peerless martial god class, which specializes in wielding various weapons to strike down opponents. It can observe and master an enemy's skills during combat. The sheer power and evolution of this class left Duan stunned. His eyes sharpened, realizing that since his weapon of choice is the short sword, he should pick the martial spirit sword Saint class. Instantly, the badge above his head began to shift, its surface turning black and white. Next, the system issued a notification about the item he received, the Essence Condensation Badge. It is a consumable item, orange tier quality, that permanently increases strength stats, +4 to physical stats, permanently, +4 to mana recovery speed, permanently increased by 80%. This grace badge is formed by condensed divine power, and it contains the fundamental principles of the universe, so you don't need to fear, just focus on absorbing it. At this moment, VM Shuyan saw something, and he nudged Wang back, gesturing, "Quick, look over there. What is that in the sky?" Amidst the golden light, the system's mechanical voice echoed again. Trial of the gods completed. The ruins become the laurel. World level increased by 1. Grace badge drop rate increased from 0 to 1%. Outside the trial area, a similar notification appeared. Trial of the gods completed. The ruins become the laurel. World level increased by 1. Grace badge drop rate increased from 0 to 1%. People immediately pulled out their phones to capture the scene. "Hey, are you seeing this?" How did those words suddenly appear? Meanwhile, Ning Feng, looking out from his villa through the glass door, saw the text as well. A thoughtful look crossed his face. Above his head, the system mission status bar appeared. Trial of the gods through the trial's secret realm. You have transformed it into your own power. Task complete. This notification made An Chan almost unable to believe his eyes. World level increased by 1. Fang Chu, holding a phone that was being blown up with calls, hurriedly asked, "Are people everywhere seeing this news too?" It seems like a global announcement. From within the secret realm, everyone saw him step out, their voices filled with excitement and agitation. Du-An is out. Amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd, Du-An walked out calmly. An Chan's face wore an inscrutable expression. His eyes now looked at Du-An with added respect. His strength can no longer be judged by fourth-turn standards, or perhaps the entire world's power system will be turned upside down because of him. He stepped forward with a smile, extending an invitation. "Mr. Du-An, would you be interested in joining our Yue Vu Guild?" Fang Chu didn't want to be outdone and approached as well. "The terms of our Kai and Yuing Guild are also very generous. We guarantee you'll be satisfied." Wang Bak also squeezed in, enthusiastically joining the pitch. "Mr. Du-An, would you mind hearing the terms of our Tian Jiak Guild?" Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Du-An just gave a helpless smile and declined. "I am truly sorry, but for now, I have no intention of joining any guild." Cutting back to Du-An's villa, he looked at his mentor, having returned without failing his mission. "Boss, I succeeded. I didn't let you down." Ning Feng gave him a thumbs up in approval, noting that most of it was due to his own hard work, which was what mattered most. Afterward, he sat down at the drawing table to sketch the badge. "I couldn't see it clearly on my phone. Does the grace badge you mentioned look like this?" Du-An looked at the drawing on the paper and nodded. "Yes, exactly. Except for the pattern, it looks just like that. Do you also know about this type of badge?" Ning Feng didn't hide it and gave a slight hum, having already received one from a dungeon raid and given it to Wang Yue. Seeing Ning Feng's casual expression like he was just talking about what to have for dinner when discussing receiving a badge from the gods left Du-An stunned. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. "I didn't expect you to have already received divine grace and just casually given it to someone else. It seems my efforts are still far behind." Across from him, Ning Feng sank into thoughts about his own identity. Du-An said, "The grace badge is formed by condensed divine power. Could it be that because I also have divine power, that's why I was able to get the badge in the dungeon?" Although he didn't want to admit it, in the end, the evil god was still a type of god. Besides, there was one more thing that weighed on his mind. 12 main gods. Could it be that the threat I'm about to face involves 12 of them? Du-An didn't yet know of Ning Feng's worries. He was intently thinking about the future chaos caused by the guilds. To obtain the divine seal, the 7 great guilds had already begun moving to search for more trial secret realms. He believed it wouldn't be long before every guild would have to get involved. Ning Feng didn't share his perspective on this. What he cared about now was his own mission progress bar. Du-An has completed the trial. The system has evaluated the mission as complete. That meant if he could master those who had passed the trial, he could use that power. Trial of the gods. Through the trial's secret realm, you will be able to use its power mission complete. But the problem is, what if the person who passes the trial is his enemy? The divine seal is a small issue. The biggest headache is that after passing the trial secret realm, one can learn forbidden spells. Once a forbidden spell falls into the hands of an enemy, it will definitely pose a threat to him. If that causes his existence to be exposed to the gods, it would be even more trouble. Is there any way to ensure only my people pass the trial? It felt very difficult to implement. Suddenly, Du-en spoke up, his voice filled with hesitation. Boss, actually, there's one more thing. I don't know if I did the right thing. Back at the Thuan New Guild, right after Du-en finished the trial, Suvu approached with a fake smile, wanting to reclaim the items from the trial, though he felt a bit awkward saying it. According to our contract, our guild will take back the rewards Mr. Du-en received from the secret trial. So, please forgive us. He didn't hesitate at all, taking out the items he had picked up. Sorry, the divine seal has already been absorbed by me. All the other items are right here. But Suvu suddenly roared in anger. No, you must leave the divine seal for me, or don't even think about leaving this place. But that was only in his imagination. He wanted to say it like that, but An Chan and the others were looking at the items Du-en put down with surprised expressions, orange-tier equipment, high-level gems. There was also Suvu holding a piece of paper he got from Du-an, wearing a triumphant smile. Formula for the Potion of Oblivion. This potion can erase a designated skill and return the skill slot to an empty state. Because they aren't easy to level up, skill slots are extremely precious. It could even be said that a person's choice of skills determines their future. Having this potion is equivalent to having more choices, like a high-level experience potion. It is a type of miraculous medicine that can change the world. As long as we get our hands on these two potions, our elite guild will definitely attract even more powerful warriors to join us. Our strength will soon surpass the official guilds. The only problem is to shut that guy Du-en up so he doesn't leak the recipe. Mr. Du, according to the contract, you must keep this potion recipe confidential and not reveal it to anyone else. To compensate you, we are willing not to. Before he could finish, Du-en interrupted. I need to be clear about this. I've seen this exact formula before, right from the mysterious master himself. The whole group gasped, their jaws dropping in shock. What? Seeing the exaggerated expressions on their faces, he reluctantly finished. So, even if I hadn't revealed it, that master would have concocted this potion anyway. Even so, Master Vu still refused to believe it. His tone was ironclad. We've investigated, and the rewards for clearing the trial realm for the first time were unprecedented. There isn't even any historical data on it. You say this mysterious master had this formula long ago? Do you have proof? Unable to provide evidence, Du-an simply closed his eyes and stayed silent. Seeing him empty-handed, Suvu smirked triumphantly. Nothing more to say, huh? Don't think you can use this mysterious master to pressure me. Anything that belongs to me, Suvu, no one can take away. But just then, Du-en spoke up. I don't have the authority to prove anything on the master's behalf. But if you want proof, the master actually knows the formula for your high-level experience potions, and what's more, he concocted it long ago. His face went blank. Suvu was so shocked by this that he couldn't even speak. How? How is that possible? The others listening were equally stunned and incredulous. The master actually knew the secrets of the trial realm. Is Du-en that powerful? Could he have already been using those potions to gain favors from the top? At this point, the elder finally noticed that Feng Yi's expression wasn't one of surprise, but rather as if he'd known all along. He immediately snapped, "What are you smirking at?" He tried to compose himself and replied, "I was just remembering something funny." Hearing this, the elder grew even more irritated. What's so funny? But he was met only with Feng Yi's deadpan voice. What's that got to do with you? Seeing that mocking face, the elder was boiling with rage. That damn old man, he thought. It turns out he knew about this because of Feng Ru. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his decision to entrust everything to them was right. No wonder, Little Du said. But Feng casually handed out 40 bottles of experience potions as gifts because he didn't even care about them at all. It seemed transferring Little Du to the other school was an incredibly correct decision. Seeing that there was nothing left to discuss, Du-an announced he was leaving. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. Seeing him leave, Feng Yi decided to follow. I'll go with you. The two of them then walked away haughtily under everyone's gaze. After they were a good distance away, Feng Yi finally dared to ask, Mr. Du, I have a question. Does the mysterious master have other potions, right? Because my body has been increasingly eroded by dark energy, and it's getting worse. But I still want to live a few more years to be with my grandson. Du-en didn't refuse, but didn't make any promises either. I can help you ask. Seeing that he didn't refuse, Feng Yi cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you so much. Thank you really. Back in the present, after recounting the events, Du-en felt guilty for being so impulsive in agreeing to help Feng Yi. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made that decision on my own. But Feng didn't mind it at all. He said softly in praise, You did well, no need to apologize. You had already thought of a type of potion that seemed suitable for him, but you were still a bit hesitant. If it's for Senior Feng, I can help out a bit. I'm just not sure if the nourishment potion will be effective for him. The next day, after crafting a few bottles, he found Duan to ask him to deliver them. Find some time to deliver these nourishment potions to Senior Feng. Tell him to try them. You agreed without hesitation. Duan immediately left home to find Feng Yi. He didn't see him at the office, so he asked to Lam, "Is Senior Feng not here?" She checked and replied, "It seems there's some kind of conference," so he went back to the bureau. Seeing that he wouldn't be back for a while, he offered to leave the items. "I have some medicine to give to Senior Feng." Lam heard this and immediately took it. "You can leave it here. I'll pass it on to him later." Afterwards, she went to Feng Rui's house and rang the bell. Noticing that no one was opening the door after several rings, she found it strange. Is little Du not home? He just arrived in Tandu and doesn't know anyone. Where could he have gone? I guess I'll come back tomorrow. From inside the house, through the door gap, a thick, dark mist leaked out, carrying an intense malice. It turned out Feng Rui was home, but it looked like he was being tormented by something. In his head, a devilish voice kept tempting him. "Don't you really want to save your grandfather? I can help you, as long as you agree to submit to me." But Feng Rui stubbornly refused to succumb to evil, struggling to keep his head clear as he resisted. "I am Feng Yi's grandson. How could I betray humanity and make a deal with a devil like you?" Seeing him still stubbornly refusing, the voice spoke again, filled with disdain and curses. "Weak creatures like humans, always loving to bind yourselves with these strange rules. Well then, let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Wait until your grandfather dies right in front of you. I hope you can still say that then." These words drove Feng Rui almost to the point of madness. His eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to control himself. At the stadium, Feng Rui had returned to normal, sitting alone, looking pensive and troubled. Just then, Ning Feng popped up out of nowhere. "How come you look like you're not in a good state?" His sudden appearance made Feng Rui jump. Seeing he wasn't in high spirits, Feng smiled and raised his phone, suggesting a team-up. "Want to play a game to lift your spirits?" But Feng Rui remembered Feng Yi's teachings and turned him down. "Sorry, brother. My grandfather doesn't let me play games at school." Seeing he wasn't interested, Ning Feng didn't push it and made plans with Feng Rui for next time. "All right then, when Senior Feng gets back, we'll play together. That senior's skills are truly incredible. He gave me quite a shock last time." Mentioning him, Feng Rui's face became sad again. "My grandfather only learned to play games because of me." Noticing his hesitation, he explained in a somber tone, "When I was young, my parents died in the line of duty. I took it very hard, became withdrawn, and locked myself in my room every day. Grandfather didn't know how to comfort me. He remembered I used to love games, so he secretly went and learned how to play them. During my lowest points, Grandfather was always there for me, pulling me out of the darkness, so I'm very grateful to him. Sorry, brother, for talking about such random things. Don't laugh at me." At the meeting room, images of two men were projected on the screen. The manager pointed to the first person and introduced the information. This person is named Bang Ha, a 4-star professional, triple specialized. 8 years ago, he was arrested for intentionally causing serious injury to others in a trial realm and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. But while serving his sentence, 6 years ago, he suddenly disappeared from prison under mysterious circumstances. This person is Ko Ung, a 4-star professional, sentenced to 15 years in prison. But 6 years ago, while still serving his time, he suddenly vanished from the prison without a trace. This man is Gu Ying, a 4-star professional. Bang Ha was once a mutant under surveillance, but he mysteriously vanished from prison 5 years ago. A few days back, both he and Gu Ying appeared at Bang Ha's old house in Hongyuan City. They used brutal methods to slaughter 2 adventurers and their families. Not a single soul survived. Both fallen adventurers were members of the group that captured Bang Ha back in the day. Their sole purpose in targeting Bang Ha's captors was revenge. After reading the file, the man in charge looked confused and brought up a point. The report says both of those victims were 4th-tier warriors, so how did they lose to 2 3rd-tier fighters? And why did they just watch their whole family get slaughtered without fighting back? The manager frowned and replied, "The Cam family's surveillance camera in one of the adventurers' homes recorded the entire battle. As soon as he finished speaking, footage of the fight appeared on the projector screen. In the video, the adventurer slashed with a lightning-fast strike, but Gu Ying was even quicker. He ducked, dodged effortlessly, and grabbed a weapon that looked like a blade but was much sharper, driving it deep into the adventurer twice in rapid succession before he could react. The speed and precision of the move left everyone in the room terrified. What the? Then, dozens more slashes followed. The adventurer was sent to his grave by Gu Ying just like that. Blood sprayed everywhere, as if trying to paint the screen red. Someone sitting next to Feng Yi analyzed the guy's skill and speculated. That guy's power has clearly surpassed the 5th tier. Even Feng Yi looked concerned by that level of strength. The gaps in the file made him curious. If we went head-to-head, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his match. A 3rd tier suddenly outclassing a 5th tier? What on earth happened during those years he was missing? At the Triyu family estate, Mr. Triyu stood backlit, staring at his own shadow on the floor. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He seemed terrified of something. The room door creaked open with an ear-piercing sound. Bang Ha and Gu Ying, the two that Feng Yi's group were tracking, had arrived. Seeing them, Mr. Triyu's demeanor became servile and cautious. Thank you both for your hard work. May I ask if you found anything? Bang Ha spoke first, his face icy. Mr. Triyu, we couldn't find any clues about your son, but while I was searching for his tracks, I sensed an incredibly powerful dark energy. Mr. Triyu blinked, confused. What? What does that mean? Seeing the doubt on his face, he explained slowly. You see, low-level guardians can only use dark power through the blessing of a demon lord. Just like that fool who died in Tandu City a while back, he was just a pawn for some demon lord. But true guardians like us are summoned by the demon lord himself to receive personal training. In other words, we lose contact with the outside world and spend a long time cultivating in a secret realm. As soon as he finished, a cruel smile played on Gu Ying's lips, and his eyes filled with murderous intent. After piecing the information together, Bang Ha offered a theory. Your son, Zhao Cheng's situation, is somewhat similar to our past experiences. I suspect he may have caught the eye of a demon lord and was granted the qualification to enter a secret realm for cultivation. Hearing this, panic and confusion washed over Mr. Triyu's face. He remembered what he had seen in Zhao Cheng's room. I only know that Tu Bin was performing some kind of ritual. Does what you're saying have anything to do with that? Bang Ha immediately recalled the altar stained with blood and spoke with uncertainty. I'm not entirely sure, but I inspected the dark room your son used for the sacrifice. It was definitely a summoning ritual, and the layout was correct. If he keeps up the offerings, given his potential, he should eventually be noticed by some demon lord. Hearing this, a crazed look appeared on Mr. Triyu's face. That's great. I knew it. With this, how will those bastards at the Yuan Corporation ever compete with me? Ignoring his manic behavior, the guy handed him a business card with a request. Oh, right, Mr. Triyu. After dinner tonight, please have your car take us to this address. Looking at the address on the note, he asked, confused, are you trying to find someone there? While saying, we're going to meet some fellow disciples. His face was twisted with murderous intent. We want to go visit our future junior brother. The scene then shifted to the funeral day of Feng Rui's parents. The guild representative spoke with a sympathetic tone. Mr. Feng, your son and daughter-in-law sacrificed their lives to seal the runaway secret realm. Thanks to them, the entire city was saved from disaster. On behalf of all the citizens, we express our sincere gratitude and deepest condolences. Amidst the somber atmosphere, young Feng Rui wept heartbreakingly beside Feng Yi. In the starry night, Feng Rui recalled that scene. His one straight back now looked frail. Suddenly, a knock at the door rang out, and he opened it without suspicion. Who is it? The door creaked open. The visitors were Bang Ha and Gu Ying. Seeing their fierce, savage expressions, Feng Rui remained calm and asked, Who are you looking for? The guy ignored his question and asked, Are you Feng Rui? He simply replied calmly, That's me. The guy pointed and ordered, Let's go inside and talk. Knowing these people were up to no good, his expression darkened, and he looked at them guardedly. Who the hell are you? His internal alarm bells started ringing. These two were wrong. They exuded a dangerous aura. Bang Ha smirked, pretending to be friendly. I'm here to visit you on behalf of the master. From now on, you'll have to call us, senior brother. That statement stunned Feng Rui, and he immediately asked, Who is the master? Then, the next thing he said made the boy go pale. You met the master last night, didn't you? Only then did Feng Rui notice the familiar crest on their backs. Seeing his realization, their eyes flashed with bloodthirsty intent. Sensing the killing aura, Feng Rui immediately equipped his battle gear. He raised his weapon high, trying to strike first. You bastards! Bang Ha's hand clamped onto Feng Rui's face and slammed his head into the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The guy's eyes narrowed in annoyance. Attacking your senior brother? How rude. In pain, Feng Rui grabbed the man's arm and hissed, You asshole. But Bang Ha suddenly launched an incredibly fast strike, punching him hard in the gut. The blow instantly shattered Feng Rui's internal organs. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth, his eyes bloodshot from the sheer agony. Bang Ha lifted Feng Rui off the ground with just one hand and spoke coldly. Master says you're being unreasonable, so he sent me to talk some sense into you. I figured this might help you calm down. Master thinks very highly of you. He's willing to grant you immense power and even save your loved ones. You just have to say the word, and you'll become a top-tier powerhouse. Straining through the grip on his throat, Feng Rui spat out, "In your dreams." Seeing him so stubborn, Bang Ha sighed, looking annoyed. Meanwhile, after having her fill, Ko Ung-dung glanced toward Feng's room, her voice dripping with malice. "Brother, I think I'll head inside for a look. Director Feng isn't home. What a shame. I was looking forward to exchanging a few words with the old-timer." Feng Rui shook with rage at the thought of them going after his grandfather. "Don't you dare touch my grandfather." Bang Ha squeezed tighter until Feng Rui passed out, then let him drop to the floor. Looking down at the unconscious boy, he set a deadline. They say sacrificing a loved one can trigger a surge of dark, chaotic power. Senior Feng's life is in my hands now. I'll give you 3 days to think it over. If you agree to take him as your master, we'll let bygones be bygones. If you refuse, well, my brother here can help you make a choice. 3 days from now is the anniversary of that old man's death. I think that photo would make a perfect funeral portrait. Savage tribe, parallel world. A minotaur, face contorted in rage, swung a massive axe as if to split his opponent in two. Standing before it was Ning Feng, holding a staff and wearing a provocative smirk. As he channeled his mana, the stone atop the staff began to glow with a blinding light. The minotaur in front of him exploded, leaving nothing behind. After sending it to the afterlife, a look of boredom crossed Ning Feng's face. Haven't found a decent place to level up these past few days. Just have to settle for grinding experience in these standard secret realms. Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice echoed with a notification. Mission, no incidents. Minor realm reached level 2. System restoration progress, 43 out of 60 days. Penalty for failure, eradication of host. Looking at the remaining time, he muttered warily. If it keeps going like this, I'll have no choice but to deal with a nearby secret realm to finish the mission. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he answered immediately. Du-an, what's up? Du-an's voice on the other end sounded hesitant. Boss. Sir, Senior Feng has a request he wanted me to ask you. The hesitation made Ning Feng uneasy. Du-an's tone was wavering. Is it something hard to say? Just tell me. He recalled the old man's grief-stricken face and said softly, Senior Feng wants to take the mysterious boss as his master. City Hospital number 2. Feng Rui sat in a rehabilitation pod, greeting Ning Feng. Big Brother Kong, thanks for coming to see me. His face still held a friendly smile as he asked, How are you feeling? How's your recovery going? Inside the containment glass, Feng Rui looked stable and replied, Health-wise, there's no major issue. But they need to monitor whether my dark energy loses control, so I have to stay a few more days. The conversation drifted out from the room. This is a specialized ward for mutants. I've never seen one before. Feng Rui chuckled teasingly. Regular people wouldn't be here. Outside the room, Feng A looked both anxious and grateful while talking to Du-an. These two are extremely dangerous and have severely disrupted social order. The government takes it very seriously, but hasn't found a reliable solution. I'm relying on Boss for help and pinning my last hopes on him. I never expected he would agree so easily. Du-an corrected his wording. Senior Feng, Boss specifically instructed me to say this isn't about taking on a formal disciple, but simply providing an opportunity to help you train. After all, Boss prefers a quiet life and doesn't want to see villains running wild. Feng Yi nodded, understanding. I understand. Perfectly. But does Boss have any requirements? Du-an recalled the request Ning Feng had made and relayed it word for word to Feng Yi. Boss wants a private training space. It doesn't need to be huge, but most importantly, it must be discreet, so he can use it himself and conduct special training for you. Seeing how simple the request was, Feng Yi agreed immediately. Of course, I will satisfy Boss's request as soon as possible. Then suddenly, he seemed to sense something, spun around, and roared, Hey, what are you two doing here? He ran toward Feng Rui's hospital room. Inside, Bang Ha stood there carrying a bag of fruit. Feng Rui had gotten out of the containment pod and was standing in front of Ning Feng like a mother hen, protecting her chick. Bang Ha's mouth was full of apologies, but his face showed no remorse, only a provocative smirk. I blame my brother for being too rough that day, putting you in the hospital. My brother has been feeling guilty about it, so we had to come check on you and make amends. Feng Yi arrived just then, his voice booming with fury. You bastards. His agitated state caused his skull form to return. The flames of the dark grave flared up, reflecting his boiling rage. Seeing him so riled up, Bang Ha only glanced back with a dismissive, provocative tone. Director Feng, surely you wouldn't attack me here, would you? Realizing he was in a hospital filled with patients, Feng Yi hesitated. Seeing his hesitation, Bang Ha gave a smug, triumphant laugh. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Feng Rui of the deadline. Since you won't strike, I'll be going. Little brother, you have 2 days left to think it over. Don't forget. With that, he and Ko Ung-dong walked out. Feng Yi's one straight back seemed to sag. At the door, the two bumped into Duan, who was standing outside. Suddenly, Ko Ung-dong spat a mouthful of phlegm at Duan. He looked down, surprise, at his chest. After delivering that insult, the two walked off, chuckling maliciously. The two scoundrels strode arrogantly through the hospital corridor. Feng Yi returned to his normal form and bowed his head in apology. I'm so sorry. Ning Feng waved it off. It's not your fault, no need to apologize. What just happened didn't seem to affect Ning Feng in the slightest. He reached for the fruit basket and asked Feng Rui, "Hey, want some fruit?" His nonchalance stunned Feng Rui. Ning Feng looked at the overflowing fruit basket and said softly, "Looks fresh and tasty, don't let it go to waste." Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and night fell. In a large, luxurious room, the two thugs, Bang Ha and Ko Ung-dong, were sitting, with beautiful women laughing softly beside them. A hostess cooed in a sugary voice, "Don't be such a tease. Finish your drink." At that moment, as if remembering something, Bang Ha stuck out his tongue and said with a look of disgust, "Right. The young heiress of the Wang group, I heard she's not bad at all." Hearing this, Old Man Zhao immediately remembered the person he was describing. "You're talking about Wang Yue. Little Cheng originally wanted to keep her as a sacrifice, but if you want her, she's yours." Suddenly, a loud blast erupted as the wall behind them exploded. Bang Ha was still laughing heartily when two figures appeared through the smoke. A gust of wind cleared the haze, revealing Ning Feng and Duan. Their faces were hidden behind masks. Seeing his wall blown to pieces, Old Man Zhao shouted in fury, "Who's there?" Duan didn't want innocent people caught in the crossfire, so he coldly warned, "Except for Bang Ha and Gu Ying, everyone else, get out of here now." Hearing this, Bang Ha glanced at Gu Ying and signaled, "So, you're here for us." Receiving the signal, Gu Ying lunged forward immediately, while Bang Ha leisurely sipped his beer. He gripped his weapon and charged in with total confidence. Gu Ying's lips curled into a smug, arrogant smile as he swung his blade down. And instantly raised his own blade, effortlessly blocking the strike. When the metal weapons collided, a cold, ringing clang echoed through the room. The sheer agility of Du caught Gu Ying off guard. He stared in shock. After blocking the blow, Duan's expression grew serious. This guy's strength had truly surpassed the fifth transition. If it weren't for the master's special training for him, and if he hadn't managed to obtain the god's reward, he would have been killed in an instant. Opposite him, Gu Ying wore an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? This guy actually blocked my attack, so that's how it is. He only managed to block me for a split second. The mage behind him will seize the opportunity to attack. Do they really think they can defeat me with a strategy like this? His eyes flicked toward the source of the noise. It was Ning Feng, who had found a chair and was sitting down quite casually. He then picked up a bag of snacks, acting so relaxed that anyone who didn't know better would think he was there to watch a movie. He tugged the edge of the bag and popped a piece into his mouth, crunching away. The sight drove Gu Ying into a frenzy. "What?" Seeing him unfocused, Duan shouted angrily, "Where are you looking?" Distracted, Gu Ying took a palm strike that made him wince in pain. Duan's force was so great it sent him stumbling back a dozen steps. Realizing his opponent wasn't a pushover, Gu Ying stopped holding back and unleashed his full battle armor. He pushed off the ground with immense explosive power, and in a mere second, he was right in front of Duan. And immediately raised his blade to meet Gu Ying's attack. Two distinct streams of energy slammed into each other, creating a crackling explosion. Old Man Zhao and his group were still frozen in place, staring at the battle. The two hostesses were scared out of their wits. The blue-haired woman cried out in fear, "Didn't you say you'd let us go?" The pink-haired woman looked toward the door, but she was shaking too hard to even take a step. "What do? We don't dare to go over there." Old Man Zhao's gaze shifted toward Bang Ha, who was standing not far away. A strange, heavy pressure began radiating from him. It was as if he had transformed into a completely different person. His aura was as sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath. His target was Ning Feng, who was still snacking. As if he didn't see him approaching, Ning Feng calmly critiqued his food. "These melon seeds, they're actually not bad." In a flash, Bang Ha's blade descended toward Ning Feng's head, whistling through the air. Ning Feng snatched up a sword from the side to block the lethal blow, and with a flick of his wrist, he deflected Bang Ha's blade backward. A safe distance now stood between them. Bang Ha's outfit had also shifted into combat gear. Ning Feng grabbed his own weapon, eyeing his opponent coldly. To amplify his weapon's capabilities, he had utilized a rather unique skill, Demon Breaking Blade, a passive skill, 6-star rarity, forbidden dark magic. When using magic weapons and melee weapons simultaneously, all stats increase by 100%. Seeing the weapons in Ning Feng's hands, Bang Ha's eyes widened in shock. A battle mage? How can a battle mage be this strong? Suddenly, a crack appeared under his feet. Sensing danger, he leaped backward to dodge. A sharp stone pillar erupted from the spot where he had been standing. Before he could react, a flash of light streaked toward him. With nowhere left to dodge, he had no choice but to raise his weapon to block. After dodging a few more of Ning Feng's strikes, Bang Ha silently analyzed him. But this guy's techniques aren't that impressive. It feels like he's just a rookie with zero combat experience. No, that's not it. He's doing it on purpose. He's definitely plotting something. I need to be more careful. Then, he roared and swung his blade down. Facing this, Ning Feng just tightened his grip on his sword. Without taking a single step back, he used one hand to parry Bang Ha's heavy blow. Then came the clash of swordsmanship. Behind the mask, Ning Feng's eyes suddenly gleamed with an eerie light. A spike from a stone pillar lunged forward. Bang Ha realized what was happening, gritted his teeth, and twisted his body to let his armor absorb the hit. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Feng lunged forward with his sword. Bang Ha tried his best to be cautious, but he still felt like he was being overwhelmed. His gaze turned even more guarded as he stiffened his defenses. I knew it was a trap. How is this guy getting stronger the longer we fight? Realizing this situation wouldn't end well, he spoke up in a rush. Wait a minute. Ning Feng stopped his attack, but his eyes still blazed with fighting spirit as he stared coldly. With his stamina dwindling, Bang Ha began to retreat. I don't know who you are, but can't we just sit down and talk this out like civilized people? We're both powerful figures. There's no need to fight to the death. Ning Feng closed his eyes slightly, his tone resolute. Old man, my goal is simple. You die, I live. Hearing this, Bang Ha felt humiliated. He roared viciously, absurd. Don't be so arrogant. In the eyes of my master, you're nothing but a lowly bug. Hearing that, Ning Feng seemed to remember something and asked, Your master? You don't mean that demon king from the secret realm, do you? Seeing his reaction, the man's tone grew confident. That's right. In his mind, he pictured the imposing and mysterious figure of that person. His face was filled with pride and confidence in his master. My master possesses power that no one in this world could even imagine. Never mind those human adventurers, even the demon lords in the hidden realms have died countless times at my master's hands. What my master loves most is taking the bones of powerful enemies and crafting them into exquisite ornaments. Hearing this, Ning Feng asked coldly, So, your master has actually killed a demon lord, and you like collecting their bones too? Huh. Bang Ha laughed, not yet sensing anything wrong. That's right. A predator's smile appeared on Ning Feng's face, the kind you get when you spot your prey. Leftover bones. Where is your master? A fight was breaking out outside the building. The full moon cast a soft glow down onto the skyscraper below. To Lam had arrived with the others, and the battle was taking place on the top floor, at the Zhao family's real estate firm. Someone had seen the photo and assumed that Bang Ha and Ko Ung might be inside. A magic orb appeared between Feng Yi's hands. He sent it flying upward to use a scouting spell. Suddenly, the orb stopped at a certain floor. The orb began to expand, projecting the scene inside that floor clearly into Feng Yi's mind. Then, it suddenly stalled, as if it had been hit by a shockwave. Through the orb, Feng Yi saw the fight between Ning Feng and Bang Ha. He noticed that his opponent was struggling against Ning Feng's attacks and couldn't help but remark, That really is Bang Ha. He doesn't seem to be having an easy time. Plus, that masked guy has magical fluctuations. It's probably some kind of disguised spell. Inside, Bang Ha had lost all the cocky confidence he had a moment ago. He looked at the boy as if he were seeing a monster. All stats plus 20%. All stats plus 40%. All stats plus 60%. Watching the fight, Feng Yi couldn't help but marvel at Ning Feng's strength. He's amazing. His moves are simple and natural. His light attribute powers are completely suppressing his opponent. Where did this powerhouse even come from? All stats plus 8. The sharp teeth clamped down hard after biting into him. Bang Ha had transformed into a completely different form. His whole body was covered in armor, sharp teeth had sprouted from his midsection, and his pupils were blood red. After catching Ning Feng, he regained his confidence. To think you'd force me to use this move. How annoying. This move requires a heavy price. Below, Feng Yi saw the boy get swallowed and cried out in terror. What? On the other side, Duan, unaware of what had happened, was focused on fighting Ko Ung. It seemed like the two were evenly matched, but Duan appeared to be much more relaxed. Ko Ung saw Ning Feng get swallowed, and with a cruel grin, he taunted, Hey, your teammate just got swallowed, aren't you worried? But contrary to the panicked look he expected, Duan replied calmly, I'm not qualified to worry about the big boss. Not letting his guard down, Duan swung his blade down. A wound immediately appeared on Ko Ung's chest, and blood sprayed into the air. After landing the blow, Du-on finished his sentence. And you don't have the luxury to worry either. Ko-ung let out a miserable scream. Hearing his shout, Bang Ha glanced toward Du-on, then darted his eyes to the right. Old man Zhao hadn't even had time to sit and hide. Looking awkward and cowardly, he stammered, "My deepest apologies. Mr. Bang, these pieces of trash are no match for you at all." Slash, the upper half of old man Zhao's body vanished. The two hostesses, despite wanting to scream, didn't dare to make a sound, only trembling as they covered their mouths. Bang Ha cursed in annoyance, "You're the trash here. Since I've already transformed, I might as well swallow a few more of you, right?" Feng Yi saw him look toward the orb and his expression changed instantly. "Oh no, we've been spotted." Bang Ha opened his mouth to laugh, then suddenly, boom, something exploded. As it turned out, the explosion came from Bang Ha's own stomach. At his final hour, he couldn't believe it and struggled to gasp out, "What?" Only to see Ning Feng stepping out of the hole in his body. Protected by magic, he hadn't taken a single scratch. After tearing a massive hole through Bang Ha, he looked slightly dissatisfied. "Took so long to get out. I'm still not quite used to real combat." By now, Bang Ha's life force was gone. He remained in the pose of his final scream before meeting his end. Seeing this, Ko-ung panicked and shouted, "Brother." Du-wan took advantage of the opening to slash at his chest. After the fight, the cold, calm expression remained on his face, his breathing completely steady. Behind him, Ko-ung was gushing blood like it was free. Outside the building, the space remained silent, as if no battle had ever occurred. The two hostesses quickly stood up and bolted for the door. "Run." Ning Feng walked over to Ko-ung and gently pushed his shoulder. "Hey, don't die just yet. I have questions for you." Inside the Blood Mist Valley's secret realm, a low-level monster reported the situation to the demon god. "Demon god, sir, an intruder has been detected at the entrance of the secret realm." Hearing this, he immediately ordered everyone to fall back. "The enemy might be coming for me." In his hand, the stones containing the soul energy of Ko-ung and Bang Ha had shattered. The soul energy of Bang Ha and Ko-ung has shattered. That means they're dead. Before he died, Ko-ung activated his soul energy. I could faintly hear a few things. He recalled the conversation he had picked up, in which Ning Feng's voice rang out clearly. "Tell me, where is your master?" Before dying, Ko-ung had still managed to spit out a threat. "My master is in the Du-Tu-Sun secret realm. He will avenge us." After remembering the conversation, he didn't want these small fries to sacrifice themselves in vain and ordered coldly, since the enemy was able to kill Bang Ha and Ko-ung. "You guys won't be his match either. I should handle this myself." The monster quickly obeyed, "Yes, sir." Watching the little monster run off, the demon god sighed internally. "Even though my subordinates are loyal, they can only rely on my energy to survive. Only special races like humans can level up on their own and provide me with even more power." Suddenly, a lump of flesh surged from the center of his chest as if it were about to burst. A few seconds later, the outer flesh was torn apart, revealing a skull that looked completely different from the others. He patted the skull lightly, his mind sinking into memory. "Many years ago, I was just an ordinary demon king until I accidentally obtained the remains of a high-level demon king. It not only gave me tremendous power, but also taught me how to force humans into submission. With its help, I was able to defeat my enemies once again and turn them into trophies. This time, it's just adding to my collection." The demon god picked up the skull and held it high, looking like a returning lord. But before he could get too cocky, a blinding beam of light struck his body. Outside, Ning Feng looked curiously at the white mist radiating from the secret realm and asked, "What kind of secret realm is this?" Thick fog made it impossible to see the path ahead. Energy from the skill he had just used still lingered on his hands. Active skill, Thunder Demon Fall. Dark Forbidden Spell, Summon a Giant Thunderstorm. After the aura of the heavenly tribulation faded, he circled around, but found nothing. It really ticked Ning Feng off, not a single monster in sight, and they called this combat training. Just then, the system pinged with a notification. Detecting the End Era relic, Ning Feng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "It actually gave me a lead. Looks like the End Era relic is undamaged. I'll just follow the energy signature. This way." He found the object in the black statue's hand. Without a second thought, he opened his palm to channel his magic, unaware that the black statue was actually a demon god. Instantly, memories from the relic flooded into Ning Feng's mind. After refining it, he grumbled in annoyance. "There's only one relic. Where are the countless ones? What a scam." But after grabbing the relic and watching his points skyrocket, Ning Feng's mood improved significantly. All of his attributes just went up by 100 points. Now, even without using any skills at all, he could crush the vast majority of adventurers. He'd also broken past level 40, unlocking a new skill. The item this time was a forbidden spellbook. Ning Feng stared at it in silence. A sense of unease washed over him. This forbidden summoning spell. It's not going to conjure up some great demon lord or something, is it? If that happens, won't everyone just see me as some evil god? He cast water element, figuring he couldn't just overthink it forever. He didn't hesitate any longer and placed his hand on the forbidden summoning spell. Might as well learn it first and deal with the consequences later. After mastering the summoning art, his voice rang out in disbelief. Is this thing trying to conquer the world? Active skill transmutation. Gate of Darkness, dark forbidden spell. It opens a portal to the abyss, continuously summoning dark species for 12 hours. Or I can summon a high-ranked demon lord at any time. He knew from the start this wouldn't be simple. His eyes were glued to the last line framed in the text. Or summon a high-ranked demon lord at any time. Ning Feng repeated the words, realizing that this summoning spell was actually quite interesting. A high-ranked demon lord with no time limit, now that's pretty fun, isn't it? When the opportunity arises, I definitely have to test it out. The next day, Duan looked at the photos of Bang Ha and Ko Ung, both marked with red crosses, and explained softly, "These two scumbags are extremely dangerous. To ensure everyone's safety, we couldn't let either of them survive. So, the more information you get, the less likely you are to find anything useful." Feng Yi looked incredibly grateful. "Thank you so much, truly. You and the big boss saved our lives, and we don't even know how to repay you." Watching him thank them profusely, Duan gave a gentle, reassuring smile. "Senior Feng, you're being too formal." To Lam watched the scene, the weight in her heart finally lifting. Fortunately, the officials were willing to trust the master's judgment and did their best to show goodwill to the mysterious boss. Any lingering doubts had been completely extinguished. Otherwise, there's no telling how much damage Bang Ha and Ko Ung would have caused. After thanking Duan, Feng Yi looked at the two folders on the table and said quietly, "Actually, the government takes this very seriously. Plus, we heard the big boss wanted to find a place to train, so we've already picked out a few locations." The folders. All the information is right here. First, let me introduce you to what we've been looking for. These are government-built training facilities with excellent environments and infrastructure, ensuring total privacy without any interference from unauthorized military personnel. Even with Feng Yi's guarantee, Duan followed protocol and asked to consult Ning Feng. The training space the big boss mentioned was just a cover. They didn't want to expose his real, specialized training methods. So, he still had to take these documents back for the boss to choose himself. The training base. Looking at the facility in front of him, Ning Feng stood there with his jaw dropped like a country bumpkin in the big city. This place is huge. Duan, having read the specs, gave him a quick look and introduced it. This is the state's newly constructed adventurer base, codenamed 51. It hasn't been put into operation yet. Senior Feng said if the big boss likes it, he can hand it over to you directly. Stuttering, he asked back, "The whole thing?" Duan chuckled. "That's right." As they toured the training ground, Duan explained every detail to Ning Feng. The entire building has 10 floors. The interior space includes a training area, an office zone, a recreational area, and living quarters. It can hold about 2,000 people. It has rest areas, complete infrastructure, and a full, smart management and control system. There's a cafeteria and a rooftop garden. If you want, you could live here for a year or two, no problem at all. After the tour, Ning Feng was very satisfied with this training base. "Just as I was preparing to cultivate and build up my strength, this place is perfect. Forget about how to use it, just thinking about it is exciting." Afterward, he and Duan sat in the living room with Feng Yi, the contract laid out before them. Upon hearing he'd chosen this place, Feng Yi beamed. Once again, he expressed his appreciation for the protective spirit shown by Ning Feng and Duan. Just as expected, the big boss chose Base 51. "I also thought it was a great choice. You've saved Tandu City twice and Longbak City once. Not only that, you even eliminated two major threats like Bang Ha and Ko Ung. The government specifically declared that the nation is ready to provide strong support for heroes like you, so the base won't charge any fees. You just need to sign the confirmation document. The government's take it. It's yours." Attitude caught him off guard. He didn't expect the government to be so friendly. With such a massive base, they gave it up the moment he asked. Duan, used to this, took the contract and signed his name. The big boss doesn't like dealing with these trivial matters, so the management of the base will be left to me and brother Ning. At this moment, Feng Yi's face turned serious. He mentioned the guild establishment one more time. "If the big boss has any ideas about starting a guild, I'm here to help." Duan looked up and took this chance to ask about something Feng Ming had always wanted to know. Just as they were discussing it, "Senior Feng, is there any way to get timely intel without having to start a guild?" No offense, but you know our big boss isn't exactly a tech whiz when it comes to the internet or anything like that. Feng Yi thought for a moment, then chuckled and replied, that's easy. For high-level national experts like Big Boss, our government can set up a special info channel. It's just not top secret. Any info shared there would also be visible to the authorities. Feng Ning sat listening and felt intrigued by the title they used for himself for the first time, but his focus remained on the methods Feng Yi mentioned for gathering intelligence. High-level national expert, is that what the authorities are calling the mysterious Big Boss? Compared to how Du An and I are struggling to scrape up intel, the Bureau's channels are definitely more effective. Of course, I won't rely solely on their sources and will continue to develop other channels in the future. As for starting a guild, that's just too much administrative headache. Besides, we aren't lacking in high-end resources. Maybe it's better to build this base into something else. After signing the contract, the two of them walked Feng Yi out. Duan remembered the training course, so he told him, Senior Feng, the special training session for you is scheduled for next week. I'll give you a heads up before it starts. He smiled gently, appreciative of their warmth. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to be such a bother. Just then, his phone started vibrating incessantly. Feng Yi answered, and a panicked voice came from the other end. Director Feng, our investigation has uncovered some mysterious disappearances, very similar to the cases of Peng Xia and Gu Ying. I'm worried that people like them might show up again in the future. After hanging up, a heavy weight settled in Feng Yi's heart. He sighed inwardly. Even if the big boss provided special training, he couldn't take on these enemies alone. If only there were a way to quickly nurture experts. Time flew by, and night had already fallen. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft, gentle light through the clouds. Feng Yi finally arrived home and quietly opened the door. Feng Rui saw him and jumped up like an excited child. Grandpa, you're home. He noticed the suitcase on the floor and asked suspiciously, Where are you planning to go? Feng Rui's face was beaming with excitement, his fists clenched in determination. Since the Supernova training camp is starting soon, Brother Feng helped us set up a special training course. He just called and said we'd be heading to the training facility the day after tomorrow, so I was just packing some things. Feng Yi looked his grandson over, his voice filled with doubt. Little Feng's special training? Just you few. He's only inviting 5 people, including you, he said, gesturing proudly to himself. Feng Yi became so excited that his inner flames flared up like Ghost Rider. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The big boss is actually willing to nurture others. Seeing his grandfather's reaction, Feng Rui's jaw dropped in shock. Grandpa, you're flaming up again. To reassure his grandson, Feng Yi raised a hand, his voice growing urgent. Don't worry, I've already taken the medicine Mr. Du brought. My body has clearly improved. I just haven't mastered the dark energy yet. Tell me, who else did little Feng invite? Under his grandfather's persistent questioning, he truthfully told him everything. Probably just some friends he's close to. Besides me, everyone else has known Brother Feng for a long time. Hearing this, Feng Yi felt like he'd hit the jackpot. That means the big boss is looking out for the newcomers. The next second, Feng Yi started helping his grandson pack his bags. Come here, let me help you prepare. Make sure you listen to little Feng. This is a rare opportunity, so you must make the most of it. Feng Rui stood there, looking completely lost. The scene shifts to the training facility, located next to a deep forest, with an incredibly bustling architectural design. The group of friends led by Wang Yue walked up. She scanned the area and stated, So this is the place Feng Ning mentioned. I never expected it to be surrounded by a forest. To their shock, a teleportation gate appeared right beneath their feet, leaving everyone stunned. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them were whisked away to stand right in front of Feng Ning and Feng Rui, who waved as if they had known they were coming. Over there, Jiang Shu saw a familiar face and walked over with a friendly smile. Feng Rui, you got here early? He replied politely. Just a few minutes before you guys. Seeing this, Xu Ting leaned in and whispered to Wang Yue. Thank goodness it looks like Feng Ning didn't call Thuong Mu Chiu. She looked around curiously, unable to help but exclaim, This place is huge. Jiang Shu followed behind, looking equally intrigued. Even the main bases of the 7 great guilds don't compare to this place. On the contrary, Wang Yue looked suspicious. Feng Ning, how on earth did you find a place like this? Faced with her questioning, he just smirked and replied breezily, The owner of this place is an elder in my family, so they let me borrow it. Wang Yue was speechless, her mouth opening and closing without finding any words. In her mind, she couldn't believe a word of it. An elder in his family? I've never heard Feng Ning mention that before. He's been getting more and more mysterious ever since he awakened. After explaining things to Wang Yue, Feng Ning quickly pushed his assistant forward. He took the initiative to introduce him to everyone. This is Du An, the one I've appointed to be in charge of this special training. Du An waved at them in a friendly manner. Nice to meet you all. While everyone was still dazed, Feng Rui immediately shouted, "Hello, Senior Du." Wang Yue finally hesitated, stuttering for a few words. "Senior Du, hello." Not paying much mind to her attitude, Duan kept his smile and turned to lead the way. "Let's go. I'll take you all to the training room." But it seemed Jiang Shu had sensed something unusual and whispered to the person next to him. "Feng Rui, do you know this Senior Du? You seem awfully nervous." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Rui's expression did a complete 180, shifting into one of pure confidence. "You guys don't know? That celestial phenomenon from before was all thanks to Senior Du passing the trial of the gods. His strength is far beyond that of guild leader Liu from the Yue Nin Guild." Hearing that, the whole group turned into stone statues, their mouths hanging wide open as if waiting for a system update. After a dizzying, roller coaster ride of plot twists, the group finally arrived at the training grounds. All 5 of them immediately got into battle mode, their morale exploding, their enthusiasm shining as bright as a neon billboard. Seeing them all fired up, Ning Feng froze for half a second, his eyes full of astonishment. Why does everyone's drive suddenly seem to be through the roof? He wondered while observing from above. Still, Ning Feng witnessed everything, and deep down, he felt a sense of relief. In this place, he could cast forbidden spells without worrying about the training room's camouflage being compromised. Ning Feng couldn't hide his smug expression. He wasn't looking to build a guild, but rather to foster powerhouses without restrictions. As long as he had the resources and the strength, and handpicked the right, reliable, we can finally form an alliance. Down at the training field, Wang Yue was fully immersed, her internal energy surging and roiling, pitch black like a living ink slick. It spread out in ripples as if trying to devour the very air around her, when suddenly, a sharp streak of ink swift as a blade slashed across her arm. Wang Yue's face twisted as she let out a sharp cry of pain, clutching her wound. Her brows knit tightly as she assessed the situation, thinking, this terrifying feeling of pressure is just too real. If this weren't just training but an actual attack, it would be enough to completely crush someone's will. But then, it hit her. Could it be that Ning Feng grew so strong precisely because he managed to overcome such brutal tests? Meanwhile, Jiang Shu's expression was filled with resolve. The two of us aren't exactly supernovas. We never expected to surpass anyone's innate talent just by working hard. But then Shu Ting gritted his teeth. But our boss has given us hope. Feng Rui, equally fired up, gripped his weapon tightly, whispering to himself, I can't just rely on Grandpa's protection forever. I want to protect the people who are important to me, too. As for Xu Wei, she remained silent, only gripping the 2 test tubes in her hand, her gaze cold and sharp. Ning Feng, observing from above, nodded in satisfaction. Everyone's performance was actually pretty decent. Back at the training facility, the sky outside was still as blue as ever, but the group looked like plants left out to wither in 40-degree heat for a whole week. They were so exhausted that one more breeze would probably knock them over. It felt like they'd been tortured for 100 years. They were basically half dead. Just as the thought crossed their minds, before they could even say a word, Du An appeared at the doorway, looking as fresh as if he'd just strolled in for a morning jog. He waved and smiled warmly, as if greeting a neighbor, completely ignoring the fact that the others were slumped on the floor, drained to their last drop. Today's training ends here. You guys get some good rest. From tomorrow on, I'll be leading you through targeted training. With that, the group dragged themselves into the VIP lounge. They sat around a circular table, their faces as serious as students awaiting test results. No one dared to speak, as if they'd signed a lifelong gag order. In the awkward silence, Wang Yue finally broke the ice. Even though this special training just started, what we gained today is more than what we've learned in the last few years combined. If we had just relied on our own comprehension, we never would have discovered these issues. Opposite her, Feng Rui stared blankly at the table, his expression conflicted. My dark energy. I felt something weird today. Even though I used all my strength, I didn't feel like I was losing control at all. Suddenly, Shu Ting collapsed onto the table and started wailing like the world was ending. This left Ning Feng staring, completely bewildered by what was happening. Wait, segment 19 was merged with 18 above, so continuing here. Shu Ting, what's wrong? Wang Yue glanced at Shu Ting, who was sobbing his heart out and could only shake her head with a helpless sigh. It's just that the pressure on Shu Ting and the rest of us has been huge lately. Because our school sent so many people to the supernova training camp, there's a lot of chatter online. Hearing this, Ning Feng immediately grabbed his phone, squinting as he searched for the news. Wait, there's stuff like that? Where? Let me see. Seeing his friend scrolling through Facebook without any luck, Wang Yue leaned in to help. Just as she said, social media was an absolute dumpster fire. User 2.97.13.134 was gossiping with gusto. What kind of place is Chindu High School? No. 7. I've never heard of it before. Is it possible some hidden powerhouse suddenly appeared? User 2.378.914 replied while munching on some popcorn, "There's one supernova there. Seems like they're ranked in the top 5. User 1.29.377 jumped in immediately to debunk that. It's not one supernova, it's two. One is Wang Yue, ranked 5th, and the other is Zhao Cheng, ranked 14th. User 7.75.269 sounded deeply skeptical. I've never even seen this Zhao Cheng guy before, but I see 3 people here who aren't even on the list. Did they kick Zhao Cheng out the back door? User 3. 6U75. 368 chimed in. Very possible. Even though other schools sent their own, I checked the info on Shu Ting and that other guy. Their results are mediocre at best, totally undeserving of a training camp spot. User 1.52.186 commented bitterly, and they have the nerve to say there's nothing shady going on here. Even a dog wouldn't believe that. User 2.115.985 added a sharp jab. The training camp is becoming a landfill. Why are they letting just anything in? User 2.431 pointed the finger directly at Ning Feng. The 2 you mentioned are at least somewhat credible, but the other one, named Ning Feng, that guy is a complete mystery. You can't find any info on him at all. User 1.12.456 totally lost it. Damn it, this is even more suspicious. What's this about a hidden character? User 1. U20. 100 was actively stirring the pot. Someone needs to teach this trash how to act. Amidst the sea of hateful comments, one account stood out, going against the grain of the whole mob. User 5. 2U81. 210. It's nothing like what you people are saying. Don't spread rumors if you don't know what you're talking about. Seeing these lines, Ning Feng couldn't help but get annoyed. These people are something else. They just sit behind a screen, typing out insults about us. The comment from user 5, 2U81. 210 quickly received a barrage of hate from netizens. Who is this? Talking like they know everything. Is this that trash Zhu Ting or that Ning Feng guy? This keyboard warrior caught Ning Feng's attention. He curiously clicked on the account. Wait, it was someone he knew. User 5. 2U81. 210. Student ID. Chengdu City. High School, number 7. Name. Chang Muqiu. Student ID number, grade level, valid from May to May. Another user, probably a net sleuth, quickly recognized her. This is the 4th person from that supernova list, the one they called trash. Why don't you dare show your face and confront us? This caught Ning Feng by surprise. It was actually Chang Muqiu, and it looked like she had posted this today. Wang Yue, standing beside him, was stunned too. She never expected her to stand up for them like that. While they were busy digging through the drama, Su Ting suddenly looked up, sobbing as he wiped his eyes. Guys, stop reading these comments. When I was first accepted into the training camp, but I was incredibly worried about embarrassing you, Boss Ning. Thanks to this training, all those worries are gone. I'm so happy I could cry. Catching the anxious looks from his friends, Ning Feng laughed out loud, looking quite pleased. You guys just focus on your training. In a few days, I'll bring you all a nice reward. Wang Yue blinked her eyes, full of curiosity. What is it? But he just playfully replied, it's a secret. That made her puff out her cheeks in anger, but it unintentionally lightened the mood. Everyone giggled, and the tension began to melt away. Night had fallen, and the forest was silent, save for the rhythmic chirping of crickets. Ning Feng sat deep in thought on his bed, with only a bedside lamp on, its soft golden light casting down, highlighting his contemplative face in the quiet darkness. His eyes stared into the void, as if searching for something within the murky shadows. Absorbing the Demon King's memories last time actually revealed information about me and the evil god. The truth is heartbreaking. Actually, there were a total of 7 evil gods born from the power of darkness, and they were the gods that all the monsters in the secret realms believed in. But this evil god and I, we weren't among those 7. Just thinking about this made waves in Ning Feng's heart. On the contrary, this evil god was once one of the 12 overlord gods, also known as the almighty magic god. Together with the other 11 overlord gods, I led my followers to destroy those 7 evil gods, so no monsters dared to invade the world of light anymore. Yet, the tragedy began at that very moment. Surprisingly, the almighty magic god, who was freed from the threat of darkness, became obsessed with researching the power of darkness and fell into madness. Fortunately, the 11 other gods discovered it in time and clashed with the almighty magic god. The almighty magic god couldn't win, so he seized the chance to escape and became an evil god. From then on, that legend was passed down in the world of light, and everyone believed it to be true. However, there are completely different legends among the dark demon race. According to the demon's accounts, the god's followers, once freed from the threat of darkness, gradually lost their sense of danger. Over time, their connection to the gods weakened. They no longer relied on them. It seemed harmless, but it made the gods extremely angry. So, they created their own followers, wanting to gain more power through faith. Everyone's ambition is limitless, even that of gods. Thus, the gods began encouraging their followers to attack one another, using them as tools for their own gain and as sacrificial offerings. Even the monsters hiding in the shadows began to emerge with the gods' tacit approval. This was the origin of the secret realms, amidst the chaos of the world. Only the almighty magic god, with his calm disposition, didn't care about the number of believers and didn't join this game. But no one could have predicted that one day the war would spread to the followers of the almighty magic god. Lacking the ability to defend themselves, the entire tribe was nearly wiped out. But the conflict didn't stop there. The almighty magic god angrily begged the other gods to stop this meaningless charade, but was mocked by them instead. The tension escalated, and finally, a war broke out. And it was in that battle that his true power was revealed. The almighty magic god, who never saw conflict, erupted with overwhelming combat power. 2 of the 11 overlord gods were killed, and 6 were injured before the almighty magic god was pushed back. After that incident, the god world fell into total chaos. No one knows where the almighty magic god went. Rumor has it he entered a void, neither light nor darkness, and vanished ever since. Fearing retaliation, the gods tried every way to smear his image. While trying to find the traces of that almighty magic god, Ning Feng suddenly closed his eyes, focusing his memory. It's so powerful. Dozens of them were able to escape, without a scratch, after killing 2 gods. No wonder the system often says things like, "It's nothing, just a small play." Isn't that just me scaring myself and worrying for nothing? The evil god inside me might have been framed, for all I know. He couldn't help but feel weary, but the information in the memory ended there. It was a pity he still didn't know the ultimate fate of the almighty magic god. Well, it's a legend after all. Truth and lies are hard to distinguish. And as for leveling up, I still have to do it. Risking my life for fun isn't my style. After a night of pondering, dawn broke, and Ning Feng headed out alone. He dashed away at incredible speed, leaving behind only a streak of light before stopping in front of a large secret realm gate. Facing the mysterious shimmering rays, Ning Feng just stared, his eyes full of determination, and didn't hesitate to step inside. The Adventurer Management Bureau was truly convenient for collecting nationwide information. You could find many unmanaged secret realms there. The moment he appeared in the secret realm, a herd of giant, aggressive bulls charged straight at Ning Feng to greet him. As if he had been waiting for this moment, the magic staff in his hand suddenly radiated a brilliant, mystical light. In a flash, Ning Feng launched a massive beam, sweeping across the bull herd, causing them to scatter and dissolve. Thanks to that, his experience points skyrocketed, leaving him quite satisfied. Done with the job, Ning Feng checked the system board. It turned out these mobs gave decent EXP, which meant the boss was likely to drop some high-quality gear. Soon enough, he found the boss of the iron-clad bull demon's secret realm, a bloodthirsty beast with sharp, glittering horns full of malice. Compared to Ning Feng, he's nothing more than a grasshopper trying to fight an elephant. Every step he takes makes the ground tremble. Dust swirled everywhere, but he didn't flinch. With a cocky smirk and a gaze as sharp as a challenge to the heavens, Ning Feng lunged forward, his blade flashing. A crimson gleam cut through the air, creating lightning-like streaks. In a split second, he landed a critical hit square on the monster's forehead. The explosive force sent tremors through the air. But then, something unexpected happened. His sword shattered into tiny pieces, scattering everywhere. Yet Ning Feng's expression didn't change. He just stared at the remains of his weapon. His composure so calm it was unnerving. Truth be told, this was all part of his plan. Every move, every reaction had been carefully calculated. Since his own level wasn't high enough, the weapons he could wield were far inferior to those of 4th or 5th tier adventurers. After back-to-back high-intensity battles, his sword finally gave out. After a moment of frustration, he remembered he was up against a secret realm boss. Seeing Ning Feng weaponless, the armored bull demon immediately flipped its attitude like a switch. It looked at him with a sneer, mocking his weakness, but he just tossed the hilt aside indifferently, as if he couldn't care less about the broken piece of junk. Suddenly, he channeled his mana, unleashing a burst of mystical purple energy. The air violently shook, and dust billowed. The boss was caught completely off guard, gaping in shock as if it had seen a ghost. Its body staggered under the surge of power. In an instant, the bull dropped like a lightning-struck steer, sprawled on the ground, unable to resist. Ning Feng hoped taking out this boss would level him up, but he wasn't really satisfied. He only went from level 43 to 47. The experience points from this guy were barely worth it, and he'd gone and broken his sword, too. Still, it wasn't all bad. Besides the XP, he got something else. Was this a new skill? Wind Blade technique detected, evolving into the forbidden spell, Devouring Wind. Active skill, Devouring Wind. A dark forbidden spell involving a violent storm of dark energy, corroding all light. Truly, human greed knows no bounds. Even that wasn't enough to satisfy Ning Feng. He looked thoroughly unimpressed. The more forbidden spells, the better. Otherwise, he'd be worried his firepower wouldn't be enough. But relying solely on forbidden spells wouldn't cut it. If he didn't have the right equipment, he couldn't even take down a secret realm boss, let alone fight a god. He was a man of action. Ning Feng turned his back on the sprawled armored bull demon and left. Now, where was the next secret realm? Might as well head to a nearby city and pick up some new gear. He found a bustling, multi-story shopping complex. Sunlight shimmered against the glass facade. As soon as he arrived, a saleswoman named Gao greeted him with forced enthusiasm, her voice ringing through the shop. "Sir, our selection of orange-tier longswords is all right here. Please, take your pick." Ning Feng stepped in, scanning the display with obvious boredom. "Only 7? Forget it. How much for the lot? I'll take them all." The woman froze, her eyes wide, speechless, only able to mutter to herself. Who is this guy? He looks so young. Not only does he have a supreme black card, but he's also buying all 7 orange-tier swords at once. I brought out the best ones with the highest stats, but he didn't even blink, looking at them like they were common blue-tier trash. Just then, a knock at the door brought Master Gao back to reality. "Come in." A subordinate peeked in, looking cautious. "Master Gao, there's a situation. Could you please handle it?" Gao didn't want to hear it. She impatiently cut her off, clearly brushing her subordinate aside, her voice polite but visibly annoyed. "I'm with a VIP. Whatever it is, talk to me later." Despite that, the person outside wouldn't give up, stammering. But as soon as Gao's dismissal ended, the atmosphere in the hall went deathly silent before a mocking voice rang out from outside. "We all have supreme black cards, so why is he getting priority? Do you think the young master of the Gu family isn't worthy of these sky-tier items?" Heavy, measured footsteps followed. Gu Yunchu strode in with his goons, looking arrogant, his eyes sweeping the room as if demanding total submission. Seeing him, Master Gao looked like she'd seen a ghost. "Oh no, it's the young master of the Gu family. If a conflict breaks out, I'm the one who's going to get the heat for this." As they arrived, they saw Ning Feng sitting there, casually sipping coffee, completely unbothered by the world. Seeing him just sitting there, Gu Yunchu went pale, his body stiffening as he stammered out, "And Ning. Master Ning." Contrary to his overreaction, Ning Feng just indifferently looked up, his coffee steaming, and asked casually, "Who are you again?" Seeing Ning Feng's attitude, anger flared in Gu Yunchu's chest. He couldn't hold it back, pointing right at his face and snarling, "You snatched all those supplies from me, and you don't even remember who I am." But of course, he couldn't actually say that out loud. "I'm Gu Yunchu from the Gu family." Ning Feng finally remembered it was that guy from before. Gu Yunchu forced a fake, polite laugh as if chatting with an elder. "What a coincidence, don't you think?" He said that, but inside, his face was turning black with rage. "I sent people to look into Ning Feng's background, but I kept hitting strange walls. It's like someone is intentionally interfering. The info online is all over the place. Some say he just awakened his class at 18, others say he's a reincarnated god. The rumors are more ridiculous than the last. It's impossible to believe. If he can make the Gu family hit a dead end." His background definitely isn't simple. Skipping the awkward, forced small talk, Ning Feng pointed generously at the table. "Are there any swords here you've got your eye on?" Instinctively, Gu Yunchu declined with feigned modesty. "I'm just browsing. Any gear will do." He spoke politely, but he was furious inside. He's got the nerve to ask, "If I get the urge to rob you again, I might as well not buy anything." Upon hearing what Gu Yunchu said, Kao and his subordinates were completely stunned. Their jaws dropped and their eyes went wide in disbelief as they silently marveled. Is this really the number 2 ranked player on the National Supernova leaderboard? Not caring about anyone, the young Master Gu couldn't stand being there for even one more second, so Gu Yunchu made up an excuse to leave. "I'm heading out now. You two take your time choosing." Leaning back against the sofa, Ning Feng replied indifferently, "Sure." As soon as he was out of sight, Gu Yunchu sprinted straight into the men's restroom. Luckily, it was empty inside. Otherwise, they would have definitely heard him losing his mind while trying to take care of business. Gu Yunchu slammed his fist onto the stone counter, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, this is so frustrating. I have to do something, or I won't be able to swallow this bitterness." In the stifling atmosphere, his expression turned dark and sinister, his eyes bloodshot from suppressed rage. Without a second's hesitation, he whipped out his phone. After some frantic taps, He quickly opened the forum and logged into a burner account he used for settling grudges, or rather, for smearing his rivals. Just seconds later, user 7.75.269, who was none other than Gu Yunchu, started spewing toxic misinformation, claiming, "I always felt something was off about this Ning Feng guy. We need a serious investigation." It quickly caught the attention of netizens. Below him, user 5.281.200 jumped in to refute him bluntly. "That's not what happened at all. If you don't know the facts, don't talk nonsense." The moment he saw that user's profile picture, Gu Yunchu jumped in shock, unable to believe his eyes. "That account belongs to Thurung Muk Thu. Even you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, you've betrayed me too." And so, Gu Yunchu remained in the cramped space of the restroom, thrashing about like a fish on dry land, his voice filled with resentment. "I have to find that trial dungeon and settle the score with Ning Feng. Ning Feng, just you wait." Outside, in the majestic halls of Thian Kung, Master Cao and the other staff were bowing respectfully, seeing Ning Feng off. "Safe travels, sir. We hope to see you again soon." Immediately outside the building's entrance, he strode away confidently with the aura of a top-tier player. In a moment of quiet, Ning Feng exhaled, his expression flickering with complexity. Soon enough, he arrived inside the dungeon, ready to rack up some EXP, not hesitating for a single strike. Ning Feng fought even more fiercely than before, his movements so decisive that even the monsters were forced to be wary. Finally, after many battles, Ning Feng successfully leveled up, achieving his goal. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. In a moment of satisfaction, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, level 60. "I can do the second awakening now. Not using the forbidden curse really takes a long time." Right at that moment, amidst the faint glow of the dungeon, Ning Feng spotted something strange appearing before him, an altar. Faced with this sight, his expression gradually darkened as fragmented memories began to surface. These demons used to worship different evil gods, until all the evil gods were destroyed by the 12 main deities. From what Ning Feng knew, these monsters weren't just invading the human world. Their goal was to resurrect the 7 true evil gods. Of course, there were also a few powerful monsters who harbored thoughts of becoming evil gods themselves. As he pondered this, the truth gradually became clear to him. Those main deities don't protect humanity. They actually see false evil gods like me as their mortal enemies. Through careful deduction, Ning Feng drew a conclusion. Thinking this, the legend about the demon's all-encompassing magic god was likely true. In the eyes of most deities, humans and other races are nothing more than toys for their amusement. With that in mind, he raised his staff and tapped the altar, preparing to test its reaction. Shortly after, Ning Feng strode away, leaving a massive explosion in his wake, constantly reiterating that neither demons nor gods were truly good. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket buzzed repeatedly. Ning Feng stared at the screen. It was a message from Brother Ngui. It was the perfect time to head back, pick up the second awakening quest, and return to the training headquarters. The sun was high overhead by then. Inside the laboratory, Tudin teased her brother as he worked. "My brother actually scored a lab in the headquarters." Following behind was Jiang Thu. He had tagged along out of curiosity, looking very pumped, until he noticed something eye-catching on the table, and Tudin let out an, "Oh, this pink potion looks delicious." Tuangai immediately stopped what he was doing and sternly warned her, "Don't just drink things randomly." With a grim, dark expression, he explained, "This is called the Potion of Oblivion. It'll make you forget one skill. I just brewed it. If you don't want to become an idiot, keep your hands off it." Hearing that, both Tudian and Jiang Tho were frozen in fear, their faces reflecting pure shock and disbelief. Just then, with eyes still struggling to process what she was seeing, Wang Yue stared straight at Ning Feng, unable to hide her astonishment. "Is this the potion you were talking about?" With a mysterious and dangerous smile on his lips, he twirled his finger, hinting that while it was related to the potion, something else entirely was what had left her speechless. The next second, amidst the silent, expectant excitement of the group, Ning Feng instantly revealed the items glowing with blinding light. With racing hearts and wide eyes, everyone gasped in amazement. Orange tier skills. Looking closer, Ning Feng reeled off the names of the items in his hands. A silent wind for the archer, a healing link for the priest, a giant's blade for the berserker, and a great barrier for the shield knight. Seeing the precious items with their own eyes, Jiang Thu's joy was evident. Normally, you can only buy purple tier skills on the market. This is the first time I've ever seen orange tier skills. Tu Dian had already lost control of her words due to the sheer luxury of it all. Beside them, Wang Duiet's lips trembled as she finally managed to get a word out. Are these really dropped from the dungeon?" He smiled, his tone light and cheerful. "That's right, those were very high-level dungeons. Once you all level up, you'll be able to clear them too." In contrast to the surprised expressions of his friends, Fom Due turned pale as paper and gasped, What even is the drop rate for orange gear in those dungeons? Brother Feng's strength has already left us in the dust. Seeing him say that, Ning Feng immediately boosted their spirits. Don't just stand there looking stunned. We still have a week left before leaving the training grounds, so hurry up and master your new skills. After his encouraging words, the group started moving, chatting, and laughing, making the atmosphere feel much more relaxed. Unexpectedly, as the group was joking around, two figures approached from ahead. As soon as Feng Due saw Feng Nak and Do An, his voice trembled with delight. "Grandpa!" The other four were stunned, stammering in unison. "Why you? You are Feng? Senior Feng?" Feng Yi nodded gently with a friendly greeting, his tone casual as he said hello to everyone. Immediately, the two leading girls reacted most intensely, their minds already racing. Even though I've only been with Feng Rui for a few days, I still can't help but feel excited to see a big shot like Senior Feng here. Standing right in front of me, this is something I never even dared to imagine. Meanwhile, Feng Yi silently evaluated them from top to bottom. These must be Ning Feng's friends, right? To receive guidance from a veteran like me at such a young age, you all have a limitless future. Ning Feng, on the other hand, was already secretly calculating in his mind. Today is the start of a new week, just in time for Senior Feng to come over for special training. Fortunately, the practice room is not the only one, so everyone can train at the same time. Without further ado, he immediately reached out, his voice a mix of curiosity and excitement. "Xiao Rui has been performing well lately. I hope he hasn't caused any trouble for you all." Ning Feng immediately responded enthusiastically. "How could that be, sir? Senior Feng, you've come at the perfect time. Would you like to see the training results of Xiao Rui and the others?" Hearing this, Feng Yi couldn't hide his excitement. "I can see them. That would be wonderful." Before long, they were at the training room, where all the equipment was running at full capacity. Inside, monster illusions appeared as if they were real, creating a sense of pressure and danger everywhere. With eyes blazing with spirit, Wang Yue pulled the bowstring, aimed, and released the arrow. No. The spectral arrow flew like lightning, piercing the air. Clad in advanced armor, Feng Rui slashed horizontally at a horde of monsters, while at the same time, Jiang Shu empowered his own body. The giant blade struck with a thunderous roar, unleashing an incredibly powerful blow. Behind them was the constant support of Shu Ting's linked healing. Thanks to this, every wound the team sustained recovered almost instantly, and their energy remained high, allowing the group to maintain a relentless rhythm of attacks. From above, Feng Yi observed every gesture and action of the team, unable to hold back his admiration. The skills these young people have are truly impressive, but why do they seem a bit unfamiliar? Duman chuckled and spoke quickly to cover for them, explaining that they had just learned those orange tier skills. Upon hearing that, his face changed color, he went pale, eyes wide with shock. Orange tier. Meanwhile, Ning Feng remained calm, a faint smile on his lips, acting composed as he explained, "That's right, they are all loot obtained from a high-level secret realm." This firm confirmation from Duan made Feng Yi so excited he basically transformed into a speedster, his mind reeling. The military had organized strategies for high-level secret realms for a long time, but unfortunately, they hadn't succeeded yet. Everyone was speculating about the loot inside, but this was the first time he had ever seen those orange tier skills. Then, he immediately turned to Duan, eyes burning as he asked urgently, "Mr. Du, may I report this to the military?" Ning Feng's face didn't change. He remained calm, his eyes sparkling with a light smile. "No problem at all. It's not really a secret. Everyone will know soon enough anyway." Looking at Ning Feng and his group, a surge of emotion erupted in Feng Yi's heart. The level of these kids wasn't very high yet, but levels can be compensated for over time. Plus, with the boss's support, they would soon surpass us old folks. One step ahead, every step faster, the future backbone of humanity would rest on the shoulders of these children. Elsewhere, the class change hall appeared like a giant fortress, magnificent and majestic. Ning Feng stepped in leisurely, every move carrying confident momentum, while cheerfully waving at those sitting at the counter. But as soon as she recognized who it was, Su Lan was frozen in her tracks, her eyes wide as she blurted out, "Wait, you. Aren't you already?" But he didn't answer, just gave his nose a slight rub and a mysterious smile, his eyes sparkling with secrets. Watching his retreating figure, she couldn't help but sigh. He really came to perform this second transition, something that takes others 2 years of hard work to accomplish. Yet for him, it only took 2 months. Inside the mission room, Ning Feng stood on the platform, and a system interface immediately appeared before his eyes. God-tier system, second transition mission, prerequisites. 1. Enter the secret realm. Suppress the floral sovereign and obtain the mission item origin symbol. 2. Collect 20 transformation stones. 3. Collect 100 spirit essences. Time limit, 7 days. Difficulty, level 5. Seeing these lines made his jaw drop. 200 transformation stones? How come a normal second transition mission only requires 1? This anomaly made Ning Feng concentrate intensely, murmuring and calculating. These aren't dropped by monsters, they have to be mined from crystal veins, and the yield is very low. Maybe it's best to go to the trading center first and see if I can buy them. Shortly after, he left quickly, heading straight to the Yuan City Trading Center. Upon arriving, Yat Kai rubbed his hands together, wearing his usual multi-level marketing smile, both polite and anxious. I am truly sorry. The number of people changing classes has surged recently, and the demand for transformation stones has exceeded supply. Please give us 3 days, and we will definitely find enough for you. Deep down, he was extremely suspicious. 200? I wonder what this big shot wants to do with those. Meanwhile, Ning Feng sat opposite him, his eyes cold but his mind calculating silently. 3 days isn't too long. I can go do the symbol mission first anyway. To save time, I should just buy the spirit essences from the trading center. Then, as if remembering something, he stopped and said casually, "Oh, right, I still have some miscellaneous loot that I haven't sorted out yet. While I'm here, you guys can help me with it." Opposite him, with a professional multi-level marketing smile, Yak Kai still replied politely, "No problem, sir." But before he could finish, Ning Feng interrupted him. "Oh, wait a second, let me check if I still have it." In the blink of an eye, he dumped a pile of glittering items onto the floor. The light was so bright it reflected off the ceiling. Under that brilliant glow, Yak Kai's eyes shone like stars. His pupils dilated to the max, his hands trembling with excitement as he clenched them. "You call this miscellaneous loot?" There were over 10 purple-tier skill books for various professions, plus a pile of orange-tier equipment to boot. With the current situation of everyone leveling up, there was no need to worry about high-quality gear anymore. My performance report this year will definitely be the best one. Only then did Yat Kai feel truly grateful to the pot-bellied Dong Ming. No wonder Mayor Tai urged him to serve Mr. Ning well. 2 lines of tears rolled down his cheeks, not out of suffering, but from a happiness so overwhelming I could just collapse. Bless the mayor's heart, I've truly struck gold. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Ice Plain hidden dungeon, a crowd had been gathering for quite some time, accompanied by constant, buzzing chatter. "Hidden boss, it's a hidden boss," someone shouted. "There's an irregular teleportation signature." A newbie cleric trying to help the sweet-voiced beauty. "Listen to you," being all obedient. The male cleric scoffed, "Hey, stop with that nauseating act." Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, a soldier suddenly looked tense and flustered. I'm sorry, sir. A situation like yours has never happened before. I need to get instructions from my superior." Ning Feng beamed, agreeing unconditionally. "Sure, go ahead." The soldier sprinted for his life toward the shield captain. Captain! Captain!" The soldier's voice was impatient and frantic. "What is it?" the captain asked, and the soldier reported back, completely out of breath. "There's a young man over there who wants to enter the dungeon alone." Hearing this, the shield captain's expression darkened instantly. "Are you kidding me? The Management Bureau just issued a rule that dungeon entries must be led by an official guild, with at least 5 people in a party. Otherwise, no one gets in. Did you forget that so quickly?" Stung by the reprimand, the soldier stammered in his defense. "I know, but... To verify the matter, he pulled a small notebook out with trembling hands. "That young man has a special permit issued by the Management Bureau that says he's allowed to enter the dungeon alone." At that moment, the shield captain looked like he'd been struck by lightning. He was so stunned his jaw hit the floor. "What?" he practically shrieked. He snatched the notebook, and as he read through it, his astonishment grew until he was completely at a loss for how to react. Having confirmed the documents, the shield captain's attitude toward Ning Feng shifted completely, his voice becoming unusually respectful. "Thank you for your cooperation, sir. We verified your credentials. You're clear to enter." Ning Feng gave a polite smile and a slight nod. "Thanks. Hard work, everyone." With that, Ning Feng stepped through the portal, his back straight, his composure so calm it was unnerving. The shield captain watched him go, wondering aloud to himself, what kind of background does that young man have? The date this permit was issued, it's almost the same time the new regulation was passed. It's like it was specifically prepared for this person. Just then, another soldier approached and lowered his voice. But the words were enough to send a chill down his spine, making his face drain of all color. "You don't think someone from the higher-ups sent a special inspector to check on us, do you?" Realizing his mouth might have run a bit too far, the soldier scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. "I was just joking, don't mind me." But that half-joking comment made the shield captain feel like he was standing on hot coals. Better safe than sorry. He roared, his voice like a hammer striking stone. "Everyone, sharpen up. Act as if a special inspector is actually here. Check every single spot that isn't finished yet. Meanwhile, Ning Feng stepped alone into the dungeon. He let out a soft sigh of relief. Good thing I checked with Senior Feng beforehand and got this special permit, granting me the right to enter the dungeon solo. The air inside was freezing and gloomy, as if the entire space were frozen in time. Beside an old wooden bridge, a warning sign swayed in the wind. Ning Feng barely glanced at it, his eyes perfectly calm. The next second, he stepped off the edge and leapt into the air, his silhouette as light as a swallow skimming over the abyss. He plummeted straight down into the deep chasm, the wind whistling past him, yet his expression remained strangely unfazed and tranquil. Suddenly, purple lightning erupted from Ning Feng's hands, twisting into blinding bolts of light. In an instant, sharp stalactites shot out from the cliff walls. They protruded violently, as if activated by a powerful electric charge. Ning Feng skimmed past each one, his feet touching them lightly and precisely, using the momentum to slow his descent as if he were walking on stairs in midair. Finally, he touched down light, yet as powerful as a black swan gliding through light, leaving behind a heavy silence at the bottom of the abyss. He tilted his head back, eyes scanning upward. The towering cliffs looked like an endless wall before him. Looks pretty high up. Suddenly, Ning Feng's pupils dilated. His eyes filled with shock at the scene unfolding before him. In the distance, a mage with an icy body slowly emerged. It was none other than Han Yin. With each slow step, a chilling aura spread, seeping deep into the bones, causing Ning Feng to stand frozen, staring in disbelief. But Ning Feng wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he felt an intense surge of excitement. Oh, is this the hidden boss? So cool. Facing the final boss, his eyes narrowed slightly, filled with arrogance. Bring it on. Let's make this quick, he thought, without a shred of hesitation. Han Yin stopped, observed the person in front of him for a long time, and finally spoke in a deep voice, Lord God Master, have you descended in person? That statement made Ning Feng's jaw drop. He had no idea what was going on. Every word from Han Yin's deep, resonant voice grew more and more emotional. Even though your servant couldn't see you, I could always feel that you are indeed Lord God Master. Perhaps you no longer recognize me. I am your loyal kin. Great Mage Han Yin. Ning Feng's gaze instantly turned guarded, a wave of intense suspicion rising in his heart. Lord God Master? What? Who is he talking about? Is there a misunderstanding? Calling me God Master? Do I really have the vibe of an evil god? After a long while, he hesitantly asked, How did you end up like this? Han Yin's expression darkened, his voice heavy as if every word carried the sorrow of the past. I'm sorry, I cannot fully explain it. We were attacked by other kin and suffered heavy casualties. I was killed by the enemy on the battlefield. Then he began to recount the events, every detail flashing in his eyes, but I don't know when or how I ended up here. Strange whispers kept echoing in my mind, like some cruel form of mental torture, triggering an uncontrollable urge to kill, until you appeared, and suddenly, I woke up. Meanwhile, Ning Feng stood still, his eyes wide, observing every gesture of the other. A curiosity urged him to understand everything. I remember the kin of the omnipotent magic god were ambushed. Could Lord God Master be the title for the omnipotent magic god? At that moment, Han Yin trembled with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes, his voice choked with hope. Lord God Master, did you come to save your servant? Hearing this, Ning Feng froze for 5 full seconds. He avoided the other's gaze, his voice calm yet cautious. That's not it. I didn't say it well. Immediately, disappointment clouded Han Yin's face. The sudden shift caught Ning Feng off guard, and he couldn't help but find it strange. Why did he suddenly look so forlorn? Just as the atmosphere grew heavier, Ning Feng quickly opened his mouth to clarify, his voice slightly awkward. Sorry, I'm not the Lord God you're talking about. I'm just a student tasked with taking you out. In that brief moment, Han Yin's gaze dropped slowly, his voice raspy as he repeated those words, each syllable grating against his own mind. Taking me out, taking me out. But then, as if jolted awake by something, he suddenly looked up, a faint spark appearing in his cold, icy blue eyes, as if he had found a new reason for being. So, you've come to help me end this suffering, haven't you? The corner of Ning Feng's mouth twitched. Caught between surprise and wariness, he stammered, I don't know. Meanwhile, Han Yin stood tall before him, his voice firm, radiating authority and resolve. This subordinate doesn't know what happened to you, and it seems you've lost some memories, but I could never mistake you. Even if you aren't the Lord God, you have an incredibly close connection to him. Just a moment passed, and he took a deep breath, his eyes igniting with determination, before he shouted with every ounce of strength from the depths of his soul, Lord of all laws, almighty divine form, respected master. Even Ning Feng's heart skipped a beat, his eyes wide with astonishment, completely unable to believe the gravity and power the other had just displayed. After a long pause, he managed to stammer out, So, You're saying my position really is the almighty divine law god. Before him, Han Yin assumed a posture of total surrender, as if ready to offer his very life. This subordinate said there is no possibility of a mistake. Please, do it. That statement stopped Ning Feng in his tracks. He truly couldn't bear to strike Han Yin. He tried to calm down before probing. I need an elemental sigil. Is there any other way besides slaying you? Hearing this, Han Yin's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice dropping into a tone of acceptance. My apologies, I am not sure. If you are worried about destroying this subordinate, please, don't be. Death, to me, might just be a form of release. Those few words left Ning Feng speechless, choked up and unable to come up with a rebuttal. It took a few seconds for him to regain his composure. He took a deep breath and asked, Is there anything else you want me to fulfill for you? Han Yin went silent, as if pulled into a distant memory, his voice sinking into nostalgia. It truly has been a long time since we last met. If you could just speak with me a little more, I would depart without regrets. Opposite him, Ning Feng clenched his fists, finding absolutely no reason to refuse. All right then. He took the initiative to start the conversation. Tell me what it was like back then. Han Yin, his voice energized, immediately began recounting the past as clearly as if it had happened yesterday. Back then, you would often shift into a human form, coming down to the mortal realm to hang out with us. We knew you were the Lord God, but we still had to pretend we didn't. It was so painful having to hold back. Ning Feng tilted his head, a mocking smile on his lips, not at all looking like a god. That comment made Han Yin laugh out loud, his joy difficult to contain. You were always so carefree and spirited. Honestly, we were all so happy just being around you. Just like now, there's no pressure at all. After a brief laugh, Han Yin wanted Ning Feng to share a bit about his life. Lord God, could you tell me a little bit about what you've been up to lately? Ning Feng didn't show off or put on airs. It's nothing special, really. Just going to school and playing games when I have time. Han Yin was clearly still confused by the gaming jargon, but before the confusion could linger, he jumped up. Excitedly, he shouted, Come on, let me teach you how to play. There's no internet connection down here. This was Han Yin's serious request. Ning Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze carrying something hard to express. In the long silence that followed, Han Yin stayed quiet too, as if he understood the underlying mood. Then, Ning Feng's voice dropped, laced with the regret of knowing he had to part with a friend he just met. Han Yin, if there's a chance in the future, I'll play games with you. He paused, then nodded solemnly, his gaze resolute, a promise made just like in the days when he came to the mortal realm to find them. Immediately after, a flash of a blade streaked across, piercing through like a beam of cold light. In that moment, Ning Feng's expression turned gloomy, tinged with sorrow, his heart tightening. Looking around, the secret realm of Han Yin was gone. All that majesty now reduced to 3 sparkling crystals, radiating a powerful light in the cold void. Elsewhere, in a meeting room, the atmosphere was heavy, so suffocating that everyone found it hard to breathe. No one dared to speak. Seeing that no one would step up, Yan Chuan tapped his fingers on the table, the dry sound echoing through the tense room. It turns out the anomaly inside the secret realm is indeed higher level than our skills, but with our current strength, there's no way we can launch an attack. In the heavy air, Fang Zhou spoke in a low voice. Since that's the case, could we invite the mysterious expert to lead everyone in attacking the realm? However, Feng Yi's response poured cold water on the idea. I've already asked. The expert isn't interested in cooperating like that. As soon as he finished, Fang Zhou scoffed, his voice laced with sarcasm and frustration. At a time like this, the expert should be in the same boat as everyone else, shouldn't they? Acting purely on personal whims without any restrictions. Does everyone really think that's not a problem? At the same time, Feng Yi's words sounded like a compromise, but were actually dripping with irony. All right, old Fang, I'll resign in a bit. This director position is yours. If you have any management methods, feel free to use them. Fang Zhou jumped up immediately. Old Feng, saying things like that isn't very nice. In a flash, he slammed his hand on the table, the sound startling everyone. His voice trembled with a mix of suppressed anger and grievance. For so long, when Peng Xia and Gu Ying appeared and threatened my family, you all said there was nothing you could do. I was prepared to die. In the end, it was the expert and Mr. Du who stepped in to help me. Now that there's profit involved, some people can't sit still. I hope you all remember, the boss doesn't owe any of us a thing. Opposite him, the others didn't say a word, just knitted their brows in thought. Only old Feng could say things like that, because everyone knew his character, he was absolutely devoid of any selfishness. Otherwise, the people below would have already been in an uproar. Just as the atmosphere remained tight as a bowstring, he suddenly spoke up. Old Feng, I heard you're planning to run a high-level dungeon in a few days. Feng Yi's voice still carried a hint of lingering anger as he replied curtly. That's right. Hearing this, and Zhen's attitude immediately turned determined. Save a spot for me in the team. Ling Hua, who had been silent until now, also quickly spoke up. Don't count the priest out, count me in. VM Shuwan enthusiastically raised his hand to chime in. Senior Feng, do you need someone to carry the luggage? Feng Yi was immediately so agitated it looked like he was about to transform. He muttered to himself, unable to hide both his bitterness and admiration. That devil training master is truly devious. These old bones of mine will probably need 2 days just to recover, but the progress is definitely noticeable. Compared to who I was before, it's like night and day. Watching the scene unfold, An Zhen could only shake his head helplessly, thinking, this old guy has no hidden agenda. Even if he had the slightest thought, it would all be written right there on his face. The scene shifts to the transfer room as the sky outside grows dim. After a long while, a mechanical sound echoes, transfer complete. Passive skill acquired. Ghostly immunity, rendering all scouting skills useless. Ning Feng looks up, though his gaze remains lost in his own deep thoughts. The memories I received from the Middle-earth poison god are essentially correct. The all-powerful magic god wasn't some kind of deity. He was just like me, wanting to live life exactly how he pleased. Suddenly, his mind is besieged by a flurry of questions. Hanyan said my sensations are identical to the all-powerful magic gods. Could this be due to the system? So, what exactly is the connection between the system and the all-powerful magic god? And Hanyan is long dead, so why did she turn into a soul lurking in the secret realm? Ning Feng looks down at the necklace in his hand. The accessory emits a faint, eerie green glow. Instantly, all its information appears before his eyes. Hanyan's keepsake. Orange quality upgradable. Mental stats plus 12. Casting speed plus 15%. Magic critical hit plus 5%. Provides the solid ice wall spell. An ice wind burst. Hanyan's spirit, protected by divine power, did not dissipate but instead took refuge in this pendant. Before the supernova training camp, many people were already gathering. This exam is divided into the high school division and the university division, bringing together the most brilliant young adventurers in the entire country. Everyone looks serious and solemn. In total, there are 180 people in the high school division, including 32 people from the current supernova rankings, along with 148 students from 4-star specialized fields. Suddenly, someone nearby sighs in admiration. Impressive. This time, not only are the principals of the 3 major universities here, but even representatives from the 7 great guilds and the Adventurer Management Bureau have shown up. This is an unprecedented level of prestige. Word is, if you perform exceptionally well, these big shots might sign you on the spot. You won't just get the resources provided by the contracting party, but after graduation, you can enter the big shots organizations directly, starting at least as a team leader. Seeing the principals walking over leisurely, the young man sighs with a bit of distress. I really want to greet these big shots and at least make some kind of impression on them. Otherwise, with so many people here, they won't even remember me, right? Suddenly, the young man beside him sees someone approaching the big shots and exclaims in surprise. Someone is actually going over to greet them. But when he gets a clear look at the person's face, the young man retorts with disdain, "Oh, damn. You dare compare yourself to him? That's the number 1 on the supernova ranking." His mentor, He Shi Shang, is the guild master of the Shang Rui Guild. Upon hearing this, his brown-haired companion laughs and says, "I'm just joking. I heard that ever since He Shi Xiang awakened, he hasn't teamed up with others to level up. He only travels with the elites from his own guild." The girl beside them sighs and moans. Comparing yourself to others is enough to make you die of envy. Do you know if that god's trial's secret realm was conquered a while ago? The boy asks, puzzled. What about it? The friend immediately fills him in. The one who finished the attack is a powerhouse in the martial artist field. It's the same major as He Shi Xiang. Someone says, they say He Shi Xiang was mentored by that powerhouse and has improved tremendously. Plus, with the Shang Rui Guild monopolizing high-level experience potions, his strength is probably beyond anything we can imagine. Just then, the roar of an engine echoes from afar. A vehicle rushes straight toward the training camp, drawing every eye. A person in a cloak spots it immediately and shouts in surprise, "Hey, look. The representative team from Sin Yu 7th High is here." The brown-haired companion asks curiously, "Are these the people everyone was speculating about on the internet earlier?" The girl next to him shrugs and curiously cuts in, "I wonder what they look like." Just then, someone steps out of the roaring vehicle, and behind them, Ning Feng's figure slowly emerges, with a nonchalant yet majestic bearing that immediately draws everyone's gaze. Right after, Principal Feng follows, his expression grave, projecting an aura of hidden authority. Finally, all the team members appear one by one, each carrying their own unique aura, adding to the intensity of the scene. Seeing the whole group, the crowd immediately begins to buzz with gossip. Whispers echo throughout the training camp. That aura is pretty strong, isn't it? They feel like a battle-hardened squad, just putting on a show. Facing those probing gazes, Principal Feng feels incredibly nervous. The whole camp is looking at us. We're clearly the tall tree catching the wind. Looking at their eyes, it's as if they've made us their imaginary enemy. Suddenly, Ning Feng senses something and looks up. Instantly, a series of notifications appears in his mind. Secret barrier. Immune to one instance of probing and tracking. Seeing this, Ning Feng just smiles nonchalantly to himself, thinking, looks like a lot of people are interested in me. Meanwhile, on the other side, a young man fails his investigation and blurts out in shock, I couldn't even detect that guy's level. Could his strength be higher than mine? Hearing this, the girl next to him asks in terror, Is he a high school student just like us? I don't remember seeing him on the supernova list. Not far away, Fang Chu is so incredulous that sweat is running down his cheek. A sense of existential doubt runs through his mind. Why can't I detect Ning Feng's level? Behind Fang Chu is Ling Hua, but she can't hide her suspicion as she questions him. Is that really Ning Feng? His level can't possibly be higher than yours, can it, old Fang? Shi Yu also frowns, guessing warily. Could it be that someone gave him some artifacts to shield him from being detected? After a series of questions, he doesn't know the answer either, so he can only mumble a non-committal. It's possible. In another corner, Shi Shan is also watching Ning Feng's every move, his sharp eyes seemingly trying to pierce through every action. I've been quietly turning this over in my mind. Ning Feng drew everyone's attention the moment he arrived. I wondered just how strong he really is. He furrowed his brows, analyzing the situation in a flash. Data points raced through his mind. He'd watched every video on dungeon clearing strategies and run countless simulations with the guild's elite. But the strength Duan displayed was beyond anything I imagined. It's impossible to replicate. If Ning Feng is just as powerful, then they must have some kind of specialized training, which is exactly what my big brother and I need most. Beside him, Feng Yi glanced over at them, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Old Liu, aren't you going to check them out a bit? Hearing this, Master An Chan shook his head calmly and walked away, acting quite rude. His attitude made Feng Yi frown slightly, but he still nonchalantly turned around to wave at Ning Feng. This move immediately drew everyone's gaze, and for a split second, the atmosphere felt frozen. Just then, Ning Feng's teammates raised their hands in return, creating a scene that was both solemn and lively, causing a young fan to blurt out in excitement, "Oh my god, Mr. Feng is greeting them." But Feng Yi's actions made Master An angrily criticize him. Is old Feng really this arrogant? He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he laughed out loud, saying, I'm just afraid you guys will snatch my people. He then lectured him even more irritably. We are all official organizations, our conditions aren't any worse than yours. But the only response was Feng Yi's joyful, provocative voice, bring it on. Let's see who can take down whom. Master An immediately expressed his disdain. You're old already. Stop picking up this internet slang. A moment later, at the testing area, a staff member gave serious instructions. Team leaders, please gather your members and register in order. Next, he loudly guided those who had already finished registering. Team leaders and students who have completed registration, please move to the designated area. We will introduce the training camp schedule to everyone shortly. A few minutes passed, and everyone was settled in the hall. Seeing that everyone was present, Dong Kei stood up solemnly with a serious tone. As we all know, secret realms have undergone unprecedented changes over the past few years. To adapt to these changes as quickly as possible and find a new direction for humanity, we need to train and select more elites. This training camp has received widespread attention from all parties. In the audience, Principal Truong frowned and asked with a probing look, Principal Fang, is that the secret weapon of Ning Feng's school? Why are you being so secretive, not letting others check their skill levels? Principal Fang just smiled lightly. Modesty. Modesty. On the surface, he looked very confident, but inside, he was incredibly nervous. Ever since the Wang Yue transferred from their school to ours, this Principal Truong has always been snooping for intel, but thanks to my strict security, he hasn't been able to get anything. At that moment, Principal Truong still wore a friendly, complimentary mask. Today, all the principals wanted to see for themselves the teaching quality of Tan Du That Trung. After all, it is a prestigious school capable of attracting supernovas. Right after that, he deliberately spoke loudly, full of pressure. Don't let us down. Clearly, this put immense pressure on Principal Fang, making him worry since he didn't really know how much progress Wang Yue and her team had made during their special training. Honestly, Wang Yue, Feng Rui, and Thuong Mu Chiu were nothing to worry about. After all, they were top-tier students on the Supernova leaderboard. Thinking of Ning Feng, Principal Fang could only pray silently, just hoping that Ning Feng and the others could survive such harsh trials. On stage, Dong Ke sternly announced the rules. This training camp adopts a free team model. Each team will consist of 5 members. Ultimately, everyone's performance will be based on individual and team accumulated points. The evaluation will integrate the top 10 members from the high school department, who will train alongside the university department. In the quiet space, only her rhythmic voice resonated. Before the training camp officially begins, we will enter a secret realm to get to know everyone. This realm allows entry for anyone at the 3rd rank or below. Next, a special team will perform for everyone. As soon as Dong Ke announced the most exciting highlight of the camp, a young man suddenly stuttered in surprise. Look at that. All eyes shifted to the big screen, where the exploration team appeared with an overwhelming aura. Immediately, the entire hall buzzed with endless chatter. It was no surprise, only they could pull off a performance like this. They were the top leaders of the Supernova leaderboard for the past 5 years, the absolute elite of the elite. At the entrance of the secret realm, the Su Hung group stood before the gate. The silver-haired youth joked, "Should we take it easy later? Don't put too much pressure on the juniors." The brown-haired boy with a stern face retorted unhappily, "What are you talking about?" Right after, with a gaze as sharp as a knife and a voice as cold as ice, he declared, "This training camp has many big shots. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to perform. Even though we are just a temporary team, if anyone gets in my way, don't blame me for turning heartless." With that, he firmly ordered, "Move out." Instantly, the system notification appeared, "Peak Combat Team, entering the secret realm." Stepping through the gate, everything changed instantly. A gloomy, desolate wasteland appeared before them. The miasma was thick, and they watched their surroundings carefully. The silver-haired youth frowned, looking annoyed at the dense miasma. Hearing this, the blonde girl immediately took the lead. "I'll handle it." And in the next second, glowing circles flared under everyone's feet, dispelling the toxic gas and emitting a powerful surge of energy. But the danger didn't end there. From the cave ceiling, giant spiders crawled out. Their massive size made the very air feel tense. In the blink of an eye, the giant spiders lunged down from above like lightning, their sharp fangs ready to swallow their prey. Without hesitation, the 3 boys immediately assumed a combat stance, their bodies coiled like springs, continuously unleashing lethal strikes. At the same time, the footage was broadcast outside, causing a teenager watching to gasp in shock, exclaiming, "Oh my god, their speed is just too fast." Watching Su Hung valiantly annihilate the monsters, he was filled with admiration. Especially Ha Su Hung, who didn't fall behind at all compared to the others. You couldn't even tell he was just a high school student. Elsewhere, Gu Yunchu observed thoughtfully, his eyes showing clear seriousness as he assessed the situation. Even though I don't want to admit it, that Ha Su Hung is already on a different level compared to us. Lycak, standing nearby, seemed to realize it too, silently agreeing with him. Not just them, even Feng Yi commented solemnly, his voice slow but firm. "I heard these 5 young people have been training together lately. If cultivated well, they could start tackling high-level secret realms very soon." With a serious look and determined eyes, Master An nodded in agreement. They definitely will. On the tracking screen, the viewer's eyes were glued to the Su Hung team's every move, their hearts pounding with every beat. Look at that, they hit the elite monster. With each flurry of attacks, they watched him and his team intently, tense and focused. Every step forward was executed with maximum force. I couldn't help but marvel they barely took a break, just kept pushing ahead. Finally, just as his team reached the boss, a shout rang out through the observation room. "The boss is here. The boss has spawned." A look of pure aggressive excitement washed over Shi Xiong's face, as if he were born to fight. The entire group went all out, throwing every ounce of their strength into powerful strikes, aiming straight for the boss. A few minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The monster was finally brought down, its massive frame trembling under their overwhelming power. At the same time, the clearance times for each team flashed onto the screen. Current record: Zenith Squad at 48 minutes and 18 seconds, a new record. Jiang and 5 Freaks, 1 minute and 24 seconds. Flying Dragon and Rose Squad, 1 minute and 46 seconds. Chi-Chi Squad, 1 minute and 45 seconds. Infinite Ocean Squad, 2 minutes and 27 seconds. With the competition over, people started filing out, buzzing with chatter. Not bad for the top 5. If only we could make it onto that board too. After the dungeon demo wrapped up, someone from Ning Feng's side stepped forward to greet him. "Excuse me, are you Ning Feng?" Walking slowly through the crowd with a friendly, warm demeanor, Yu Chen introduced herself. "I'm Tai Yu Chen. The mayor of Dongming is my uncle." The moment she saw her, Wang Yue's eyes went wide. She instantly recognized Yu Chen as one of the top 5 members of the Pinnacle Squad. Meanwhile, Yu Chen explained with a genuinely friendly attitude, My uncle mentioned you, so I wanted to come over and say hello. Ning Feng finally understood why she was there. So that was it. The scene immediately drew everyone's attention, the air filling with surprise and curiosity. Wait, an elite student from Beijing University. Why is Tai Yu Chen talking to someone from the high school department? And that guy, isn't that Ning Feng from Qin? Do 7 hi, it's Ning Feng again. Over there, Ning Feng introduced Wang Yue, the granddaughter of the founder of the Yuan Cheng Exchange. Seeing this, Yu Chen replied openly, "It's a pleasure to meet you both." Soon after, she added a thoughtful, gentle offer. "If you need anything during the training period, just let me know directly. I'll have the exchange handle it and get it to you first." He chuckled modestly. "You're too kind." At that same moment, Su Ting glanced at Wang Yue, giving her a serious, whispered warning. "You really should value Ning Feng. Every beauty he knows is far above the rest, both in terms of background and raw strength." On the surface, Yu Chen looked approachable and friendly, but her thoughts were elsewhere. Uncle really does talk about Ning Feng a lot, but I'm still not sure about his actual combat ability. I'll use this chance to find out for myself, she thought, before heading back to her team. The brown-haired youth saw her and immediately suggested, "Let's go find somewhere to rest." Yu Chen didn't hesitate to refuse. "No, I want to stay and watch a bit longer." The youth furrowed his brows, his tone mocking but tinged with concern. What's there to see in these exams? The strongest ones are already here. But Shi Xiang chimed in calmly. "I want to stay too." "Guess that settles it." The brown-haired youth had to agree, grumbling under his breath. "Fine." The chief supervisor stood up and announced the rules strictly. 6 squads will enter the dungeon simultaneously. You will all receive specific mission objectives, and your final score will be based on how you complete those tasks. But as soon as the students stepped into the dungeon, they were terrified. Their legs were shaking, eyes wide with fear, and they looked ready to bolt. Seeing the chaos, Principal Fang couldn't help but sigh, his voice full of worry. This dungeon is just too difficult for high school students. Principal Zhang chimed in as well, his face grave as he urged caution. If this keeps up, the high school department might not even have a single team clear the dungeon. Watching the scene inside, Principal Zhang let out a frustrated sigh. Ever since Ha Shi Xiang finished, no other team has made it onto the board. They can't even get close to the boss, even handling the small mobs is proving too hard. How are they supposed to get their names on the board? His face grew darker, his voice dropping low with anxiety. The students' morale is hitting rock bottom. Some are clearly underperforming. This can't go on. Beside him, a gray-haired youth yawned, not bothering to hide his boredom. "I told you there was nothing worth watching. They're all just a bunch of weaklings. Forget it, I'm going to sleep." Just as the atmosphere hit an all-time low, Ning Feng stepped forward, his voice steady and formal. "Greetings, instructor. We are the next squad entering the arena to receive our assessment tasks." In the Iron Crocodile dungeon, the sky was covered in a gloomy, ashen mist, as if the light itself had been swallowed whole. After traveling for a while, Ning Feng's team finally arrived. According to current intelligence, exploration teams are divided into 4 functional groups: assault, research, support, and defense. The first is the Dungeon Clearing Assault Unit. They are the primary combat force, responsible for fully conquering the dungeon or acting as the vanguard to face powerful enemies. Next is the role of the researchers. The research team's job is to study the dungeon, uncovering the knowledge hidden within for human use. The third group is the defense team. Their mission is to secure dungeons that have been cleared or to protect non-combatants in case of emergencies. And finally, the indispensable group. The support team acts as a battlefield force multiplier, enhancing sustained combat capability and reducing casualties by providing emergency medical aid and tactical buffs. The various roles within the dungeon are partitioned as precisely as meals in a cafeteria. Each role is assigned 10 specific tasks, with 10 points awarded for research missions and 10 for clearing objectives. Gather full data on the wolf plague. Research Task 2, 10 points. Secure 30 units of venomous gland fluid. Protect the research mission, 30 points. Use the proper method to extract and preserve 5 rot fungus spores. Research Task 4, 10 points. Retrieve 3 rare mineral samples from the core secret realm. Research Task 5, 10 points. Exploit various weaknesses to take down 3 mud wall fiends. Ning Feng scanned the task board, deep in thought. There was also a single core mission worth 50 points. Defeat the final boss to clear the secret realm. Wang Yue couldn't help her curiosity. She leaned in and whispered, "Which task are you going to pick?" He glanced at her and replied calmly, "Research." Hearing this, Wang Yue couldn't hide her admiration. No wonder he's the top student in theory. He didn't say much, just kept pondering. The main reason was that there were too many unknowns like the Shadow Dwellers or world-class familiars that needed training in real combat. Research was the safest bet. He knew how to choose. Shu Ting beamed. Research it is then. Plus, we've got a pro leading the squad. Feng Rui nodded in agreement. I'm down. Jiang Shu was even more direct, accepting without hesitation. However, just as they were about to confirm, Wang Yue suddenly stopped when she saw another item. Wait a sec, I just noticed the final research task has 2 capture objectives. She scanned the mission details, her eyes narrowing. Carrying samples while fighting a boss would be a huge distraction and a massive pain. Mission. Research. 10 points. Capture a live specimen for study. Hearing this, Ning Feng confidently declared, easy. We'll just take down the boss first. Outside the observation zone, the atmosphere was completely different. Everyone looked dejected and crushed. Just then, a young man with dark hair stared at the screen and blurted out in shock. Look at that. All eyes instantly locked onto where he was pointing. Ning Feng's team was fighting ferociously, their coordination flawless. The crowd couldn't help but shout, wait, which squad is that? They're so fast. Someone in the back recognized them and replied, their voice full of disbelief. Is that the guys from the Sinyu Junior team? How is that even possible? In the stunned silence, a young man with gray hair finally spoke up, voice trembling. This progression speed is insane. They're clearly several times faster than us. Sitting in the main observation seat, Wu Chen was just as stunned. A realization dawned on her. No wonder her uncle spoke so highly of Ning Feng. Not far away, the elderly Chen Chu spoke up. That old Feng. It's Feng Yi. He just calmly let out a sound of genuine surprise. The reason he was so impressed wasn't for nothing. It was the techniques Xu Ting and Feng Rui were using. Orange-grade skills. And Wang Yue was right there with them. Using similar skill combos made their teamwork incredibly dangerous. Chen Chu leaned in, observing intently, questioning how those orange-grade skills could be this powerful. Feng Yi didn't deny it, replying seriously, it's not just that. The kids themselves are actually quite strong. Hearing this, he turned his gaze towards Xu Ting's performance, eyes glued to every move. Right, the skill combos. As he saw Feng Rui strike with lightning speed, Chen Chu immediately understood the timing of their attacks. Not only that, their actions flowed together so tightly and synchronously that it reminded him of high-level squad coordination. Everything unfolding before his eyes made him tremble in awe. It was top-tier performance. Furthermore, his eyes couldn't leave Ning Feng, especially that kid. Watching him take down monsters without breaking a sweat, he whispered in disbelief, he's not even using high-level skills, but a single standard move is enough to completely neutralize the enemy. He's unimaginably strong. Principal Jiang stared at the screen, not blinking once, then hesitatingly spoke up, Principal Fang, but he was so focused that he cut him off. Don't bother me. The secret realm displayed a scene that made one's heart race. A horde of vicious monsters with ferocious faces, fangs gleaming and eyes cold enough to freeze, as if they'd crawled straight out of hell. But the team fought with everything. They had arrows flying, blades flashing, axes swinging, and magic staves erupting with power. From Wang Yue and Feng Rui to Jiang Shu and Xu Ting, everyone was fired up, eyes burning with determination. Finally, Ning Feng led the charge, weapons ready. Before them stood the giant 2-horned boss, looming like a living statue of pure power. Without a word, Jiang Shu and Wang Yue took the vanguard. From above, Wang Yue was majestic, her bow aimed true, while Jiang Shu used his massive frame to bring his axe down with enough force to make the air tremble. A perfect, critical strike. The boss's 2 horns shattered instantly. It roared in agony, opening its maw as if to swallow the sky. Before it could recover, its massive body crashed to the ground, the impact echoing throughout the arena as dust billowed everywhere. As the mission was marked complete, the leaderboard updated. Current clear record. Peak squad, 48 minutes and 18 seconds. New record. Jiangnan, 5 freaks, 1 minute and 24 seconds. Fei Long and Rose, 1 minute and 46 seconds. Banshee, 1 minute and 45 seconds. But in the next second, the record was updated again, topping the board, the Tusheng squad. Currently at 8 minutes and 14 seconds, a new record, leaving the Peak squad and the others in the dust. 2 members of the Peak squad were left jaw-dropped, eyes wide with pure shock at the display of power they had just witnessed. After their glorious victory, Ning Feng turned back, his voice stern but his eyes bright. Did everyone finish their tasks? The group smiled and replied in unison, done. With the final tasks confirmed, he happily told the group, all right, let's head back and turn in the mission. Soon enough, Ning Feng's team stepped out of the secret realm. But the strange thing was, as they walked out, they saw 2 rows of people standing and staring, eyes locked on them with intense curiosity. The team was stunned, a storm of questions swirling in their heads. Suddenly, Chang Mu stepped forward, clapping his hands with a shy but encouraging smile. Then, Li Kei and Gu Yunchu started clapping too, the rhythm building like a wave of support. Like a butterfly effect, the surrounding crowd instantly gathered around, showering them with a round of applause. The laughter echoed everywhere, instantly making the atmosphere much more lively. A moment later, when two fellow students struck up a conversation, Chang Mu eagerly answered their questions. "They're great people. We get along really well at school," Gu Yunshu bragged boastfully to the crowd. Back then, when some people online were badmouthing Ning Feng, I confronted them one by one. Honestly, the thing I hate most is people who talk behind others' backs. Seeing this vibrant atmosphere, Yuan Hui couldn't help but feel happy. A bright smile on his face, and the students' morale immediately soared. Dong Shi, standing nearby, also happily remarked, "This is the charisma of the strong, just like Liu Yanzhen and Feng Yi back in the day." Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared an announcement. The high school exam was officially over. Upon hearing this, a male student cheered, shouting that the top 10 were about to be announced. Other students expressed that they weren't really worried, as Chengdu First High had already taken half the spots, and furthermore, Hexixiang only had 4 positions left. Not letting them wait long, the speaker continued to announce the rankings. Number 1, Hexixiang, number 31, Gugu Yunshu, number 32, Li Ke, and number 95, Chang Mu Shu. These rankings left the students staring at each other in confusion. The crowd whispered, "Did you hear the names Wang Yue or Feng Rui?" The person next to them replied that they hadn't. So, Gu Yunshu boldly raised his hand to question. "Teacher, may I ask, did Ning Feng and the others not qualify?" Just then, Lu Ping secretly appeared, flashed a smile, and calmly provided an answer. They weren't taking spots away from regular students. He revealed the shocking news. The organizers decided to give them teaching assistant status. Hearing this, the students could only gape in astonishment. The scene shifts to a luxurious building where someone called out, "You're the Tusu team, right? I'm here to pick you up." Teacher Li welcomed Ning Feng's group warmly. "The professor in charge of the research team isn't here these past few days, so I've arranged for you all to stay here for now. This is a guest house specifically for teachers. The environment is excellent, and you won't need to go to the student dorms anymore." They were led to room number 604, with its elegant brown door, exuding a graceful yet warm vibe. Stepping inside, the spacious area made them feel completely at ease. Everyone was busy moving their luggage, chatting and laughing with excitement when suddenly someone knocked on the door. The person inside politely called out, "Come in." And just like that, Feng Yi appeared, waving brightly, leaving Teacher Li stunned. He thought to himself, "Wait, this is Bureau Chief Feng from the Adventurer Management Bureau." Before he could even steady himself, Yanjin walked in, leaving him completely flabbergasted. And then there was Guild Leader Liu, the head of the major guild. As the principals and other high-profile figures entered the room, Teacher Li was so startled his jaw dropped, his heart pounding as if his whole world had just been turned upside down. Everyone entered, and lively chatter filled the space. Wang Bo happily accepted a glass of water from Teacher Li and smiled politely, thanking him. Facing him, Teacher Li felt a bit flustered and stammered, "Oh, you're very welcome." At that moment, Teacher Li's face turned to stone while his mind was screaming, "Am I dreaming? The strongest people in the country are all actually here." Immediately after, Yuan Hui stepped forward cordially, raised his hand to greet them, and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Principal Deng Yuan Hui of Boking University. I wonder if you are interested in attending Boking." Not wanting to lose out, Dong Shi quickly chimed in. "I am Principal Dong Shi of Zillion University. Zillion has the most elite research team in the country. You are very welcome to join us." Next, Wu Sen also generously extended an invitation. "I am Principal Wu Sen of Chongwu University. Actually, you guys from Tandu are closest to Chongwu." This unbelievable scene left Teacher Li even more confused, thinking, the principals of 3 key universities are personally fighting over students? If word got out to the Lan family, how many people would be jealous and envious? As for Ning Feng, hearing this felt like a thunderclap in his ears, his mind completely tangled in knots. "This is bad. I'm worse at handling this kind of thing." Suddenly, he cast his wide, round eyes toward Feng Yi, as if pleading for help. He understood immediately and spoke up to break the tension. "3 principals, please don't get too excited. You're making it hard for the kids. How about we let them participate in the training camp first, and we can discuss everything else later?" On the surface, the 3 principals smiled awkwardly and reluctantly agreed. After all, the kids had been working hard all day, but in their hearts, they were all secretly determined to compete, never letting the other 2 families get there first. After that, the atmosphere became lively again, with laughter echoing everywhere. Everyone flocked around Ning Feng. Soon, the second day arrived. On the morning at the guest house where Ning Feng's group was staying, the atmosphere was still quite quiet. He had just woken up and was still sleepy, opening his mouth in a long yawn as if to swallow the entire morning. Suddenly, Ning Feng jumped, wide awake the moment he saw his two friends in front of him. "Everyone woke up so early, but your expressions don't look too good," Jiang Shi replied with a haggard face and dark, tired circles under his eyes. "I received several phone calls early this morning. They were all from my family asking which university I wanted to attend. I heard that all three major universities have contacted them." Feng Rui pointed backward, his face looking just as worn out. "I couldn't sleep because of his phone." Hearing this, Ning Feng turned to look at the room next door and hesitated. The girl's side wasn't any better than he had predicted. Just then, Xu Ting walked out, looking exhausted, and pointed behind her with a sigh. "It's not just us. Wang Yue is still on the phone." But the next second, her attitude changed 180 degrees, suddenly smiling brightly. "But my dad is very happy now. He's throwing a 3-day party." Afraid of losing out, Jiang Shu also excitedly shared. "Relatives and friends are constantly coming to my house. It's the first time my parents have come to visit me." Feng Rui sighed and added, "Having my grandfather backing me up is actually fine. I'll just follow whatever brother Feng chooses." Seeing them happily mentioning their families, Ning Feng felt a pang of heartache show clearly on his face. "My dad, my parents, my grandfather." Those words kept playing over and over in his mind, making his heart ache and slowly sink. But the sadness didn't last long before his phone started ringing, lively and loud, breaking the silence and bringing him back to reality. Ning Feng picked up the phone, his hand trembling slightly, his voice tinged with hesitation, yet he still spoke up. "Teacher Qi." The voice on the other end came through, full of care and warmth, as if wanting to soothe all his worries. "Ning Feng, how was the training camp? Are you adapting well?" It turned out to be Qi Wei on the other end. She didn't let him answer immediately. Her words continued, fast-paced, serious, yet full of weight. "There's a matter regarding the 3 key universities. They have contacted me and want to ask you about your university studies." Hearing this, Ning Feng burst out laughing. The crisp sound echoed through the room. So, the person they were contacting was her. Qi Wei's response was incredibly thoughtful. "That's right, I know you love sleeping in, so I'm calling you now." Laughter filled the room, and Ning Feng's face glowed with happiness. "She's still the one who understands me best." "That's good. I want to hear your thoughts, too." The scene shifts to the training session, where students stood in straight lines, listening to the announcement. Students from the university department and 10 students from the high school department. "Good morning, everyone." A few male students huddled together to gossip. "This high school department is way too monstrous. They wiped out 5 teacher-level monsters directly." Someone nearby marveled. And the crazier part is, 3 of those 5 weren't even on the supernova list. At that moment, a stern instructor announced, "From today on, we will begin the first phase of special training, dungeon conquering. I need to remind everyone that the dungeons we have explored before have never been fully cleared and may contain various dangers. Therefore, I expect everyone to follow instructions and act within your own capabilities." In the crowd, Gu Yunshu and Li Kei were listening intently to every word the instructor said. "Before departing, please confirm your group assignments with the instructors. Each of the 10 high school department students will join a university department team." As soon as he finished, Thuong Mu politely approached Instructor Lai to ask, "Hello, Instructor. I am Thuong Mu Chiu, number 95. I'd like to ask which team I've been assigned to." He looked at her with sharp eyes and gave clear directions. "So you're Thuong Mu Qiu? Your team is over there." As soon as Thuong Mu Qiu turned in the direction Instructor Lai pointed, she saw Ning Feng waving at her enthusiastically. At dusk, in an unnamed dungeon, the space felt gloomy and hauntingly desolate. The atmosphere seemed to thicken under the faint sunset. Suddenly, fierce monsters with razor-sharp teeth lunged from the shadows, their growls echoing everywhere, making one's heart shudder. However, Ning Feng remained calm, his eyes glued to his tablet screen, his hands swiping through data expertly. This is a new subspecies of lizardmen. It was estimated to be over 2.5 meters tall. Meanwhile, Feng Rui struggled to fend off a muscular monster, putting all his strength into every attack. Unexpectedly, the monster he pushed back flew straight toward Ning Feng, who was still fixated on his tablet, unaware of the impending danger. Yet, without even looking, he sensed its trajectory. He calmly raised his elbow to counterattack. With just one precise strike, the giant lizard was knocked flat onto the ground. He effortlessly took down the beast. But Ning Feng calmly sat on its carcass to continue his research. Body weight is approximately 800 to 1,000 kilograms. Scales are hard, providing high defensive capabilities. Around him, the 5 teammates had their weapons drawn, eyes tense but determined, ready to handle any further attacks. Facing this monster-filled darkness, Thuong Mu Chiu stood quietly to the side, silently calculating in her head. This is the abyss within the dungeon. Our speed has surpassed the fastest strike team. Clearing a path like this, my experience points are growing rapidly. It's like everyone is helping me level up. Looking at her new teammates fighting so hard, she secretly assessed their progress. Compared to when they first met, Wang Yue's group had truly undergone a complete transformation. If I can earn their recognition, I wonder if I can become like them. After the training session, everyone gathered to listen to Ning Feng share his thoughts. Miss Kai said that the research team at Southern Union University is quite strong, but the management is very strict. She's afraid I won't adapt well. On the other hand, the research group at Bakthan University has more freedom, which might be a better fit for me. Hearing this, Wang Yue patted Ning Feng on the shoulder and burst into a teasing laugh. You're really Miss Kai's favorite student. She even thought this through for you. Suddenly, Shu Ting raised his phone with a very serious expression. Everyone, look at the news in the class group chat. As the light from the phone screen illuminated them, the expressions of Wang Yue and Ning Feng changed instantly, tension visible on every line of their faces. The air around them suddenly went quiet. Everyone could sense the danger or urgent news that had just appeared in the group chat. People were buzzing with discussion. First, a message from Chao Nana appeared, full of confusion. Where is Miss Kai? Ma Hiuba replied immediately with a short, blunt sentence. Miss Kai is still inside the dungeon and hasn't come out. Seeing this, Truong Lak quickly replied with a voice message to save time on typing. There was not a second to lose. Ning Feng pressed play, and he heard Truong Lak's panicked voice shouting, every entrance is experiencing anomalies. Get someone to help. Quickly. Hearing that, Ning Feng's face turned pale. His whole body stiffened, standing still as if frozen. That night, lightning and thunder rumbled across the city sky, as if signaling a dark omen. Ba noticed the irregularity and immediately reported it anxiously over the radio. The leveling dungeon suddenly experienced a monster anomaly. Their levels increased drastically. Roughly 100 people are trapped inside. The mana fluctuations at the entrance are chaotic. It's impossible to enter. At the same time, Truong Lak and a group of people ran for their lives, drenched in sweat, their faces full of panic. Before they could catch their breath, they were blocked by a man with blue hair. He barked gruffly, Hey kid, stop running around here. Thinking they had finally met a rescuer, Truong Lak immediately pointed behind him, his voice trembling but full of anxiety. Captain, our teacher is still trapped in the dungeon. Please, save her quickly. Hearing this, the man waved his hand and shouted, his tone stern and annoyed. How am I supposed to save her? Can't you see what that dungeon has turned into? We've already reported it. Wait for a major guild to assist. This comment was like adding fuel to the fire. Truong Lak stammered, each word filled with resentment. But you have to do something. Just a while ago, because you said there weren't enough support classes, Miss Kai went in with you to rescue people. And now you're just going to leave our teacher there. The captain remained unmoved and even showed an irritable attitude. Hit right where it hurt by the boy's words. He didn't admit his fault. Instead, he glared and gritted his teeth, spitting out cruel words. My getting out is my business. If she can't get out, she can only blame her own bad luck. No one forced her to participate in our rescue, she volunteered. This inhumane statement was like a bucket of cold water, leaving Truong Lak and Na standing there with despair etched onto their faces. Amidst that stalemate, a call rang out from afar, bright as a ray of light piercing through the night. Truong Lak and Chao Na were both startled, their eyes immediately turning toward the sound. His face looked like he was about to cry, his voice trembling. Ning Feng was their last glimmer of hope, and he shouted excitedly. Ning Feng has arrived. It's time to get down to business. Ning Feng gets straight to the point. How is Teacher Kai? Truong Lak Kong, hesitating for a moment, rushes to answer, his voice full of worry. Trapped in the secret realm, he tearfully recounts everything that happened. Initially, the school organized a level grinding trip, but suddenly, an anomaly occurred in the secret realm. Nana Na continues, tears streaming down her face. A lot of people are trapped inside. Teacher Kai fought hard just to protect this area. We ran out. The security team said they didn't have enough men and had to recruit volunteers to help. As soon as he mentioned this, the blue-haired captain nearby eavesdropped and snapped, Hey, don't make it sound like your teacher died because of me. He widened his eyes to the max, every facial muscle tensing as if to unleash all his rage. His voice came out clipped, word by word, sharp as a blade. I already said it, she volunteered. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a hand shot out toward the blue-haired captain, forceful, clearly ready to throw hands. At this very moment, Ning Feng felt a surge of rage erupt in his chest. He couldn't hold it back anymore. He lunged forward, grabbed the captain, and used all his might to slam his head straight into the ground. Yet, suddenly, a brave young man stepped out, drawing his bow to question them, fiercely demanding justice for their blue-haired captain. Who's next? Instantly, A firm hand gripped his shoulder, accompanied by a cold, dry threat. Don't cause trouble. The man's previous bold demeanor vanished instantly, his face turning pale. When he looked up, he was terrified to realize the towering, overwhelming presence of Jiang Shu standing right behind him, his eyes like sword blades. A moment later, Ning Feng nonchalantly grabbed the captain by the leg, dragging him across the ground. The guy didn't dare make a sound. With his words choked in his throat, he could only silently pray for someone to stop them. After walking a few steps, Ning Feng's eyes suddenly caught someone passing by, none other than Luke Bin. Behind him was a girl dressed like a mage, radiating mystery and a distinct aura. Ning Feng stared at him, feeling both surprised and cautious. Before he could react, a stunned voice rang out from behind. That's the vice captain of the Kai Nguyen Guild, Luke Bin. Did he come here to help us? That's great. Finally, someone who can teach these arrogant jerks a lesson. He thought Luke Bin had come to deal with Ning Feng's group and stood behind secretly cheering. But contrary to his expectations, Luke Bin asked gently, "We settled the students. What's the situation?" Ning Feng replied concisely, without wasting words, still unclear. Hearing that, he nodded slightly, his face full of concern. Need backup? Ning Feng didn't hesitate to confirm, definitely. So, without a second thought, Luke Bin immediately said, "Then we'll go with you." The entire conversation flowed so naturally, and the situation was completely different from what the guy had imagined, making him stare in disbelief. Next, they each grabbed a leg and dragged the captain along the floor. Seeing that bizarre scene, Luke Bin asked curiously, "What happened to the guy on the ground?" Ning Feng kept his composure and replied curtly, "He came out of the secret realm. I need him to lead the way." Just then, a security guard stepped forward, blocking the entrance, his voice hard as steel. "The secret realm is sealed. No one is allowed to move forward." Not appearing annoyed at all, he pulled his name badge from his coat, held it up to the guard, and introduced himself, his voice calm but authoritative. "I am the vice president of the Kai Nguyen Guild, Luke Bin. I have the authority to handle emergency events. I hope everyone cooperates." Hearing that title, the guard froze, his heart trembling, a powerhouse from one of the 7 great guilds. Having cleared the entrance, Luke Bin marched forward and called out to Ning Feng, "Let's go. We're going in." Seeing him glide past with such ease, his terrifyingly calm demeanor left the security guard flustered. Who is that young man? Guild President Luke seems to respect him immensely. Ning Feng walked in bravely, his expression unchanged as if he felt no fear. In contrast, as Luke Bin followed, he had to raise a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light erupting from within. The entrance to the secret realm was deep and cavernous, with waves of gloomy energy spilling out, sending a chill down everyone's spines. Ning Feng led the way, taking the group straight inside. As soon as they crossed the threshold, the system immediately chimed with a series of notifications. Attack power reduced by 15%, defense reduced by 15%, stamina for each person -2. The mage girl walking behind realized the abnormality and her expression shifted. She quickly warned the squad leader. This is a field effect. A field effect is a positive or negative status that is continuously active within a fixed area and usually cannot be removed. It seemed there was no need for the mage to remind him. Luke Bin had already realized it. He frowned slightly and replied, "I know. This secret realm didn't have a field effect before. It likely formed after the anomaly." At this point, Luke Bin's gaze subconsciously drifted toward Ning Feng. He was still pushing forward without slowing down a single step, his body showing no signs of debuff. A flash of hesitation crossed his mind. Ning Feng doesn't seem to be affected either. Meanwhile, Ning Feng himself was harboring his own concerns. His base attributes were high enough that even under the field's influence, it wasn't too serious, but he feared the others wouldn't last long. "I hope Teacher Kai is okay. Whatever happens, she must not be harmed." Just then, their eyes fell on the captain being dragged behind. He was still unconscious. Luke Bin immediately ordered the mage, his voice stern, "Wake him up. Ask him where to go." The mage complied immediately. A faint light covered the captain's forehead, sharply striking his consciousness. A moment later, the captain jolted awake as if electrocuted, his eyes wide with panic. He gasped for air and screamed, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "The place where those people were separated from us is far from the entrance. The path is filled with ferocious monsters. You won't make it. I don't want to die. Please, let me go." His screech echoed harshly in the gloomy space. Ning Feng cast a razor-sharp glare at him, followed by a cold threat, every word dripping with killing intent. "You ran into me. That's your bad luck. Either take me to the teachers, or I'll leave you here." A while later, the group stopped before 3 pitch-black caves. Each tunnel exhaled a weird aura, making everyone hesitate. With so many paths, which one should we take? While they were still wavering, a low, murderous growl echoed from deep within one of the caves. Suddenly, two stone monsters with sharp claws stepped out from the darkness. Their bulky bodies shook the ground with every movement. Hiding behind a cracked stone wall, a powerful warrior was holding his breath, hiding intention to avoid their detection. It wasn't just him. All around the area, many other warriors were slumped over, their faces pale with exhaustion, their breathing erratic. Amidst the chaos, Qi Wei was putting her all into healing the wounded. Beads of sweat rolled down her temples. She was clearly starting to reach her limit. A heavily injured warrior lying nearby struggled to speak, his voice fragmented. "Young lady, you're already so exhausted. Please, take a break." Even though her face was deathly pale and drenched in sweat, Qi Wei gritted her teeth and shook her head, forcing herself to continue. "It's all right, I can wait a little longer to rest. But your wounds can't wait." Just then, a little girl with short green hair sitting nearby burst into tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, milady, thank you so much." Nearby, however, two young men were thinking selfishly. The guy with gray hair grumbled to himself, "What's the point of saving them?" Meanwhile, the guy with black hair felt uneasy. "Everyone here is a 3-star adventurer or below. Even if we teamed up, we wouldn't be a match for those monsters." Meanwhile, the injured warrior from before groaned a few times. He felt a bit better, but the guy with black hair grew even more confused. "It's been so long. Will anyone actually come to save us?" The gray-haired guy insisted in a sullen tone. "They will. They definitely will." Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from the nearby cliff wall as something impacted it, shattering the rock. A second later, a giant monster stood looming right in the cave entrance, leaving everyone frozen in shock. Qi Wei and the father-daughter duo were terrified, their faces drained of color, as if every ounce of life had been sucked out of them. Without a drop of blood left to shed, and with no room for the prey to escape, the monster suddenly lunged, snapping its jaws full of razor-sharp teeth, making the three of them jump in terror. In the blink of an eye, it snapped its jaws around the warrior, leaving his daughter paralyzed with shock. Even with the sharp fangs piercing his body, he braced himself to fight back, using all his strength to fend off the beast. The gruesome scene made the girl with short green hair wail in agony, her tears streaming down as her heartbreaking voice rang out, "Dad." The warrior, though bleeding, still mustered his remaining strength to shout for everyone to run. In an instant, a pack of 3 stone monsters appeared, rushing in from every corner. Everyone, including Qi Wei and the little girl, immediately turned and ran for their lives deep into the cave, trying to find safety in the forest of bloodthirsty monsters. But the agile beast pushed off the ground and leaped in pursuit right behind them. It charged ferociously, baring its fangs and claws, aiming to snatch the short-haired girl. She fell, her face pale with terror, her wide eyes unable to believe what was happening. In that split second, balanced on a knife's edge, a row of glowing ice pillars suddenly erupted from the ground, creating a solid defensive barrier. This ice wall successfully blocked Qi Wei and the little girl from the monster's claws. When she turned to look, Qi Wei was completely stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sudden sight. Witnessing this insane spectacle, the team leader also gaped, his mouth hanging open in utter amazement. Immediately afterward, Ning Feng appeared heroically, remnants of the ice spell still lingering on his hands. His cold, piercing gaze carried such overwhelming power that the guy was scared into falling backward onto the ground, not daring to resist. Following him were his familiar teammates, Wang Yue, Feng Rui, and Jiang Shu, who stepped into the cave one by one. Just moments later, Lu Bing and the Mage arrived just in time, boosting the group's morale as the immediate danger passed. Suddenly, a few green lights appeared in the dark cave as Su Ting and the Mage used their staffs to actively heal the wounded. Meanwhile, the expressions on Qi Wei's and Ning Feng's faces turned somber due to the tragic atmosphere. They were heartbroken by the gut-wrenching cries of the little girl kneeling beside her father's body. After a quick tally, the Mage reported to Lu Bing, including those who had perished. There were only 20-some people here. The others were nowhere to be found. Before they could calm down, a sudden earthquake rumbled, followed by a powerful roar that shook them both. From above, massive orange tentacles pierced through the stone, crashing down into the crowd, leaving everyone stunned and panicked. Facing this life-or-death situation, Jiang Shu didn't hesitate. He lunged forward and swung hard at one of the tentacles. However, a mysterious magic instantly appeared around the wound, and in no time, the cut on the tentacle sealed itself shut as if it hadn't even been touched. This made Jiang Shu clearly feel the terror of the creature before them. The tentacle would heal itself. Furthermore, it sealed the cave entrance, leaving a warrior nearby frozen in place, trembling as he muttered, "The way out is blocked." Suddenly, another tentacle lunged, aiming straight for Qi Wei and the little girl, making both their hearts stop. Immediately, Ning Feng appeared, his gaze icy. He raised his sword and struck straight at the tentacle. The slash felt as if it were cutting through space itself. Afterward, his face turned serious, and he shouted loudly, "Everyone, follow me." With that, Ning Feng paved the way, his sword strike swift and decisive. Every move was perfectly accurate, left and right. One could only hear the sound of the weapon whistling through the air, and every tentacle that lunged at them was sliced apart, with no chance to fight back. The sight made Lu Bing startle slightly, thinking to himself, the tentacles severed by Ning Feng have completely lost their ability to regenerate. Right after that, the group of warriors cheered in unison. "There's light ahead. We're out." So, they ran for their lives toward the front. The leader gasped for air, his voice barely audible. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened, his face twisting in terror. A giant one-eyed octopus monster, its sharp teeth glinting in the light, lunged to tighten its grip on the terrified crowd as Lu Bing screamed. "The monster is too big." The mage standing nearby stepped back, mouth agape, unable to believe what she was seeing. At the same time, Wang Yue started, her whole body taut like a bowstring, her wide eyes staring at the scene before her, unable to speak. Suddenly, from the flank, Ning Feng used extreme speed to charge into danger. She frantically called out to Ning Feng, but he didn't look back, sternly reminding them, "Everyone, don't scatter." While charging, Ning Feng's mind was calculating quickly. This guy is likely the mastermind behind the realm's anomaly. Destroying it directly is the easiest way to finish the job. No sooner had he thought this than, in a split second, a tentacle reached out right before his eyes, leaving no room to react. Immediately, Ning Feng raised his sword to block, but the force of the attack was so strong that the blade shattered instantly. The sight left Wang Yue and Lu Bing restless as they panicked and screamed, "Ning Feng's sword is broken." Even with the blade broken, he remained incredibly calm and drew another sword with even greater power. In a flash, Ning Feng swung hard, the blade flashing with a brilliant electric arc, severing the tentacle before him. The pain made the monster roar, its sharp teeth baring as a wave of fury radiated throughout its body. Unfazed, Ning Feng pressed his attack. Sharp shards of ice whistled through the air, tearing through the void before slamming into the beast's body. Next, he swung his sword with immense power. As the blade cut through the air, a brilliant blue bolt of lightning exploded in the sky. A pillar of light soared upward, the sheer force shaking the atmosphere. In a heartbeat, Ning Feng lunged in for the finishing move, and in a blink, the giant monster was hacked into 100 pieces, dissolving within that blue radiance. Without a second's delay, an array of orange and purple loot dropped from the monster's shattered remains, scattering across the ground around him, sparkling like treasure at a crime scene. A moment later, chaos erupted outside the Secret Realm's rescue zone. Ambulances swarmed the area. Amidst the shouting and hurried footsteps, a brown-haired expert rushed over to comfort a panicked victim, his voice trembling as he tried to calm them. "Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. You're going to be okay." Heart-wrenching scenes unfolded nearby. Bodies lay scattered as loved ones sobbed uncontrollably. Heartrending cries rang out through the chaotic scene. Once things finally settled down, Lu Bin stepped forward to express his gratitude to Ning Feng. "If not for you stepping in to bring the secret realm under control, this disaster would have been so much worse." But Ning Feng didn't respond. He just looked silently behind him, catching the distraught and melancholic expression of Qi Wei, who had stood frozen, stunned by what had just occurred. Noticing her silence, Ning Feng slowly held out an orange orb that radiated a brilliant light. Ning Feng spoke, his voice calm yet firm, "Qi, this is for you." Instantly, the badge within emitted a blinding glow, followed by a clear notification. "Healing item, consumable, orange quality. Permanently increases spirit and stamina by 5. Permanently increases spirit by another 5, and all healing effects are permanently boosted by 50%. Time seemed to stand still. The radiant light reflected off their faces, leaving Qi Wei and Lu Bin both gasping, their eyes wide with disbelief, awe surging in their hearts. Lu Bin hurried to ask, his voice trembling, "Is this the legendary god-bestowed badge?" Conversely, Ning Feng remained composed and gave a slight nod, his tone indifferent. Watching the monster explode just moments ago, Lu Bin was struck by this absolute calmness, a mixture of fear and profound respect welling up inside him. Since the trial's secret realm was breached, this was the first time someone had obtained a god-bestowed badge. Yet, looking at Ning Feng, it seemed he wasn't even surprised. Meanwhile, Qi Wei hurriedly waved her hands, her voice flustered and embarrassed. "An item this precious. I'm only a 3-star profession. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to me?" Before she had a chance to refuse, Ning Feng smiled, his voice calm but insistently persuasive. "What are you talking about? Just take it." In the end, Qi Wei couldn't refuse his enthusiasm and accepted it, gently placing her hand on the badge to absorb the orange surge of power. Ning Feng watched her intently, silently making a plan in his head. It seems he needed to quickly arrange a special training session for Qi so she could gain more abilities to protect herself. The only problem was that the training camp strictly forbade taking leave, and it wouldn't end for another 2 months. Maybe I should ask Instructor Lu first. The moment he thought about needing permission, Ning Feng spoke up, his voice calm and polite. Instructor Lu, could I request a short break this weekend? Lu Bin replied happily, his smile bright. No problem at all. If you need to rest, taking a few extra days is fine too. Finishing his response, Ning Feng grinned in satisfaction and replied politely, that won't be necessary. But in his heart, he thought to himself, the other students say Instructor Lu is all bark and no bite, that he's unreasonable, but he's actually not that hard to talk to. As they prepared to leave, Lu Bin turned back while walking, his eyes sparkling with joy as he looked at Ning Feng. Only paperwork is left here, we can head back now. But suddenly, they were startled to realize. They were surrounded by a swarm of reporters. A barrage of greetings and questions erupted. Hello, could you tell us which one of you is the hero who defeated the monster? Instantly, Lu Bin beamed and pointed directly behind him. It's this young man right here. The move shocked Ning Feng. Faced with this chaos, his heart raced, his face went pale, and with microphones shoved right into his face, he was so flustered he nearly lost his composure. The reporters swarmed in. A young woman held out a mic, her eyes filled with curiosity. You look so young. Are you still a student? A young man behind her was a bit more tactful. Hello, sir. Could we get a quick interview? Meanwhile, a man in glasses spoke up without hesitation, his tone blunt. Can you tell everyone how you managed to defeat the monster? Stunned like a statue, Ning Feng's face darkened, his eyes glazed over as if he'd lost his soul, having no idea how to handle this overwhelming situation. Watching from behind, Feng Rui reached a conclusion. Brother Feng seems really nervous. Hearing this, Wang Yue smiled gently, explaining in a soft voice. Ning Feng isn't good at talking in special situations, especially when being interviewed. Her expression brightened with joy as she continued. When he was a kid, even for school interviews, he'd dodge them if he could. Stepping closer, Wang Yue teased him, her voice full of laughter as she reminded him. But as far as this goes, you'll definitely have to get used to it slowly. Catching a glimpse of her, Ning Feng glanced back, signaling for help, stammering. This, I really don't. Transition. Back at the teacher's apartment near the training camp, he finally got to rest in the quiet surroundings. Burying his face in the bed, Ning Feng groaned in a low, weary voice. Mixed with frustration and fatigue, what the hell was that sudden interview about? Suddenly, a realization washed over him, causing him to bolt upright, his eyes wide with surprise. I think I forgot something important. Ning Feng quickly pulled out the book titled Guardian's Soul. The system immediately displayed the description. Active skill, Guardian's Soul. It shields the user from one fatal blow. Long cooldown required. He focused as he absorbed the power into his body, a thought crossing his mind. A life-saving skill. I wonder what kind of forbidden spell it will turn into. Immediately after, the book underwent an unexpected transformation, and the system pushed a new notification. Passive skill, Immortal Calamity. Every time 100,000 points of faith are accumulated, you can obtain 1 resurrection chance. Current faith, 4,243,200. As the info displayed, the image of a deity flashed in Ning Feng's mind, making him frown. He pondered. Faith points. Don't. Could this be something the gods obtained from the Xuan clan? Excitement and curiosity surged within Ning Feng, leading him to mutter to himself. The ability to resurrect is crucial for me. I understand how to upgrade the world tier, but how to harvest faith energy still requires some digging. A faint smile curled his lips, his eyes sparkling with determination. He exclaimed, that's right, there's something I can have, do and do. The next morning, as the sun shone over the city's high-rise buildings, a horrific scene unfolded. A purple-hued head lay buried under slimy green residue, surrounded by several scattered corpses, creating a truly terrifying sight. Dian Yu sat atop the pile of sludge, his expression so ferocious it would make anyone shudder. Just minutes later, 2 figures appeared, weapons gripped tight, heading straight toward him. But the scene before them made them turn pale, trembling, unable to take another step. Suddenly, Feng Yi walked up from behind, his voice stern. What's the situation? The brown-haired man cheered with relief. Director Feng is here. Looking directly at the villainous figure ahead, he immediately reported in detail, his voice shaking with anxiety. That guy is named Dian Yu. He went missing last year and just reappeared recently. A moment ago, because of a conflict with someone, he suddenly launched an attack, affecting over 10 passers-by and 8 guard team members. Initial assessment, his strength clearly exceeds the 5th stage. Taking a firm step forward, his eyes narrowing slightly, Feng Yi uttered something unexpected yet decisive. It sounded just like Peng Xia Gu Ying. The brown-haired man hesitated for a moment and asked hurriedly, who? but he was met with silence. Feng Yi's voice was as sharp as a blade. Doesn't matter. I'll go meet him. As Feng Yi drew closer, Dian Yu couldn't help but follow him with his gaze, his eyes intense and full of anticipation. He grinned broadly, his voice excited and tinged with a sense of worship. Isn't this Senior Feng? Back when I was a student, you were always my idol. Having you show up in person is truly my honor. Before he could respond, Feng Yi's phone rang in his pocket, grabbing his attention. He momentarily ignored the guy in front of him and picked up. Hello, Mr. Du. This calm action immediately infuriated Dian Yu. He snarled, to think you'd answer your cell phone right now, you really don't take me seriously. In front of Dian Yu, Feng Yi casually listened to the phone as if no one were there. If the big boss has something for me, fine. I'll finish up here quickly and head to the base to meet you. Hearing this, Dian Yu was so angry his blood boiled, a sense of being looked down upon rising within him. This guy has no respect for anyone. He dares to ignore me. Dian Yu roared, a wave of green light erupting from his hands, shooting straight at Feng Yi as if to shatter space itself. Do you really think you're the strongest? The power transformed into eerie claws, whipping through the air as if to shred everything in their path. Meanwhile, Feng Yi calmly raised a finger to hang up the phone, his entire body unmoving, as if what was before him was just a minor game he had completely under control. But in just a split second, columns of fire, like venomous snakes, surged from Feng Yi's hands. The dancing flame serpents unleashed tremendous power, quickly shattering Dian Yu's attack. In the blink of an eye, Dian Yu's face turned deathly pale, dark as the abyss, his eyes bulging as he let out a gasp of disbelief. What? This attack forced Dian Yu to look at his opponent with a different perspective, internally admitting that this guy's strength was not inferior to Gu Ying. But now that I've undergone the big boss's special training, I'm different than before. I can't keep Mr. Du waiting. Time to end this quickly. Thinking this, he immediately transformed, donning his battle gear. A few seconds later, green magic surged from Dian Yu's body, an incredibly powerful force whose energy shook the surrounding space. Feng Yi didn't back down. His whole body ignited, like a fierce flame waiting to explode, ready to retaliate against any attack. Then, the two terrifying forces collided, shaking the space and leaving those around them gaping in shock. A shout rang out, "My God! Director Feng is so powerful. This is clearly way beyond the 5th stage, and he's laughing crazily while fighting." Dian Yu, his confidence sky-high, kept insisting, "I don't believe it. I am a disciple of the Demon King. How could I lose to an old man like you?" But very quickly, that smile vanished, replaced by a look of terror as he realized the massive danger. From above, a giant fireball descended, heading straight for Dian Yu's head. What was meant to happen, happened. The spot where he stood exploded with a deafening roar, immense heat radiating through the area. After the action, while the dust and fire had yet to settle, Feng Yi immediately turned and left, leaving behind only a brief sentence. "I have matters to attend to. I'm heading out first." Standing beside the devastated battlefield, the knight, still trembling from the shock, replied, "Yes, sir." Back at the base, sitting across from Duan, his eyes still held the gravity of the recent battle. Upon hearing the information, a jolt hit his mind, leaving Feng Yi deeply shocked. "You mean the big boss is willing to make all high-level potion formulas public to the nation?" Facing that shocked gaze, Duan just calmly curled his lips, articulating every word clearly. "That's right. The big boss's exact words were, 'I want to make all high-level potions public to the nation. If possible, it's best to hand this over to the Adventurer Management Bureau to handle the connections.'" In the moment of silence that followed, a sense of unease smoldered in his heart, heavy as a stone. Our world is currently in a state of imbalance, and the danger level of the green shadow is constantly rising, but the strength of the adventurers isn't keeping up. At the same time, for adventurers to increase their strength, they have to take down even more dangerous secret realms. At this point, Feng Yi couldn't hide the coldness in his eyes. It was like a deadly, vicious cycle. Immediately after, his eyebrows furrowed involuntarily, though his expression remained coldly calm. Such important high-level potions, which can completely reshape the existing system's power, are critical strategic resources. The big boss must have been conducting a strict assessment of us before agreeing to let the Bureau handle this. Thinking of this, Feng Yi's voice softened, filled with solemnity. "I am very grateful for the big boss's trust. This is a great validation for our Adventurer Management Bureau. Does the big boss have any other requirements for this?" Reacting to the question, Duan subconsciously stroked his chin, his eyes lost in thought. "The big boss only said one thing to me. It seems there are no other requirements." At that very moment, a realization dawned on him, making him feel at ease. He only talked about contribution, not profit. This is the mark of a true legend. I'm telling you, to someone like him, being able to help more people grow stronger is more important than anything else. Just like that, Ning Feng's image flashed through Duan's mind like a sudden epiphany, and his eyes lit up whenever he spoke of him. Exactly. That's what I respect most about him. Even the most trivial things in his eyes always turn into grand actions that save so many people. Yet, Feng Yi still felt a lingering sense of doubt. He might be a man of high moral character, but we can't just take advantage of him and rest easy. I will report this later and come up with a proper plan so that the master's efforts don't go to waste. Just then, in the bustling, chaotic halls of the Shangrui Guild, a voice roared with pure fury. What did you say? Under the pressure that hit like a sledgehammer, the subordinate trembled and stammered. We discovered high-level EXP potions and memory-wiping potions at the black market. Even though the packaging is different from our guilds, the effects are identical. With eyes as sharp as blades, Elder Huang stared out the window, his voice dropping with every word. Our guild's high-level potions are handcrafted by me personally, overseen by the captain, and restricted strictly to our internal members. It's nearly impossible for them to have leaked out. So where did these potions come from? The air in the room grew heavy and suffocating. As Ciyu's face turned as gloomy as a bloodthirsty demon's, he thought, in this world, besides me, the only other person who knows how to brew high-level potions is that mysterious master. Could the potions have been leaked from his side into the black market? The moment he finished speaking, he coldly ordered, send men to investigate immediately. The subordinate stuttered, barely getting a word out. Investigate. The mysterious master? His utter lack of common sense made Ciyu roar in frustration. Obviously, you investigate the black market. The subordinate was scared out of his wits. Lini replied, yes. At the teacher's apartment, Ning Feng and Wang Yue walked quietly down the hallway. The morning air still held a bit of a chill. While walking, she suddenly pulled out her phone, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Want to see your interview clip? Before he could even think, Ning Feng waved his hands frantically in a reflexive rejection. No, no. Seeing his flustered look, Wang Yue burst into laughter, her voice softening. Actually, it's good. A lot of viewers are praising you. As the screen lit up, a flood of comments hit him. God of Blades, powerhouse taking down bosses, getting nervous in front of the camera and mic. He's just staring up at the stars. Oh, the little brother is so cute, like water. Even someone that's strong has things they can't handle. Good bunny, does the master need an agent? I'll sign up. Don't even need a salary. I'm a good person. Good bunny, send a photo first. Let me check the master out. After reading, Ning Feng just froze, his mind falling into a strange state of contemplation. Over the last few days, his faith-based power had been growing rapidly. It must be because of these interview clips. I guess I'll have to learn to get used to interviews from now on. A few minutes later, the two stepped out of the apartment building at a leisurely pace. From across the way, a young teacher spotted them and waved brightly. Teacher Ning. Ning Feng waved back in a friendly manner. Good morning. Behind him, Wang Yue just chuckled softly, a genuine sense of joy rising in her heart. Ever since Ning Feng demonstrated power that far exceeded normal perception, nobody dared to say anything weird anymore. Now, even the top seniors of the Big Four would call out Teacher Ning from the bottom of their hearts. Wherever Ning Feng went, greetings followed. Teacher Ning, morning, Teacher Ning. In just a few seconds, countless people gathered behind him, all eyes following that calm figure. Amidst the bustling crowd, the whispers couldn't hide the admiration. Is that Ning Feng? He's so imposing. I wish I had even half of his strength. In Chengdu City, the evening sun bathed the guild building in gold. Inside the office, Captain Chu finished watching the video on his phone and couldn't help but exclaim. Chengdu City is becoming famous thanks to Ning Feng this time. However, right next to him, Zhang Ji was clutching his head, sighing like he was about to faint. Seeing that strange reaction, Chu couldn't help but frown and ask, Mayor Zhang, why are you sighing like that? Beside them, Su Lan suddenly jumped up, her voice sharp. I'm going out to take a call. Back at Zhang Ji's side, his expression grew increasingly heavy, his voice laced with melancholy. Ning Feng is likely going to college, right? If he leaves, I'm worried the mysterious master will leave too. Duan has been in contact with me lately, wanting to return the villa assigned to him, because he's rarely in Chengdu City now. The more he spoke, the more dejected Zhang Ji looked. Without a powerhouse guarding us, I'm afraid Chengdu City will revert to its original state. 2 secret realm mutations, 1 invasion, just thinking about it, makes it hard for me to sleep. Right then, Su Lan finally returned to the room. Seeing her unusual expression, Captain Chu immediately leaned in, asking anxiously, Captain Su, what happened? She replied in a daze. My master just called and said the mysterious master is willing to provide me with special training. Am I dreaming? Hearing that, Zhang Ji immediately stepped forward, full of hope. Captain Su, everything depends on you from now on. As the atmosphere lightened, Captain Chu laughed and joked. Dinner is on me tonight. Please protect me in the future, Captain Su. That playful remark made Su Lan blush in embarrassment. What's wrong with you two? In a secret location, a voice suddenly echoed. Old Feng, is what you said true? Inside the quiet room, Feng Yi replied solemnly. Yes, the mysterious master is willing to make all the high-level potion recipes public to the state. I intend to ask the higher-ups to establish a state-run factory to produce the potions in cooperation with the master. While secretly observing everyone's expressions, he thought, currently, only the Shangrui Guild holds these recipes, which has put immense pressure on us. If the state can step in to produce high-level potions, the price and supply will be guaranteed. That would be great news for everyone. When his gaze accidentally landed on Cu, Feng Yi amended his thought. Well, perhaps not for everyone. In the moment of silence, Cu calmly spoke up. The master is willing to make the recipes public, and of course, I support that unconditionally. But, is there a possibility that the master's motives aren't as noble as we think? Hearing this, the others frowned in confusion. Guild leader Sai, what do you mean? Cu's tone grew serious as he clarified. This is a high-level potion we discovered at a black market. Its effects are identical to what our guild brews, only the packaging is different. Following close behind, Master Wu coldly questioned. I've checked everything. Our guild's potions haven't gone missing. As for the ones entrusted to the auction house, the quantity wasn't large, and I even cast tracking spells, yet I found no signs of them being sold on the black market. So, where did these potions come from? His face gradually darkened with anger and judgment. You might remember that during the trial in the secret realm, Duan mentioned that the mysterious senior had long since known the formula for these high-grade potions. Fang Chu chimed in, agreeing that the black market has a massive underground trading network that always stays beyond the reach of the law. A lot of shady deals go down there. If these high-grade potions have fallen into the hands of dangerous individuals without our knowledge, it's a truly terrifying thought. Regardless of whether this was the mysterious senior's intention or not, in reality, this is just aiding and abetting the enemy. Hearing this, Feng Yi immediately made a promise. How could such a thing happen? I'll send people to investigate at once. But in his heart, he was calculating something else. Once Su Lan finishes her training, I'll let her go handle it. Besides, I still need to give the senior a heads up. Seeing this, Fang Chu spoke with an air of condescending reprimand. I told you before, it's absurd to think that a powerhouse acts purely on whim without any restrictions. Regardless of how Director Feng handles this, our Epoch Guild will also send people to cooperate with the Sharp Blade Guild to conduct an investigation. Then, he feigned concern and advised, in case we find out, that these high-grade potions are indeed linked to that mysterious senior. I hope Director Feng will handle it strictly by the book. Enough with the I'll do this and that talk. After Fang Chu finished, Feng Yi replied with solemn assurance. Rest assured. If it's confirmed that this matter involves the mysterious senior, I will certainly take responsibility. In a certain secret realm, the sky was covered by a gloomy, gray blanket of clouds. In a corner, Su Ting calmly reported the situation to Ning Feng. My management of the potions is very strict. Every entry and exit is recorded, and we haven't found anything unusual or any leaks. Feng Rui then followed up. The potions at my place are managed by both me and you, and we have to cross-check them frequently. Finally, Chang Yu stated briefly, I count the number of potions every day, once in the morning and once at night. Hearing this, Ning Feng rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. I never really thought much of these potions. I didn't expect everyone to take them so seriously. But thanks to that, I can determine the flow of the potions. However, he muttered with a hint of doubt. If they aren't leaking from our end, and the Sharp Blade Guild has also denied it, then how did those potions appear on the black market? Could it be that someone else knows the recipe besides me and the Sharp Blade Guild? A ray of sunlight filtered through a crack in the wall, shining onto the black market floor, highlighting the vials of medicine scattered across the dirty ground. In a dark, hidden corner, the parasite held a newspaper to cover half its face, hiding the eyes that were sneakily observing. Just then, two shadows appeared on the ground, and a voice rang out with utter contempt. I never thought the 7 great guilds would have to send investigators just because of a bottle of potion. Immediately, a boastful response came from the side. Don't worry, these people in the lower-level world don't know we even exist. Amidst the faint scent of herbs, the parasite's voice sounded even more smug. After all, I already checked them right in front of their faces. Just as the atmosphere lulled, a series of hurried footsteps rang out behind it. Looks like another customer coming for potions. In the narrow alley of the black market, a white-haired figure appeared, brow furrowing in annoyance. This hellhole is so hard to find. Attracted by the voice, the parasite slowly turned around, its cold gaze fixed directly on the newcomers. Through the hazy smoke of the black market, the bald man stepped forward, respectfully raising his hand to introduce them. Sir, these two are here to buy high-level experience potions. But before he could finish, the white-haired girl impatiently cut him off. "We aren't here to buy potions. We're looking for someone." Backed by her tall companion, her blue eyes locked onto the parasite, cold as a blade. "A week ago, a young swordsman in white came looking for the person selling these potions, and he hasn't returned since. Do you know where he is?" As soon as she finished, the silver-haired subordinate of the parasite immediately growled in warning. "My lord, they're here to start trouble." The parasite curled its lips and tugged at its hood, revealing its true form. In an instant, black, slimy tentacles slithered out like living snakes, wrapping tightly around the brown-haired man's neck, squeezing until his veins bulged. Beside him, the white-haired girl didn't have time to dodge, and her entire body was lifted and bound in midair, as a dark purple mist swirled like toxic smoke, revealing a horrifying smile behind sharp teeth. The parasite effortlessly lifted both of them off the ground as if they were nothing more than ragdolls. Immediately after, the tentacles on its body suddenly contracted, deformed, and extended into countless sharp needles, without the slightest hesitation. The needles pierced straight into the brown-haired man's carotid artery, and of course, the white-haired girl had to face a similarly cruel fate. Both of their bodies trembled violently, their wide, white eyes reflecting inescapable terror. The parasite stood calmly, watching its prey struggle for the last time as if savoring the torture with twisted pleasure. Just a few moments later, the heads of the brown-haired man and the white-haired girl slumped, their bodies going completely rigid, no life left in them at all. Witnessing this terrifying scene, cold sweat soaked the bald man's forehead. "My lord, I'm sorry. They tricked me into bringing them here for potions," but the parasite's cold gaze swept over him, completely indifferent. It growled, "It's fine. The reason I chose this place was precisely to handle situations like this. A few missing people in the black market won't attract too much attention." With that, the parasite threw the brown-haired man and the white-haired girl to the ground and ordered in a low voice, "Take them down." The man quickly replied in a loud voice, "Yes." As soon as the door leading to the underground room opened, a faint light spilled out. Inside, there were containers filled with purple slime, reeking of gloom and horror. The white-haired girl was thrown directly into an empty vat, and the cold purple slime oozed out, latching onto her skin like a living creature. "We have enough people this time. Everyone rest for a while, and wait for the next batch of soldiers to wake up before we begin the new plan." As the layer of slime gradually covered her body, that voice rang out, dripping with cruel satisfaction. "Then, we will become the new masters of this world." After checking everything once, the parasite used its tentacles to wrap around its body, channeling its energy. "I can't be away for too long. I'm heading back first." Without waiting for a response, it shot straight into the sky, leaving behind the shattered remnants of the neighborhood. Leaving the ruins, the parasitic demon slipped through the window of a luxurious house, moving silently like a thinking shadow. It quickly approached the old emperor, who was holding a book. Its movements were so light and precise that not a single sound was made. From the top of the man's head, the parasite slowly burrowed inside, winding like a shadow snake, its tentacles probing every crevice of the body. Once it finished infiltrating, the parasite took control of his body, forcing his lips into a gruesome, inhuman grin. His eyes became hollow and cold, like a vessel completely under the control of that creature. A few days later, Ning Feng asked anxiously on the other end of the line, his voice dropping low, "Haven't you found any leads yet?" Tucked against the wall, as if trying to blend into the shadows, Du-An's voice whispered. "A few people at the black market mentioned being advertised high-level potions, but afterward, the person selling them vanished. I don't know if they heard something and went into hiding." Ning Feng's voice darkened as he listened. "I see. It's all right. Let me know if you find anything else. Just knowing that much is enough." He agreed out loud, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind. "If I can't even handle this little thing, I won't have the face to follow the big boss anymore." Just then, the phone in Du-An's hand buzzed again. As soon as he saw the caller's name, his expression turned stern. "Captain Su, did you find anything on your end?" Su Lan's eyes never stopped scanning the crowd around her. "Nothing yet." The old district feels even more eerie at night. The wind carries a scent of mold and the echo of death. Inside an abandoned house, a torch flickered, its light dancing on the walls stained with thick, purple liquid. After days of pooling, only a few small puddles remained, shimmering in the dim torchlight. Suddenly, a trembling hand broke through the damp earth, thrusting into the air and releasing a pungent stench that made the skin crawl. Moments later, bodies rose from the ground, listless and empty-eyed, lining up like soulless zombies waiting for orders. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the spacious university canteen. At a long table, the group was eating with Ning Feng, the sound of cutlery clinking mixed with lively chatter. A young man with pineapple-style hair couldn't help but whisper, "Instructor Ning's personality is actually so approachable. He doesn't have any of the arrogance or coldness of other young powerhouses." Having spent time together, everyone had grown relatively close. Across from them, Ning Feng was also observing them. These were the most elite youths in the country. Later, as their levels rose and they gained belief power, he would surely be able to get plenty of help from them. Just then, Wu Chen's curious voice rang out. "Instructor Ning, may I ask if you've considered joining any guild? Someone as elite as you must have certainly received plenty of invitations." He turned toward them, a warm smile on his face. "For now, I don't have any plans to join a guild." The pineapple-haired youth was hooked by the topic. He stared intently at Ning Feng, his voice low but full of curiosity. "Are you planning to start your own guild, then? Or perhaps, the Tusha team? That's your guild's team, right?" Ning Feng replied patiently, his tone as calm as ever. "Tusha Battle Guild is Wang Yue's guild. We're just using the name." This information immediately sparked a whirlwind of thoughts in everyone's minds. Tusha Guild seemed like just a small local guild with no national reputation, but with elites like this around, its future was bound to be bright. Instructor Ning called Wang Yue by name. Did that relationship need any more explanation? Thinking this, the orange-haired guy suppressed his excitement, stepped forward hurriedly, his voice trembling but sincere. "Instructor Wang, I'd like to apply to join the Tushi Guild. Are there any requirements?" Suddenly being named, Wang Yue's face flushed red, and she stammered, not knowing how to reply. The tension had just eased when more enthusiastic shouts echoed in their ears, leaving Wang Yue frozen for 5 seconds. "I'm graduating this year. I want to join Touche too." "Me too." By the time they stepped out of the cafeteria, she still hadn't recovered. A normal lunch had genuinely turned into a recruitment drive. While Wang Yue was stunned, Tu Ding beside her was incredibly excited. Seeing everyone's impressive resumes, she suddenly had the hallucination that they were becoming one of the 7 great guilds. Ning Feng and his group burst into happy laughter. The sound filled the air, making the atmosphere lively, as if all the previous tension had vanished. He was extremely satisfied. He'd originally just wanted to find some recruits worth nurturing at the training camp. He hadn't expected the results to be better than predicted, and at least that rat, Zhao Cheng, was gone. Wang Yue's guild was under her complete control, and they could easily serve as his reserve force. But then, in that moment, Ning Feng's mood shifted as he recalled the past. As for Zhao Cheng's disappearance, he only had himself to blame for being unlucky. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes flashing with coldness as he calculated every connection. First, his father had colluded with Ban Ha and Gu Ying. Then, during the government's investigation, they discovered the evil array inside Zhao Cheng's house and his servants. The government had already issued a warrant for the 2 of them. Wang Yue has also removed them from the guild, saving me quite a bit of trouble. Just then, 2 notification pings sounded, pulling Ning Feng from his thoughts. He furrowed his brows, his hands trembling slightly as he opened his phone. His eyes instantly locked onto the ominous purple stains, making his heart tighten. Before he could compose himself, a barrage of urgent messages from Duan appeared. "Boss, Su Lan found this place in a black market building. There are potion brewing devices here, as well as high-level experience potions with packaging just like the ones the Shang Rui Guild found. We suspect the potions leaked from here." Holding the phone, Ning Feng muttered to himself, a cold shiver running down his spine. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Lan was incredibly bewildered, having measured the residual dark energy. Could it be another type of special mutant? Just then, Duan stepped forward from behind, his expression grave, his eyes focused, and his voice shaky but authoritative. "Boss, this is a type of demon we've never seen before." "A parasitic demon." He slowly repeated the information he had just received from Ning Feng. Normally, demons can't survive away from their habitat for long, but the parasitic demon is special. Terrifying images flashed through Duan's mind. They need hosts to reproduce on living, other beings, completely taking over their thoughts and actions. Without a specific method, it's almost impossible to distinguish the difference between the host and between normal life forms and those infected by parasites. Pointing to the pits filled with purple liquid on the ground, he explained, "Parasitic demons are incredibly weak at this stage and need to hide. These pits are called parasitic nests, used specifically to hatch their eggs." Hearing this, Su Lan immediately stepped forward, her eyes bright with urgency as she questioned, and now, though she didn't finish the sentence, Duan already understood. "That's right. The parasitic demons here have likely already hatched." Upon hearing that they had hatched, she frowned deeply. Her bottom lip unconsciously clamped between her teeth. Realizing something even more terrifying, this wasn't just about a group of unknown size infiltrating humanity. The truth was painfully clear. He sighed and emphasized, his expression flashing with a hint of helplessness, that this wasn't even the most important part. Meanwhile, inside the Shangrui Guild, the atmosphere was completely different. The frustration in Master Shiyu's voice was obvious, slow yet heavy. "So many days have passed, and yet we haven't found a single thing." Just as he said this, The door behind him was suddenly shoved open, and a wave of murderous intent surged, spreading throughout the room. The parasitic demon, radiating cold, deadly energy, didn't say a word as it walked in, its presence so overwhelming it made it hard to breathe. Seeing this, Shi Yu could only ask cautiously, his voice tense, "Lao Huang, is something wrong?" It remained silent, simply stretching its mouth into a horrific grin. The sound of grinding teeth echoed with malice. Without a second's hesitation, the creature's pitch-black tentacles shot out towards Shi Yu and the other man. They shattered the wooden desk in the room and tightened around their necks, the grip so strong that the veins in their necks began to bulge. Shi Yu immediately realized something was wrong, a thought flashing through his mind. He isn't the healer, Lao Huang, what is he? But it was already too late. A needle struck his artery with precision. Deep purple blood vessels rapidly spread across his eyes, taking over his entire vision, and the room was instantly filled with the metallic scent of blood. The parasitic demon looked down in delight at the two men, Fang Chu and Shi Yu, kneeling at its feet. Finally, it couldn't hold it back anymore, bursting into laughter that echoed throughout the room. That chilling laughter sounded as if it wanted to swallow every living soul nearby. Facing Shi Yu and Fang Chu, the parasitic demon mocked them in a sneering tone. "I thought it was just Shi Yu, but to find the guild master of the Chiwan Guild here too. What an unexpected delight." The moment it finished, its tone shifted, arrogance dripping from every gesture. "Two fifth-turn experts, enough to boost my strength significantly." A second later, the parasitic demon glanced behind it with a look of utter contempt, emphasizing, "Being able to help me propagate my species is the greatest honor for lowly creatures like you." Searching back through his memories, Duan had once explained, "The master said that a single parasitic demon isn't very strong, but he solemnly added, however, they have a special talent called colony." Then, Duan explained in more detail, his voice growing serious. As the number of parasitic demons increases, they achieve a collective boost, making each individual's strength grow stronger. Meanwhile, the king, responsible for birthing them, can achieve an even higher increase than the average individual. Grasping the situation, Su Lan spoke up, her eyes filled with worry and apprehension. "So that's why they hid in the black market from the very beginning." Hearing this, her heart raced uncontrollably, a sense of overwhelming fear rising within her. Then how are we supposed to deal with these parasitic demons? Not stopping there, Duan continued to deliver more information solemnly. The master said that once their power reaches a certain level, they can be detected using tools or charms that sniff out abnormal dark energy. He then wrapped up the discussion by proposing the necessary solution. "If we want to eradicate these parasites, we need a divine four-element relic." Confused, Su Lan asked, "What is a divine four-element relic?" Replying to her question, Duan explained, "Roughly speaking, it's an item bestowed by gods, or something that has received a divine blessing." Grasping the point, she quickly took action. "Understood. I'll tell my master to hurry and find a way." But a second later, Su Lan fell into deep thought. Although she didn't know where to find a divine four-element relic, if the master provided the hint, they would surely find it. Elsewhere, Ning Feng was also deep in thought, wondering what on earth a divine four-element relic was. He searched through everything in his memory. In the Demon King's memories, there really were stories related to parasitic demons, which was how he knew roughly that they coexisted with their hosts. When they take heavy damage, the parasite transfers the damage to the host to share the burden. Their slow movement speed is also an advantage that helps them survive. At this point, Ning Feng pondered, only a divine four-element relic can stop this trait and allow for precise separation. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but as he thought about it carefully, it felt like nothing in this world matched the mysterious conditions required for the parasite's behavior. If left to grow, they will cause massive destruction. Ning Feng was agitated, questioning how to eliminate them. Suddenly, his phone on the bed rang, tearing through the whirlwind of thoughts in his head. Ning Feng immediately grabbed the device, his voice urgent. "Duan, what is it?" The voice on the other end replied with such intensity it was hard to hear every word. "The Shangrui Guild. There's a violent surge of dark energy. The situation is just like you described." Duan reported the situation with a furrowed brow. "Currently, everyone in the guild has lost contact, including the guild master, Shi Yu." Following up on that, he added, "Besides that, a number of adventurers with strange movements are gathering toward the Shangrui Guild." Grasping the situation, Ning Feng frowned, took a deep breath, and quickly grabbed his coat. His eyes lit up with determination as he gave a quick order. "Don't let anyone get close, or they'll be in danger," he said, his voice grave but firm. "I'll go see for myself." Night had fallen, enveloping the Shangrui Guild building in cold darkness. High above the building, the parasitic demon stood tall, with Shi Yu and Fang Chu standing behind it. It looked down, its voice filled with excitement. Finally, no need to hide in the shadows anymore. Below, Thousands of infected people were now completely manipulated, moving in unison like a mindless army, their eyes vacant, making the atmosphere even more bone-chilling. At this moment, behind the parasitic demon, the controlled Fang Chu and Shi Yu spoke in unison, "My king, all the kin have gathered." Hearing this, it praised them, its tone both arrogant and authoritative. "Very good." Immediately, it turned around, its eyes sharp as blades, flashing with cold light, and surprised at the figure walking toward it, step by calm step. In the dark night sky, each of Ning Feng's footsteps rang out softly but steadily, like the beat of a war drum signaling a challenge. The parasitic fiends swarmed around instantly, their scales shimmered with a cold, metallic sheen under the dim moonlight, their bodies twitching as they prepared to attack. But Ning Feng remained calm, his face stern. His sharp gaze swept over every single one of them, his presence so heavy it felt like the very air was thickening, as if even the darkness itself were wary of him. Without a word, Ning Feng launched himself high into the air, springing off the ground with explosive speed. Witnessing that, the parasitic fiend spoke, its eyes flashing with confusion. Seeing the young man from the video, it wondered, why did he come here? Even as it stood face to face with him, Ning Feng was locked in a fierce internal struggle. There were so many people under their control. Using an offensive forbidden spell would only turn those innocents into meat shields for the parasitic fiend. This left Ning Feng in a deep state of reflection. He wondered to himself, does the weapon I'm using even count as a divine limb object? Suddenly, from across the way, the parasitic fiend spoke with a cold, mocking tone. "Little brat, why are you all alone? Is it because the others were too scared to come, so they sent you here to play the hero?" Facing its arrogance, Ning Feng didn't flinch. With a steady gaze, he sternly retorted, "Are you the king around here?" The parasitic fiend let out a sinister, raspy laugh, its tone dripping with schemes. "Calling me king? Have you come to seek my protection, human?" As it spoke, it grew more excited, laughing until its eyes squinted, the sound echoing through the space with pure arrogance. "Too bad. I have no use for weakling humans from the lower realm to follow me." A second later, it roared, "But your strength is quite impressive. Your body would surely be the perfect vessel to incubate an even more powerful warrior." With that, the parasitic fiend lunged forward, its roar sounding like thunder, shaking the very earth. A gust of wind whipped across Ning Feng's face as tentacles shot out to wrap around him. But Ning Feng effortlessly sliced through them all, each swing of his blade crisp, fluid, and powerful. That display immediately caught the parasitic fiend's eye, making its eyes widen with fury and shock. The space fell silent, save for the whistling wind and the creature's bitter, enraged growls. "I admit you're strong, but that won't be enough to kill me. The gap between you and me is like the distance between a mortal and a god." Observing its every move, Ning Feng remained as steady as a rock, deep in thought. As I suspected, attacks from ordinary weapons have no effect. Seeing this, the parasitic fiend smirked to itself. "I've confirmed it. This guy doesn't have a divine limb object at all. He's just wielding a common weapon." However, in contrast to the fiend's smugness, Ning Feng remained remarkably calm, as if nothing mattered, making the atmosphere tenser than ever. Without waiting long, a massive crack appeared before their eyes, shining like a gateway to the galaxy, causing the surrounding space to ripple with every pulse. The sight terrified the parasitic fiend, who shrieked, "What? An active skill. Forbidden spell, Dark Portal. It opens a gate and summons a continuous stream of dark matter for 12 hours, or a high-level demon lord." The duration was indefinite. As Ning Feng activated the skill, he glanced at the creature with a piercing look, as if warning it that the tide of battle had turned before it had even truly begun. In the sky, the crack widened, and otherworldly light flooded the area, making everything shake as if it were about to explode. Suddenly, the parasitic fiend let out a booming, horrific laugh that made everyone's heart sink. It roared, revealing its grotesque face. "No wonder you have strength beyond the average human. Turns out you're just a lackey of the Demon King. What's wrong? Can't handle the fight, so you're calling your master to show up? Didn't he tell you?" The parasitic fiend's eyes turned blood red, and it roared arrogantly. "A high-level existence forced into a low-level world will be severely weakened. Unless a fallen god comes in person, as long as we're fighting in this low-level world, I am invincible." Contrasting the enemy's unhinged rage, Ning Feng remained composed, analyzing every detail in his mind. The so-called high-level demon lord is a trusted subordinate of the fallen god, usually carrying treasures bestowed by them. This should be just enough to deal with the parasitic fiend. After all, it is a forbidden summoning spell. It shouldn't be that weakened. I just don't know who or what will appear. Let's just hope it's not too ridiculous. In the sky, the rift widened further. A brilliant red dot flashed from within, and as the rift expanded, a pair of sharp, crimson eyes were revealed, instantly heightening the tension in the air. Watching the whole scene, Ning Feng's eyes widened in shock. And then, stepping out from the rift, was a capybara. It looked ridiculous, bearing no resemblance to the immense power felt just moments ago. When it saw the creature, even the parasitic fiend was left in disbelief. In that split second of total confusion, Ning Feng thought to himself, "This is a high-level demon lord." Ignoring their bewilderment, the capybara took a step forward, followed by crackling bolts of lightning, creating a scene that was both surreal and mind-blowing. It walked up and sat down before the eyes of everyone, looking both adorable and unbelievably dignified. Suddenly, the capybara, with the most clueless expression imaginable, tried to lift itself up. It raised a paw to try and look tough, but unfortunately, it fell over because its legs were too short to support its chunky, rotund body. Seeing it make a fool of itself, the parasitic fiend burst into mocking laughter, its voice dripping with disdain. "What kind of toy is this? I can't even feel a single trace of dark energy on it. You're going to rely on that." But before it could finish, the parasitic fiend fell silent, its face stiff as a statue, eyes wide in confusion. For no apparent reason, in an instant, it tipped over backward, stumbling and completely losing its balance. Meanwhile, the capybara was lying comfortably on the ground, radiating a strange aura that made everyone around it collapse, leaving them paralyzed and numb. The parasitic fiend groaned in agony internally. "What is happening? I suddenly just want to lie here and do nothing." Suddenly, the capybara got up with a dazed look, walking step by step toward the parasitic fiend lying on the ground. Then, it opened its mouth and bit into a minion, sending black fluid splattering everywhere. Not stopping there, the capybara opened its mouth wide and tore into the next one. Watching everything unfold, Ning Feng remained calm, silently assessing the situation. That thing is literally eating the parasitic fiends hiding in the shadows. This seems even easier than the quadruple-limbed spirit beast. Seeing Kia Baz's overwhelming power, the parasite demon seemed to realize. Sensing something was wrong, the parasite shrieked in terror. "No way. I thought at most this was a demon king. What kind of horrifying thing did you summon?" It struggled helplessly, completely suppressed. Ning Feng spoke softly, "Hey, champion of this low-level world, right?" Upon hearing that, the parasite demon trembled and groveled pathetically. "Blah, blah, blah. Don't take my trash talk seriously." Ning Feng smiled coldly, recording the coward's pathetic display on his phone. "This is perfect. Help me record a research video." Inside the phone, the parasite demon was rotting away but kept begging. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, spare me." Ning Feng remained completely calm, asking firmly, "First, tell me, how did you sneak into our world?" Seeing the question as a lifeline, the parasite confessed, "That person and his squad broke into my secret realm back then. So, I took advantage of his distraction to parasitize him and followed him into your world." Ning Feng asked again, his expression unreadable. "So, what are you in that secret realm? A boss?" Having lost all his earlier arrogance, the parasite panicked and agreed. Yes, just as you said. Please, let me live." The parasite demon confessed everything. "At first, I was weak, so I only dared to hide in the black market. Because even if someone went missing there, it wouldn't attract attention. It wasn't until recently that my power grew and I could skip the incubation stage. I could directly use the windbone body to control humans, so I dared to attack the Shangri Guild." As he finished speaking, the giant creature approached, its majestic, yet slightly silly eyes sweeping over the parasite. The parasite shriveled in fear, frozen solid. The scene shifted to a large conference room. The screen displayed chaos, filled with pathetic, wailing screams. "Please, don't eat me." Grasping the situation, the investigator announced with a cold, serious face, "Due to a lack of necessary containment measures, we cannot hold or preserve the parasite demon, so we have no choice but to leave it to Ning Feng to handle. Though I hate to admit it, as a low-level world, with monsters appearing constantly, we are truly cornered at every turn." As soon as he finished, Feng Chuan lowered his voice, worried. If it weren't for Ning Feng, the Shangri Guild would have been completely wiped out. Wang Bo chimed in immediately. "The 7 great guilds, even the whole world would have fallen, and we couldn't have done a thing." Hearing this, Feng Yi spoke in a stern, reassuring tone, "Everyone, there's no need for such negativity. After all, the mysterious master and Ning Feng are on our side. Since the investigation confirmed that the high-grade medicine has no connection to the mysterious master, then both sides can cooperate." Hearing this, the whole room raised their hands in agreement. "I agree. I have no objections. I agree." Early the next morning, sunlight streamed over the building, surrounded by lush greenery. Sitting in the room, Feng Yi solemnly announced, "The National Professional Association is establishing a company to produce and sell high-grade potions, and 80% of the profits will be given to the master. Facing him, Ning Feng smiled secretly, thinking to himself, I can get 80% without having to lift a finger. This was a very sincere offer. To put him at ease, Feng Yi added. Additionally, the nation will officially honor Xiao Feng for his recent heroic acts. The ceremony will be held at the closing of the training camp. Also, many reporters have begged me to let them interview Xiao Feng. Hearing this, Ning Feng thought excitedly, a chance to accumulate faith energy. I definitely can't pass this up. Without hesitation, he signed the papers, feeling incredibly satisfied. Then, I'll trouble you to handle the arrangements, Senior Feng. Feng Yi replied in a dignified yet friendly tone, don't mention it. It was unclear when the creature had become so close to Ning Feng, but it nudged him affectionately with its nose. Ning Feng looked at it and said, I still have to go back to the training camp. I'm leaving this guy in your care. It seems it only eats monsters. Duan didn't hesitate, responding with great enthusiasm. Don't worry, sir. I'll take it to the secret realm to find food. His eyes fell on the creature, thinking, the master's pet can easily handle a parasite demon. Its strength is probably above mine. Looks like I have to train harder. He patted its head affectionately. Ning Feng felt a flicker of joy. The creature's ability seemed to be a field effect that completely stripped enemies of their will to fight. It doesn't have any negative effects under normal circumstances, and I don't need to hide it. Seeing the creature get close to him again, he guessed the reason. This little guy loves the scent of Han Yin left on my necklace. Deep in his subconscious, the image of Han Yin, who was always loyal to him, appeared cold and sharp. Ning Feng paused for a moment, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it have some connection to Han Yin? Pushing the thought aside, Ning Feng reached down to pet the creature's head, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. If you're always so laid back, I'll call you Man. With everything settled, the scene switched to the training camp. In the teacher's apartment, everyone had gathered when a high-pitched voice suddenly echoed from afar. Where is the great hero? It caught Ning Feng's attention instantly. Before anyone could react, Xi Yan, in her petite form, dashed in like a gust of wind, her face beaming as if she'd found a treasure. Where is the great hero? Ning Feng turned back, confused by the scene. The woman saw Ning Feng and pounced, nearly grabbing his leg. Are you the great hero? Ning Feng, faced with the question. He froze, his expression full of doubt. What great hero? Just then, from behind Ning Feng, Feng Rui and Jiang Shu walked in. Seeing Si Yan, they immediately greeted her warmly. Professor Si, it's been a long time, she replied cheerfully. Oh, it's Shi Rui. It really has been a long time. Realizing Si Yan's true identity, Ning Feng was shocked and shouted, Professor? Even Jiang Shu couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Seeing the shock on their faces, Feng Rui stepped in to introduce her. This is Xi Yan, a distinguished professor at Boking University and an honorary advisor to the 7 great guilds. She was a classmate of my father back in the day. Many theories and techniques regarding secret realms are based on her research. As soon as he finished, Ning Feng's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. She's amazing. Xi Yan stood with her hands on her hips, her voice full of excitement and clarity. If we're talking about amazing, Student Ning is the truly amazing one. Saving so many people like that, I was stuck in the secret realm conducting research and couldn't make it back in time. I only just arrived at the training camp last night, and I already heard about our student, Ning Quang. That's why I wanted to come and see what our big hero actually looks like. Seeing himself being praised to the high heavens like that, Ning Feng bashfully rubbed his head and hurriedly responded with modesty. You're too kind, Professor. At the same time, he muttered to himself, I remember now. The training camp guide mentioned a Professor Xia as the head of our research team. I expected her to be some old-school researcher. I never imagined Professor Xi would have such an enthusiastic personality. That's it for the intro. Xie Yan gently took hold of Ning Feng's wrist, professional, yet surprisingly warm. Everyone hasn't had breakfast yet, right? Let's eat together. This caught him off guard for a second. Before long, food was spread out across the table. Xi Yan introduced the dishes with the contagious excitement of a scientist who had just made a breakthrough. These are all made from monster ingredients. It's a delicacy, come on, try it. You couldn't resist the allure of the rich, complex aroma filling the room. Ning Feng took a bite, and as soon as it hit his tongue, he gasped in surprise. This is incredible. Wang Yue, sitting nearby, saw his reaction and immediately tried it, nodding without a moment's hesitation. It really wasn't bad. Tu Ting had meant to chime in, but the moment she took a bite, she was too busy enjoying the food to even talk. While the group inside was busy indulging in the feast, out in the hallway, Jiang Shu was chatting with Feng Rui. Professor Li didn't come to wake us up this morning, he said. The other agreed, yeah, he's usually up super early. The scene shifts to Professor Li's office, where he sat looking pale, dark circles under his eyes, clearly exhausted. He stared at the specimens on his desk, muttering under his breath with a hint of resentment. That super professor Yang comes back and works us to the bone all night, but she never calls Ning Feng. They keep saying, let the great hero rest, right? Thinking about it, Professor Lee sighed, completely fed up. The double standards were just too real. Meanwhile, Yan was still chatting away, pouring on the praise. Student Ning, I watched the competition video. Your performance in the field was basically flawless for someone your age. Wang Yue chimed in from the side. Professor C, you might not know this, but Ning Feng is our top student this year. His theoretical scores have been #1 from the start. Si Yan just smiled, not at all surprised. It was no wonder that a second later, Si Yan looked at Ning Feng with genuine respect. It's been a long time since I've seen a genius with such a solid theoretical foundation who can actually hold his own in a fight. Actually, I brought back some things from the secret realm. You should take a look. Hearing that, Ning Feng frowned, his curiosity piqued. What's so special about them? Following Si Yan's lead, the scene moves to the research lab. Professor Lee was currently focused on observing a specimen. Suddenly, the sound of the elevator opening startled him. Shi Yan strode in majestically and turned to talk to Ning Feng. Is this your first time? At the training camp's research lab, it's a bit messy since it's just a temporary setup. Upon seeing her, Professor Lee immediately spoke up with caution. Professor Shi Yan waved her hand, her voice gentle yet authoritative. Go back to your work. I'll show them around. This made his heart sink with a vague sense of dread. It was supposed to be just a few assistant professors, so why did it feel like high-level leadership coming for an inspection? This inexplicable awkwardness from Professor Lee caught the attention of everyone. Ning Feng, Tu Nian, and the rest of the team kept a close watch on his every move. Just then, the cold jade pendant around Ning Feng's neck began to glow, vibrating faintly as if signaling something. In that instant, he stared at it, a strange intuition rising in his gut. The cold jade pendant was fluctuating with a weak energy. Was it being affected by something here? Standing behind Professor Lee, Xie Yan watched for a moment before turning around with a satisfied smile. Ning Feng, what do you think these are? He immediately used his professional knowledge to hypothesize. The processed parts look artificial, like wall fragments or pieces of a sculpture. She nodded in agreement. Exactly. With that, Xie Yan's tone turned serious. According to our previous findings, the secret realm only contained the monster's own civilization or ecosystem. But in this one, we seem to have discovered a lost civilization. Puzzled by her words, Ning Feng couldn't hide his suspicion and asked, a lost civilization? Xie Yan explained enthusiastically. We found these in a valley in the secret realm. The monsters there were too strong, so we couldn't go in too deep, which is why we only brought back these few items. But I suspect there might be an entire city buried in that valley. Silence hung in the air. One question twisted in his mind. Could Professor C have discovered the world where the cold jade once belonged? Could it really be that big of a coincidence? After a moment of thought, Ning Feng stepped closer to the specimen table. Professor C, may I take a closer look? From behind him, Shi Yan gave a relaxed nod. Go ahead. As the stone sample was lifted, his eyes widened in shock. The energy fluctuations were coming from the essence within the fragment. The cold jade pendant seemed to be absorbing the essence inside it. Could there really be a connection between the two? His intense focus made Xie Yan curious enough to speak up first. Well, any thoughts? With his gaze still locked on the stone sample, he replied seriously, I'm not sure yet. I'll have to go to the secret realm and see it for myself. Upon hearing that request, Xie Yan's enthusiasm surfaced, and she agreed immediately. No problem. I'll arrange it. The next morning, warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting light on the entrance to the secret realm. As everyone gathered, Xie Yan's voice rang out excitedly as she introduced them. This is my research team. Once we're inside the secret realm, they will provide full support. A guy spotted Ning Feng and quickly greeted him. Teaching assistant Ning, it's a pleasure to meet you. The girl standing next to him chimed in. If you need anything, just let us know. Almost simultaneously, another female teammate couldn't hide her admiration. May I ask, after the exploration is over, could we take a picture together? Seeing the clear admiration the research team had for Ning Feng, Feng Rui secretly felt a surge of excitement. These people are top-tier scholars. Any one of them could be a professor at any university. It's rare to see them admire someone like this. But Ning Feng pulled it off. Meanwhile, in Ning Feng's team, anxiety started to creep in as Thuong Mok spoke up cautiously. For such an important project, is it really okay for me to join? Wang Yue, standing right next to him, immediately stepped in to reassure him. We're a team, naturally. We have to move together. As soon as the mood settled, Xie Yan's energetic shout rang out. Let's move out. At the secret realm, the sun was slowly slipping behind the mountains, leaving a golden-orange glow as everyone continued their research work. Amidst that quiet moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. The ground was torn apart, sending rocks and debris flying into the air like an explosion. Suddenly, a colossal monster lunged from deep beneath the earth. The sight that emerged was so sudden that Shi Yan was terrified. In contrast, Ning Feng's gaze remained calm, disturbingly composed. In that very moment, a cold, sharp blade swung through the air, a decisive and clean strike. With that single blow, Jiang Shu completely finished off the massive beast. As the giant body collapsed to the ground, Ning Feng's voice rang out. "Don't worry, everyone, keep moving." It all happened so fast that the girl nearby stared in sheer amazement. My God, a monster that big. Taken out in one hit? The girl beside her couldn't hold back her praise. These guys are truly reliable. They didn't even let anyone catch their breath. Jiang Shu's voice immediately followed. "Professor CA, I found something below." From the spot where the monster erupted, ancient stone pillars became clearly visible, and underneath them lay the outline of an entire stone city, vast and breathtakingly majestic. Moving down, Xie Yan gently placed her hand on the surface of the stone city, feeling the icy cold textures, confirming her suspicions. As expected, these are traces left by an ancient civilization. Could the inhabitants have been wiped out by these monsters? If our world were taken over by monsters, would it also turn into part of a dungeon? While surveying the city, Ning Feng remained silent, his mind clearly analyzing the situation. Professor Xia's speculation is correct. I remember the training dungeon of the Merchant Guild was also once a civilized world. As he finished speaking, the cold jade shard hanging around his neck began to glow with an eerie light. Looking toward the source of the glow, Ning Feng spotted a similar stone block. He examined it, secretly confirming it was another piece of the spirit crystal. "It's resonating with my cold jade pendant. I wonder if there are more to be found deep within these ruins." Just then, a panicked shout echoed from the cave entrance. Professor Xie had detected intense dark energy currents ahead, and the group quickly moved toward the source of the sound. Ahead, massive cold stone slabs suddenly appeared, arranged symmetrically into a strange structure. The sight left Xi Yan completely stunned. Dark power radiated from the top of the high structure, and a sense of shock rose within Ning Feng. This feeling, it's very similar to a dark deity summoning ritual, but with more pressure than anything I've encountered before. Suddenly, atop the cave arch, a half-human, half-beast figure appeared, its red eyes narrowing as if sizing up prey. In the blink of an eye, thousands of goblin monsters manifested behind it, wearing twisted grins. It was a grim omen that a nightmare was about to descend. Immediately, the goblin commander roared, its crimson eyes flashing, with 4 sharp horns protruding from its head. The roar signaled the goblins below to attack in unison. Empowered, the monsters widened their eyes, bared their fangs, and lunged forward in a ferocious assault. The sound of the clash echoed throughout the cave. Sensing the looming danger, a warning rang out from Jiang Shu, his voice anxious but clear. "Little Rui, there are too many of them, and they're moving fast. You have to be careful." Beside him, Feng Ru replied seriously, his voice calm yet firm. "Don't worry. Besides, I've got Brother Feng behind me. To us, this is just a test." Instantly, he charged forward. In a flash, a powerful spinning slash swept out, wiping out a wave of incoming monsters. "Don't even think about breaking through our defense line." The scene left the goblin commander, looming above, filled with rage. Its red eyes blazed as it shrieked, signaling the start of a wrathful onslaught. Deep in the cave, the boy watched with worried eyes. These monsters are practically endless. A desperate plea came from the girl beside him, filled with concern. "Do you want to help? If we go out there, we'll just be a burden." Watching them, Sai Yan felt a surge of empathy. These kids must be under so much pressure. Outside the cave, Wang Yue suggested seriously, "I want to see if I can take out the boss up there myself." The moment she spoke, Ning Feng's calm, firm response resonated, answering with total ease, "It's fine. You all can go together, leave this place to me." In the blink of an eye, a massive wave of power radiated from him. The surrounding monsters were instantly wiped out. The mangled remains of the monsters were scattered everywhere. Seeing it all, the young man couldn't help but admire him, shouting in disbelief, "What? Assistant Ning can hold off wave after wave of monsters all by himself." Meanwhile, Ning Feng stood firm in the heart of the chaos, his entire focus on observing and analyzing the surroundings. Let Wang Yue lead the battle herself. It's fortunate that Cheng Muchu, Teacher Qi, and Sister Lam have all received my special training. Now they are all just as strong even without me. The party won't collapse so easily. The monsters began to tremble and retreat, seemingly sensing the hidden power within him. Their steps slowed, baring their fangs in caution. Seeing this unpredictable shift in Ning Feng with his own eyes, the young man couldn't help but notice the anomaly. Those monsters. They seem afraid of Assistant Ning. Beside him, both girls' eyes flash with surprise and admiration. Are young people today all this strong? Or should I consider retiring early? In that chaotic moment, Wang Yue swept her eyes across the battlefield, immediately pinpointing the leader and shouting, "The boss is here. Watch your health and keep your buffs up." Feng Rui, standing nearby, received the order, ready for combat. Understood. Instantly, the goblin commander sensed the danger approaching. Its sharp, crimson eyes flickered as it unleashed a phantom movement skill. The attack stirred up dust and sand, shrouding the space in a hazy, storm-like blur. Amidst the dusty mist, a figure suddenly appeared. The goblin commander realized it too late, its face twisting with anger and panic. At that same moment, an arrow glowing like a rocket shot forward, tearing through the thick air current. With a single blow, the goblin commander's body was blown away, and its figure dissolved into the chaos as if it had never existed. Where it stood moments ago, the body of the giant monster that had once spread terror remained. As the group moved near the cave entrance, a strange voice suddenly echoed from somewhere in the shadows. "Is there anyone else in this dungeon?" They actually found the entrance. "Get inside quickly. We have to secure it before they find it." With that, everyone descended into the cavern, heading toward the heart of the world. Suddenly, that urgent warning sound echoed once again, even more frantic this time. Life signs detected at the exit ahead. Could be enemies. Stay sharp and get ready to fight. But as they neared the cave entrance, the scenery began to blur like water being churned up. One of them immediately shouted in desperation, "Oh no, the secret realm is being sabotaged and it's starting to reject us." Just at that moment, rings of light appeared beneath their feet and swallowed the entire group whole. A heartbeat later, Wang Yue suddenly stopped, her eyes darting across the space with clear vigilance. "Did you guys hear that? It sounded like someone was talking." In contrast, Ning Feng, who was usually quite sensitive, simply shook his head calmly. "I didn't notice anything." Even so, his mind remained deeply submerged in his own thoughts. Just now, the Hanem pendant was absorbing energy from the crystal. All my focus was on that. From behind, a different awareness sparked as Yian spoke up, her voice laced with suspicion. "I think I heard it too. It seemed to come from the direction we just came from. But there are guards stationed outside the secret realm. No one else is allowed in, right?" The air grew tense until Feng Rui quickly took the initiative. His voice rang out as a clear suggestion. "How about we go check it out?" Eager to get to the bottom of this, Ning Feng immediately agreed. "Let's go. Let's head over there together." Bathed in the dim light spilling from the cave mouth, the group slowly stepped out of the suffocating darkness behind them to investigate the anomaly they had sensed. Xi Yan activated her power, sending out an invisible search wave. Just minutes later, countless strange footprints began to manifest on the ground, leading away toward them. It was as if someone had just infiltrated the area moments ago. But then, the footprints suddenly stopped, and pure bewilderment washed over her face. Her voice filled with doubt. "These aren't our footprints, so there definitely was an intruder. But when they reached the exit, why did they just vanish?" Just as Xie Yan's question hung in the air, the girl with the glasses on the right immediately replied in a calm but firm tone. "I checked with the guard team, and they didn't detect any intruders at all." The group's gaze dropped simultaneously to the mysterious trail of footprints stretching out before them. A collective thought echoed in everyone's minds: where did the intruder go, and how did they leave? In the chilling air, the group ventured deeper, finally opening up into a massive space where a colossal stalactite cave appeared. The faint light reflecting off the walls highlighted Qi Yan's increasingly serious expression. The atmosphere grew heavy as she analyzed the footprints that had first appeared nearby. They might have entered through the secret realm's entrance or used some other unconventional method. Those monster corpses. That had to be the work of the intruders. Moving closer to examine them, she crouched down for a better look. Her voice was a soft murmur in the cavern. The kills were extremely clean, no signs of a struggle. That shows the intruder is very strong. Even the loot they dropped wasn't taken. Just then, Feng Yi's voice cut in from the side, decisive and firm, speed running. Through his explanation, an image of high-level techniques flashed through everyone's minds. Speed running was a method to conquer secret realms, clearing levels rapidly, using the most efficient combat maneuvers to eliminate monsters, taking only the most critical loot, and leaving everything else behind. This required immense power and a high level of team coordination. At that moment, Wang Bak voiced his speculation, his tone uncertain but rational. If someone wants to speed run a secret realm this difficult, besides Ning Feng's group, I don't think anyone else could pull it off. Hearing this, Xi Yan immediately had a daring suspicion. With the situation being so tense, could it be an adventurer from another world? Before she finished, she hurriedly added, her voice dropping into a thoughtful tone. "Although it's just my speculation, it's not impossible. We've discovered relics from other worlds in this secret realm, so there must be many worlds similar to ours, or perhaps even at a higher level than ours. I wonder, could it be possible to communicate with them? That doubt triggered a chain of memories in Ning Feng's mind. Images from the depths of his memory surfaced one by one like disjointed film clips. Professor C is right. At the very least, I've seen glimpses of different worlds in the Demon King's memories. I just never thought about the possibility of travelers moving between worlds. Seemingly still uneasy, Xie Yan narrowed her eyes and began to plan. If the other party is friendly or just passing through, it might be easy to talk. But if they have hostile intentions, it means that beyond the monsters, we have a new set of enemies to worry about. Besides, they vanish so strangely. We have no idea what their goal is, and we're not even sure if they'll show up again. A feeling of helplessness crept in, causing Wang Bak to sigh. Problems just keep piling up. At that very moment, An Chan and Feng Yi exchanged a glance, looking at each other with a knowing look, as if they had both come to a conclusion they weren't quite ready to voice yet. Without wasting time, he said solemnly, "Student Wang Yue, there's something we'd like to ask your opinion on." Not hiding her intentions, An Chan spoke bluntly. Is the Tu Su Guild interested in replacing the Thuong Nu Kong Hoi and becoming one of the 7 great guilds? Those words echoed in the silent space, leaving Wang Yue frozen, her mouth agape in shock at such a sudden and monumental question. Seeing the lingering surprise on her face, An Chan sighed, bowing her head slightly, her voice steady. I don't fear the judgment of the young. Because of the recent parasitic mana incident, both the Thuong Nue and Kai Nguyen guilds have faced major issues. The president of the Kai Nguyen Guild, Fang Chu, has voluntarily resigned, and a new head has yet to be named. Meanwhile, the Thuong Nu Guild has seen a massive number of members leave and is currently filing to be demoted. The air suddenly felt heavy, as if to ease the awkwardness. Wang Yue replied with a hint of embarrassment, "But I'm just a high school student, and the Tusu Guild is only a small group." He lowered his voice, offering a reassuring tone. "Don't worry about that. We've already discussed this. All the presidents welcome you to join." Wang Bo chimed in from the side in agreement. Indeed, the awkward tension still lingered. Wang Yue turned toward Ning Feng, her eyes filled with both pleading and confusion. Behind her, he quickly caught her meaning, a faint smile touching his lips as he looked at her, as if to help Wang Yue shake off the remaining unease. Ning Feng spoke, his voice gentle yet firm. "Make the decision based on your own ideas. No matter what, I will support you." At that moment, An Chan, with a very serious expression, thought to himself that Ning Feng's promise would certainly help Wang Yue secure a firm footing within the 7 great guilds. Given the relationship between the two, whether she was a high school student or part of a small guild didn't matter at all. Having received the go-ahead from Ning Feng, Wang Yue politely replied, "I am willing to take on the challenge. If there is anything I don't do well, please give me your advice." As soon as she finished speaking, joy was evident in the voices of An Chan, Feng Yi, and Wang Bo. "That's wonderful." Right then, Zhang Shu turned to ask Xu Ting, his voice slightly puzzled. "I have a question. When we go out and enter a secret realm, why does it suddenly become the 7 great guilds' business?" But she only replied with incoherent words. After Wang Yue agreed, Ning Feng smiled smugly, thinking to himself, Wang Yue joining the 7 great guilds will take my plan to build up my forces a big step forward. Thinking about that, he felt quite satisfied. Suddenly, a voice echoed, faintly touching his ears. "My lord." Recognizing the sound, Ning Feng immediately snapped to attention, his eyes quickly scanning the space around him. He looked at everyone and silently speculated no one else had reacted. Could he be the only one who heard it? Just then, the pendant began to glow brilliantly. This made Ning Feng realize it must have been Han M's voice. At this moment, within the secret realm, a voice rang out, announcing clearly with a grave tone, "Everyone, please try to speed up your work and never act alone. No one knows if the intruder will appear again, so everyone must remain vigilant. Once you discover any unusual situation, report it immediately to Professor Ta or teaching assistant Ning." At that moment, a young man in the research team asked, his voice laced with surprise, "Is that teaching assistant Ning the one who was interviewed by Hung a while ago?" A girl on the team immediately added her praise. "That's right. With a powerhouse like that guarding us, it's truly much more reassuring." Another person couldn't hide their admiration. Teaching assistant Ning looks so young. Who would have thought he's actually a top-tier powerhouse? At the same time, below the base, Tang Yin and Ning Feng were researching together. Holding a rock sample in his hand, he was lost in deep thought, pondering why the pendant had stopped absorbing the energy from the crystal. Fortunately, the exterior of the crystal hadn't changed, otherwise it would have surely attracted attention. And that voice from just now, could he have misheard it? Suddenly, a voice rang out, full of respect, "My lord." Upon hearing it, Ning Feng asked in a low voice, his tone trembling with surprise, "Is that you, Han Am?" The voice from the stone fragment immediately replied respectfully, "My lord, it is your servant. It is wonderful to speak with you once again. My heart is filled with excitement." Maintaining his composure, Ning Feng said softly and seriously, "Don't get too excited yet. What on earth is going on?" The voice from the stone continued, sounding both confused and analytical. "I don't know. It seems like I suddenly regained consciousness." Ning Feng immediately pressed further, his voice urgent. "You left the pendant behind before. Does this have anything to do with absorbing the energy from this crystal?" The voice from the stone. Han Am immediately answered with clearer reasoning. "It turns out that this is the world heart." From inside the pendant, Han Am whispered, explaining, "The world heart is the core of a world, formed by the unification of universal laws. If a world faces a catastrophe, as long as the world heart remains undamaged, it can gradually repair itself. Once the world heart is destroyed, that world will be completely annihilated." He continued to reveal more useful information, his voice full of contemplation. "The laws of the universe contained within the world heart are, in fact, the source of the gods' power. In the past, the gods also used the world heart to resurrect their favorite kin." But as he reached this point, Han Am's voice became stammering, drawing Ning Feng's attention. In the form of his spirit, he awkwardly admitted, "I am truly sorry, my lord. My memory seems to have a missing part." Ning Feng just smiled faintly, his voice gentle and comforting. "No need to rush. Just take your time to remember." Yet Han Am still sniffled, tears streaming down, blaming himself. "I am incompetent. I have disappointed you, my lord. I am just a piece of trash." Suddenly, Ning Feng's expression became serious, filled with deep thought. Han Am's but really worry him a lot. Could this method of resurrection have some serious side effects? Looking to the side, Ning Feng saw the short-haired girl reporting, her voice calm. "Professor Ta, the excavation of the site is basically complete. Apart from some abandoned structures, nothing of value was found." On this side, An Chan was seriously making a suggestion to Wang Yue, his voice cautious. "Since unknown intruders might appear in this secret realm, I advise against staying here any longer." Wang Bo quickly agreed, decisive and determined. "I agree. Let's evacuate everyone as soon as possible, and then we will seal this secret realm." With a gentle smile, Feng Yi turned to ask for Wang Yue's opinion, his voice slightly shy. "President Wang, what do you think?" She still didn't seem used to it, pointing at herself and stammering, "Me?" A warm smile remained on his lips. He spoke slowly. "Now that you are one of the 7 great guilds, closing a secret realm is a decision that requires at least 3 guild presidents to approve." At this point, Wang Yue's agreement came through, her voice low but firm. "Ah, yes. I also agree with President Lu's opinion." A moment later, as the wall sealed shut completely, a voice rang out, heavy with relief and a long, exhaled breath. "The secret realm is successfully closed." That was truly exhausting for everyone. The next morning at the training camp, a peaceful atmosphere blanketed the teacher's apartment complex. After a long night, everyone finally had a chance to rest and recover. In the bathroom, a soft humming filled the air. As Ning Feng reached for the water valve, his mood clearly relaxed. Suddenly, Han Yin's voice echoed directly inside his head. "My lord, I've remembered everything." The startle was so intense that he accidentally turned on the shower without checking the temperature. A stream of ice-cold water blasted onto his head, leaving him stiff and frozen. A split second later, Ning Feng's agonized scream echoed through the entire apartment. "That's way too cold." A long while later, after drying his hair, he stepped out looking slightly annoyed. But Han Yin immediately began to apologize profusely. "I am truly sorry, my lord. My crimes are worth 10,000 deaths." Though he wasn't exactly thrilled, Ning Feng tried to maintain a generous tone in his reply. "It's all right. What was it that you just remembered?" Immediately, the servant's voice rang out with agitation. "Yes, that's exactly it. Please, my lord, just execute me right now." But Ning Feng kept his composure, his voice soothing. "I just got sprayed with cold water, that's all. I told you, it's fine." However, Han Yin's soul seemed to be sweating bullets, his voice frantic. "It's not about that. It's about my resurrection." He then hurriedly revealed the new information. In the past, the gods would use the heart of the world to resurrect their own followers. But because the heart of the world also contains the power of darkness, the gods would suffer an incredibly violent backlash when linked to their followers, sometimes even turning into fallen gods themselves. In the end, those gods had to personally execute the followers they were trying to resurrect. As he finished, tears welled up in Han Yin's eyes, his voice choking with emotion. "I don't fear death, but I cannot allow myself to implicate you, my lord." Suddenly, a mysterious smile flickered on Ning Feng's lips, and he muttered to himself, "A fallen god. I already am one, aren't I?" But that was just a passing thought. In reality, he was frowning in deep contemplation, wondering, If I tell him the truth, Han Yin will be even more shattered. Seeing Ning Feng stand still for so long, Han Yin asked anxiously, "My lord, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Or is something wrong?" Ning Feng just replied calmly, "I don't think so." In his mind, he seemed to have found the answer, or perhaps before he could fully process it, the system immediately sent a notification. Passive skill, Dark Origin. You will not suffer the violent backlash of the power of darkness. When using forbidden spells, you will avoid the cost. After learning this, his expression became serious. At the same time, his voice deepened as he asked, "Han Yin, does your resurrection only affect me? Does it have any impact on you?" He replied stammeringly, his eyes shimmering with worry. I'm not sure, my lord. At this point, that really doesn't matter anymore." Ning Feng's lips curled into a faint, warm, encouraging smile. "Since you've been resurrected, just keep on living. If there are any side effects, we'll face them together." Just those few warm words were enough to make Han Yin choke back tears, his heart filled with a sense of peace. "You sound exactly like you did back then, but I truly cannot implicate you." Before his emotions could settle, Ning Feng's face darkened, and he spoke with hesitation. "Han Yin, there's something I've been thinking about, and I think you should know." Soon after, outside the teacher's apartment complex, an off-key, shocked cry erupted from Han Yin. "You are a fallen god." After a long silence, Ning Feng began to recount the entire history of the ancient war to Han Yin. Every fierce battle, every silent sacrifice, right up to the meeting between the divine god and himself when he was still a fallen god. Ending the story, a soft smile graced Ning Feng's lips, his voice deep but heavy with meaning as he concluded. "According to legend, that's about the size of it. Those gods call me a fallen god, and furthermore, every spell I master automatically transforms into dark magic." But upon hearing this, Han Yin reacted intensely, his voice trembling and full of emotion. "No, you are not a fallen god. Those people are the real fallen gods. Because of their personal whims, my people and I died in a meaningless war." His absolute loyalty made him shout. With that determination and passion, "No one cared about our lives. Only you stood up to seek justice for us. If they are your enemies, then I am determined to stand by your side. Even if I'm torn to shreds, I will never refuse." Those words made Ning Feng smile brightly and respond sincerely. "Thank you for your trust. I will do my best to ensure no one gets hurt again." Han Yin couldn't hold back his emotions and burst into sobs. "My lord, to be by your side once more. I am so happy." Seeing how emotional he was, Ning Feng gave an awkward, wry smile and hurried to comfort him. "Don't cry." A moment later, he leaned back on the bed and looked thoughtful. "To be honest, I'm still quite confused. For example, what exactly is the concept of a world tier?" "Like an encyclopedia," Han Yin explained immediately. "To put it simply, a world tier is the level of recognition that the gods grant to a world. In the universe, there are many worlds in existence, but not all of them are favored by the gods." In his mind, the worlds appeared like tiny spheres held in the gods' hands. Han Yin continued, his voice slow but convincing. "Only when a world gives birth to intelligent life does it catch the attention of the gods, but it's just attention, like discovering a cute little bug every now and then. Unless it passes the gods' assessment, that world cannot be favored by them, nor can it receive power and a grand civilization. Simply put, the more assessments you pass, the more the gods favor you, and the higher your world's tier." Next, he revealed a harsh truth, his voice full of worry and regret. "The top experts of this world are only around level 150, and the best skills and equipment are orange tier. That shows this world's tier is very low, practically considered unfavored by the gods." Ning Feng rested his head on his hand and sighed in frustration. "It's that bad." However, Han Yin smiled confidently, his eyes sparkling with hope. "Isn't that why you're here? Their future will only get better." "Oh, and regarding your equipment, I have a suggestion." Without even asking if Ning Feng wanted to, he excitedly blurted out a brand new idea. "The equipment in this world is quite primitive. It can't meet your requirements. That's why you need to upgrade to a divine tier item as soon as possible." Hearing this, Ning Feng was so surprised he jumped up. His voice choked up as he repeated, "Divine tier? I won't keep you waiting." Han Yin explained calmly, in a slow but steady tone. "Divine items are usually forged or crafted by my tribe, and then you imbue them with divine power to continuously upgrade them." Instantly, a memory flashed in Ning Feng's mind, and his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "I remember the pendant Han Yin gave me has inscriptions that can be upgraded." As soon as he said that, she nodded in agreement, her voice cheerful yet serious. "That's right. This pendant was once a divine item blank. You just need to reactivate the divine power within it, and it will officially ascend to a divine tier item." This left a look of confusion on Ning Feng's face, his eyes wide. "How do I do that?" Han Yin immediately guided him calmly, telling him to place his hand on the pendant and channel the runes representing divine power through his consciousness. As soon as she finished speaking, he followed suit, and the moment his hand touched the pendant, it suddenly glowed brilliantly. At the same time, a mark began to appear clearly, surrounded by magical circles, radiating a strange, mystical light. Seeing this miraculous transformation with his own eyes, Ning Feng exclaimed in shock, "It actually works?" Han Yin laughed and cheered. "Of course, you are the Divine Lord, after all. Because these runes are derived from the origin of the world, only a true deity can activate and use them. Besides, even a representative personally chosen by a deity couldn't do it." At that moment, a gentle joy spread through his heart, a mix of amazement and delight. It seems the Divine Lord was always worried about his status. This time, he can finally rest easy. Suddenly, the system updated Han Yin's strength data. Quality, accessory, orange tier divine item that can be upgraded. Attributes, spirit plus 1,200, casting speed plus 100%, mana recovery plus 100%, magic resistance plus 50%, magic crit plus 20%. Permanence. Equipment ignores durability loss. Frozen status, normal attacks are imbued with water element damage and have a 20% chance to inflict the freeze effect. Hydro Walk, can move freely underwater. Skills not yet activated. Ice Wall, Frozen Explosion, Frozen Beam, Fierce Cold Tide. After reading it, Ning Feng marveled to himself, 1,200 spirit points. My total combined attributes before were barely that much. Not only that, it added other powerful stats. It seemed Han Yin still wasn't satisfied and continued to suggest, since the quality is only orange, wait for your subordinate to find suitable materials, and I will help you upgrade it. As for the other parts of the set, you need to find the other clans to complete it. They had been talking so long that it was already pitch black outside. Ning Feng sighed, "Talking to you makes me realize there's so much I don't know." She happily replied, "It is my honor to answer your questions, my lord." The morning sun streamed through the curtains, bathing the room in a warm glow, signaling the start of a new day. Even though it was early, Han Yin was beaming. "Good morning, city lord." While brushing his teeth, Ning Feng glanced quickly at her, noticing something. "You're in a good mood, aren't you?" Her laugh rang out, full of enthusiasm. "As long as I follow the Divine Lord, I am full of hope." Although his hand was still holding the toothbrush, Ning Feng's thoughts drifted. He had spent quite a while talking to Han Yin yesterday. It was a pity her previous world was different from his. So much of her experience couldn't be used. But as his assistant, she was no problem at all. The scenery slowly shifted to a misty hidden realm, where jagged rocks pointed straight to the sky like giant fangs amidst the thick fog. In the tense silence, the air suddenly cracked as a beast lunged from the shadows. Its mouth gaped wide, filled with jagged fangs, attacking with terrifying speed. In that dangerous moment, sharp blocks of ice erupted in Ning Feng's hand, spinning like a vortex of silver light to suppress the target. In a blink, the fierce beast collapsed, the thud echoing across the ground and creating tremors that made the jagged rocks shake. The raw power of his move made the teaching assistants and the experts nearby instinctively hold their breath, their bodies stiffening with the vibrations, eyes wide with shock at what had just happened. Amidst the lingering tremors, he squeezed the stone in his hand, a slight smirk playing on his lips. A sense of satisfaction surged through Ning Feng. 1,200 spirit points. So satisfying. Seeing this, Lu Ping couldn't help but praise him. "Teaching assistant Ning, you're terrifying." Xia Yan nodded repeatedly. That's right," he said, unable to hide his awe. Last time he was struggling against a boss, and now he kills it in one hit. Hearing this, the third person joined in. Exactly. Their excessive synchronization made Lu Ping let out a helpless reminder. "Professor C, please don't mimic me. Don't let the mood dissipate." The excitement still fresh, Ning Feng eagerly asked, "Professor Lu, are there any other hidden realms today?" Lu Ping's answer came with a sigh, tinged with reluctance. "No more. Our progress was already faster than other teams, and today we were even faster than usual. Because of this, the committee has a massive headache." This explanation made Ning Feng pause, a look of confusion immediately crossing his face. "Why, sir?" After a moment of consideration, thinking of the other students, Lu Ping shared frankly, as if wanting everyone to understand the big picture. "You know, everyone who can participate in this training camp is a hard-working striver. Because we finished so early, other team members have been proactively running to the training camp's hidden realms to train more themselves. Now, our team members have higher ranks and power than the others." The words had barely faded when he revealed a new rule. His voice carried the reluctance of someone who had heard too much backstage discussion. "Students from other teams have jointly filed a request. Starting next month, teams will have to take turns." This news made Xi Yan curious, and he immediately asked, Don't the other teachers have anything to say about that? A wry smile stretched across Lu Ping's lips as he answered, revealing a bitter truth that made everyone chuckle. If the organizing committee wasn't holding them back, the other teachers would be desperate to join our team. Some teachers even snuck their names into the students' joint petition. This answer made her laugh heartily, as if she had just heard something perfectly to her liking. Well done. Nobody better try to steal our teaching assistant Ning. Just as the atmosphere was buzzing, a low, cautious voice suddenly broke the silence, sounding hesitant as if he were wary of bringing up the subject. Lord Sovereign, your magic spells? The hesitation made Ning Feng ask with curiosity, is something the matter? After summoning all his courage, Han Yin timidly explained, oh, no, it's not a problem. Your subordinate just feels that the techniques you use to cast your magic are incredibly refined. You seem capable of utilizing various conditions at just the right moment, controlling the effects of your magic within the necessary range. In response to the confusion, Ning Feng offered a gentle smile, his eyes curving with a reassuring warmth. Are you talking about that? There are a few classes tonight. You shouldn't be afraid to sit in and listen. Not long after, his serious figure appeared by the desk. With his hands resting on the table, his gaze was intently focused on the lecture stage. On the podium, the green-haired teacher had just finished writing the final mathematical equations on the board. His voice echoed rhythmically as he explained. According to the problem's description, the total damage dealt by the first skill can be divided into two parts, fixed damage and continuous damage. Among them, the fixed damage is magical. The continuous damage portion requires considering the continuous activation conditions. The total damage after the first instance of continuous damage is 1.1 million. The continuous damage after the second activation increases by C points per second. The total damage is below the class. Han Yin's awkward whispering came from beside him. Lord Sovereign, this is. Ning Feng immediately cut him off, his voice full of excitement as if this topic had awakened a whole new world for him. You find it interesting, right? This is my favorite subject, called tactical mathematics. Besides practical combat examples, it also covers arithmetic, physics, biology, and topography. Because the subject touched on his specialty, his explanation flowed as smoothly as water. The reasoning was naturally woven together. Perhaps because the world's level is too low and everyone lacks better options, they can only try every possible way to make the best use of the resources they have. How do you use limited magic to deal the highest damage? How do you expand limited skills into as many uses as possible? How do you seize that fleeting opportunity in an almost desperate battle? In that moment of enthusiasm, the memory of the swordsmanship demonstration flashed back. It was proof that not everyone needs to master this theory, but the training system we receive is based on it, and it has indeed produced many excellent adventurers. Ning Feng's passion for learning rippled out, shifting the motivation to Han Yin to the point where he cautiously told himself, to be recognized by Lord Sovereign, one must have extraordinary knowledge. I must study hard too. Time passed to the rhythm of the lecture until the bell finally rang, signaling the end. That's all for today's content. Class dismissed. Outside, the sky had softened into the twilight. Ning Feng and Wang Yue walked along leisurely, blending into the evening air. As they entered the gray-covered courtyard, a subconscious look of shock and astonishment appeared on Si Xiong's face when he saw them, as if he hadn't expected to meet them there. Just a beat later, that confusion turned into panic, forcing him to call out, "Teaching assistant Ning." But his response was just a casual reply, carrying a hint of distant politeness. A classmate. Hidden behind that was a flicker of surprise. It was clear he was thinking, did he come here to find me? His current demeanor made Ning Feng unavoidably lost in thought. Usually, at the training camp, Si Xiong never really spoke to him, and he hadn't paid much attention to him either. Why did he seem so nervous? But Si Xiong had already bowed at a 90-degree angle, his attitude so sincere it made the air grow still, his voice deepening with agitation. I came here to thank you. If not for your timely intervention, my brother and the Shang Rui Guild wouldn't have been saved. You are our great benefactor. His sudden action made Ning Feng pause, a sense of awkwardness spreading. The overwhelming sincerity made him respond softly. It was just a coincidence. No need to come all the way here to thank me. Although the refusal had been spoken, Si Xiong maintained his bow. In that moment, one could clearly see the chaotic thoughts running through his mind. In the past, because of my relationship with my brother, I distanced myself from teaching assistant Ning, and I was even annoyed by the students close to him. Now that I think about it, I was the foolish one. If I could have established a good relationship with teaching assistant Ning earlier, the Shang Rui Guild would certainly not have ended up in this situation today. Before that bowed figure, Ning Feng's eyes were filled with confusion, a thought flashing through his mind. Does he have something else to say? He and I are close. There's really nothing to talk about. Suddenly, Si Xiong held out his hands with a strange glowing orb. His voice trembled slightly but was incredibly firm. To express my sincerity to you, I have prepared a small gift that is hardly worth mentioning. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was an incredibly beautiful crystal inside. As soon as he saw it, both Ning Feng and Han Yin were stunned, their surprise too obvious to hide. It was another fragment of a world heart. Previously, at Ning Feng's house, the conversation between the two had touched upon this strange object. In Han Yin's steady voice, the concept of a world heart unfolded like an ancient secret. Generally speaking, after a world is destroyed, there may be fragments of the world heart floating outside. As long as you find those fragments, the entrance to that world can be reopened. That realization shifted in his mind, making everything clear. He gradually understood everything, so that was it. Professor Xie had also unintentionally used this method to open a secret realm. It was just that the principle was unclear at the time. So those invaders who vanished were also. Just as the events were being pieced together, the confirmation from Han Yin gently closed the final gap. That's correct. The world heart is a crucial resource of high-level worlds, so they would specifically search for fragments of it. However, because Lord Sovereign leads the Secret Realm Guild, those invaders were rejected by the laws of the universe and sent back to their original worlds. Returning to the present, Si Shang, with a calm sincerity, was explaining why he was gifting the item. This is a trophy my brother obtained from inside a secret realm, and he never used it casually. Hearing Professor Xie say, "You all have just conquered such a secret realm. I thought this item would be more appropriately given to you." Since the matter was so clear, Ning Feng had no reason to hesitate in accepting the gift. "Thank you so much for the gift. I really like it." At the same time, his expression clearly showed his delight as he felt the special weight hidden within that precious object. At the same time, his expression showed clear delight as he felt the unique weight hidden within that precious item. Shortly after, their journey led them to a vast, open clearing where the quest marker finally hit its target. Beside him, the look of admiration on Xian's face grew more apparent, leaving her unable to hide her praise. "I didn't expect Jiang Ning to figure out how to use it so quickly. If I find anything else later, I'll be sure to contact you as soon as possible." Being able to earn her trust like this, a flicker of secret satisfaction stirred in Ning Feng, and he felt quite smug inside. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. While everyone else was trying to regain their composure, Han Yin's silent anxiety for him hadn't faded. "My subordinate's current state is unstable. I need to absorb a bit more energy from the heart of the world. As long as the Lord doesn't get corrupted by that dark power, I won't have anything to worry about." Amidst these thoughts, a pale purple aura suddenly rippled outward, enveloping his entire body at Ning Feng's will. A thought flashed through his mind. If I can help Han Yin recover her strength quickly, she'll be another asset. Not long after, the scene that unfolded before the three of them. Ning Feng, along with Wang Yue and Shi Yan, all froze in place, completely overwhelmed. Before them lay an endless meadow, the grass as soft as if it were woven from silk, blending into the rolling mountains in the distance. Staring at the beautiful scenery without blinking, Ning Feng hesitantly ventured a guess. This must be a secret realm. Meanwhile, an exclamation escaped Wang Yue. This place is so beautiful. Even Han Yin, who was familiar with many different worlds, was momentarily stunned, wondering what was really going on. What's wrong? This doesn't look like a place hit by destruction at all. Hearing her ask that, he casually replied, "Is this your first time encountering a situation like this, too?" A definitive confirmation came immediately. That's right. Then, with his curiosity growing by the second, Ning Feng made a decision without a moment's hesitation. "Let's head inside and check it out." As they took a few more steps, a city with sturdy, imposing walls appeared before their eyes. Unable to contain his amazement, he blurted out, "A city where humans reside." From where he stood, Shu Ting scanned the area, pointing forward, his face filled with confusion. He spoke softly and perplexed. "If I'm not seeing things, those are ordinary humans, right?" The sight made Wang Yue hesitate as well, her eyes searching. Did we somehow travel to another place entirely? Meanwhile, Han Yin remained skeptical, her voice laced with doubt. "Not necessarily. A shard of the world heart only leads to its corresponding world." Hearing this, Ning Feng's expression grew serious. Even if this were an illusion, it felt way too real. Just as the atmosphere grew tense as a bowstring, a guard at the gate suddenly raised his hand, signaling, "Stop. Where are you folks from?" The confusion left him just scratching his face, unsure how to answer. Before Ning Feng could finish, the guard guessed it himself. "You're adventurers from another world, aren't you?" Surprise was written all over Ning Feng's face. His jaw dropped as he replied, "How did you know?" The guard just gave a faint smile, his eyes meticulously observing every detail. "Looking at how you're dressed, plus that stammering, it's pretty easy to guess." At this, Shi Yan stepped forward with a confident stride, her gaze sharp and inquisitive. "Are adventurers from other worlds a common sight here?" The answer came quickly, in a tone that was calm but carried the air of explaining something obvious. They show up sometimes, but not with as many little brats as you lot. That one seemingly careless remark made Xi Yan so angry she could have smoked. She snapped, I am not a little brat. But he didn't care much, just leaned to the side, opening a path for them. You can take a stroll through the city if you want, but you better not cause any trouble. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll make it out alive. Before stepping into the city gate, the guard added one more responsible reminder. And another thing, watch the kid, don't let her run off. Xia Yan whipped her head around, her eyes glowing red with rage, making the air around them heat up with every breath. I already told you, I am not a kid. While walking through the stone-paved streets of the city, Ning Feng walked and observed his surroundings, his eyes sharp. This world has adventurers too, so it's no wonder they aren't surprised to see more. Within a few steps, Wang Yue and the others were drawn to the most striking architecture in the city. There's a statue. Let's see what's written on it. It read, Alida, the brave heroine, guardian of the Imperial Empire. Ning Feng reached out to touch it, his heart filled with bewilderment. That's strange. I've clearly never seen this kind of script before, yet I can read it. Han Yin, his trusted companion, gently resolved his confusion, her voice cautious yet calm. The heart of the world is establishing a connection. It also proves that we didn't actually travel to a different place. While everyone was still dazed, Xi Yan stepped up to the monument, her eyes scrutinizing every detail. There's a heroic legend carved here as well. The words seem to glow, recounting heroic feats and extraordinary people. In the year 1537 of the Star Spirit calendar, the demon tide surged forth with might. The world was buried in darkness and fear. Despair engulfed everything. Only the brave Alida parted the gloomy skies. Demons withered beneath the tip of her blade, and the light returned to the land. Joyful songs echoed beyond the clouds. Her heroic deeds were recorded on this great monument for future generations, her glory shining through the ages, never to fade. As he walked lightly toward the monument, Wang Yue summarized, her voice thoughtful. So, this world was indeed attacked by monsters, but thanks to this hero fighting valiantly on her own, she defeated the invading monsters and restored peace to the world. Xie Yan nodded in agreement. I think that's what the Stele is trying to say. After hearing this, Xu Ting couldn't hide his admiration, his every word seeming to be swept up in the story. That's amazing. One person being able to defeat an entire demon army. Jiang Shu, standing nearby, couldn't suppress his shock, his eyes full of astonishment. Are adventurers from other worlds all this powerful? In the midst of the solemn atmosphere, Feng Rui suddenly cried out as he looked at an ancient tree, his voice full of questions. Wait a second. Jiang Shu quickly moved closer, his eyes focused on every detail. What is it? His brows knitted together tightly as he explained in a worried tone. It turned out that while Ning Feng's group was busy studying the statue, Feng Rui had suddenly turned around. He saw a small line of text on the ancient tree, so delicate it would be easy to miss if one weren't paying attention. After a few seconds of careful observation, Feng Rui suddenly felt a quiet fear seep into his heart as he read it aloud. Run. Ning Feng quickly rushed to the base of the tree to confirm it once more. He said he saw the word run, and then those words disappeared. At that moment, Feng Rui's face was so tense you could feel every beat of his heart. That's right, it was right there at the base of the tree. As soon as those words fell, a strange feeling immediately filled the air. He began to sense something wrong. Ning Feng's gaze scanned the people around them quickly, not missing the smallest detail. As if he couldn't believe his own eyes, he turned in another direction, observing cautiously. At that moment, the truth revealed itself. These passers-by, they weren't real. In an instant, as soon as Ning Feng confirmed this, the statue that had been standing imposingly before them suddenly began to disintegrate. Each stone fragment seemed to melt into the air, and at the same time, the group around them returned to their true, hideous forms. It was as if a layer of deceptive masks had been ripped away, revealing their true appearances. Ning Feng's expression immediately sank. His heart skipped a beat as he realized it had all been an illusion. Behind him, Han Yin went quiet for a moment before blurting out in utter shock. How did the spirits pull this off? I didn't detect a single trace of spirit energy. Yet, in that very instant, the spirits they thought were stationary suddenly lunged at them, launching a fierce, relentless attack. Without a second thought, he summoned his beloved sword. The cold steel blade reflected the eerie light. As the spirits rushed forward, Ning Feng unleashed a strike, each movement powerful, his strength decisive. On the other side, Jiang Shu was frantically cycling through his skills, launching move after move to block the onslaught. But after just one exchange, his eyes went wide, and his jaw dropped as he looked down at his hands in disbelief. Oh, man, this is bad. As fragments of metal rained down, Jiang Shu silently concluded, my orange-grade skill was blocked. This isn't an opponent I can handle. With his weapon destroyed, he could only stand there, watching the spirits charge toward him, a sense of crushing helplessness filling his chest. He thought he was about to meet his maker, preparing to see his ancestors, but halfway through the air, the spirit's blade suddenly stopped, hanging suspended. Jiang Shu opened his eyes, stunned to see the spirit before him frozen solid like an ancient ice sculpture. It turned out that Han Yin, with his staff in hand, had saved his life just in time. His actions created a scene that was both majestic and bone-chilling for everyone to see. Facing Ning Feng now were countless vengeful spirits. Seeing the aggressive glare of their leader, Han Yin felt a bit apprehensive. Master, these spirit adventurers seem to come from a higher-level world than humanity. I'm afraid we're not their match. Ning Feng frowned. Then what should we do? So, Han Yin proposed a plan. I can use my remaining energy to manifest physically for a short time to help wipe these enemies out. Ning Feng approved it immediately. All right, I'll leave it to you. The appearance of Han Yin left both Jiang Shu and Wang Yue wide-eyed with astonishment. This is. Ning Feng had to reassure them. Don't be afraid. This is my assistant, summoned from another world. Han Yin also waved back in a friendly manner. Nice to meet you all. Please take care of me. After that brief introduction, he turned to confront the spirits. Han Yin raised his staff high and began to chant. Hurry now, let's calm everyone down. The very next second, countless blue crystals rained down from the sky, falling onto the spirits and throwing them into chaos. Wang Yue couldn't help but marvel. Such powerful magic. Even Jiang Shu sighed in awe. This strength has already surpassed an orange-grade skill. However, an arm radiating spiritual energy suddenly blocked the crystals. The owner was none other than Alita, standing tall with a murderous gaze. As soon as she looked over, Xian realized, this woman. She looks like that statue from earlier. Alita was being extremely hostile. Strange mage, you seem to be the strongest among this lot. Pity. Against the edge of my blade, your strength isn't worth a dime. But these taunts didn't faze Han Yin at all. Don't spout nonsense. I'm not the strongest, but dealing with you alone is more than enough. With just that sentence, he successfully made Alita lose her mind. Mage versus warrior? Who gave you the courage? The gods. Not stopping there, Han Yin continued to tease her with a mocking tone. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That smug attitude made her so angry she gritted her teeth. You stupid, god-obsessed fool. Do you really think those legendary gods you worship will even spare you a second glance? Han Yin didn't reply. He simply turned his head and caught the sight of Ning Feng's gentle smile, full of absolute trust. However, this distracted moment gave Alita an opening to attack. You idiot, how dare you look away? But Han Yin quickly regained his composure, surrounding himself with flowing spiritual power. That very power caused Alita trouble. Her speed slowed down. It was the slowing effect of some water-based ability. Her hands clenched into fists, engulfed in a powerful purple aura, and she lunged forward aggressively. But that was all. Across from her, Han Yin remained calm, carefully observing his opponent. So that weapon is the source of her power. He decided to use the ice beam. A fierce, icy surge exploded forth, forming several glowing streaks. Facing it, Alita could only watch in stunned silence as her rage flared up. No way, I have the divine relic. How could the gap in strength be this huge? Damn it, I'll finish you. But a sudden glow from her chest made her freeze. At that exact moment, Han Yin casually snapped his fingers with a smirk. Her chest exploded instantly, sending blinding rays of light across the space. The relic Alita was wearing fell to the ground with a thud. Han Yin's display of power left Wang Yue and Xian terrified. It was horrifying, just watching it made it hard to breathe. Meanwhile, he slowly approached his prize. This weapon is truly powerful, but it's a pity that woman couldn't control it. The moment Han Yin lightly touched the surface, it began to emit an incredibly dense spiritual aura. The spiritual energy coiling in front of him didn't distract him. What about this? That item was slowly siphoning Han Yin's energy. Meanwhile, Alita, whose body was formed from spiritual energy, was filled with anticipation. This stupid mage has no idea how terrifying the divine relic is. The relic will absorb your power, and I will be reborn. A smug smile played on her lips. As long as the relic exists, I am immortal. On the other side, Ning Feng's pupils flickered. Han Yin knew he was worried, so she took the initiative to reassure him. My lord, I'm fine. It's just that the weapon suddenly absorbed my energy, so I couldn't maintain my physical form. But Ning Feng was still determined to get close to the god-falling blade like that. He was going to check it out, and she warned him with concern. Please be careful. Even though it's radiating spiritual power, you're still grabbing it with your bare hands. A sudden vibration caused Ning Feng's eyes to widen in surprise. Meanwhile, Alita was ecstatic. What a bunch of idiots. They're actually fighting to offer me their energy. This way, I won't need to absorb the energy of the undead anymore. But he simply stared her down and spoke indifferently. What are you so happy about? This left her completely stunned. Huh. Then she asked to be sure. You can see me? Ning Feng just replied casually. So what? At that moment, the way the item in his hand reacted made Alita feel uneasy. That's not right. Since just now, the god-falling blade stopped absorbing energy, and it's shaking. It looks terrified. Ning Feng was examining it carefully. When he touched the weapon, a system notification appeared before him. The final remaining part has been detected. Begin absorption. The corner of his mouth curled into a perfect smile. I didn't expect this weapon to be a doomsday relic. But the situation isn't clear yet. Better not absorb it just yet. He then put on a cold expression and demanded, Tell me, what exactly happened? Meanwhile, Si Yan was growing impatient in the distance. What's the situation over at Ning's side? Wang Yue noticed something strange about the undead in front of them. The souls surrounding them had stopped moving and were turning back toward their direction. Alita was slowly recounting the story. You can see that this used to be a beautiful country. Even though monsters invaded often, we still protected our nation from harm. The memories pulled her back to the time she stood on a cliff with her comrades. Good work, everyone. She turned to check on the person beside her. Tap Long, what's wrong with you? His face was still full of confusion. Can't you all see it? There's a box in front of me, and it says, it turned out to be a system notification. A god is paying attention to you. The other two teammates exclaimed in astonishment. I don't see anything. Alita concluded hesitantly. Could it be that Tap Long has been recognized by the gods? The notification that a god was watching him put pressure on Tap Long, but he quickly adapted as he destroyed the enemy, receiving word that the deity was very pleased with his performance. Suddenly, Tap Long delivered a powerful uppercut, earning the approval of the gods. From start to finish, Tap Long maintained his strength, allowing him to choose a gift from the gods. So, before the stunned faces of his teammates, Tap Long gently floated upward into a brilliant glow. Goodbye, everyone. The group below could only look up, completely mesmerized. The corners of Tap Long's eyes were welling up with emotion. I will be by the side of the gods and watch over you all forever. The hooded figure turned to comfort her. Alia, don't be too sad. Tap Long has gone to the gods. Since he caught their attention, he will surely look after our country. Besides, if we keep trying, we might get the gods' attention too. In the end, she replied with a bright, hopeful smile. You're right, but life is rarely a dream. Her comrades died one by one in battle, their bodies even crushed under the feet of monsters. Alita's eyes were filled with hatred and helplessness. At that moment, she and a few remaining survivors were struggling even though they were severely wounded. Her face shattered, and Alita was so desperate she began to weep. Why? Why? The monsters are attacking more fiercely than ever. But the gods haven't appeared, and neither has Tap Long. Have we been forgotten? The blue-haired teammate behind her asked a heartbreaking question. Alita, are we going to die? After choking back her tears, Alita regained her resolve. No, we still have one final hope. In a secret cellar, a heavy stone door was pushed open by someone. It turned out she was entering the place where the god-falling blade was hidden. Back in the present, Ning Feng had already guessed what happened next. So, you used this cursed weapon to push back the monsters, but it also cursed the entire nation. Alita calmly confirmed, that's right. After repelling the monsters, I borrowed the dark power to restore the country to its former state. I just didn't expect. The dark power gradually eroded my consciousness, turning the country into a terrifying forbidden zone. After that, any adventurers from other worlds who came to explore were all turned into undead by me. After hearing the story, he looked at the god-falling blade in his hand and sighed. Dark power always comes with a price. Just then, a noise from behind caught Ning Feng's attention. A figure submerged in a purple hue was slowly approaching. The person who appeared was none other than Tap Long. Hello there, that gauntlet is mine. Can you return it to me? Seeing the face of the intruder clearly, Alita was completely shocked. Tap Long? How could it be Tap Long? Ning Feng, on the other hand, was defiant. Sorry, this is my loot. That attitude clearly annoyed Tap Long. There might be some misunderstanding here. I kept that weapon specifically to refine this place. Before he could finish, Alita screamed in rage, while Ning Feng remained silent. Refining? What does that mean? Across from them, Tap Long narrowed his eyes, his lips curling into a provocative smirk. But the next second, his eyes blazed with light. Are your ears broken? I already said that weapon is mine. Or are you planning on becoming a sacrifice for my weapon too? Seeing Tap Long's current state, Han Yin was stunned. That saintly true origin, pure divine power. After everything, Alita decided to kneel and beg the great warrior. Please forgive my arrogance, I just want to know the truth. Can you help me? But Ning Feng simply suggested, why don't you ask him yourself? This was unexpected, leaving her quite surprised. Huh? Meanwhile, Tap Long was feeling confused. Why was that guy smiling? At this moment, Alita was still bowing before Ning Feng. What do you mean, my lord? He calmly explained. I have a skill that can temporarily grant you a body, but in the end, you will completely fade away, leaving nothing behind. No matter the risk, it couldn't stop her resolve. I'm not afraid. Please, give me a body. I will take on everything. Seeing the other party's determination, Ning Feng decided to grant her wish. She looked up, and Alita answered decisively. Yes. Her eyes flashed with dark purple spiritual energy as he began the active skill process, soul-snatching shadow ritual. Using a dark technique, he used his own mental energy to control the target's mind, briefly manifesting a powerful avatar. Within moments, Alita regained her physical form. Her appearance made Talong change his expression. What? As soon as she returned, Alita couldn't help but sigh. The dark energy is truly overwhelming. Ning Feng then thoughtfully instructed, I won't control your mind, so you can command this body yourself. This made her deeply grateful. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Talong, meanwhile, had a dark look on his face. You're Alita? Talong, I don't know what you're talking about. You'd better explain yourself truthfully. He tried to dodge the question. Alita, are you being controlled by a demon? What did that person do to you? Unable to contain her anger, she leapt high into the air and struck down at Talong with the arm wielding the god-killing relic. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, he could only raise his hands to block. You're crazy. Before he could finish, he spat out blood from the sheer force of the blow. Alita continued her relentless, furious assault, while Talong could only use his hands to deflect her rage. She glared at him and questioned him sharply. Talong, tell me, why didn't you show up when the demons invaded? Why are you here today? And what was that about sacrificial refining? Even though he was beaten badly and lying on the ground, he still tried to justify himself. Alita, I didn't abandon you. You have to believe me. I was just participating in another trial at the time. That trial was very important to me. By the time I noticed what was happening here, it was already too late. Then, he started playing the victim. You have no idea how much I suffered after leaving this world. Talong's face still showed distress as he recalled the past. Even though I became one of the strongest in this world, under the gods and demons, I was nothing more than the weakest existence. You must understand that helplessness. However, his little plan didn't move Alita. Stop downplaying the situation. You were always eyeing the demon relic, weren't you? Even while explaining, Talong didn't dare to meet her eyes. I just left a magical seal on the relic. When the seal disappeared, I could sense it. Alita, don't blame me. I only hoped to use the relic to become stronger, otherwise, I knew that one day I would be abandoned by the gods. When I left that seal, you were already dead. Everyone was dead. Though he said that, he was cursing inwardly. Damn it, if I hadn't been able to feel the divine power fading, I would have relied on you, respectful gods. Your follower is being threatened by evil. Suddenly, Alita drove the arm wearing the relic straight into Talong's chest. This action left Wang Yue and Si Yan completely stunned, while Ning Feng just calmly closed his eyes. After dealing with the traitor, Alita respectfully offered the relic to him. My lord, for my loyalty and devotion, please do not cast me aside. Please, let your divine punishment destroy these things. Great and powerful one, thank you for giving me this precious chance. My people and I can finally escape this endless nightmare. As Ning Feng picked it up to inspect it, he made a request. I want to know where the heart of this world is. Also, my companions likely have many questions. I hope you can help them answer them. She replied decisively, yes, sir. Then, she began to pour out her heart. I once thought it was an honor that Talong was chosen by the gods. I never expected we would be forgotten. It was then that Alita's faith shattered completely. The gods are cold, they don't care about any world, and they act without bias. In the end, Alita's soul slowly dissolved into the earth. Regardless, Talong is from this world. Let him find eternal release along with us. Feeling something behind him, Ning Feng turned to look at Dyer. What's wrong? She lowered her eyes and said sadly, I was just thinking, even with the favor of the gods, Alita's world still couldn't escape its destined destruction. Will we eventually face the same fate? But Ning Feng immediately replied firmly, not at all. Don't worry, I'm still waiting for you to take me out for good food. Wang Yue's mood brightened instantly. This guy. Before they continued their journey, she suddenly made a suggestion. Professor Sie, can we have dinner before we head back? Si Yan didn't object. Of course we can. Consequently, Wang Yue felt even more at ease. Then I'll look around to see if there are any local specialties. Soon after, they disappeared without a trace into the vast land. Just then, a Terran space appeared in the clear blue sky, and a pair of slender legs emerged. accompanied by crackling lightning and a brilliant aura enveloping the entire body. Talong, who had been defeated, was actually being possessed by a god, who spoke with a hint of regret, a step too late. That familiar energy is gone again. But in the memories of this body, the opponent's figure remained. With the image of Ning Feng in his mind, the god vaguely wondered, is he the all-powerful magic god? Then, he turned and left. He can't escape this world anyway. I'll go investigate a bit first. Meanwhile, a group of people sat around a long table with tense expressions. Both Wang Yue and Lu Ping felt stifled by the heavy atmosphere. The first to break the suffocating silence was Ling Hua. According to Professor Xy's report, gods can choose. A few lucky people they favor from different worlds, grant them blessings, and even allow them to ascend to higher-level worlds. These types of favors only serve to make more people believe in them. In the eyes of those gods, these lucky people are nothing more than tools and pawns. Next, Yue Ning presented her own perspective. Therefore, even with the favor of the gods, there is still a risk of being destroyed. In the end, everything depends on ourselves. She clasped her hands together and closed her eyes tightly, seemingly troubled. This time in the secret realm, the enemy's strength far exceeded ours, and it was only thanks to Ning Feng that we were able to defeat them. But in the near future, I fear these enemies, too powerful to resist, will only grow in number. Ling Hua's eyes could not hide her concern. Although Ning Feng is always standing with us, if we act like parasites, placing all our hopes on a child, I feel very guilty. The group fell into deep thought once again. Then, Wang Yue tentatively raised her hand. Can I say a few words? She then mentioned Han Yin. Ning Feng recently summoned a powerful warrior from another world. Everyone surely knows that the powerhouse has learned to calculate battle strategies and compare our strength against the monsters. Finally, she drew a conclusion. After pausing for a few seconds, she bluntly announced something unimaginable. According to normal assessments, our world should have perished 30 years ago. Naturally, this left everyone present in complete shock. With eyes still wide in astonishment, Nuit Nin instinctively clarified, Chairwoman Yuang, what does this mean? Wang Yue explained in detail. Over 80 years ago, the secret realm suddenly merged with reality. Humanity has suffered losses like never before. It was during that crisis that the first adventurers emerged. The memory of the moment humans first stood against the monsters is still etched clearly in her mind. Even so, humanity remains at a complete disadvantage when facing these creatures. Everything we have achieved is thanks to the next generation, including all of you sitting here today. It is only through countless sacrifices and relentless effort that humanity has been able to resist these powerful beasts and survive until this very day. Wang Yue's gaze was incredibly firm, giving even more weight to her words. That powerhouse from another world once said, in truth, the monsters we are facing have long since surpassed the levels this world can endure. Yet we haven't been wiped out, we're still holding on and fighting. That in itself is a miracle. Before anyone knew it, she stood up and declared clearly, I believe that as long as we are given a chance, we can continue to uphold this miracle. This world has been protected by our predecessors for 80 years. Now, it is our turn to protect everyone together. As Ling Hua and VM Shuyan listened, they nodded in unison, leaving the room in a brief moment of silence. Their expressions made Wang Yue feel a bit awkward. Did I say something wrong? Suddenly, the whole group burst into applause, filling the atmosphere with excitement, especially Ling Hua. She replied with a gentle smile, Chairman Liu, inviting Chairman Wang here was truly the right decision. I feel as if I've rediscovered the fighting spirit I had when I was young. On the other side, Wang Bak also joined the discussion. Does this mean the monsters are becoming harder to deal with because they have long since exceeded our limits? VM Shuyan casually chimed in, saying it like that, it actually feels a bit prideful. Meanwhile, the others looked eager about the upcoming plan. Everyone clearly agrees with Chairman Wang's opinion. So, the next topic is, how should we respond when we encounter these gods in the future? After all, this incident has taught us a lesson. He finally concluded with a philosophical remark. Divinity does not necessarily mean our hope. Outside, the streets were as busy as ever, but hidden within the crowd was a god inhabiting the body of a mixed-blood dragon. So the almighty magic god has been hiding in a place like this all along? A low-level world won't attract too much attention, and the gods cannot descend directly. What a cunning fellow. A voice suddenly emanated from an energy rift. I can sense that this world contains my trial realm. With that, he made a suggestion. Since I need a place to lay low, I'll choose that place. That morning at the Thuan Yu Guild, everything was in ruins. Seeing the scene, Su Heng stoically told himself, my brother worked so hard to build this guild, and it fell apart in a single night. I must work hard to become stronger and help Thuan Yu Guild reclaim its glory. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared above and began to expand rapidly, leaving him completely stunned. In that split second, The god descended before Su Heng. Someone is actually here? He immediately went into a defensive stance and asked, "Who's there? How did you get in?" Still hovering in the air, the god introduced himself in a soft voice. "Do not be afraid. I am the master of this realm, and the one you all often speak of." And Min, hearing that, Su Heng hurriedly asked. In his heart, and Min remembered something important. He recalled that this realm did not allow two people to enter at once. Just then, the god's true essence shimmered behind the physical body of the mixed dragon. Seeing it with his own eyes, Su Heng gasped in astonishment. "I've seen the form of this god in the records, and he can even manipulate the power within this realm." He immediately knelt down and pleaded earnestly, "Lord God, may I ask if you have descended because you heard my prayers?" Looking down from above with arrogance, the god replied, "Prayers? That is something for the weak. You must prove that your strength and faith are worthy of my favor." With deep devotion, Su Heng spoke with absolute loyalty. "Lord God, please rest assured, I will give it my all." But deep down, a calculating thought stirred. That almighty magic god was extremely treacherous. Before clarifying his identity, he shouldn't act recklessly. After all, an avatar's power is no match for the original body. He definitely needed some help. That worshipful statement made the god very satisfied, and he stepped closer. "Very good. Your first mission is to help me find this person." Behind the god, an image of Ning Feng appeared. Initially, when facing the god, Su Heng had kept his composure, but the moment he saw Ning Feng, he gasped in terror. "Why is it him?" He then bowed his head and said nothing, leaving the atmosphere heavy with silence, as if he had already figured something out. The god suddenly raised his voice. "I never expected you to know him. That saves me quite a bit of trouble." However, Su Heng flatly refused. "I am sorry. I am not acquainted with him and cannot provide you with much information." Unwilling to give up, the god insisted on the mission. "It is fine. From now on, you will be responsible for tracking him. If there is anything unusual, report it to me immediately." The god added a stern warning. "Remember, absolutely do not leave a trail." The true identity of this person could be the evil god who destroyed countless worlds. Hearing that, Su Heng recalled the dignified appearance and hesitated. What? Could it be that at that time? Under the god's probing gaze, he thought to himself, "Back then, I discovered the trial realm had been breached. I immediately began searching for the culprit in the divine realm, but was interrupted by a strange power. It must have been the almighty magic god meddling to hide his tracks." Suddenly, the god interrupted his thoughts. "By the way, who are the people who completed the challenge here?" With a sincere tone, Su Heng trembling reported, remembering that Duan was a friend of that evil god. Upon hearing this, the god sowed discord. "What a pity. That honor should have belonged to you, but it was stolen by the evil god's lackey. But no matter, I can help you take it back, but there is a condition. Offer me your loyalty." Just as expected, he hurriedly complied. "I obey your command." After hearing the story, Ning Feng couldn't help but laugh. There's actually something like this? While Su Heng remained extremely serious. "Yes, Brother Nin. That guy claims to be an avatar of the Zhen Yuan Holy Spirit sent here to investigate you." Upon hearing those words, he hurriedly searched through his memories. "An avatar? I remember avatars can only exist for a very short time. Gods usually borrow their followers as vessels. Because they share a connection in spirit, there is no rejection, allowing them to exist for much longer." After realizing this, Ning Feng frowned to himself, thinking that perhaps all gods were like him, randomly picking anyone to serve as their avatar. Then, he looked at Su Heng and expressed his concern. "Aren't you afraid he'll discover you doing that?" He replied firmly, "I've tested it a few times. That guy doesn't seem to be omniscient or omnipotent, unless he's deliberately disguising himself. So, I want to warn you to be more careful." Before he could even think, Han Am explained in detail. "New believers like Ha Su Heng, their faith is still very weak, and they haven't been in contact for long. Even though you say we can't trust them, they aren't easily discovered." The other person's sincerity touched Ning Feng deeply. "Thank you so much for telling me this important information." Su Heng suddenly felt shy. "You are our great benefactor. What I've done is nothing, but deep down, I admire you immensely." Even when standing before a god, Mentor Nin didn't panic. His identity is clearly extraordinary. To be honest, he had investigated Mentor Nin quite a bit before, and it was hard for him to believe someone like that could be an evil god. Based on Su Heng's words, Ning Feng resolved firmly, "Ever since I confirmed my identity, my mood has become calmer. If those gods are specifically targeting me, then I'll see this through to the end." At this moment, Ning Feng is sitting and talking with Hanam. Su Heng can stay with the true origin Holy Spirit for now, but if he stays long-term, he will eventually be in danger. The true origin Holy Spirit must be dealt with quickly. Hearing this, he immediately replied, "Lord God, in reality, in this world, we have many advantages when dealing with other gods. Ning Feng felt confused. Why would he say that? Hanam then solemnly explained, when high-level existences enter a low-level world, their own power is restricted. This is determined by the laws of the universe. Even gods cannot violate it. They want to increase their influence in this world. They have to expand their own followers, but you are different from them. You can naturally unleash your full power in this world. As long as you don't let their influence grow strong, they won't have the strength to become a threat to you. Then, he boldly suggested. However, the trial's secret realm is protected by divine power. Previously, the attacks you had to endure there truly transcended space and time, directly causing a conflict with the God realm, where the true origin, Holy Spirit, exists. If the true origin, Holy Spirit, keeps hiding in there this time, there is nothing we can do about him. It's best to think of a way to lure him out of the trial's secret realm. This was exactly what Ning Feng was thinking. Then we shall plan in this direction. Hanam understood and quickly complied. I will report all the information I know immediately. Not long after, he lay on the bed and secretly speculated. Based on Hanam's words, this world seems to be his home turf. He has mastered dozens of forbidden spells. Dealing with battles at this level is no big problem. There is only one thing. The enemy has a skill that makes him quite worried. The system menu provided information about active skills. This is a powerful move that causes opponents of a lower rank to lose the ability to act. The greater the gap in power between the two, the longer the move's effect lasts. He then imagined a scenario of confronting a god, and after that, he pondered silently based on the description. This is a control skill that relies on the rank gap to take effect. His own strength is quite low. Once he is caught off guard by the enemy, he might not have time to use his forbidden spells. But finally, Ning Feng found a solution to be more secure. He needs to learn spells that can defend against mental attacks. But this type of magic is very rare, and searching for it will be very troublesome. Thinking of that, he quickly sat up from the bed. Hanam, I want to go back to the base. Are you sure that place won't be exposed? He lowered his voice and replied, Of course, that place is secure. After arriving, the two saw Man pleasantly sunbathing. With delight, Hanam reached out and patted its head. This little guy is actually a monster from the world of darkness, and its real name is the Chaos Sword Beast. Behind him, Duan widened his eyes in surprise at the information he shared. It can create a powerful chaotic field around itself, blocking all detection effects. He then exclaimed, That sounds really scary. Hanam added quickly, That's right. It's a high-level magic beast, with power exceeding most creatures in the secret realm. It can easily destroy a world. As if struck by a thunderbolt, Duan gasped. What? Immediately, he tried to reassure him. While peeling an orange, Don't worry. Ever since Lord God subdued it, this little guy's mood has been very stable, and even the dark aura is no longer obvious. Then, he placed it on Man's head. Back in our tribe, there were many hot springs, so it likes for us to help it bathe. We are very close. Later on, anyone can do it. Hearing this, he was amazed and asked himself, Even I can do it? Although he felt this little creature was very strong, he never expected it to be this strong. And this powerhouse named Hanam is clearly not an easy opponent to tangle with either. Behind him, Ning Feng held something glowing and wore a bright smile. That's right. This is the loot I just obtained from the secret realm. It will definitely be useful for you. Then, he introduced each item. First is the Storm Ring, which allows the user to increase battle speed like a storm and simultaneously grants them 100% resistance. The second item is the Indomitable Fighting Spirit. This is also a useful item that supports the wearer by summoning a clone to assist in battle when attacking. After finishing, Duan clearly expressed, Thank you for your guidance. I will definitely strive to become strong, to become an invincible weapon in your hands. If that god intends to confront you, I am ready to give my life to protect you. That loyalty made his heart feel at ease. Fortunately, with the lessons from the secret realm, everyone's attitude toward the gods has changed. Just like Duan, when I told him about the Holy Spirit descending, he didn't waver in the slightest. It seems the gods won't find it as easy as before to slander me. Just then, Ning Feng walked over and placed a tangerine on Man's head. The security measures for the network used in the base are top tier. I'll go check if I can find any defensive magic against mental attacks or any related information. Time passed in the trial realm, and as evening approached, the sun began to set. Looking through the projection, the god was feeling quite refreshed. I think I have an impression of this world. He spoke with an arrogant tone as he gave his assessment. Humans here are very weak. During the previous monster invasion, they had almost no ability to resist. The gods all felt disappointed, so they stopped caring about this place. Unexpectedly, after the great chaos, the humans here managed to survive. Watching the bustling scene on the street, the god stated decisively, After observing for this long, I have confirmed that no divinity has helped these humans, not even the all-knowing Archmage. This means the humans in this world possess some trait that helps them resist monsters. He then smirked enigmatically. Interesting. Immediately, he waved his hand forward. Perhaps the all-knowing Archmage also saw the potential here and intended to develop this place as his own domain. In just a blink, he crushed the city projection and growled, "How could I ever let you get your way?" Behind him, Su Heng, injured, dragged his heavy feet forward. The pain made him clutch his chest and gasp for air. Even without turning around, the god could still sense the other's presence. "What is it?" Su Heng wheezed with difficulty. "I'm sorry. I'm still stuck on floor 15. No matter what, I can't get past it." This news infuriated him. "You've died 100 times on floor 15 already?" The man hurried to apologize in fear. Instantly, a system panel appeared over Su Heng's head, undying perseverance. With a sinister look, the god turned to reassure him. "Don't be afraid. I won't punish you. In fact, this is my trial for you." In that moment, the system panel revealed how to obtain undying perseverance. From high above, he slowly explained that those who receive the attention of the gods can accept trial quests assigned by them. If the quest is completed, one receives a permanent achievement and can enhance themselves. Some unique achievements can even bring about comprehensive changes. He then smiled with smug satisfaction. "This is just the beginning. I can grant you things far beyond your wildest imagination." And just like that, the pain vanished, leaving Su Heng completely astonished. At the Spirit Mind Maze trial realm, Ning Feng infiltrated it as planned. Based on the intel I found, there are 2 or 3 places in domestic trial realms that drop magic to counter mental attacks. This is one of them. If I farm it enough times, there's bound to be a drop. When disturbed, the creatures inside panicked, announcing, "My king, that lone battle mage is here to attack again." The leader heard this and flew into a rage. "What? They are way too disrespectful to us demons." Its body rippled with muscles as it prepared to retaliate. "Damn it, if I don't do something, that guy will really think I'm a pushover." Outside, Ning Feng gripped his blade and stepped inside. With blazing intensity, he walked proudly into their base. Immediately, the leader roared in fury, flew into the air, and landed in a kneeling pose. "Great one, please, have mercy and spare my life just this once." Seeing that scene, Ning Feng was stunned and wondered to himself, is this some new type of mental attack? The leader was extremely distressed and quickly explained, "It's not that. It's not that. Don't attack yet. Let me finish talking." It then knelt and started sobbing. "Your spirit is so strong. I'm just a low-level demon king. My attacks don't have any effect on you at all. Others who attack me at least come in a team, and it takes them 2 hours to finish. There's nobody else like you who just comes straight for me every single time." Ning Feng was left speechless, not knowing how to react. That sincere attitude made him feel a bit embarrassed. "Sorry. I just wanted to get a skill book." The leader was crying buckets by now, sniffling. "It's not like I can control the loot drops. If I get depressed, how can I guarantee the drop rate?" Hearing those words, Ning Feng fell into deep thought. "And I causing a literal boss to have a mental breakdown with my mental attacks." Recalling that memory, he patted his head helplessly. Sigh, looking for a needle in a haystack like this is really not working. Ning Feng looked at the loot and sighed. In the end, he only got 1 skill book for mages. According to the system panel, it was mana feedback, a skill that supports the user's allies as well. Each time it's used, there is a 35% chance to recover a certain percentage of mana. He reached out to activate the skill. Right now is the time for rapid leveling. Anyway, I'll just learn it first. Another information panel appeared. This is Divine Revelation, which helps the user break through limits and gain formidable power. Looking at Han Yin's stat sheet, Ning Feng was very satisfied. With this skill, not only can I see all my followers, but I can also choose to bestow blessings and preview the effects. Divine Imbue, Shadow Protection, Covenant Grace, and Relic Awakening. He then actively applied the Divine Imbue skill onto Han Yin, which was incredibly powerful. Just thinking about that sinister aura, he could already visualize Han Yin's terrifying new appearance. Ning Feng froze, his jaw dropping as he thought, Han Yin definitely doesn't want to look like that. Then, he clicked on the other skill icons to observe Shadow Protection, Covenant Grace, and Relic Awakening. These didn't seem very useful right now, but then something caught his eye, causing Ning Feng to stop in his tracks. What caught his attention was the trial achievement status. Not long after, Han Yin appeared and explained Relic Awakening. These don't have much use for now. Trial achievements are a power that every god possesses, used to activate the hidden potential within a target's body. As you once said, one's own achievements are part of the laws of the universe. The role of the gods here is that of a guide. That's why deities often grant achievements to those who catch their eye, even if they aren't their own followers. The information provided by him left Ning Feng deep in thought. That also means achievements won't directly transfer my divine power to you all. Hearing this, Han Yin confirmed it. Right. Do you have a plan, my lord? Ning Feng honestly shared. Earlier, when I previewed the achievement trials, I saw something in Thuong Mook Thu's profile, and he couldn't help but be surprised. You can see the achievements of other professions. Ning Feng replied nonchalantly. Yeah, is there a problem? So Hanam explained how it usually works. Gods can only see achievements related to their own career path. A status board was displayed as follows. Magic Luck. Uses accumulated skills to boost the party's luck by 100 points. When equipped, each point of luck grants a +5 bonus. After activation, the target receives a buff. When enemies are defeated, the drop rate for rare items increases by 30%. Hearing this, he proposed a possibility. Could it be related to the system? Han Am seemed to agree. It was indeed possible. After all, they still didn't know the truth about the system, but Ning Feng seemed very optimistic. It's fine, we can study it slowly. The urgent task is to help Thuong Muk obtain this skill. It could be useful. At the Red Moon Demon Lair dungeon, a blood moon hung in the gloomy sky. The Magic Luck system board appeared, making Thuong Muk extremely happy. Oh my god, it's right there. Ning Feng smiled in a friendly way. I'll explain this later. For now, we need to get ready for a quick takedown. Hearing that, she quickly agreed. At that very moment, the monsters noticed the danger and reported, My lord, that crazy adventurer is attacking again, but the leader of their group is just helplessly crying. Destroy them, hurry. I'm tired. Just then, Ning Feng stepped forward. Seeing the glowing item, his mood improved. Finally, the spiritual shield book appeared, floating up and emitting a brilliant light. In the classroom, Tan Yin was enthusiastically lecturing. This is the dungeon we explored last week. It was also our first contact with the legend of the gods, but his mind was busy thinking about other things. The Seven Great Guilds' opinion was that they should not take a clear stance on the gods right now, only objectively report the findings from this dungeon exploration to everyone. With Alita's experience, they believe everyone would have more thoughts about the gods. Next, they needed to make people understand that humanity had defeated incredibly powerful enemies on their own. This is our miracle, and also our glory. In the classroom, after hearing that, Han Am spoke up. It can make progress, not just dependent on the gods, but also believe in the strength of. This thing doesn't have any side effects. Being as generous as you are, only someone like you could do it. From the back of the class, Su Heng silently looked at Ning Feng, his face suddenly breaking into a sweat as if he were worried about something. Right then, Tan Yin happily announced, All right, everyone take a 15-minute break. Taking this opportunity, Su Heng approached and called out, Teaching assistant Ning, there is something I want to ask you privately. Outside the classroom, he couldn't hold back and asked, Do you know about achievement trials? Ning Feng had no intention of hiding it. I do. Su Heng's expression immediately darkened. As expected, teaching assistant Ning knew about it, so the people around him had probably already obtained achievements. At that moment, a system board appeared above his head. Suddenly, Ning Feng rubbed his chin with interest. It's a unique achievement, right? Although anyone has a chance to get it, a purple tier rarity is quite impressive. Su Heng felt deeply uncomfortable inside. Teaching assistant Ning spoke very lightly, not caring at all that the true origin Holy Spirit had granted him the achievement. How many benefits have those following teaching assistant Ning received? It's truly enviable, he thought, then switched to explaining the board above his own head. Actually, I'm a bit worried. This could be a way of controlling me, so I wanted to ask you to confirm. Ning Feng wasn't surprised at all, but calmly replied, It's fine. This doesn't have any side effects. Just wear it. Behind him, Han Am looked at him and whispered into Ning Feng's ear, It seems like this kid is a bit shaken. He initially intended to test you, but in the end, he was still subdued by you. Even so, Ning Feng remained very calm. It's just a normal human reaction. I'm not surprised. On the contrary, I never trusted him. The things he can find out are just things I'm not afraid for others to know. If he's still willing to help me, then I'll consider it a win. At the same time, at the Wang Yue Guild, the sky had gradually turned a melancholy blue. Seeing the myriad images of him, the god was extremely uncomfortable. Strange, too strange. After analyzing, he stated his speculation. Through these two contacts, I can feel that the almighty magic god's strength is no longer what it used to be. After all, he was heavily wounded in the battle years ago. If it weren't for deliberate tracking, I would have barely detected his characteristic magical aura. But the god himself fell into confusion. However, the almighty magic god suddenly attacked my dungeon trial, revealing his movements. It really makes me wonder. Ning Feng's actions make me increasingly confused. Replying to him, Su Heng seriously countered, Ning Feng has powerful strength, but he doesn't use any skills beyond our understanding. Many times, they're just ordinary attacks. The improvements he brings to those around him, in your eyes, are just insignificant, low-level tricks. As soon as these words were finished, the god continued to be silent and thoughtful. After speaking, Su Heng hurriedly flattered him. Sorry for being blunt, but after feeling your divine power, I really find it hard to imagine how Ning Feng could compare to you. Next, he hardened his face as he expressed his confusion. What I really can't understand is, if he wanted to hide his identity, why would he insist on joining our training camp and doing so many things to attract attention? Isn't he afraid of you finding out? As if he had guessed something, the god didn't mind mentioning it. With an exterior radiating pure killing intent, he replied in a stern voice. This person probably only obtained 1 or 2 treasures of the almighty magic god. That would explain everything. As if he understood it all, the god laughed and interpreted his own question. Why, despite his powerful strength, does he only use ordinary attacks? Because divine artifacts can strongly enhance his basic attributes. In this low-level world, it's completely sufficient. Why, when dealing with a parasitic demon, did he not let anyone get close? Eliminating the parasitic demon requires using divine artifacts. He doesn't want others to know what kind of divine artifact it is. Why did he join the training? Since Ning Feng wasn't truly as powerful without the divine artifact, he had to rely on training to gain more of an edge, and then he let out a frantic, maddening roar. Xu Xiong once mentioned that there was a mysterious big shot behind Ning Feng. Even if it wasn't the omnipotent magic god, it was definitely connected to him. This guy was lurking in the shadows, using Ning Feng as a front. The next day, in Ning Feng's room, sunlight streamed through the window. Behind him, Han Yin took the initiative to ask, "Do you think the Holy Spirit essence took the bait?" But Ning Feng just replied calmly, pretending to be someone who just happened to receive a divine artifact. That's a perfect cover. Most of what I've done was just coincidence, but with a little nudge, I can make them think they've seen through the secrets I'm hiding. Ning Feng straightened his expression, turning serious. In a situation like this, the true essence Holy Spirit wouldn't dare act recklessly. Still, once he analyzes the situation and draws his own logical conclusion, he might just break the stalemate. If I want to lure him out, this is a gamble worth taking. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Feng, let's go get dinner." He immediately brightened up. Coming. The dining hall was packed, with people gathered everywhere. Carrying his food tray, Ning Feng walked to his seat with a bold, swaggering stride, a lovesick smile playing on his lips as he daydreamed. Su Shang was feeling just as restless and eager. As they passed each other, he gave a knowing smirk. He's taken the bait. Meanwhile, the divine being was revisiting an old thought. I recall you saying that Ning Feng sometimes moves alone, right? Ning Feng's mind raced. So, is he planning to strike while I'm on my own? Standing between them, Su Shang whispered to himself. Next up is the showdown between these two gods. Morning light filtered through the lush tree canopy, casting shadows across the bright blue sky. The plan was set. Ning Feng made the first move. To make things easier, he specifically chose a remote, hidden realm to bait the true essence Holy Spirit. Well, it's not like we couldn't find the place, right? Han Yin, having heard nothing for a while, chimed in nervously. Maybe he's hiding in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment. Anxiety crept into his voice. I've done everything I could to set the trap. I just hope nothing goes wrong. The plan was like a razor-sharp hook, waiting to snag its prey. At the same time, the divine being was putting in a lot of effort. He had made his deductions based on gathered intel, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that Ning Feng was an all-powerful law god. Relying on just one avatar was, after all, a bit of a gamble. If I'm going to act, I need to set up more contingencies. His eyes narrowed, filled with hidden intent. If we're talking about the weakness of an all-powerful law god. Just then, Feng Rui's group was intercepted while on the move. They looked up in shock to see a small insect perched on them. Above them, the divine being was putting his plan into motion. Since I'm not 100% sure I can win, I'm not going to find Ning Feng and fight him head-on. Since he isn't here today, I'll just go after his friends. The child prodigy's past knowledge was truly incredible. How much could this all-powerful law god really care? He has so many pawns in his hand, he wouldn't even hesitate to face us for their sake. His greatest weakness is his incredibly stupid benevolence. In that instant, the divine being roared with a twisted thought. These people are Ning Feng's closest friends. I must capture them and use them as pawns. Even if Ning Feng is an all-powerful law god, I can still put up a fight. He envisioned the victory in his head. By the time that guy, Ning Feng, reacts, it'll be too late. Meanwhile, Wang Yue and Feng Rui had already taken their battle stances. Suddenly, the divine being soared upward, a flash of light tearing through the cliffside. With lightning speed, he appeared right in front of them, leaving both of them so stunned they sat there like two statues made of flesh and bone. In a flash, the divine being reached for Feng Rui's terrified face. Suddenly, bright purple lightning crackled, a strange spatial rift appeared in front of him, and his whole body stiffened, leaving him completely bewildered. Across from him, Feng Rui and Jiang Shu were just as shocked, while the divine being frantically looked around. This is the dark world? What's going on? Right then, a figure appeared high above using void movement skills and said with cold authority, "So, a divine being who only knows how to prey on the innocent." Accused by his opponent, the divine being jumped in surprise. It was Ning Feng, glaring down with a freezing gaze. "Luckily, I know how despicable you guys are, so I came prepared, just as I predicted." Seeing him, the divine being seemed triggered and screamed, You're Ning Feng? No, you're an all-powerful law god." Ning Feng was now radiating pure killing intent. Ning Feng then asked his subordinate, Han Yin, "In your opinion, would the true essence Holy Spirit attack those around me?" Taken aback, he hurriedly asked, "You mean, just like what they did to us back then?" With a cautious tone, Han Yin replied, I can't be sure, but those divine beings certainly had done it before." Returning to the memory, Ning Feng and he were carefully selecting skills. Seeing the dark forbidden spell, Ning Feng thought to himself, the divine favor skill has a blessing of shadow protection. Without hesitation, he clicked to select it. It could provide early warnings and protection when his followers were in danger. Because the person being protected was himself, he could sense danger in advance, too. Afterward, he shared the plan with Han Yin. "I'm planning to lay my cards on the table with Wang Yue's group and test the effectiveness of this divine favor. If it works, we won't have to worry about them falling into danger." Back in the present, someone stood before the divine being. Ning Feng's presence was overwhelming. Facing him, the god gathered spirit energy in his palm. "Damn it, now isn't the time to think about nonsense. Even if I lose this avatar, I have to scout his true strength." On the contrary, Ning Feng was perfectly calm and spoke coldly. "You people." His eyes were filled with murderous intent, yet he mocked himself. "You don't even deserve to be called hidden lights." But something overwhelming made Yi Chan's eyes widen even further. A powerful technique was being unleashed. In a flash, a terrifying eye appeared, and immediately, a blinding light erupted, swallowing him whole. Looking at the scene, Ning Feng said cautiously, "That guy must be done for, right? His body is about to turn into ash. This is my first time fighting in the dark world. Because I was worried something might go wrong, I didn't hold back at all." Behind him, Han Yin lowered his voice. "Taking a forbidden spell head-on like that, even a god wouldn't survive it. Of course, you are special, Master." Once he said that, he thought to himself, "I heard from Master that last time, when he accidentally stumbled into the trial realm, completely caught off guard. He took a forbidden spell from the true essence Holy Spirit directly, yet he recovered just by taking a healing potion. It feels like Master has grown to a point where it's beyond imagination." Realizing this, Ning Feng bowed his head in silence. "I never thought the true essence Holy Spirit would possess someone to infiltrate our world directly. Hopefully, this will hold him back and give me more time to keep growing stronger." Meanwhile, at the Mingyao Stele, the Holy Spirit essence, which controlled a domain of the god realm, the god, having escaped from the dragon monster's body, had returned. Immediately, he flew into a blind rage, screaming at the top of his lungs before leaping off his chair and dropping to his knees. He looked absolutely terrifying. The guard soldier panicked, "Lord God." But the god roared with all his might, "Get out. All of you, get out." His subordinates were terrified and scrambled to obey. Following orders, they fled. Right then, the god knelt there, his heart still seething with fury. How could the omnipotent magic god possibly control dark power? Clearly, he hadn't sensed even a shred of dark energy from that guy's body before. Killing intent radiated from the god's entire being. This isn't right. Even the 7 great evil gods couldn't use dark energy to this extent. As if realizing something, the god stared blankly in one direction. Could it be that the omnipotent magic god has already grasped the thing we've always been searching for? He hastily propped himself up, feeling the urgent need to contact the other gods immediately. He had to do it. Suddenly, the god looked down at his own trembling hands, realizing his current body felt strange, and he still wasn't willing to buy stuff for himself. "Wait a minute. My current form can't be seen by you people. What if some bastard takes this chance to sneak in?" In that split second, his anxiety turned into rage, and the god blasted the ground apart. Damn it. Damn it. That morning, at the Shangrui Guild, the early sun gently bathed the building in light. A suave man stepped out of a luxurious black car. Once he appeared, Xu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After being quarantined in the hospital for so many days, he could finally come back. Behind him, Xu Xiang stepped forward to welcome him. As soon as he saw him, Xu Yu asked, "Little Xiang, while I was away, did anyone give you a hard time?" Xu Xiang heard this and quickly smiled. "It's been fine. Even though many people withdrew, everyone stayed relatively restrained. With an arrogant tone, he continued, "If they want to leave, let them go. After all, we still have the Secret Realm trials." Xu Yu spoke up with concern. "Try to hang in there. We can still make a comeback in the future." Walking beside him, Zhu Xiang was conflicted, thinking to himself, "Should I tell my brother about the Holy Spirit essence? He definitely wants me to receive the god's protection, so I can become his most reliable combat force." Suddenly, Xu Yu stopped in his tracks, putting on a surprised, shocked expression. Outside the door to the trial's secret realm, there was chatter what was going on. Over the phone, Ning Feng was calm. "What? The secret realm trials are closed." On the other end, Xu Xiang recounted what happened, feeling utterly helpless. His brother had just returned, only to be hit by such a huge shock. Meanwhile, Han Yin spoke up cheerfully. "The trial's secret realm is an extension of the God realm and a major base for the gods to spread their faith to other worlds. To voluntarily give it up, there's probably only one reason." He sounded incredibly amused as he added, "The Holy Spirit essence completely cut its connection to this world after fighting you. That means it has admitted defeat. On the other side, after being enlightened, he finally understood the situation. So, your confrontation with the Holy Spirit essence." Following his brother's lead, Ning Feng stated bluntly, "As of now, I can consider it a victory." At this, Xu Xiang turned pale, trembling as he thought to himself, "Luckily, I didn't do anything to betray Teacher Ning. If I didn't, would Teacher Ning still remember to grant me a favor?" Shortly after, he spoke sincerely, "You really helped me a lot this time. If you ever need anything in the future, just come find me." Hearing this, Xu Xiang jumped for joy. But on the other hand, Xu Yu seemed to have lost his will to live, lamenting in pain. The last ray of hope has vanished. In the magnificent mountains, inside a posh house surrounded by greenery, everyone was present. Ning Feng spoke up. "Even though we've temporarily escaped the harassment of the Holy Spirit essence, we still need a clear plan for the future." After saying that, he carefully weighed his options. Regardless, besides the Holy Spirit essence, other gods would sooner or later set their sights on this place. Then, in front of everyone, Ning Feng solemnly opened. "First, I want to say thank you all for trusting me." At that moment, at the Chengmu field, watching him speak, Xu Xiang secretly thought to himself, "Brother, if I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe it." His expression looked manic, his heart overflowing with joy. "My little brother has been chosen by the gods." The scene shifted to a tense conference room. Wang Yue crossed her arms and lowered her head, deep in thought. As expected, all those previously unexplainable events were Ning Feng's doing. That mysterious big shot was Ning Feng. Feng Yi was thinking the same thing, but he hadn't harmed a single innocent person. On the contrary, many people had only survived thanks to his help. Compared to those unpredictable gods who did whatever they pleased, Ning Feng was the only one worthy of respect and reliance. Their reaction made the corners of Ning Feng's mouth twitch slightly. It seemed he had reached a consensus with everyone. Not only that, some of their reactions even exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, Xu Xiang was so excited that his eyes were sparkling. His intense adoration made Ning Feng sigh to himself. Xu Xiang has been like that from the start. His eyes are so full of fanaticism, it's about to overflow. But quickly, Ning Feng composed himself and declared loudly, "I believe that no one wants to see the world we live in become an arena for the gods to trample upon as they please. Therefore, the most urgent task now is to quickly increase our strength. We must protect this land ourselves." His gaze grew sharper. "Because our world's level is so low and we are quite behind in many aspects, we can only find ways to level up from other worlds. Although I found some potion recipes from other worlds, it's far from enough." Wang Yue's face showed clear signs of distress. Potions, forgotten memories, achievements, high-level skills. Apart from these, is there any other way? Ning Feng subconsciously rubbed his chin, pondering. "A few days ago, I absorbed Alida's divine soldier domain and gained some new memories. In those memories, I managed to find a few useful items." Just then, Feng Jue's voice rang out, sounding a bit hesitant. After hearing the suggestion about enhancement and enchanting, he immediately confirmed it with certainty. "That's right, both methods are used to upgrade equipment. Enhancement can boost the base stats of the gear, while enchanting can provide additional stats and special effects to the equipment." Feng Yi was already thinking further ahead. "Our gear is always just whatever happens to drop, lacking the ability for flexible customization. Some rare professions make it incredibly difficult to find compatible gear. If we can optimize equipment by combining it with tactical calculations, I'm certain we could develop much more powerful combat methods." At this point, Ning Feng paused for a moment before continuing. "But the problem is, whether it's reinforcement or enchantment, we need specific materials, like meteorite, iron, mithril, or essence gold." Both Feng Rui and Jiang Shu turned to look at each other, a realization dawning on them both. They'd never even heard of these materials before. Ning Feng's tone turned serious. That's the main issue. To us, these materials are completely foreign. We can only find them by venturing into secret realms for short periods. Just then, Feng Yi suddenly picked up his phone and stood up. "Excuse me, I need to take this." Seeing that, Wang Yue took over the topic. "Are these materials metallic ores? I wonder what they look like." After a moment of silence on the other end, he spoke in a low voice. "All right, I'm on my way." Immediately after, frantic voices could be heard outside the meeting room. "Boss Feng, there's a deviant causing trouble inside a Jiang city. I need to handle it." "Go ahead, take care of it." The scene shifts to a skyscraper engulfed in smoke. A purple-haired guy with a blade hoisted over his shoulder lets out an arrogant laugh. "Is there really no one here who can actually fight?" Seeing this, a subordinate quickly ran over to report to Feng Yi. "Director Fan, this guy went missing mysteriously a few years ago and just suddenly reappeared. None of our attacks are having any effect on him." He stared intently at the figure standing in the dust. "Let me try." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of raging flames erupted from Feng Yi's palm. Without hesitation, he launched them at his opponent. But aside from the guy's body being scorched black, he didn't suffer a scratch. Feng Yi's pupils constricted in shock. What? Only then did the man's cruel expression become clear. "Senior Feng, it seems your magic doesn't work on me. Save your breath." He raised his hand and summoned a fire dragon. The purple-haired guy didn't even bother to dodge. "I told you, it's useless. Don't waste your energy." He boasted with his blade still on his shoulder. "My armor was reinforced with mithril. Do you even know what mithril is? It's a special metal with incredible resistance to magic." Feng Yi could barely believe it and stuttered. "You said, mithril?" He turned and walked away right then, leaving the purple-haired guy completely confused. Why'd the old man just run off? Meanwhile, Feng Yi urgently pulled out his phone and dialed. It turned out he was excitedly reporting to the person on the other end. "Ning Feng, I think I found a clue related to mithril." Far from the skyscraper, a brown-haired man was speaking into a radio. "I wonder how it's going inside," a blue-clad guy muttered nearby. "I heard that mutant is extremely strong. Even Director Feng couldn't handle him and had to call for reinforcements." The others sighed in agreement. "No wonder I just saw those light trails from the magic scrolls falling, and they had to mobilize so many people. Just how strong is that mutant anyway?" But inside, the purple-haired guy's situation was the exact opposite of what they imagined. "Who the hell are you people? Fine, hit me if you want." But then, he knelt on the ground and wailed pitifully. "Why are you stripping my clothes off?" Sadly, no one in Ning Feng's group cared. "Is there essence gold in here?" "Can't tell." The purple-haired guy smirked inwardly. "Even if you steal my stuff, it's useless. Every piece of enhanced gear is soul-bound to the user. No one else can equip it." Just as he thought that, Ning Feng's cold voice rang in his ear. "Hey, where did you get the essence gold?" Instantly, the purple-haired guy's arrogance turned into a pathetic whimpering. "I was spotted by a great demon king and sent to a secret realm he controls to serve time for a few years. There are mines in that realm that produce special minerals used to reinforce equipment." Ning Feng's group stared at him like hungry wolves eyeing a lamb. "Give us the location, now." A system notification appeared on the spatial gate. "This secret realm requires a party to challenge. Capacity, 30. Requirement met. Do you wish to open it? Yes or no?" The number surprised Ning Feng. He hadn't expected a large-scale secret realm for 30 people. Feng Yi's face turned serious. Realms like this have extremely high difficulty. The number and strength of the enemies shouldn't be underestimated. We should stick together. Before entering, he summarized the info they had. According to that berserker, the monsters in the realm are mostly beastmen, divided into 5 tribes. Ning Feng's deep voice continued. Their common leader lives in the largest tribe. Only by defeating the leader can we clear the entire realm. After the brief recap, he led the way into the rift. "Let's go." Elsewhere, a police car was speeding down a deserted road. Inside, the purple-haired guy was wearing a sinister grin. The officer on the right asked curiously, "Hey, what are you smiling about?" He replied with an annoying smirk. "Nothing, just thinking about something funny." The officer on the left snapped, "I'm warning you, don't try anything funny." The purple-haired guy bowed his head, but his mouth still twisted into a smirk. "I wonder what kind of expressions they'll have once they enter the realm. Even if they get in, getting out." The scene shifts to a dark place surrounded by a fiery red barrier. Above the fences, human bodies were hanging. The monsters outside were punching the air in excitement. Someone in Ning Feng's group hesitated. "This looks like a gladiator arena." No sooner had he finished than glowing red words appeared before them. "Bloody arena. Those who want to be the last ones standing must face a caged beast." This notification made Xu Ting widen her eyes in surprise. What does this mean? Are they forcing us to kill each other? Wang Yue silently raised his hand. mimicking drawing a bow. Feng Yi understood and summoned his flames. Both launched an attack, but the barrier didn't even flicker. The light screen was unbreakable. This display only made the monsters more excited. Are those pests trying to escape? Save your energy to deal with your companions. Kill them. The one sitting high above glared at them with bloodthirsty eyes. In the dim light, the warlord's face was mostly hidden in shadow. Feng Yi squinted, observing for a while before confirming. Those 5 are the leaders of the Beastmen tribes. The text on the notification board shifted. There are no allies here, only enemies. Combat countdown, 5. Ning Feng finally summoned his sword and decisively shattered the red barrier. That effortless strike made the warlord's eyes widen. The light screen vanished, and Ning Feng's determined gaze locked onto what lay ahead. You guys can come out now. Even though they were still in the Beastmen tribe's territory, the warlord began giving Ning Feng a tour. This is where we upgrade our gear. In the warehouse next door, we have exactly what you asked for, secret gold and essence gold. Suddenly, he barked at a blacksmith. You useless piece of trash. Don't let your hands shake while you work. Don't embarrass me in front of the boss. The blacksmith broke into a cold sweat and stammered, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Ning Feng stood there, rubbing his chin in thought. So this is how they upgrade equipment. The warlord puffed his chest out with a hint of pride. That's right, this is our tribe's traditional technique. He then squinted and gave a goofy, nervous smile. I hope you are satisfied with the results. The monster blacksmith in the back took a sneaky peek at them. The warlord is the strongest warrior in the tribe, yet he's bowing and scraping like that. Who the hell are these humans? The warlord shuddered, remembering what just happened. That human mage who rushed at me. He scared the life out of me. I felt deep down that if I had hesitated for even a second, I would have been wiped out. Even now, panic lingered in his eyes. Thank goodness I acted decisively to save my life. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was deep in contemplation. Our world doesn't have this technique. Due to the differences in rank and race, even if we tried to learn it, we couldn't grasp it. It'd be better to just strike a deal with these beastmen. After hearing Ning Feng's proposal, the warlord grinned from ear to ear. You need us to handle equipment upgrades. It would be our honor. From now on, leave it to us. This friendly attitude left Ning Feng's group stunned. Did he just agree? They hadn't even discussed the price yet. In Ning Feng's eyes, these monsters suddenly looked a bit cuter. Usually, to conquer a hidden realm, you have to wipe out the mobs first, then unlock the portals and seals. But since the tribe leader was so cooperative, he couldn't just stab him with his sword now, could he? Still, monsters are monsters. You can't trust them completely. As if reading his mind, the warlord thumped his chest. Rest assured, we can sign a blood-bound contract. It's our tribe's highest form of pact. It carries coercive magical power, and whoever breaks it will face a horrific fate. Hearing this, Ning Feng solemnly raised his hand. The warlord did the same. As their palms met, a flash of red energy erupted from the point of contact. Suddenly, the warlord's pupils constricted in terror. What the? Ning Feng was just as surprised. Why did this skill activate on its own? He glanced down at his system screen. Active skill, authority, revelation, dark forbidden spell. Designated believers will receive the blessings of the deity, surpassing their own limits and significantly increasing their power. The warlord was carefully reading the message appearing before him. Having sworn loyalty to the deity, he had received the contractual blessing. The tribute the deity required was equipment reinforcement. The more he read, the brighter the warlord's eyes shone. You are. A firm conclusion formed in his mind. Being able to grant me this contractual blessing, he must be one of the 7 demon gods. The warlord immediately dropped to his knees. I didn't know which demon god had descended. Please forgive this servant's insolence. Ning Feng stood there, stiff as a board. Just by signing a random contract, how did I suddenly become a demon god? Wait, demon god, is that what these monsters call the 7 evil gods? As the warlord looked up, he was deep in thought. I understand now. In the past, we always followed tradition, offering lives, chaos, and destruction to the gods, but we never received a response. Who would have guessed the demon god would ask for equipment upgrades as an offering? The warlord envisioned a glorious future unfolding before him. If we wanted to become stronger, we must use the right offerings to appease the demon god and continuously receive the power of darkness. His face showed a mix of anxiety and excitement. To think I received a blessing from a deity. My rise to become the leader of the Beastmen tribe. It must have been the deity's secret protection all along. Having reasoned it all out, the warlord kowtowed sincerely. Ning Feng opened his mouth to speak, but stopped. What is this guy doing? Is he trying to ask for a red envelope? Thankfully, this was an alternate space, and the others outside couldn't see this. He cleared his throat and gave a serious command. Hey, about me. Don't go blabbering about this when we go back out. The warlord replied loud and clear. By your command. With the ritual complete, the warlord's attitude became even more reverent. It'll take some time to finish the upgrades. Since you're our first guests, why don't we throw a welcome feast? The yellow-skinned monster glanced at his companion, confused. Do you think the great leader suddenly lost his mind? The green-skinned monster hesitated before replying. He isn't possessed by these humans, is he? Outside in the courtyard, the campfire was roaring, lighting up the space. Ding stood, propping her chin on her hand, waiting patiently for the barbecue to be ready. Over on the other side, Feng Yi grinned, clinking his beer mug with a green-skinned monster. Even now, he felt like he was in a dream. Who would have thought humans could live in peace with monsters? Was this a miracle brought by the gods? Watching the bear beast and the warlord clinking glasses, Ning Feng couldn't help but mutter. The expressions on those two are exactly the same. The warlord looked at the person in front of him, having fully convinced himself. At first, I thought it was strange. These people are clearly so weak. Why would they have the right to be near such powerful beings? Now I understand the gods must have a deep and grand plan. I will spare no cost to become the most loyal servant of the gods. Very soon, an excited voice echoed throughout the Beastman tribe. My lord, the first set of gear is finished. Since it's a brand new weapon, the system notification is popping up. Do you accept the soul bind? Note: once bound, the item becomes personal property and cannot be changed. The person who picked it up was so excited he couldn't stop shouting. After the upgrade, all stats have increased 10 times. This level of enhancement, most cultivators couldn't achieve it in an entire lifetime. As soon as he finished speaking, the warlord felt a powerful surge of energy rushing through his body. He opened his eyes wide and cheered with joy. Power! I can finally feel that long-lost power again. The great deity has acknowledged my offering. Ning Feng's entire body was also swirling with a similar surge of energy. But then, a strange voice echoed in his ears. Who summoned me? Speak your schemes so I may. Ning Feng froze instantly. Who has awakened me? After a few moments of shock, his eyes turned sharp. In his own consciousness, how could someone else be talking? The voice continued to ring in Ning Feng's mind, demanding he state his intentions. Ning Feng's expression turned extremely annoyed. You want to die? Just then, countless red energy particles began to erupt above his head. What was going on? Who on earth was playing ghost inside his head? A second later, Tajin lashed out, roaring in anger. How did I end up like this? Where is this place? Ning Feng's indifferent gaze staring right back at him made the entity jump in shock. Tajin quickly regained his arrogant composure and asked, Little imp, who are you? Ning Feng's lips curled slightly. That's what I should be asking you. What exactly are you? This attitude instantly infuriated the entity. How bold. You dare insult the deity? I am the great Tajin, one of the 7 demon gods. My power is beyond anything you can imagine. Ning Feng recalled the name in his mind. Tajin. He seemed to have heard Han Yin mention him before. A look of triumph was etched clearly on the entity's face. Judging by that look, is this your first time meeting a deity? Don't be afraid. It's normal for humans from such a low-tier world to be ignorant. If you swear your faith to me, I can grant you divine protection. Just then, an image flashed in his mind. I remember now. Ning Feng recounted with a casual tone. When the 12 main deities fought the 7 demon gods, you were the one I personally defeated. That one sentence made Tajin's ghastly face twist in anger. What? Who exactly are you? Speak clearly. Ning Feng's brows furrowed tightly. This guy was so noisy. Wasn't there a way to make him shut up? Right on cue, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Ning Feng leaned in to inspect it. Seriously, it was another quest tab, but Tajin was visibly displeased. Hey, are you listening to me? Look at me when I'm talking. Before the brat could finish, Ning Feng shot him a lethal glare. Shut up. The entity shriveled up, dripping in cold sweat. My bad. Finally, Ning Feng could read the quest details. Rebirth from the Cocoon, Part 1. 3rd class advancement, 10% Divine Divinity Fusion complete. Time limit, 20 days out of 20 days. Failure penalty, erase host. He hesitated for a moment, then muttered, Divine Divinity Fusion. Meanwhile, in the Divine Realm, the Ruifeng monument was bathed in a tide of light. A man was kneeling in a gesture of deep respect. Lord God, Master. The tone of the deity was clearly one of displeasure. Didn't I tell you? Do not disturb me. The man suppressed his fear and stammered. But this matter is of great importance. You need to know. The moment the first few words dropped, he opened his eyes in a fury. Vong Hon Kwai Tuk and Vin Hu Thin Tin, the 2 god masters, are visiting. It seems they have found a way to fuse divine divinity. Soon after, 2 figures appeared. Mentioning the 12 main deities, Vong Hon Kwai Tuk spoke up with concern first. Than Lin Chan Guyan. Why is your complexion so pale? The 12 main deity, Vin Hu Thin Tin, also looked over with an anxious gaze. However, the deity didn't want to talk about it. No need to worry, just some minor trouble to deal with. I heard your research has made progress. Then Teen raised her hand, summoning a dark red energy. Upon seeing it, he gasped, "This is the aura of a demon god." She nodded slightly and began to explain in detail. This power comes from one of the 7 demon gods' divinity. Although I have only fused less than 10% of its divinity, I can feel my understanding of the cosmic laws has been heightened. I can even control a portion of dark power, Kwaituk added. Based on our observations, this fusion is currently stable enough. It's just that completely absorbing another divinity will take a long time, but at least it proves our path is correct. Beads of sweat trickled down the deity's cheeks. It's him. I'm afraid the omnipotent magic god has realized this too. He sees the divinity of the demon god Ta Jin. I don't know what method he used to conduct the fusion. Ning Feng's image surfaced in his mind, and he gritted his teeth in anger. It seems we've been left behind once again. This guy always ends up one step ahead of us. He then looked toward the 2 silhouettes standing against the light. If he couldn't be an ally, he had already made up his mind. Then there was no choice but to use every means necessary to destroy him. A girl in purple attire was carefully pouring tea into a cup. She set the pot down and spoke politely. "Mr. Ning, please have some tea." Ning Feng nodded and took a slow sip. "Thanks." He was currently in a very troubled state of mind. "I am Ning Feng. I just hit level 90 yesterday and was preparing to finish my 3rd class advancement, but I didn't expect this situation to arise." He recalled the events of the day before, when he had just received the system notification. Conditions for 3rd class advancement. 1. Enter the Ti Huang Jungle's secret realm to obtain the quest item Natural Mark. 2. Collect 50 conversion stones. 3. Collect 150 vials of pure moon nectar. 4. Collect 150 spirit wood sprouts. Time limit, 15 days. Difficulty, 6 stars, S-class. So, Ning Feng immediately moved to the entrance of the Ti Huang Jungle's secret realm, only to be stunned by what he saw. A brown-haired man approached him and offered consolation. "Classmate, I really understand how you feel, but as you can see," looking at the empty space, the man continued, "A few days ago, the secret realm entrance suddenly disappeared." Confused, Ning Feng asked Han Yin, "What's going on here?" He quickly replied, "Lord God Master, this seems to be a sign of a demon tide. Like a walking, wise library." Han Yin provided the information. After certain secret realms store enough energy, they will temporarily enter a hibernation state to begin self-strengthening, he explained calmly. After the strengthening is complete, the secret realm entrance will expand several times over and reappear, releasing a wave of monsters to invade. This situation is called a demon tide. Han Yin emphasized a critical point. Typically, the longer a secret realm hibernates, the more violent the monster invasion will be when it appears. If we don't respond properly, it's highly likely to cause severe damage. After listening, Ning Feng looked up and asked with a heavy tone, "I only have 15 days, is that even enough?" But Han Yin's answer is so vague. "I'm sorry. I'm not sure either." Her words leave him deep in thought, whispering to himself. Even Han Yin doesn't know the truth about the divinity. But if the system issued a mission of this rank, it surely wouldn't be trying to set me up, right? His eyes land on the brown-haired guy in front of him, and Ning Feng suddenly remembers right. He should let them know about the demon tide and try to prepare early. After all that brain-draining planning, he finally returns to reality. He slowly sips his tea. The girl in the purple outfit watches Ning Feng intently, silently assessing him. This young man is incredibly formidable. The captain reported the news as instructed, and the higher-ups are taking it very seriously. They didn't just put him in supreme command. They even sent specialized personnel to assist. Watching the brown-haired guy greeting the 3 guests from afar, she can't help but marvel inwardly. Who would have guessed he'd be sitting here just drinking tea? The 3 guild leaders of the 7 great guilds have personally volunteered to fight, while Ben Ba handles the logistics outside. Meanwhile, the brown-haired guy speaks up, looking uneasy. Guild leader Du wants to evacuate everyone, but it's going to take a lot of time and manpower. Ling Hua looks at him sternly and snaps, "We have to do it regardless. Because Ning Feng specifically warned us if we don't handle this properly, the damage will be catastrophic." That warning makes the guy pale, and he starts stuttering in fear. "Got it, right away." Suddenly, a strange sound echoes, making Wang Yue, Ling Hua, and VM Shuyan look up. A ghostly portal has appeared in the sky, sparking frantic chatter among the crowd. A second later, thousands of savage monsters swarm through. Meanwhile, deep in the Te Huang Jungle hidden realm, inside a building radiating dark, ominous energy, a muscular green monster asks skeptically, "The High Priest is opening the rift ahead of schedule. Are you sure there won't be any problems?" The Demon Lord, sitting in the shadows with glowing red eyes, replies with pure confidence, "What are you worried about? Didn't I tell you already?" I can feel the call of Lord Ta Tan. Suddenly, it leaps up and roars with excitement. I guarantee Lord Ta Tan is not far from us. If we want his favor, we must offer our sacrifices immediately. Back in the outside world, the situation is spiraling into chaos. A powerful warrior screams, "Emergency! Everyone, get out of here right now." As they scramble to reach safety, more and more monsters appear, ferocious beasts with razor-sharp teeth lunging forward. High above, a lizard beast riding on the back of a flying dinosaur laughs arrogantly. Those sacrifices are scared to death. They're already trying to run. The newt beast next to him suddenly proposes, "Want to make a bet?" The lizard spirit seems to catch on and confirms, "You and me, let's see who can take down more sacrifices." The green newt responds eagerly, "You're on. Let's lead the charge." Immediately, both beasts dive down at breakneck speed. The lizard boasts, "Watch closely, that first blood is mine." The newt lets out a long, savage cackle, but suddenly, the lizard spirit's body slams into sharp ice shards and is shredded to pieces. The system chimes. The first blood leaves the remaining monsters stunned. The green newt freezes in shock at the sight. Still reeling, it can only sweat and stammer. "How did that?" After watching the whole thing, Han Yin scoffs, "Doesn't look that impressive to me." Actually, the demon tide might not be such a bad thing. If we can control it, we'll gain a ton of experience and rewards. Ning Feng grins excitedly, looking absolutely thrilled. Massive rewards? I love it. Behind him stands a powerful force of warriors, ready for battle. VM Su Yen and his group are fired up, sharing the same thought. We are the elite of the 7 great guilds. Even though we have some of the best combat strength among human adventurers, in front of these monsters, we're still like helpless lambs. Witnessing the brutal battle unfolding, their hearts are heavy with grief. They are risking their lives against a powerful enemy, watching their comrades fall one by one, never to stand again. We once thought this brutal war was our eternal fate. Suddenly, a warrior gasps, seeing something that leaves him speechless. Then, everyone rallies, raising their weapons to fight with everything they've got. VM Su Yen charges into the front lines, laughing with thrill. "It's been so long since I've had a fight this satisfying. I feel like a completely different person." Ning Feng watches quietly, smiling with satisfaction. The production of the first batch of high-grade potions and enhanced gear was limited, so he prioritized giving them to the elites of the 7 great guilds. It seems that was the right decision. His expression turns thoughtful as he calculates his next move. Plus, a large-scale battlefield like this is perfect for doing one thing. Meanwhile, the green newt ignores the panic of losing its comrade and continues charging, but it is met with an arrow flying through its head before it can even react. That legendary marksmanship belongs to Wang Yue, leaving the other warriors in awe. Are you kidding? That dragon beast was clearly blocking the view. How did she hit the target? They don't realize she used a skill. Don't think I can't see you. Wang Yue smirks confidently. The system display lights up. Don't think I can't see you achieved. Eliminated 100 enemies while vision was obstructed. Bonus, sensitivity +10. Vision +20. Accuracy +20. Eliminated enemies while vision was obstructed. Experience points +30%. Since the beginning, excitement has been written all over Ning Feng's face, along with his singular goal in his mind. A large-scale battlefield like this is perfect for my kin. He shouts his goal out loud, grinding for achievements. As soon as he shouts, the monster skill Demon Sweeper is activated for Jiang Shu and Feng Rui. Demon Sweeper achieved. Eliminated 100 enemies of the same type within a set time. Bonus, main attribute +5. Against the targeted enemy type, damage dealt +30%. Shu Ting also eagerly deploys her move. You want to hit 10 targets? The screen flashes. You want to hit 10 targets achieved, providing buffs for teammates, helping them continuously eliminate 10 enemies within a set time. Bonus, Spirit +8, Skill Casting Speed +15%, Duration +15%, Effect +15%. Looking at the pile of fallen subordinates, the boss monster is horrified, screaming internally. No way. Their faces turned ashen. They couldn't seem to believe the truth and started questioning themselves. We, the great high priests, are warriors blessed by Lord Tazin. But why was the alpha monster trembling as it watched its minions being wiped out one by one? Their attacks were being blocked by the enemy. Suddenly, a deep, booming voice echoed, making it jump. Warriors, what is holding you back? The alpha realized it was the great high priest's telepathic magic. Hearing the strange noise, the brown-haired warrior asked, "What is that thing saying?" The one in the hood replied, "It's the language of the demons. I don't understand it either." Ning Feng felt confused. That's strange. How can I understand them? Just then, the high priest urged them on. Lord Tazin is waiting for your sacrifices. Let the enemy taste the fear of death. Upon receiving the order, the monsters charged forward aggressively, their eyes glowing red. Ning Feng's gaze turned icy cold. He had only one question. He used telepathy to ask, "Tazin, are these guys yours?" Tazin panicked and stammered, "It's not me. I didn't do it. Don't listen to them." Tazin roared angrily, "You idiots. Are you trying to get me killed? Stop it right now." Back in the secret realm of the Whisper Forest, the high priest was commanding the demons in that strange tongue. When it heard Tazin's voice, its face turned pale with fear, and it started stuttering. I've received a response from the deity." The high priest continued to telepathically signal the demons who were bearing their fangs. "Warriors, let us listen to the enlightenment from the god." The alpha monster frowned, trying to focus. "I hear it. It's a bit blurry, but it's getting clearer." Its eyes widened as it listened to the instructions, whispering to itself, "The god is saying." Tazin's loud voice boomed, silencing the demons instantly. "You bastards! You're throwing yourselves into the fire. Don't you dare drag me down with you. I couldn't care less if you die." They were stunned, just staring at each other in confusion. The monster behind the high priest looked uneasy. "Are we being abandoned by Lord Tazin?" It was sweating profusely. "What do we do now?" The subordinate lost his patience and exploded in frustration. "Why ask me? Are you the high priest or am I?" From a beast lord, it had turned into a coward. "Should we just close the secret realm?" The other beast got even angrier. "This is all your fault for opening the realm too early. The energy is severely depleted. We can't close it." At the same time, Ning Feng was leisurely enjoying the rewards from his system. Having successfully resisted the demon tide, he began tallying his loot. The warriors around him cheered as they collected their spoils. The blue-haired guy shouted, "The EXP is insane. I just leveled up 4 times." The orange-haired youth exclaimed, "I got a high-stat gem." The brown-haired warrior was so happy he was babbling, while in Ning Feng's hand, something began to glow. The system notified him, "Hidden reward obtained. An exquisite golden key." The screen displayed vague information, "Sacred key of the source, item status unknown." Han Yin stared at the glowing object, puzzled. "My lord, what kind of key is this?" Ning Feng didn't seem to know either, pondering aloud. "Even you haven't seen it?" Usually, he was knowledgeable about everything, but now he just scratched his head in confusion. "I apologize, my lord. I have truly never seen this type of key before." Judging by the name Sacred Key of the Source, one could guess it's an item only a god could use. Ning Feng rubbed his chin, deep in thought. "If that's the case, forget it. First, I need to finish my 3rd-class advancement quest." He then headed to the Whisper Forest's secret realm, where the moss-covered stone building housing the high priest stood. Ning Feng marched forward with an imposing aura. 2 monsters were hiding beneath the altar. The subordinate remarked, "There only seems to be one enemy. We might still have a chance." The high priest proposed a plan. "Wait for a moment. When he's distracted, I'll use magic to confuse him. You time it right and try to shoot him down with an arrow." Despite the tough talk, it was trembling, its heart filled with sorrow. Why would Lord Tazin abandon us? What did we do wrong? The high priest slowly touched the altar, clinging to hope, feeling for the deity's whispers once more. "I want to hear it again. If I can still receive guidance from Lord Tazin, even if it's the worst news possible." It heard Tazin's voice again, but it wasn't clear, so it listened intently. When the sound became loud and clear, it heard Tazin point out, "My lord, those 2 are hiding behind my altar, preparing to attack you." Suddenly, Ning Feng appeared behind them like a ghost, startling them both. The high priest was so terrified its eyes bulged, its jaw dropped, and it could only scream. After dealing with the 2 monsters, a leaf-shaped badge dropped. The system announced, "Nature's badge. Consumable, orange quality, permanently adds 5 to agility. Permanently adds 5 to spirit." Ning Feng quickly reached out to claim his loot. Instantly, a massive wave of dark energy surged from the altar. At a glance, Tazin recognized it and loudly suggested, "It's dark energy. You can get close to the altar and absorb it. It will help strengthen you." But in reality, Tazin had a hidden motive. Absorbing the dark energy from my altar might benefit me too. If I want to get out of this situation, I can't miss any chance. Ning Feng simply raised his hand and channeled a burst of energy forward. Instead of absorbing it, he destroyed the altar entirely, causing it to explode. This stunned Tazin, who screamed in regret. When asked why, Ning Feng didn't answer, just glared at him, warning him to be quiet. Tazin was so scared he was dripping cold sweat and softened his tone. "I'm sorry." Ning Feng's eyes remained determined, his thoughts clear. "I don't know the rules governing these dark god altars, so it's safer to destroy them. Besides, with the system's support, I don't really need this dark energy." Meanwhile, someone stood before a mysterious door, thinking, "One of the 7 demon gods, the godhead of madness, is in my hands." The deity looked up at the dark orb above, calculating. "I will use the divine assimilation method to merge with it quickly." Suddenly, the orb started to activate, and a purple aura enveloped the area. The deity was so furious its eyes blazed. It grabbed the orb and cursed, "Damn it, it's out of control again." Seeing him acting so recklessly, the spirit gently explained, "This chaotic dark energy comes from the sacrifices of demons to the demon god. The demon god's essence will." He frantically absorbs this dark energy, constantly struggling to break free from the seal. Because the difficulty of fusing with a divinity is so immense, it usually results in a state of total loss of control. But the deity remains unfazed, stubbornly forcing the orb to submit. "Calm down. I don't have time to waste on you." He grits his teeth, his eyes filled with fierce determination. "No matter how difficult it is, if the omnipotent mage god could do it, then I definitely can too." Meanwhile, at the class advancement hall, where Ning Feng is undertaking his third-tier promotion quest, the system displays a notification. S-Rank Quest, 100% completion. As he struggles to fuse with the orb, it radiates a surge of orange power. Moments later, the screen updates again. Newborn Breaker Quest -1. Third-tier promotion achieved. 100% divinity fusion completed. Time limit, 20 out of 20 days. Auto-completed. Cosmic awareness has increased. After reading it, Ning Feng's face goes blank in confusion. He wonders to himself, "It's already fused? I don't really feel anything." But then another notification leaves him stunned. You can now open temporary portals to other worlds through your followers. Opening and maintaining these portals will consume the dark energy generated by followers' sacrifices. Ning Feng frowns slightly and mutters to himself, "Portals to other worlds." The scene shifts to a vast, desolate land filled with jagged rock formations. With a solemn, resolute expression, Ning Feng waves his hand, and instantly, a mysterious portal tears open in midair. This sight makes the lords secretly marvel. As expected of my master, the demon god, he can rip through space with just a wave of his hand. Ning Feng stands before the entrance, deep in thought. This ability is crucial. If those deities can enter my world, then I have the power to enter the worlds they control. He hesitates for a moment, wondering, "I wonder what the world on the other side is like. Should I try going through?" The lord looks at him, excited and eager. "My lord, do you need your subordinate to accompany you?" However, Ning Feng gently refuses. "No need. I'm just going to take a look around." Being a cautious person, he turns back to give some instructions. "But since this portal is located within your secret realm, I need you to guard this place and make sure no outsiders break in." Before leaving, Ning Feng adds a reassuring note. "If you encounter a powerful enemy that's hard to deal with, I will appear immediately." The lord bows deeply and declares firmly, "Rest assured, my lord. Your subordinate will guard this place with everything I have." With that, he turns and walks straight into the portal, leading to another world. The stunning beauty before him leaves Ning Feng overwhelmed. Truly a magnificent place. The landscape here is completely different from Earth. Suddenly, an idea strikes Ning Feng, and he snaps his fingers, whispering to himself, "Right, I should use that first." He pulls out a book titled Illusion Art. The screen displays its functions: active skill, dark mirage, a forbidden dark spell. Ordinary eyes cannot see through your illusions. You can play with them as you please. As soon as he activates it, a purple veil covers his entire body. Ning Feng thinks to himself, "This skill book was a trophy awarded by the Demon Dynasty earlier. It's coming in handy." He continues walking, muttering, and calculating. "First, let's find a place with a wide view to see where to go next." After walking for a while, a row of structures appears ahead, causing Han Yin to exclaim, "Look, there's a huge city over there." The people in this city all look identical, with tall, sturdy frames and green skin. Ning Feng uses his invisibility skill to weave through the crowded streets, thinking, "These people are truly massive. Thankfully, they don't notice me. Plus, I can actually understand what they're saying. Is this because my cosmic awareness has been enhanced?" Seeming to notice something, Han Yin calls out softly, "My lord, please look over there." Ning Feng looks in the direction she points. Ahead stands a magnificent temple with a giant purple gem that looks like an eye. She reveals, "That is a temple. Followers of the Eternal Star God are here." Surprised, Ning Feng asks, "The Eternal Star God? Isn't that the deity who specializes in support classes?" Han Yin beams with praise. "That's right. Your memory is excellent." He looks ahead with a contemplative expression, calculating quietly, "Although I'm curious about the temple, I shouldn't go there yet to avoid alerting the enemy." Suddenly, a group of people stomps out. The person in the lead holds a large scepter, and they are carrying items that radiate a powerful purple light. Han Yin curiously asks, "My lord, what are they talking about?" Ning Feng translates, "It seems a team just came out of a secret realm and picked up a very rare staff." He stares fixedly at the scene, mouth agape in awe. That staff looks incredibly powerful. The others are burning with envy. At this moment, he realizes something and hesitates. "My lord, if I'm not mistaken, that staff. Recalling the majestic images from Ning Feng's past life, Han Yin quickly continues. It looks just like the one you had back then. This leaves him stunned, and he turns to look at Han Yin. She adds, that unique style of artifact. Only one person in your retinue could have created it. The image of a powerful female mage appears in his mind, and Han Yin breathes out the name, the Reaper's Song, Sadie. After mentioning that, their gaze shifts to two people chatting nearby. Ning Feng initiates a conversation, drawing their attention. Excuse me, what is the origin of the staff that Mage is holding? One of them laughs and explains, you don't even know that? That is the most precious hidden reward in this secret realm, the evil god's staff. The man's next words make both Ning Feng and Han Yin's expressions darken, also known as Sadie's pride. Even though he's unhappy, he suppresses his emotions and asks further. Sadie is. The guy smirks and replies enthusiastically. She's the final boss of this secret realm. Once again, the answer from his lips shocks Ning Feng and Han Yin. They say she used to be the minion of an evil god, but then she was defeated and imprisoned here. After obtaining the necessary information, Han Yin says in a flustered tone, My lord, it really is Sadie. What should we do? Should we save her? Ning Feng strokes his chin, looking contemplative, as if weighing his options carefully. Then he smirks and says, brimming with arrogance, I want an evil god's staff too. So, tell me, how do I get one? The guy points at Ning Feng in shock and demands, Are you a newbie? There's only one way for you to enter that secret realm. Then he grins triumphantly. Pay 1,000 bolin, and we'll take you in. Hearing this, Ning Feng frowned, a series of questions surfacing in his mind. What is 1,000 bolin? Is that the currency here? Where am I supposed to go to earn that? While he was still dazed, a small pouch of money suddenly appeared in his hand. The golden bag with the Kabibaza pattern was created by his phantasm illusion. The system also notified him that the active skill, the forbidden dark phantasm, meant that ordinary eyes cannot penetrate his illusions. You can freely manipulate them as if they're in the palm of your hand. Ning Feng looked at it, surprised, and told himself that this phantasm skill, during its duration, can even continuously consume mana to create new illusions. The skill description says that ordinary eyes can't see through it, so surely I won't get exposed, right? He held out the money pouch, causing the two guys in front of him to stare in shock at the 1,000 bolin he had mentioned earlier. Little brother, you're certainly very generous. Afterward, he kept his promise and turned to call out to Ning Feng. Let's go. Come inside with us. A moment later, at the demoness ghost domain's secret realm, there stood a giant, eerie-looking gate. That guy flashed a mysterious smile and gave a warning. The paths in here are very complex. It's easy to get lost the first time you enter. If you accidentally go the wrong way and need us to rescue you, you'll have to pay extra. He grinned cunningly, while secretly plotting in his head. Later, I can intentionally leave this guy behind and then go rescue him, and make another profit. Seeing no response, the guy snapped impatiently, Hey, I'm talking to you. But he looked up in confusion, realizing Ning Feng had vanished, so he asked frantically, Where is he? He was right behind us a second ago. The group stared at each other, bewildered. The guy from before asked awkwardly, The money bag is gone too. Did any of you see anything? Meanwhile, Ning Feng was highly focused, moving quickly, deeper inside. The familiar space made Han Yin confirm it with certainty. My lord, I am not mistaken. This is Xida's territory. It was originally called the Chanting Dead City, but those people renamed it the Demoness Ghost Domain. Ning Feng kept pushing forward at full speed, while he continued, I'm very familiar with every road here. There's no way I could be wrong. If the secret realm hasn't been altered, Xida must be here. Shortly after, the two arrived in front of a massive library, with a red seal on it. Han Yin continued his unfinished thought, Xida's library. This is the place she frequents most. Right after, a pair of long, slender legs appeared, with ankle patterns that looked like seals, radiating an incredibly seductive vibe. Finally, Xida officially appeared before them, but a second later, her face darkened, her eyes glowing like a demoness. Ning Feng had been silently observing the whole time, while Han Yin reverted to his old form and softly called out to her. But before he could say more, the ground suddenly shook, and debris flew toward them, forcing them to dodge. Han Yin gasped in shock. What's going on? He shouted angrily. Xida, how dare you be disrespectful to my lord? Have you lost your mind? She seemed to have lost her sanity, her eyes bloodshot, teeth grinding in fury. You damn green skin. Don't you dare insult me. If it weren't for this seal, I'd make you wish you were dead. Seeing the person opposite him in this state, Han Yin felt puzzled. When I saw my lord, I regained my clarity. Why? Xida. Suddenly, something clicked in his head, and he yelled out loud, Wait, damn green skin. The next second, Han Yin spoke anxiously, sharing his thought. My lord, could this be caused by an illusion? Ning Feng immediately cast a spell to dispel the illusion and asked suspiciously, "Does this actually work?" Sita was still in a state of rage, grinding her teeth and glaring at them. But suddenly, she regained her senses and looked at the two with a surprised expression. Sita was stunned, then hesitantly called out, "Yin, my lord. I truly can't believe it." Seeing her wake up, Ning Feng looked blank, blaming himself. It really was caused by a forbidden spell. Meanwhile, Zida was still amazed and repeated, "It really is you, my lord." Han Yin eagerly greeted his old acquaintance. "And me too." However, Zida gritted her teeth and hissed angrily, "And you too." She lost her mind again, her face becoming as savage as a demon, and she roared, "And you? You damn green skin." Looking at the person in front of her, Zida cursed furiously, "You damn green-skinned bastard." Hearing this, Ning Feng worriedly asked, "Han Yin, what's going on? Has Zida's hallucination not been cleared yet?" Han Yin, walking behind him, reassured him, "It's nothing, my lord. Perhaps you've forgotten. Damn green skin was just a nickname Sita gave me." A while later, Sita fully regained her senses and panicked. My lord, what's wrong?" Seeing this, Han Yin carefully explained the situation. He didn't know the exact reason, but it seemed my lord had lost all his past memories. Hearing this, she immediately guessed in anger. Could it be that those false gods did something to you? He also didn't know the cause, so he calmly suggested, "Sita." Han Yin replied, "I was alive when you died, so I think your information could help, my lord. Also, enough playing around with me for now." Immediately, Sita knelt on one knee and expressed, "My lord, Sita wishes to return under your protection, but this subordinate is sealed here by the eternal divine crystal and cannot leave." Following that, she indignantly recounted, "The eternal divine crystal intentionally suppresses my strength, turning me into a monster in this secret realm, being destroyed over and over again, only to be revived over and over, enduring torture both physically and mentally." Looking at the young man, she sincerely begged for help. "My lord, please, save me." Hearing everything, Ning Feng contemplated seriously. Her situation was different from his, and he wasn't sure the previous method would be effective. Han Yin didn't hesitate, showing his loyalty. "You don't need to worry, my lord. As long as it is your decision, I will accept it." Then he looked at Sita and explained the method. "Sita," he said, "my lord needs to erase you first, and then use another way to save you. You will be reborn this way, though we aren't entirely sure if it will work for you." Her expression was filled with determination as she replied instantly, "It's fine, I trust in you, my lord." But Ning Feng thought carefully. This place is under the influence of other deities, so we shouldn't delay too long. In the next second, he summoned his sword and decided it was best to get out of there as soon as possible. Seeing this, Saidat didn't evade but stood still, waiting. In a flash, Ning Feng decisively ended her life. Immediately, the ring on her leg began to make a strange noise, the sound growing more rapid, and then a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath their feet. As this happened, a strong wind began to sweep through the space outside, followed by everyone being expelled from the secret realm, a forced teleportation. What's going on? Outside, everyone was in an uproar. The seal within the secret realm had been triggered. Summon the guards and find out what happened. Within seconds, soldiers rushed over, shouting loudly, "Whoever is responsible for this, catch them. Let them face the goddess's judgment." Just then, an aura of light appeared, surrounding the entire kingdom. Sensing this, Zidat shouted anxiously, "It's bad. The formation has been activated. My lord, you must go. Don't worry about me." Unlike her, Ning Feng remained very calm, lost in thought. Han Saidat didn't materialize any items. "I'm afraid this means I can't save her." Over there, waves of guards were nearing his position. Seeing this, the bystanders gloated, watching the show. "That guy is trapped in the goddess's seal now. That punk didn't know his place. He's a dead man." Saidat, meanwhile, was filled with self-reproach. "I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this. I'm so sorry." Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide in terror, seeing a faint red light radiating from Ning Feng's body. His expression turned solemn as he spoke. "I still have one final method, but I'm not sure if it will succeed. If it fails, you might disappear forever along with this secret realm." Hearing this, Saidat expressed solemnly, "My lord, please don't worry. If I cannot continue to serve you, my lord, I would rather choose to perish." Instantly, a dense purple aura appeared around Ning Feng. As Ning Feng unleashed Devouring Wind, his active skill, Devouring Wind, a forbidden dark spell, a fierce storm infused with dark energy corrupted all light, the wind growing stronger and forming a tornado. Not far away, the hooded man was so terrified he couldn't speak. After a few seconds, when the technique dissipated and everything settled, an object radiating intense magic power suddenly appeared. The Dirge Staff, weapon, orange quality, upgradable, spirit stat plus 12, magic damage plus 15%, spell range plus 15%, spell included, soul wither, ghost domain, grave sand. Han Sidat's soul had received the protection of divine power, so it hadn't vanished but remained within this staff. Ning Feng picked up the weapon and announced in a cheerful tone, Han Sidat, it looks like we succeeded. Outside the secret realm gate, the atmosphere remained silent, with only the massive figure of the Lord standing tall on guard. Right then, a purple light suddenly flashed before him, tearing through the stillness. He looked on in surprise at the source of the event, seeing Ning Feng emerge from the teleportation gate, looking relieved as if a burden had been lifted. The Lord immediately ran over and bowed to welcome him. "My Lord, you've returned." Ning Feng maintained his characteristic composure, gently instructing, "This place no longer needs guarding. I'm sealing the exit. Go back to your duties." Without hesitation, he clearly obeyed the order. Once done, Ning Feng turned to look at the gate, which was flickering as if about to vanish, his brow furrowed in thought. Maintaining this entrance costs quite a bit. The dark energy obtained from the sacrifice is almost gone. A fleeting regret appeared in his eyes as he sighed. It's a pity that items from high-level worlds cannot enter low-level worlds. Otherwise, I could have brought some powerful gear over. Beside him, Han Yin could only sigh with relief, her voice low but sincere. It's fortunate the divine artifact can ignore that rule. Sidat, we're finally back together. Responding to those words, Ning Feng gently raised the staff, the white light on the tip reacting to his thoughts, shimmering as it spread into the air. The moment the system notification echoed in his mind, a detailed stat board appeared before Ning Feng. Dirge Staff, orange quality, upgradable, spirit stat plus 1,500, magic damage plus 150%, spell range plus 150%, spell duration plus 30%. Eternal, this equipment ignores durability degradation. Basic attacks add death attribute damage, with a 20% chance to inflict a weakness drain effect. As long as death elements are nearby, it will gradually replenish mana for the user. Equipment 2, all attributes plus 10%. Included magic, soul wither, ghost domain, grave sand, wither sprawl, death ray. Sidat's soul received divine protection, so it didn't vanish but remained in this staff. After reviewing the info, Ning Feng contemplatively observed the flowing runes on the staff and calmly concluded, "My runes can directly upgrade a divine artifact prototype into a true divine artifact. But to fully resurrect Sidat, I need to find a new world heart." As that thought finished, a plan began to take shape in his mind. World hearts mostly appear in higher-level worlds, so in the future, he might have to go to a high-level world again like this to find clues. The scene before him gradually faded, transitioning to another space. At the Eternal God Temple, the golden gate stood out under the sunlight, and inside the solemn hall, two figures were kneeling before an ancient stone tablet. The air was so heavy you could hear their breathing. Suddenly, from the deepest part of the brilliant galaxy above, a strange sound rang out. Light gathered, and the figure of the goddess vaguely appeared amidst countless starlight, and then her cold voice questioned down, "What on earth happened?" As her tone fell, the hooded man kneeling below trembled instantly, stammering out every word, "Goddess, please forgive our negligence. Someone of unknown origin has infiltrated the secret realm you sealed." Waves rippled through the heavenly river as the goddess asked suspiciously, "I sense very strong, dark energy. It even shattered my seal. Was it a demon that broke in?" Cold sweat ran down the subordinate's cheek. He trembled even more. "Please forgive me, goddess. I do not know the identity of the intruder." Instantly, a heavy pressure flooded down, making the entire hall feel frozen. The goddess cursed in anger. "You fool. Doesn't that secret realm have a magic formation that records images? Why haven't you sent anyone to investigate yet?" The subordinate hesitated, his throat feeling as if it were being crushed, but he mustered all his courage and reported, "The secret realm has disappeared." The scene shifted, revealing a completely different space. As for Ning Feng, he was already standing in a poetic, scenic spot. The early morning sun rose from the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over his small house. Inside, Ning Feng appeared. He was leisurely carrying a book as he walked down the hallway. Reaching a room, he stopped, scanned it meticulously, and nodded in approval. "This room is decent. The space inside is wide enough. I'll take this one." Ning Feng then pulled out an ancient key that emitted a faint light. Immediately, a semi-transparent screen appeared before his eyes, offering a choice. "Do you wish to regenerate the Tung Vong Dia secret realm here? Yes or no?" Seeing this, Ning Feng's eyes flashed with realization. "So the Rebirth Saint key I got from the Demon Tide has this use." He then decisively pressed yes to regenerate the destroyed secret realm. After finishing, He fell into deep contemplation, his thoughts turning heavy. But to save Ta Shi-da, I'm afraid I've drawn the attention of another deity. If only there were a way to defeat them one by one. Far away, in the vast starry expanse, the divine realm controlled by the eternal god, Star was bathed in pure light falling upon the magnificent temple. Yet, that solemn beauty could not mask the chaos rising within. The god Star bit her nails in frustration, muttering with resentment. What's going on? What on earth is happening? Her face was etched with anxiety, her features tightening as she questioned herself. A dark power that's strong, and it could actually break the seal I set? Could some demon god have been resurrected? The thought made the god Star's heart tighten. She closed her eyes, trying to steady her wildly fluctuating emotions. It's been so long since I felt this level of unease. I remember the last time, during the Great War with the almighty Mage god. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning piercing her memory, the god Star snapped her eyes open, her breath hitching. The almighty Mage god's war. Ta Shi-da's seal. In that instant, she turned cold, and she gasped in horror. Could it be him at the key at hand's starry expanse? Blinding golden light poured down from the sacred temple like brilliant waterfalls, making the whole space look majestic. In that silent galaxy, Guizu's voice rang out, steady and solemn. Are you worried about the return of the almighty Mage god? Facing the god Star, who seemed to be in a state of confusion, he replied in a voice rasping with anxiety, I don't know. That vague answer made the atmosphere even heavier. He tried to stay calm to reassure her. The almighty Mage god has been gone for so long, no one is sure if he's even alive. But right after that, his gaze darkened. The eternal god Star couldn't help but bite her nails when extremely anxious. It seemed the war against the almighty Mage god had left her with indelible ghosts. That thought caused Guizu to return to his usual arrogant demeanor, his voice laced with mockery and disdain. The almighty Mage god is just a lucky stray dog that escaped death. Having hidden for so long, even if he returns, what can he do? Back then, his followers died or fled. Even if he gathers them again, can he alone stand against all the gods combined? Facing the god Star's stunned gaze, he continued to analyze with ease and confidence. Besides, as you said, the breaking of the seal was due to a dark, forbidden spell. Surely we can't call him a demon god just for that. Those coherent words seemed to soothe the chaos in her heart somewhat. Maybe I'm just being too sensitive. Seeing the god Star calm down, Guizu continued in a steady, cautious tone. Let's investigate this ourselves first. We only lost one temple and one secret realm. No need to be too tense. After finishing that topic, the god Star asked about something else. How is that Zhen Yuan Holy Spirit doing? He stood straight and reported clearly, still in seclusion. Merging divine ranks is not easily done. Contrasting the tension in the divine realm, in the Tung Vong Dia city, the space was incredibly desolate and quiet. But that very stillness made Han Yin smile in relief, looking at the empty scenery with eyes full of hope. Truly a miracle. Once Ta Shi-da is revived and sees that his world is still intact, he will surely be overjoyed. He looked around and was amazed to see the old bookshelves still perfectly preserved. The books in the library were Ta Shi-da's collection of many years. It's wonderful to have such a treasure trove of knowledge and experience. In her eyes, they were more important than life itself. Just then, Ning Feng's familiar voice echoed behind her. Han Yin immediately turned to ask, Lord God, is there anything you need? She saw Ning Feng standing there, his face completely serious, his gaze becoming solemn as he promised, each word falling slowly and clearly. I promise. I will also restore your world. Those words fell as light as a breeze, but struck the heart with impact. For a moment, Han Yin was completely stunned and speechless. The next second, her eyes began to burn. Tears that had been held back began to fall like a broken dam. The long-suppressed emotions erupted. She burst into tears, weeping uncontrollably, as if wanting to release all the anxiety and hope she had buried for so long. Han Yin wiped her tears while trying to stifle her sobs, shyly bowing her head sincerely. Thank you for your grace, great Lord God. Please forgive this subordinate's impoliteness. I really miss my home. Watching her look both fragile and trying to maintain protocol, Ning Feng fell into silent thought. I completely understand Han Yin's state of mind. It seems that in the future, besides collecting the heart of the world, I also need to pay attention to secret realm elements. He stood quietly, letting the breeze blow through his cloak. Deep inside, waves of emotion rose. Actually, this trip had brought significant gains. Aside from the parts related to Ta Shi-da, at that very moment, a gold medal flashed clearly in his memory. Remembering that item, Ning Feng calmly spoke, his voice gentle but containing hidden satisfaction. Clearing a secret realm helped me go from level 90, immediately leveling up to 120. I'm close to the fourth transition. Beside him, Han Yin's gaze became more serious. She nodded in analysis. In high-level worlds, experience points are indeed of great value. That's definitely a fast way to level up. But Ning Feng sighed with a sense of reluctance. Causing such a scene would surely attract the attention of other gods, and they might start targeting me. Even when I go out to level up in the future, I'll need to be more careful. Having said that, he quickly calmed down and issued his instructions. Let's head to the job change hall to pick up the quest first. Outside, the sun was hanging high, bathing the plaza in gold. As soon as he arrived, Ning Feng quickly checked the notification board. Quest for the Law God System, 4th Class Advancement Requirements. Enter the Spirit Realm Labyrinth to retrieve the quest item, Mind Sigil. Collect 100 Transformation Stones, 150 Nightmare Crystals, and 150 seconds of Heart-Calming Incense. Time limit, 20 days. Difficulty, S rank. After reading it, Ning Feng rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The Spirit Realm Labyrinth. That sounds familiar. It's that place that's always whining and threatening to give me depression. Thinking of this, he felt lucky and muttered to himself, thank goodness, the target isn't that place this time, but the hidden boss inside the dungeon. In the Spirit Realm Labyrinth, the ground suddenly cracked open, as if some giant creature was stirring beneath the rocks. As soon as he stepped inside, Ning Feng was stunned into silence, his breath hitching in surprise. Right before him, a blue demon king was blocking the path. Its body was twisted, but its eyes glowed with a mischievous glint, as if it were sizing up the prey that had just entered its territory. The next moment, the demon king curled its lips into a smirk, a look of smugness so annoying it made one want to just turn around and leave. Then, it casually raised a hand and made a throat-slashing gesture, a provocatively arrogant move, so shameless it was absurd. Seeing all this, Ning Feng's eyes widened, his voice cracking in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Is it actually taunting me? In the Spirit Realm Labyrinth, a mysterious blue light covered the space, making the entire world feel like it was trapped in a distorted dream. Amidst the haze, phantom-like monsters were running in a panic, rushing toward the main hall while trembling as they reported, Your Majesty, that lone battle mage is attacking again. Upon hearing this, the Blue Demon King felt uneasy. A bad premonition began to surge. Why did this scene feel so familiar? He clutched his head and wailed, his voice shaking with undisguised fear. I can't beat him at all. Just then, a calm and steady voice rang out from behind him. What are you afraid of? From the shadows, a giant, one-eyed monster stepped out with long, squirming tentacles, its sharp fangs baring as it declared protection. Don't I still have you? As soon as those words were spoken, the Blue Demon King's mood began to stabilize. He panted, trying to calm himself down. Right, we have the hidden boss that was just summoned. Its strength is far greater than mine. The giant one-eyed monster held its head high, its voice full of arrogance, as if it couldn't wait to show off its power. My ultimate move is called the Great Mind Draining Technique. No matter how high the opponent's spirit attribute is, once they are hit, their spirit stats will continuously decrease. Speaking up to this point, it curled its lips to reveal sharp teeth, a sinister grin stretching almost to its ears, its tone dropping with calculation. As long as you distract him, I'll launch a surprise attack. There's no way he'll dodge it. Once his spirit stats drop, I'll make sure to torture him mercilessly. Hearing those words, the Blue Demon King, who had been trembling, began to regain his confidence. His eyes ignited with angry fire as he hissed through gritted teeth, Kid, you're done for. In another corner of the labyrinth, Ning Feng was standing still, observing the scenery, when a shadow flashed by, and suddenly, the one-eyed monster jumped out. Its single eye widened, staring hard as it activated the Great Mind Draining Technique. In that instant, Ning Feng stood motionless, and purple swirling lights like cursed sigils appeared around his head. Seeing this, the Blue Demon King immediately jumped up, shouting and clenching his fists in delight, target hit. But when Ning Feng slowly turned his head, his gaze was chillingly calm, and all the purple lights swirling around him were nullified by his body as if they had never existed. When he saw the purple lights swirling around him, he immediately realized their nature. A thought flashed through his mind. This is the magic I received last time. It can counter spirit attacks. I intended to save it for dealing with the Holy Spirit Essence, but it turns out I don't even need it. Not only does it provide immunity to spirit attacks, but it also reflects the opponent's attack back double. The item Ning Feng was referring to was a book called Soul Shield, which has a passive skill, Malicious Retribution, providing immunity to all spirit attacks while reflecting them 100-fold back at the attacker. The next second, the one-eyed monster was in agony, squeezing its eyes shut as a series of purple lights created by itself bounced back at it. In a split second, dizziness overwhelmed it. Its mouth hung open, tongue lolling out, and drool streamed down. It looked utterly pathetic. The sight made the Blue Demon King's jaw drop, his face turning as white as a sheet, unable to hold back a scream. What? At that moment, Ning Feng slowly turned his head, his eyes sharp and cold like blades. A single glance was enough to make the air around him feel like it was about to explode. That look didn't need words, but it carried a heavy pressure that bore down directly on the Blue Demon King. He was sweating buckets, so terrified he didn't dare make a sound, frozen like a mouse facing a beast. His face was full of existential despair, his heart screaming. The hidden boss didn't show up, and you bullied me. The hidden boss is here, and you're still bullying me. That hidden boss immediately returned to a defeated state, tears and snot streaming down, grieving. Wasn't this all for nothing? Finally, he had no choice but to turn into a useless little ghost, hovering nearby so Ning Feng could reach out and touch the barrier. Immediately, a badge shaped like a brain appeared from the barrier. The system notified him, Mind, Sigil, Orange Quality Consumable Item, Permanent Spirit Attribute plus 20. After collecting the item, Ning Feng pondered deeply. As people's strength increases over time, the rules for dropping sigils have basically become clear. You need to take down a relatively strong hidden boss to get a 1% drop rate. Even though it's a bit tough, at least people don't have to rely entirely on me. At this rate, things can gradually get on track. Thinking of this, he took out his phone with a certain intention and muttered to himself, Right, I should ask the trading firm if they can help me gather enough transformation stones. As soon as the call connected, the clerk on the other end answered, their voice filled with shame. I am terribly sorry, but we don't have enough transformation stones in our inventory. We are rushing to prepare the stock for you right now, sir. Hearing this, Ning Feng's face grew stern, his eyes darkening for a moment. Transformation stones were already a rare commodity, and after he just bought a whole batch for his own 4th-tier advancement, it was understandable that they couldn't scrape together 100 stones in such a rush. He listened to the call while calculating in his head at least there was still plenty of time. No need to rush. I should head back to the training camp and see how things are. Scene shift to the super elite training camp. The atmosphere here today is completely different from usual. Right in front of the main headquarters, a crowd of trainees is gathering, their chatter as loud as a bustling marketplace. This makes Ning Feng freeze the moment he reaches the gate. He frowns slightly. Why is the training camp suddenly so chaotic? As soon as they spot him, the guy wearing the headscarf jumps up, his voice full of excitement. It's the legendary Ning. The legendary Ning is back. Ning Feng recognizes the person before him and thinks to himself, they're the top-tier elite squad that dealt with the demon tide last time. Then he asked, who are you all? Right at that moment, Lu Bin's voice rang out from behind. The government had just decided to extend the training camp duration. He slowly approached and continued to explain. Because everything is changing so fast nowadays, every bit of knowledge is brand new. Instead of spreading resources thin, it's better to concentrate them and invest in training a group of truly high-quality people. The atmosphere around them immediately ignited, and a boy with purple hair excitedly spoke up. Senior Ning, we'll have plenty of chances to see you from now on, right? The brown-haired girl beside him also had her eyes light up, taking a hopeful step forward, wishing for more of his guidance. After that, Ning Feng chatted very happily with the two students, the atmosphere becoming much more vibrant, as if the whole camp was waking up after a long winter. At the same time, a brown-haired young man standing in the distance watched the group chattering around Ning Feng, clicking his tongue in admiration. The group around Assistant Ning is already the strongest combat force in the whole country, but the guy in the shawl next to him immediately snapped back without hesitation. What are you talking about? Assistant Ning is the one with the strongest combat force. Just as the banter hadn't yet faded, a familiar figure suddenly dashed past them, carrying a gust of wind so urgent that everyone fell silent. With just a glance at that silhouette, the brown-haired young man immediately recognized her, his mouth agape with shock. Isn't that Miss Tu Vu Tran? The guy next to him couldn't help but ask in surprise, why is she so flustered? Her whole body was drenched in sweat, her breath erratic as if she had run across the entire camp. Vu Tran's face clearly showed deep anxiety, her lips trembling as the words remained stuck in her throat. Senior Ning Feng, something has happened. Her eyes were still shaking with worry. She hesitated for a moment before speaking, her voice hoarse from running in a rush. Senior Ning, could I trouble you for a moment? What is it? Seeing how exhausted she was, barely able to breathe, Ning Feng asked with concern, what's wrong? But Vu Tran had no mind left to catch her breath. She immediately cut to the chase as if afraid that a second's delay would lead to disaster. Just now, the trading branch called to say the conversion stones prepared for you. They've been robbed. The surrounding air suddenly thickened. Despite this, Ning Feng's face remained as calm as usual. Only his eyes darkened slightly as he meticulously sought out the details. Someone actually dared to rob your Far City trading branch? Do you know who did it? She hurriedly recounted the situation from this morning. At the Far City trading branch, in a large office, the director was doing a final check on the box containing the conversion stones. His voice was solemn but revealed a bit of relief after days of running around. Finally, we've gathered all 100 conversion stones. Send them to the training camp at top speed. Deliver them directly to Senior Ning. The tall employee in a neat suit immediately stood up straight and replied clearly. Understood. The director smiled as he closed the lid, humming a few notes, as if the final burden had been lifted. But just as the lid clicked shut, a stream of pitch-black magic welled up from the bottom of the box. It didn't make a sound but spread like poison gas, suddenly rising like an invisible hand that gripped the director's throat, turning his face purple in an instant. The employee panicked and rushed to save him, shouting, "Director!" However, before he could reach him, magic energy erupted from the floor, binding his feet like black roots growing from hell. Out of nowhere, 3 grotesque monsters emerged from that energy, lunging to wrap tightly around the employee's limbs. They turned the employee blue, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor, losing his life. The director was so terrified he forgot to call for help, but before he could react, another monster lunged at him. Its large hand squeezed his neck, pinning him to the wall. It pressed him so hard against the wall he couldn't breathe, leaving him only able to grit his teeth and resist. As the monster lifted the director up, he struggled desperately, voice trembling. What kind of monster is this? The one standing behind controlling the monsters was Jia Thin. He smirked, bearing his signature cruelty. I heard that the Far City trading branches have been stockpiling conversion stones lately, so it was true. In the face of mortal danger, the director frowned in pain, managing to squeeze out a few broken words. Looking at that sinister face, he secretly realized the identity of the person before him. Trin Jia Thin. He was the eldest son of the main force trading branch. Trin Jia Thin. The director even recalled some information, muttering to himself. Trin Jia Thin and Vu Tran were high school classmates, also the supernovas of their class. In his pain, his breath cut off, but fragments of memory about the person in front of him flashed through his mind. Later, because of intentional assault, he had his eligibility for the university entrance exam revoked. The last news the director had heard was that, out of anger, he had emigrated abroad and hadn't returned in a long time. His throat continued to be squeezed, causing raspy, choked coughing fits. Seeing this, Jia Thin just smiled coldly and ordered the monster pinning his neck. Hey, don't kill him yet. I still have questions. He picked up a conversion stone, twirling it between his fingers, then leaned down to interrogate him, his voice devoid of mercy. Tell me, what are you people stockpiling conversion stones for? The director struggled to spit out the words, his voice intermittent. Don't. That is a very important client. Who ordered them? Hearing this, a flash of malice crossed his eyes, his lips curling into an enigmatic smile. A very important client, huh? He patted the box in front of him and continued with arrogance. Then what a coincidence. The main force trading branch wants those kinds of clients too. Casually grabbing the box containing the 100 conversion stones, Jia Thin turned back before walking away. His voice drawn out, I've taken the goods. If this client comes, tell him to come to the main force trading branch to find me. The director could only stutter in helplessness. You can't. But his words were choked off as the figure disappeared from view. At the same time, all the monsters vanished as if they had never existed. The black hand gripping the director's throat slowly dissipated into smoke, leaving deep black marks on his neck, no longer under threat. The director's body went limp. He slumped down, coughing violently, his face dark purple from lack of oxygen. But in his weakness, he still tried to reach out in the direction Jia Thin had left, his voice trembling. Don't go. Stand right there. Return to reality. After hearing Vu Tran recount the entire incident, Ning Feng slightly narrowed his eyes, a look of deep contemplation appearing in his gaze, carrying clear judgment. The main force trading branch is also a large trading branch with a scale equivalent to the Far City trading branch. Could this be some sort of cutthroat commercial competition? Tai Vu Tran frowned, her voice heavy with helplessness. Honestly, this shouldn't have to bother you, but every time we send someone to negotiate, Trin Jia Thin just drives them away. Thinking of his sinister face and the demonic creatures trailing behind him, a chill involuntarily ran down her spine. Trin Jia Thin has become much stronger than before. Furthermore, the monsters he summons are far more powerful than anything found in the secret realms. After explaining everything that needed to be said, Tai Vu Tran hesitated. But before she could finish her sentence, Ning Feng's phone suddenly rang, shattering the tense atmosphere. He picked up the call and gently interrupted her. Hold on a second, I need to take this. She politely replied, of course. Ning Feng's expression turned very serious while he was on the call. Duan, old friend, Mayor Thai just contacted me about something. On the other end of the line, Duan gripped his phone tightly, his voice dropping as if he had already guessed it. It's about the transformation stone, isn't it? Tai Vu Tran just spoke to me about it, too. After exchanging information, Duan responded immediately. His voice over the phone sounded a bit hurried, yet very firm. I happen to have the item near the main trading headquarters, so you won't need to make another trip. Ning Feng thoughtfully advised. That works. Everyone, stay safe. After hanging up, Hanam noticed his concerned expression and softly reassured him. Something so trivial really isn't worth you having to step in personally. Duan has made a lot of progress lately, so it's only right to leave it to him. He added slowly, his tone carrying a rare seriousness. Besides, we need to continue grooming him. Meanwhile, Duan's face was etched with determination. In the meeting room, the atmosphere seemed suffocating, even though only 2 people were sitting on the sofa. The director of the main trading center looked at his nephew, his face full of worry. He spoke cautiously. Jia Thin, are you really sure? It's okay to hijack goods from the Vien Thon Trading Center. He immediately wore an arrogant smirk, his eyes glinting with a familiar wickedness to reassure him. Relax, uncle. Hasn't Vien Than always been stealing our market share? I just took the liberty of teaching them a lesson. Hearing this, the director furrowed his brows, his gaze heavy as he looked at his nephew, sighing inwardly. Jia Thin had been spoiled since childhood, acting recklessly and using his strength to stir up trouble everywhere. He never expected this brat to cause such a massive mess right after returning from abroad. The director's eyes darted around, clearly extremely uneasy. His voice became timid and cautious, as if weighing every single word. I'm just worried because the 7 great guilds have been collaborating with Vien Than recently. If Vien Than goes to them and asks them to intervene. Before he could even finish, Jia Thin sneered mockingly. The 7 great guilds? They're nothing but clowns, giving the director no chance to object. He lowered his voice, his words intentionally hinting at a grand, hidden secret. Uncle, you do know that gods exist in this world, right? The director froze for a few beats. Despite his anxiety, he tried to remain calm as he replied, I've heard a thing or two about that, ever since it was discovered not long ago. At that point, Jia Thin patted his chest complacently, as if it were his greatest pride, and introduced him. My master, I am a follower who serves the gods. Hearing this, the director cast his eyes toward the figure sitting in the distance drinking, wondering to himself, is that Jia Thin's master? Is that the freak he brought back from abroad? That person was a one-eyed man covered in white bandages, with only a single eye exposed, each of his movements cold and filled with a deathly aura, cutting through the director's inner terror. Jia Thin looked at him with eyes full of reverence and fanaticism as he introduced him. Master comes from a high-level world, a world that has received the attention of the gods. The god he worshipped could not be named directly. He was honored as. He emphasized the name, each word ringing out like a judgment of fate. As soon as that name fell, a horrifying image of the man flashed through the director's mind. Then, Jia Thin continued to praise him endlessly like a madman. His voice sounded full of fervor, yet tinged with madness. This time, Master is traveling around the world to spread the faith and develop more followers for our Lord God. Those countries willing to worship our Lord God will receive Master's protection. Suddenly, Jia Thin's gaze darkened, his voice dropping, cold enough to sound like a death sentence. But those who refuse to worship our Lord God will be wiped off the face of the earth by Master. Those words made the director's face turn pale, sweat pouring down as he thought. Even if he's from a high-level world, this attitude is way too arrogant. Seeing through his fear, Jia Thin continued to blather in a condescending tone. You've never witnessed Master's true power with your own eyes, so you have no concept of it. Just as the atmosphere in the room became tense enough to snap, the landline phone suddenly rang. Jia Thin maintained his leisurely demeanor as he walked over, pressed the receive button firmly, and turned on the speakerphone. He spoke bluntly. I'm impatient, what is it? The person on the other end reported back with extreme reverence. Young Master, a guest has arrived, saying they are here to collect the transformation stone. Jia Thin didn't even think, ordering them straight away to let him in. Having said that, he slammed the phone down and turned back to the director, his eyes sharp as a knife. Where were we? By now, the director's face was as white as a sheet, devoid of all blood. He cleared his throat to appear calm and replied, We were talking about your master's strength. Mentioning this, Jia Thin gave a thumbs up with an arrogant, boastful expression. Right. To put it simply, if the maximum power you adventurers can obtain in this world is level 300, that is, the 10th transformation. He thought of the one-eyed man's face and continued to brag without limit. Then Master's level is at least 1,000 or higher. This gap is completely impossible to bridge with mere numbers. His voice grew more excited with every word, his eyes swirling with the madness of a blind fanatic. Jia Thin laughed loudly, appearing incredibly arrogant. In the near future, Master will summon our Lord God to descend, bestowing blessings and protection upon this world. When that time comes, I will be the very first believer to receive the grace of the God in this world. After hearing him spew those superstitious and haughty words, the director still tried to maintain his composure, but his voice dropped involuntarily, as if trying to avoid that wild, oppressive aura. In that case, I have nothing to worry about anymore. Even if it were the 7 great guilds, in the eyes of our Lord God, I fear they wouldn't even count as an insect. Just as the tension in the room hung by a thread, a powerful hand suddenly shoved the door open. The hinge creaked loudly, making both of them jump and turn around. Jiathan frowned, clearly annoyed at being interrupted while doing as he pleased. He growled, "How annoying. Who are you?" Duan had just arrived and didn't bother with pleasantries. His icy gaze swept across the room before locking onto him, getting straight to the point. "I'm here for the transformation stone." But Jia Thin just sneered, as if he'd heard a hilarious joke, his expression full of contempt. "I must have been in this country for too long. Are all these brats so arrogant these days?" A second later, he stood up and loomed over Duan, dark energy swirling around him like a shadow consuming the room. The sound of footsteps signaled danger. "I told you to wait outside. Did you not hear me earlier?" Duan didn't waste another breath on this loudmouth. In a split second, he firmly gripped Jia Thin's throat, causing the man's arrogant eyes to bulge in shock. Unable to believe what was happening, Duan lifted him into the air with just one hand. Jia Thin's legs flailed helplessly in the air, finding nothing to grasp. As Duan tightened his grip, his voice cut through, cold and sharp. "Where's the transformation stone?" By now, Jia Thin's face was turning purple. His breathing became ragged, and overwhelming panic surged within him. "Impossible. I've trained under my master, and my gear and skills are the best." The doubt drove him nearly insane. How could I not even see his movements? While Jia Thin struggled in desperation, Duan's sharp eyes shifted elsewhere. He turned to stare directly at the dark entity slowly emerging behind them, while Man was fast asleep on his shoulder, breathing steadily, completely oblivious to what was happening. The one who had appeared was One Eye, his body cracked open with fissures, as swarms of smaller demonic creatures wriggled out like tentacles. Sensing the danger, Duan squinted, his entire body tensing up in a defensive stance, ready to strike. Yet, in stark contrast to the suffocating, murderous atmosphere, Man continued to snore away. One Eye smirked and offered a mocking remark, as if he had seen through his opponent. "Not bad skills. Are you a believer of the Holy Spirit of true origin?" Duan remained unafraid, looking at him with an icy expression. "I am not." One Eye narrowed his single eye, which glinted with malice, and let out a chilling, eerie laugh. It was the look of a superior looking down on a subordinate. "You say you aren't, so you must know of the Holy Spirit's existence. It seems you've encountered some miracle that boosted your strength." Having said that, he lazily slumped back into his chair, propping one leg up as if enjoying an interesting show. "However, I really don't like your answer, because there isn't a hint of respect for the divine in your tone. That is arrogant blasphemy." Across the room, Jia Thin was still being choked, his face bruised purple, sweat pouring down his body as he whispered helplessly in his mind, "Master, I'm done for. I can't even make a sound." One Eye continued to sit there with an arrogant posture, dark energy coiling around him as he began to lecture. "Though our faiths differ, I will teach you on behalf of the divine. My shadow guardians will show you what it means for there to be always a taller mountain." Just as he finished, a strange sound erupted from the floor, distinct enough to cut through the dark energy in the room and catch his attention. One Eye looked down, his voice losing its edge. "What was that?" At that moment, he was stunned to see Man sitting comfortably on the ground, its belly round and full, letting out a satisfied burp. One Eye froze, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word, his mind filled with confusion. When did that thing get here? Where are my shadow guardians? Suddenly, the room fell into absolute silence. There wasn't a trace of dark energy or demonic presence left. Only the individuals remained, locked in a suffocating standoff, witnessing how Man had devoured all the demonic creatures, a sight that left Jia Thin deeply terrified. The Master's shadow guardians are high-level transformed demons with immense power. What kind of monster is that? It ate all of them. Duan spoke calmly, his voice as casual as if they were discussing dinner. Man seemed to have enjoyed the taste. Sure enough, it hopped onto One Eye's back, its eyes full of anticipation, as if asking for a second helping. One Eye's body spasmed, and he recoiled as if electrocuted, his face pale with dread. Duan translated for Man. "If you have more, feel free to summon them." One Eye was so startled he was dripping with sweat, screaming internally. They said this was a low-level world. What kind of hellish place did I stumble into? His hand began to manifest a swirling purple demonic energy, preparing to risk everything to open a path and escape. "I have to try my luck and get out of here." But before he could even move, Man gently placed its hand on One Eye's. The purple demonic energy was sucked dry instantly, vanishing like a candle in the wind. The scene left him wide-eyed and stunned, unable to imagine that one day he would have his power drained by something as small as a kitten. Before One Eye could recover, Man sprang up like a coiled spring and delivered a thunderous punch square in his face, powerful enough to leave a deep, crater-like dent. The physical impact was so severe it knocked One Eye's teeth out. Terrified to the core, One Eye threw all his pride away and collapsed to his knees, his joints slamming into the floor as he lost all sense of dignity. He was no longer arrogant, sobbing and begging pitifully, "Please, spare me. I'm just a small-time adventurer. When I was exploring a secret realm, I ran into a temporal turbulence and got dragged here." Mission accomplished, Man returned to the top of Duan's head to rest as if nothing had happened. Duan pondered quietly. Temporal turbulence. I think I heard Senior Han Am mention that. It's a rare phenomenon that can allow people from higher-level worlds to enter lower-level ones. As his thoughts swirled, Duan glared at One Eye and interrogated him coldly. "I heard you wanted to summon a god. What's that about?" One Eye immediately cowered, pressing his knees against the floor as if afraid one more breath would get him shattered to pieces. He trembled and confessed honestly, "I was just planning to use the World Heart to host a sacrificial ritual, hoping to catch the attention of the divine. If I were recognized, I would become the divine's representative in this world and receive even more favors." As the words left his lips, Man, perched on Duan's head, cracked its eyes open slightly. A flash of red light flickered in its pupils, identical to the light burning in the depths of Duan's eyes. Then, Duan's voice rang out, brief and sharp as a blade. "Hand over the heart of the world, now." Scene shifts to the divine realm, the Mingyao Monument, where a dark castle looms amidst a swirling, eerie sea of bones. Inside the great hall, the divine being is still merging with that dark power. Observing from the sidelines, the divine star pipes up, voice dripping with both excitement and reverence. "Congratulations on your success." Guizhu, standing nearby, clicks his tongue in praise, truly worthy of being the saintly origin spirit. "You've already fused 10% of the divinity. Nothing can hold you back now." The divine being clenches his fist, feeling the new power coursing through him. Ever since the fusion began, the internal injuries in his body have eased up significantly, and that chaotic, uncontrollable dark power has finally settled down. But suddenly, he looks up, his eyes fathomless and stern. He doesn't say a word, yet the oppressive aura makes the other two instinctively hold their breath. An uneasy feeling begins to grow, leaving them both questioning and stirring up a dark premonition in their hearts. After a long silence, the divine being speaks in a low, heavy voice, each word landing like a stone. "There's something you both need to know." Upon hearing the full story, the divine star freezes, so rattled he starts biting his nails, mumbling as if his soul had left his body. "The Almighty Law God. That guy?" Guizhu immediately voices his suspicion. Could it really have been him who saved his own kin last time? This makes the divine being pause, and he can't help but snap back. "What are you two talking about?" Recalling the events that transpired at the Temple of the Eternal Divine Star, the man recounts everything in detail. "Just a short while ago, while you were in seclusion, something happened. The Divine Star is still on edge, nervously biting his finger, offering his own anxious assessment. The Almighty Law God wasn't like this before. He never actively instigated conflicts. Suddenly, a thought flashes through her mind, leaving even the divine being stunned. Could he really have turned into an evil god? At that moment, Guizhu's eyes turn blood red, and the dark energy gathering in his palm flares up. He grits his teeth, declaring in a raspy voice, "I have a way that might just deal with him." Guizhu's vague remark makes the urgency in the divine being's eyes obvious. He immediately presses for answers, his voice tight, unable to hide his tension. "What is this way you have to deal with the Almighty Law God?" Beside him, the divine star is still pacing, nails bitten down to the quick, unable to stop the nervous habit. Guizhu stands motionless before the two gods, his gaze darkening as if he's weighing something of critical importance. After a long while, his eyes flash red, his breathing slows, and he finally replies, his voice intentionally vague as if to hide the truth. "It's too early to say. There's no way to be sure yet. Let me run a few tests, then I'll tell you." This answer doesn't satisfy the divine being. A fleeting glint of murderous intent flashes in his eyes. He silently judges, "This shady guy is definitely up to something behind our backs. Even if he claims it's just a guess, he's probably already tried it." Meanwhile, Guizhu is calculating in his own mind. "This hothead will definitely rush to confront the Almighty Law God. I can't let him do anything reckless before I'm certain." Suddenly, the divine star interrupts their silent mental standoff with an anxious question. "But where is the Almighty Law God? Are we just going to let him be?" Guizhu seems to understand the situation better than anyone and quickly reassures them. "Don't worry. No matter how strong the Almighty Law God is, he's still just one person, all alone. The faith in low-level worlds is too sparse to maintain resistance against other gods. And without a god's protection, that place called Blue Star will never be able to ascend to a high-level world. No sooner have the words left his lips than the eyes of the divine star and the divine being sharpen with the exact same realization. That's right, it's a rule of the universe, preventing any single god from monopolizing a world, as expanding power would throw the world's balance into chaos. Sensing their thoughts, Gui's Yu's deep voice echoes like a cold, absolute truth. So, the hiding place of the Almighty, Law God will simultaneously become the very cage he wove for himself. Scene shifts to a massive skyscraper towering over the city center, the headquarters of the main exchange. In the brightly lit room, Ning Feng is beaming, eyes crinkled in a smile as he pats Manman's head, as if rewarding a child for a job well done. In stark contrast, One Eye and Jia Xing are groveling on the ground, faces pale, trembling like two small fish tossed onto a cutting board. He thinks to himself, awestruck, who is this young man? The magic beast that's even stronger than my master is acting so obedient in front of him. Ning Feng pays no mind to their terror, turning to ask Duan, has the background of this one-eye guy been confirmed? Duan replies immediately, confirmed. Then Duan begins to report the intel he gathered, his voice calm but sharp. About a month ago, he appeared in a secret realm in Lydia. Ning Feng seems familiar with the location and wants to verify. Lydia, that small nation in Eastern Europe? Duan explains in a measured tone. Exactly. The Lydia government hailed One Eye as a national-level powerhouse and even established an adventurers' league in his name, forcing other nations to join. But when they contacted our country, our government rejected them. So, One Eye's motive for coming here is likely to intimidate us. Seeing Ning Feng deep in thought, Duan asks curiously, Big Boss, is something wrong? Ning Feng just stares intently, saying nothing. Han Yin, standing to the side, feels compelled to speak up, her voice tinged with hesitation. After all, this one-eye guy keeps claiming to be a believer of the vile Gyuzu. But the ritual he mentioned for summoning a god is actually. After a brief hesitation, she blurts it out, the Almighty Law God. The moment he hears it, Ning Feng realizes the answer he'd been mulling over. Suddenly, he stares straight at One Eye and shouts, startling the man so badly he jumps. Hey, you little brat, you still don't want to tell the truth? Just who are you trying to summon? One Eye is sweating buckets, shaking in his boots, and stammers out a confession. It's the Great Vile One. This makes Ning Feng's expression even more puzzled. One Eye's entire body is trembling violently as he kowtows repeatedly, not daring to hide anything anymore. I was wrong. The god I summoned is an evil god, known as the Almighty Law God. Hearing this, Duan's eyes spark with fury as he scolds, shameless, who told you Lord Almighty Law God is an evil god? One Eye, trembling and confused, lowers his voice to plead for mercy, but before he can finish his sentence, he suddenly freezes, realizing something from those words. One Eye's face suddenly lights up, and he looks up at Duan, excited and breathless. Lord Almighty Law God. Wait, are you a follower of the Almighty Magic God as well? Seeing that he didn't refute it, the guy looked genuinely stunned, his praise pouring out endlessly. As expected of the Almighty Magic God, even in lower-level worlds, his name is known. But wait, how could a world that worships the Almighty Magic God be considered a lower-level world? Cabo's sudden flippant attitude left them bewildered, and Ning Feng asked, Why are you suddenly acting like this? Ning Feng didn't waste time, urging him, speak clearly and make it snappy. He scrambled to answer, yes. Then, with trembling words, he explained the reason. My name is Cabo, and in our world, I joined an organization that doesn't really have a name. This organization doesn't acknowledge the gods, they only worship the Almighty Magic God. In our world, that's strictly forbidden. That's why we always call ourselves followers of other gods when we're out in public. Sitting calmly on the sofa, Ning Feng coldly pressed, Who is the leader of this organization? He looked flustered, stuttering, I don't know. No one has ever seen the true face of the person who runs the organization. Hearing this, Han Yin shared his perspective. The organizer might have been a follower of yours once, but it could also be a trap or a scheme from someone with ulterior motives. He clenched his fist, showing his determination, and thought to himself, once I've accumulated enough strength from the offerings, the next time I open the rift to another world, I'll go check it out. After the truth came out, Cabo was moved to tears, crying out in joy that he never expected to meet his own people here. He showered the Almighty Magic God with praise. Your grace is everywhere. His attitude made Han Yin chuckle. I'm actually starting to like this guy, while Ning Feng and Duan looked like they were at a loss for words. Then, he looked at the guy in front of him and pondered. True, this guy's info is actually useful, and I only need 2 more parts of the world essence to finish the collection. As he thought this, the image of Tacita, still trapped in the stone, flashed through his mind, making Ning Feng's face light up with excitement, thinking, finally, I can wake Tacita up. Not long after, Ning Feng's group arrived at Tacita's residence, the Tomb of the Fallen. As soon as she saw him, she lovingly hugged his arm. My divine lord, I can finally see you. Throughout these long, grueling ages, I have missed you every single second. But Han Yin pointed at himself, thinking, me? Tacita shot him a glare of pure hatred and snapped. You are the one person I never wanted to see. Get out of my secret realm right now. Seeing them bicker, Ning Feng laughed. Looks like you two have a really close relationship, huh? This remark made her turn to him, annoyed. Not at all. Tacita's eyes blazed with fury as she pointed at the guy opposite her. You've probably forgotten, but this guy always messes up the books I've organized so carefully. He doesn't put them back, and he never returns them after borrowing them. I've already banned him from the library. Han Yin, instead of getting angry, cheerfully suggested, that reminds me, how can we let the Divine Lord stand out here like this? Let's go to the library to talk. I'll lead the way. Suddenly, something whizzed past, catching Ning Feng's attention. It turned out Tacita had lost it. She flew into the air, hurled a pillow at Han Yin, and scolded him. You jerk, don't you dare make decisions for me. A while later, the three of them sat in the library in a heavy silence. Han Yin scratched his head and said cautiously, Hey, Tacita, this isn't how you treat a guest. We don't even have a cup of water. She coldly stated her unbreakable rule. No food or drinks in the library. I apologize for the rudeness, but even for the Divine Lord, I cannot make an exception. Seeing the tension, Ning Feng smiled to play mediator. Han Yin stopped teasing Tacita. He scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Only then did she get to the main point. My Divine Lord, I would like to get an update on our current situation. Ning Feng replied, Sure. Tacita rested her chin on her hand, listening intently as Ning Feng explained everything. A moment later, she gave her serious assessment. Relying solely on this world to oppose other gods is going to be incredibly difficult. If there's no intervention from other gods, the adventurers in this world can't break their limits, and they won't be able to provide the support you need. Tacita's gaze sharpened as she continued her analysis. You've seen that guy Cabo. He could suppress an entire continent with just his power. The gap between world levels isn't something you can make up for with sheer numbers, especially against higher-level worlds. If you intervene, you will certainly attract the attention of other gods. Those words made Ning Feng stroke his chin in deep thought. So does that mean if others can't get in, it'll be hard for us to get out too? She confirmed, exactly. And more importantly, this leads to another problem. If other gods secretly send people to infiltrate and sabotage us, we might not discover it in time. He frowned, his face showing visible unease as he fell into deep thought. What if those gods are willing to sacrifice their followers and send out suicide squads, just like when I saved Tacita before? If there's real intervention, it's going to cause a lot of trouble. Besides, those gods treat their followers like pawns. They might actually do that. Suddenly, Han Yin spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. My Divine Lord, I had a theory before. Ning Feng looked at him expectantly. Let's hear it. His eyes burned with enthusiasm as he eagerly shared. I noticed the special abilities you can temporarily bestow, Divine Lord. Besides your own domain, they also relate to the domains of other gods. Images of the Kither and the staff also surfaced in his mind. Han Yin continued. Specifically, it relates to two gods, the Swift Shadow Commander of the Agility Path and the Wise Prayer Sage of the Support Path. Those two names caught Tacita's attention, and she repeated, the Swift Shadow Commander and the Wise Prayer Sage? Weren't they killed by the Divine Lord during the God War? Ning Feng seemed to grasp the issue, so he hesitated. You mean to say? Before he finished the sentence, Han Yin understood and confirmed it. Exactly. It seems the Divine Lord reached the same conclusion. Seeing how they were perfectly in sync even while speaking in fragments, Tacita pouted, annoyed. What on earth are you two talking about? Consider my feelings. Meanwhile, Han Yin continued to reveal the important information. A while ago, I realized this possibility. The godhood of the Swift Shadow Commander and the Wise Prayer Sage. He thought back to the majestic presence of Ning Feng as the almighty magic god. He looks at his two subordinates, then at the boy's serious face, and voices his speculation. Could it be possible that you've already fused with the Lord God's divinity? The more Han Yin talks, the more excited he becomes, spilling it all out in a long rant. If this hypothesis is correct, a few things suddenly make sense. For example, when the Lord God was hit by a powerful forbidden spell, how did he recover so quickly, as if he hadn't been injured at all? Like how the Lord God could grant special achievements to those two gods, but couldn't grant the same to others. His eyes light up, and his voice is filled with immense joy. This could mean there isn't just one god here, but three. No, that's not right. 4 gods, including the evil god and the demon god. After hearing that theory, Ning Feng reaches a vague conclusion. In other words, destroying other gods might allow one to merge their divinities. This leaves Jida looking stunned, while Han Yin isn't entirely sure either. This is just my subordinate's guess. It still needs to be verified. But Ning Feng strokes his chin, lost in thought, appearing to be plotting something. He repeats, "Verify it, you say?" Meanwhile, in the god realm's Mingyao Peak, the sanctuary of the gods, sensing an ominous premonition, the god's face twists with anxiety. Gui Su also senses something unusual is about to happen and becomes extremely vigilant. The god's star is no different. Her expression is one of shock, and the god's eyes widen with a feeling of unease in his heart. What is happening? Gui Su's face is also sweating with fear, as if they share the same thought. Even the god's star opens her eyes in surprise and whispers to herself, "I just felt a terrifying threat." Recalling memories of his past life, the god stands majestically in midair, looking down at Ning Feng below, with Gui Su and the god star behind him. He crosses his arms, looking aggressive, and shouts, "All-knowing magic god, we didn't want it to come to this. Why do you remain so stubborn?" Ning Feng remains silent, deep in thought, his face hidden by his platinum hair. Seeing no response, the god star lifts her chin and adds, "You never liked conflict, and until now, we've forced your hand. But everything you're doing now is clearly standing against all the gods." Even Gui Su pressures him with threats. "Stop your behavior immediately. Don't be stubborn, otherwise, as main gods, we will strip you of your status and brand you as the evil god." Seeing through their scheme, Ning Feng finally speaks up. "The evil god? Is that your answer?" Then, from this moment on, he grinds his teeth, his eyes flickering with orange flames of resentment, and declares aggressively, "I am the evil god." Returning to the library, Jida draws a serious conclusion. If Han Yin's guess is right, you might become the final god, and then rule over the entire universe. That way, you can surely restore order. He raises his index finger and continues to speculate. The system you have might be the manifestation of some cosmic rule, which is why it has to remind you through missions at critical moments. Ning Feng's face becomes grave, and he speaks in a low voice. "Speaking of cosmic rules, I suddenly remember. Before completing my 4th class advancement, I obtained a new power." He remembers the system displaying a line of text at that time, "You can open the God Realm." Explaining to everyone so they understand, the God Realm is a domain exclusive to gods where all order is under their control. To a god, the God Realm is both their source of power and their defensive barrier. Context continued. Defensive barrier. This leaves Han Yin and Shida incredibly excited. She cheers. Finally, we get to see the Lord God's own realm. Thinking of the glamorous scenery, Shida describes it with delight. It's a beautiful place called the Infinite Sea of Consciousness, with blue beaches, golden sands, and a high tower representing divine authority, the mark of your believers. We once had the honor of catching a glimpse of that scenery. Those words make Ning Feng smile, his mood surging with anticipation. "Listening to you, I'm quite looking forward to it." He begins to channel his divine power, whispering to himself, "Ever since I gained this power, the method to open the God Realm has been integrated into my mind. I just need to condense my consciousness and it's my turn." But a moment later, the scene before them leaves all 3 of them stunned. The God Realm, a dark, gloomy tower amidst a gray void, completely different from Sida's description. It hits like a thunderbolt, and Ning Feng clutches his head in despair, screaming, "What kind of hellhole is this? It's a wreck. This place doesn't look like a god realm at all." His face falls, and he starts to doubt himself. Where's the vast sea? Where's the sandy beach? Why? Is it because my level isn't high enough? A place like this isn't even fit for a dog. While he is lost in confusion, a voice suddenly rings out, catching Ning Feng's attention. "I think I can sense the god realm." The silhouette of Si Jin appears in his chest, so he points forward and asks him, "Si Jin, look at this place." He exclaims, "So it really is my god realm." Si Jin then reveals the crux of the issue. Too bad it hasn't had divine power poured into it for so long. It's completely abandoned. "Why did you find your way here?" Those words pull Ning Feng into deep thought. That's strange. I clearly opened the god realm, yet I entered Si Jin's realm. He walks forward, lost in thought. It's really like this. I don't even know why I lost my memories. Now, everything must be explored step by step. I might as well look around for now. Looking directly at the gloomy tower ahead, Ning Feng silently evaluates it. That divine temple is incredibly dilapidated. It really does look like it's been abandoned for a long time. As I get closer, there seems to be a faint resonance. I don't know if it's because of Xie or because I fuse with part of the evil god's divinity. He observes the landscape and continues to comment internally. Mountains and clouds block the view. I can't see anything clearly in the distance. Suddenly, Ning Feng is startled, his expression filled with shock as he sees something. He asks his 2 subordinates following him loudly, "Do you see that?" Han Yin hesitates before replying. It seems like there's something in the clouds. Without a word, Ning Feng launched himself upward with a resolute gaze. His silhouette soared high into the hazy clouds, his entire body emitting a brilliant blue light. Ning Feng braced himself to propel even higher, searching for the answers he sought. Hidden behind the dense clouds stood a towering, majestic blue structure, his very own divine realm. Shida and Han Yin watched, breathless, their mouths agape in shock. Lord God, they stammered, staring right at the magnificent jade-blue tower. Shida couldn't hide her awe, asking, "This tower represents your divine authority, but why would your tower appear here?" Ning Feng, still flying forward, replied anxiously, "Let's go over there and check it out." As he reached out, a wispy trail of white smoke drifted through his fingers, and the system immediately flashed a notification. Divine Realm, structural rules incomplete, activation impossible. Ning Feng's expression turned pensive as thoughts raced through his mind. The Divine Realm represented the rules controlled by the gods, and if the structure was incomplete, did that mean he hadn't fully mastered the relevant laws yet? Suddenly, Han Yin shouted, pointing in another direction, drawing everyone's attention. Lord God, another discovery. Before them appeared a moss-covered tower of exquisite beauty. Even more, tucked away in the white clouds, stood yet another majestic castle. These findings left Shida stunned as she pointed and exclaimed, "There are 2 other hidden towers here. I've seen these in some paintings. It seems those must be the remnants of the Commander Tower and the Sage's Prayer Tower." As Han Yin pieced the theories together, she gasped in alarm. Maybe that green-skinned jerk was actually right. He rubbed his chin smugly. This is called intelligence. Ning Feng stared intently at the tower, calculating, and with a hint that the structural rules are incomplete, "It seems I can only activate the Si Jin Divine Realm for now." Action followed thought as he stepped alone into the mysterious black tower. At its peak, a faint blue light pulsed, looking incredibly weak, so Ning Feng placed his hand against the stone wall to channel his divine power. A second later, raw energy surged, illuminating the void with blinding light. Simultaneously, the tower groaned, and the energy at the pinnacle threatened to explode. Finally, the Si Jin Divine Realm had been restored. Everything was engulfed in blue light. The entire tower flared up, a fierce surge of spiritual energy erupting from the top. Then, a new system notification appeared. Domain reinforcement power obtained. You can now use dark power to reinforce the domain. After all invaders are eliminated, their life force will increase your divine power. Ning Feng stared at the screen with cold eyes, reaching out as he muttered, "So this is the power of a wicked god. To be able to strengthen oneself by taking lives. No wonder these domains are so frantically invading other worlds." His eyes filled with grim determination. "Regardless, this is my first time touching the power of a god. I must take the time to study this thoroughly." The scene shifts to Mingdu and Shi, a domain controlled by the Soul Domain. The tower looked grim, covered in eerie, protruding spikes. Gui Tu paced back and forth before the gate, deep in thought. The omnipotent magic god has appeared again. This is truly a surprise. But he was supposed to be missing. Revealing his tracks now is at least better than him hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, he stopped, gazing pensively into the distance. In the void, the shimmering jade-blue tower of Ning Feng flickered into view. He observed it and mused to himself. Ever since the omnipotent magic god left, I have managed to touch and comprehend the rules that once belonged to him. My strength has increased significantly, and for the first time, I learned that divine rules can be relocated. Thoughts of the divine star weighed heavily on him. It's a pity I'm not the only one who knows this. Shadows of other gods flickered in his mind, stirring deep anxiety. This had led to mutual distrust among the gods, who feared others of their own kind would steal their rules. The major gods were split into various factions, and he, along with the trio of gods and the divine star, formed one group. He sank into chaotic thoughts, uniting everyone to deal with the omnipotent magic god. He feared was a near-impossible dream, but Guitu's eyes suddenly brightened with a cunning scheme. Fortunately, I've grasped a new power, divine fusion. This wicked god power could be the key to breaking the deadlock. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him, identical to Ning Feng's. Domain reinforcement power obtained. You can now use dark power to reinforce the domain. After all, invaders are eliminated, their life force will increase your divine power. Guitu's face twisted into a sinister grin as he whispered to himself, "The omnipotent magic god has all but lost his realm, forced to hide in lower-level worlds. He thinks that the constraints of the universe's rules keep us from acting against him." His eyes flashed with a terrifying fire as he hissed defiantly, "Well, let's just see about that." Cutting back to Ning Feng's base, a luxurious building hidden among endless mountains. He stretched and let out a long yawn. So tired. The power of the gods really isn't something you can just understand in a short time. Just then, Du An appeared with a bright face, waving a morning greeting. Ning Feng calmly shoved his hands into his jacket pockets and asked, "Is everything at the exchange sorted out?" Du An replied briefly, "Yes." Hearing this, Ning Feng's face instantly soured, looking annoyed. That Cyclops guy is too arrogant. He really thinks he's a follower of the wicked god. I need to keep an eye on him later. Don't let him cause us any more trouble. However, Duan scratched his face, looking incredibly embarrassed. Actually, that Cyclops, he doesn't seem like I first imagined. He recalled the scene, Cyclops sitting slumped on the sofa, laughing like a child who'd just gotten a treat. I never thought even a fortune teller could become a follower of the Lord God. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Seeing him laughing his head off, Duan had stared blankly and awkwardly asked, "Why do you seem like a completely different person?" Cyclops scratched his head, grinning sheepishly as he explained, "Sorry, my arrogance before was all an act. When I first arrived in this world, there were too many people trying to use me, so I have to make them show some respect. That's the only way to avoid unnecessary trouble." Hearing him say that, Du An fell into deep thought. I already asked Senior Feng to investigate this guy's background. It seems that since he arrived in this world, he hasn't done anything immoral or harmful to others. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold, staring deep into the man opposite him. But with this kind of attitude, wouldn't it ruin the image of the great almighty magic god? Doc Nan replied cheerfully, "Don't worry, they all think I'm a follower of the Vong Fan Kwai Kai." He rested his chin on his hand, smiling relaxedly as if he had already calculated every single move. When the timing is right, I'll explain it all. I'll say I was enlightened by the great almighty magic god, and because of that, I've left the path of evil, turned over a new leaf, and will absolutely not cause any more trouble for the great lord. Seeing Doc Nan think so deeply, Duan looked blank, marveling at how the guy actually had a brain. After hearing the whole story, Ning Feng sighed softly, offering his assessment with a thoughtful tone. So, Doc Man isn't as stupid as he looks. If that's the case, we can keep observing him to see if he's actually worth trusting. As for our true identities, there's no need to reveal them yet. Duan nodded in agreement, then as if remembering something, added a piece of news. Doc An and the Chin Yui trading firm have prepared a special apology banquet, hoping you could spare some time to attend. They also invited the Vian Fan trading firm along, which made him smile with satisfaction, feeling a bit intrigued. Fine, let's go see. I was looking for a chance to rest anyway. The scene shifts to a luxurious, magnificent building that looks like a palace. Inside the lobby, the atmosphere is buzzing and echoes with noise. Doc Nan is chatting in the middle of a group, making the space lively. A man passing by asks curiously, "What's going on over there? Why is there such a huge crowd?" The woman next to him explains, "I heard the two major trading firms are hosting a VIP, but unfortunately, no one knows who it is." A moment later, a shiny, luxurious black car slowly pulls up in front of the lobby. Sitting inside, Ning Feng strokes Man while sighing in amazement. Even just riding from the hotel gate to the door takes this long. This place really lives up to its reputation for extravagance. As soon as he and Duan arrived, Doc Nan's voice rang out excitedly. "Mr. Nine, you've arrived." Two beautiful receptionists stood at the entrance to greet guests. The brown-haired girl wondered to herself, is this really the VIP of the two major trading firms? The blonde girl shared the same sentiment, thinking he looked too young. But when she looked closer, she suddenly recognized Ning Feng and stammered, "Are you?" She immediately broke into a radiant smile. "Are you the great hero who defeated the hidden boss and saved so many people? My family was also in that secret realm, so I was deeply impressed by your video." The brown-haired girl was also in awe. "So you were that great hero. I've watched your video too." The blonde girl grabbed Ning Feng's hand as if meeting an idol. "Could we get your autograph?" The warm welcome from the two beautiful ladies made Ning Feng shyly scratch his head. Seeing how famous he was, Doc Nan gritted his teeth, furious at Jia Thin. "You little jerk, you dare mess with anyone. You're going to get me killed." Afterward, he and the two receptionists bowed respectfully to welcome the VIP. "Mr. Ning Feng, please, right this way." In the luxurious room, everyone sat down at the banquet table, enjoying food and chatting happily. The blonde girl sat down, skillfully feeding Man some ice cream, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I didn't know it liked ice cream. How adorable." At this moment, Jia Thin stood up, raising his glass with a serious but calm expression. Then he spoke solemnly, "Everyone, this whole incident was my fault." Remorse was clearly visible on his face. Doc Nan lowered his head slightly, his tone heavy. "As a teacher, I failed to discipline him properly, so I share the responsibility." Holding the glass in his hand, Vu Tran was still surprised, thinking to himself, "To think Tran Jia Thin would actually apologize to me. This is the first time in history. I should really keep basking in the glory of instructor Nin. Jia Thin's uncle also looked embarrassed and timidly made a proposal. Mr. Nin, to express our sincerity, the Qinghai trading firm is ready to gift you 25% of our shares and 3 converted stone mining sites. I hope you won't refuse. The director of Vian Than said exactly the same thing. To express our sincerity, our Vian Than trading firm is ready to gift you 25% of our shares and 3 converted stone mining sites. We hope you will accept them. The 2 receptionists were incredibly impressed. The brown-haired girl whispered, 2 major trading firms, 25% of the shares. The blonde girl marveled. Even if he didn't do anything for the rest of his life, he'd be set for generations. Listening to their chatter, the director had his own thoughts. You guys don't understand at all. Ever since we latched onto Mr. Nin's success, our Vian Than trading firm hasn't lacked high-end goods. Our revenue has skyrocketed several times over. 25% of the shares is nothing. Having this big shot agree to let us work with him is what really matters. Rubbing his chin with a thoughtful look, Ning Feng calculated in his head. Shares are a small matter, but the mines are what really matter. I just finished my 4th tier advancement. I'll definitely need more and more converted stones. Having my own mines means I won't have to buy them anymore. As he was lost in thought, Doknan suddenly pointed at himself and hesitated. Besides that, there is one more thing I would like to ask Mr. Nin's opinion on. Doknan intended to say something, but suddenly paused, his eyes turning deep and contemplative. Yesterday, when I had the Qin trading firm summarize information about Ning Feng, I discovered that this young man is not simple at all. Duan is so respectful to him. It's possible that Ning Feng is the representative of the almighty magic god in this world. Then he looked over at Man and thought to himself, not to mention that terrifyingly powerful monster is his pet. Suddenly, it glared at him with sharp, hostile eyes, piercing through space, making Doknan shrink back, thinking, that monster is looking at me again. Waiting and not seeing him continue, Ning Feng spoke up patiently, his voice steady but decisive. What is it you want to tell me? Doknan stammered, his voice wavering. It's like this. A friendly smile gradually appeared, his tone a mix of seriousness and openness. He began to recount. Actually, I've been with Olivia's side, and for a long time, I've been calling on surrounding nations to join forces against the monster invasion. It's just that there are very few strong adventurers, and we really lack real combat power. Hearing this, his face remained expressionless, but thoughts immediately connected. Piece by piece, the information clicked. I heard Duan say it before. Doknan established an organization similar to an agency. Many nations support him. They outsource the secret realms that are too difficult to conquer for Cyclops to handle, and many of those realms offer rich rewards. That is how Cyclops obtained his 2 world hearts. Next, he flashes a friendly grin, his voice full of goodwill. If possible, we hope to cooperate with you to protect the safety of Blue Planet. Upon hearing this invitation, Ning Feng runs through several careful calculations in his head. It is said that Cyclops' status in Eastern Europe is very high, and his reputation continues to spread far and wide. If he can leverage that influence to gain more support, that would be for the best. After weighing his options, a faint smile touches his lips, his tone warm and steady. All right, I agree to work with you. Joy instantly flashes in Cyclops' voice as he exclaims excitedly, Thank you so much. Having a powerhouse like you is our honor. Gradually, Ning Feng's expression turns serious as his mind shifts to his future plans. If the battlefield expands later on, they will need more powerhouses stationed within the country. It is time to put the newcomers through hellish training. Returning to the lively atmosphere at the dining table, he takes the initiative to break the peaceful moment by starting a conversation with him. Cyclops, tell me about your experiences when you first arrived here. He immediately breaks into a laugh, his voice filled with interest. I was originally exploring a secret realm but was accidentally swept into a chaotic time-space vortex. Recalling the situation back then, Cyclops enthusiastically launches into a long story. They say chaotic time-space is extremely rare, only seen once every 100 years. I don't know why I ended up encountering it. Thinking back on it now, it's still terrifying. Time and space within the vortex are incredibly unstable. Being able to survive that without getting hurt, it must have been divine protection. The scene shifts to a place on Blue Planet, where a house appears amidst a field of lush green, quiet and peaceful. An old man points forward in shock, drawing the attention of the person next to him. What is that? A ghostly black hole suddenly appears in midair and begins to grow. The scene cuts back to the modern house where Ning Feng is conducting his practical training. 7 powerful masters have gathered in the training room. Everyone's face is filled with anticipation, but Ning Feng stands on high, looking down and silently making his assessments. Through his interactions over this period, he has found the presidents of the 7 major guilds to be quite good, along with Professor C. These are the people who have the potential to grow. A moment later, Chan grits his teeth, straining to hold on, but he tells himself that this is the special training that helped Master Feng's strength skyrocket, so he must treat it with absolute seriousness. Outside, Ning Feng conjures dark currents of energy to surround them. Luke Bin and VM Shuyan are quickly struck in the chest, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, An Ha-chan and Lin Hua press their backs together to defend themselves. She asks worriedly, "Old Lu, are we just going to defend passively like this? This hellish training is too intense. If I didn't trust Little Fawn, I would have thought an evil god had descended." He grits his teeth and proposes a plan. "There are many of us. Let's try coordinating based on a squad model. Everyone, let's use the defensive formation now." Immediately, the 7 of them join forces to create a brilliant golden shield. However, Ning Feng just bares his teeth in an evil grin. "I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. The Wang Yue guild already tried this. It's useless." Suddenly, his expression turns serious as he offers his critique. "But after studying the power of the god realm and looking back at this combat style, I have gained a deeper understanding." Seeing the tight connection between them, Ning Feng can't help but marvel. They are worthy of being called experienced adventurers. Their coordination is getting more and more in sync. Lin Hoa and Tan Gian use their weapons simultaneously to unleash the Earth Shield technique, turning into an Earth-based defense. Suddenly, a golden light envelops them, causing Tan Gian to cry out in surprise. This leaves Luke Bin and An Chan gaping in shock. At that moment, the system notification appears, transferring energy to the 2 of them. Area reinforcement trigger, scholar and priest classes present simultaneously. When forming a defensive formation, defense efficiency increases by 20%. Tan Gian's entire body glows as she receives the power. She asks blankly what this is. Mudet Nin and Luke Bin are no exception as they receive power from the system's area ability. 2 assassin classes present simultaneously. Defensive formation active. Evasion plus 8%, armor plus 15%. We also witness this scene. Han Am and Tae Dat are also deeply astonished. He wonders, activating area effects based on the team formation, you can actually do that? Immediately, the atmosphere turns vibrant. Everyone charges forward together, Naa Chan eagerly taking the lead. So the squad formation actually works. "Everyone, let's get serious now." Seeing everyone collapse from exhaustion, Ning Feng speaks cautiously. The consequence of persisting for so long is having to endure even more severe torture. From behind, Hanaam's innocent voice rings out, accompanied by a curious expression. "Lord, was that your miracle just now?" Hearing that, he smiles, his eyes shining with satisfaction as he remarks, "I was observing how everyone worked together, and I felt some ideas in my head starting to become clear." Finishing his sentence, and remembering Tong Gian and Lin Hoa, Ning Feng lowers his voice, his tone deep and firm. It seems that those specific fields were activated at the moment of resonance. At the same time, the system board immediately flashes a notification. "Your insight into the rules of the universe has increased. You have understood everything." Ning Feng falls silent, gazing into the distance as he whispers to himself. So this is how one gains insight into the rules of the universe? The next day, under the sunlight filtering through the leaves at the solitary big house in the forest, the space remains quiet. Inside, upon hearing something, Fang Yi frowns, his face freezing in confusion. Soon after, his loud laughter shatters the stillness. "You look in such a sorry state." An Chan stands nearby, witnessing the scene, his face darkening as he hisses through gritted teeth. "Old man, don't you dare laugh." He reaches out to call Feng Yi, his voice raspy. "Hurry up and come help me up." Afterward, An Chan lowers his voice, a smirk clearly showing his teasing. "Old guy, you didn't just come here to laugh at me, did you?" Hearing this, Feng Yi curls his lip into a smile, his voice light. "I'm not that free." He stops talking and speaks solemnly, his eyes searching. "Little Fong is the one who called everyone here. He heard that they had discovered something very important." At this moment, An Chan struggles to walk, each step heavy, but he still tries to speak up. "Are you saying we're impressive?" Under the dim light of the control room, Feng Yi suddenly speeds up, causing the other to flare up and growl. "Old man, slow down. Are you doing this to torture me on purpose?" Huh. Back in the control room, he stood in silence, his eyes fixed on every shifting scene before him. Then, Feng Yi spoke up to ask about the situation. In a solemn tone, "Professor Ta, how far has progress come now?" Hearing this, Tan Jian, though busy at work, replied sternly, "We have organized several teams to conduct experiments, and we've discovered that some combat team domains have different effects." Her calm but clear voice continued, her eyes tracking the data laid out before them. "As of now, the domains that can be activated are mainly from classes like agility, magic, and support. The number of activated domains doesn't depend on the level, but on the unspoken synergy of the whole team. Hearing this, Feng Yi furrowed his brow, a flash of thought crossing his eyes as he spoke. In other words, as long as they are trained, even low-level adventurers could have a chance when fighting much stronger enemies. Tang Yan, eyes full of anticipation, confirmed it decisively. That's right. Also in the control room at that moment, Ning Feng wondered to himself, but since the beginning, the things I've been able to comprehend have been getting fewer and fewer. Could it be that I've reached some kind of limit? Right then, Du Un rushed over from behind, his hurried footsteps echoing on the cold steel floor. He called out urgently, pointing his finger at the phone screen, "Boss." He informed him of the situation, his voice rushed. "The Cyclops has sent a commission." As soon as Du En finished speaking, Ning Feng immediately grabbed the phone to examine it and asked, "Didn't Cyclops say he would send all commissions to me so I could choose?" Hearing that, he replied sheepishly, "Because this one is extremely special." On the phone screen, a bizarre purple streak appeared right in the middle of a vast field, as if signaling that something ominous was about to happen. Seeing it, Ning Feng was stunned, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "What is this?" "A new secret realm." Answering him immediately, Du En explained anxiously. His voice hurried. Cyclops said, "That is a space-time turbulence." Behind them, Han Am silently appeared and chimed in. "Cyclops came here through a space-time turbulence just a month ago. In such a short time, to have another space-time turbulence appear." The more he studied the image, the darker Ning Feng's expression became, his eyes flashing with worry and suspicion. Suddenly, the image moved, shocking him. Something was crawling out. Oh my god, what on earth is that? In the morning at the cafe, golden sunbeams pierced through the window, casting light onto corners of tables and the wooden floor, bringing a pleasant warmth. At this moment, Ning Feng was talking with Cyclops, who looked at him with friendly eyes, speaking in an upbeat tone. "The place where the space-time turbulence occurred is in the state of Visaveo. I've finished all the paperwork. We can use a flight scroll to get there directly." Hearing that, he raised his eyebrows, his eyes sparking with eagerness, and said quickly, "All right, let's head out." Unexpectedly, Cyclops stopped short, his voice trembling like a thunderclap. Are you going there all by yourself?" Ning Feng was a bit surprised by his intense reaction. "What's wrong?" With a hesitant and serious tone, Cyclops warned him earnestly, eyes locked on him. "I don't mean anything else, but space-time turbulence distorts space and time. It's truly dangerous, and it's hard to imagine what exactly has crawled out." At this point, he paused, secretly thinking about Man, sweat pouring down his face. At least bring that super-strong pet beast along. Hearing Cyclops' words, Ning Feng stiffened, his eyes glowing with determination, thinking, if there are unknown dangers, I'm afraid others won't be able to help. Right after that, he thought of Han Am and Tay Dat, a feeling of reassurance spreading through his heart, his confidence rising like a warm breeze. Finally, Ning Feng smirked, his eyes firm, telling himself, the few of us are enough. In the afternoon, as twilight cast a warm golden layer over the base, a flash of light signaled a teleportation. At that moment, Ning Feng, Cyclops, and Jia Thin were all present, their eyes tracking every movement around them. From afar, a woman's footsteps rang out like a low beat amidst the quiet afternoon. Each step was light but powerful, drawing everyone's attention. A girl appeared, her figure slender, her presence overwhelming, making it impossible not to notice her. Her voice rang out clear and sharp. Cyclops recognized this person. Cyclops didn't hesitate, smiling immediately, his voice deep, warm, and intimate. "Her name is Lilith. She's my apprentice. Her father is the leader of this place." As he spoke, suddenly, Ning Feng and Cyclops noticed Lilith trembling, her shoulders shaking with heavy, ragged breaths, her expression suddenly changing. Before they could understand what was happening, Lilith burst into tears, her voice sobbing, her face filled with deep sorrow. Seeing this, Cyclops hurriedly asked, his voice full of concern, "Lilith, what happened?" At the same time, from behind, a hand was placed on her shoulder, gentle but firm. A man appeared, his appearance calm, his eyes steady as if touching the depths of one's soul, his deep voice resonating. "Everyone, I am Enzo, Lilith's father." He then pulled her into an embrace and said politely, "I am very sorry that you all had to see Lilith in this state. I will explain everything clearly." Finishing his sentence, Enzo solemnly suggested, "Please follow me." He led everyone to the observation post and stated with gravity, "Looking down from here, you can just see the location of the space-time turbulence. Beneath us is a massive sphere, so bizarre it's hard to describe, covered in soil, rocks, and tightly woven roots, twisting like a living organism." Then, with a much deeper voice, Enzo solemnly expressed, "The reason I sent the commission to you is that the space-time turbulence has exceeded our understanding. It swallowed a small town in a short period and formed a space similar to a secret realm. Looking into the distance, he choked up while recounting the whole story. The original residents have all turned into powerful and terrifying monsters. The government sent combat teams to suppress it, but despite sacrificing many people, we still couldn't destroy this secret realm. As if reopening painful memories, Enzo spoke cautiously. The combat team Lilith personally formed was also completely wiped out during this process. Only Lilith, by exerting all her strength, barely managed to escape. For this, we must thank you, Cyclops, for training Lilith. Otherwise, I'm afraid she wouldn't be here. Lilith also spoke up sadly, her eyes hidden with pain. I'm very sorry. Those team members were my best friends, so I lost control of my emotions just now. Seeing her despondent state, Jia Thin was extremely surprised, thinking to himself, Lilith usually has such a strong personality. This is the first time I've seen her so heartbroken. Just then, Cyclops asked from behind, Lilith, are the monsters in that secret realm really that strong? Hearing that, she lowered her gaze, her face clearly showing hesitation. Her voice was low and slow as she said, It's not just that. Finished. Lilith sadly recounted the story, her voice sounding heavy. It's a limited-time secret realm with 2 paths. You have to complete both to be considered victorious. These 2 paths are like reflections, symmetrical to each other, but they don't connect. Even if you complete one, you won't make it to the other in time, and you'll still fail in the end. When the time runs out, the conquest fails. At this point, Cyclops speculated cautiously, which also meant the safest plan was for 2 teams to fight at the same time, each taking one path. Hearing that, she quickly retorted, If that's the case, the strength requirements for the adventurers are going to be extremely high. Right now, we can't even put together 1 qualified combat team, let alone 2. Ning Feng then spoke up confidently, his eyes shining brightly. I think one eye can lead 1 combat team, and the other one can be left to me. This proposal caught everyone so off guard that they stood there wide-eyed. Are you going alone, Ning Feng? Ning Feng fell silent, seriously calculating his plan. If Lilith was able to make it out, then with one eye's strength, he should at least be able to retreat safely, even if they ran into danger. As he was racking his brain over the upcoming plan, Lilith's eyes were subconsciously fixed on Ning Feng. Deep down, she still couldn't accept this guy. Her master did say he would invite a powerhouse to help, but he just looked like a normal person from Earth, and he seems even younger than me. No matter how I look at it, relying on just one person is way too risky. At this moment, One Eye was still incredibly stunned, and he tried to dissuade him one last time. Mr. Ning, how can you do this? But Ning Feng held firm to his decision. He just happily placed a hand on One Eye's shoulder, flashed a confident, reassuring smile, and said, Don't worry about me. You guys just need to focus on completing your route. Now that everything's settled, it wasn't long before everyone moved out toward that mysterious, secret realm. A strange, massive orb appeared before their eyes, and the group quickly sprang into action. Lilith was the first to notice the notification board and quickly reminded them, the time limit is 2 hours. We have to watch every single second. Walking toward a cave with a mysterious purple glow, Ning Feng seemed to sense something and suggested, I'll go left, you all go right. Unexpectedly, witnessing this recklessness, Lai was extremely worried, unable to believe it, and voiced her concern. Master, is Mr. Ning really going to be okay? One Eye couldn't help but look shocked as well, showing signs of fear. His voice was low and anxious. I don't know. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly fell into an existential crisis. To tell you the truth, I've never actually seen Mr. Ning fight before, but whenever One Eye remembered the pet, he would break out in a cold sweat. A sense of terror washed over him, forcing him to set aside his pride and confess to her. Mr. Ning's pet ate all of my shadow guards, never having seen One Eye. This timid and fearful toward anyone before, Lai felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was stunned speechless, and it didn't stop there. In her mind, thoughts raced, struggling to believe it. Her master's shadow guards were incredibly powerful, capable of crushing any powerhouse in the world. Just how terrifying must that monster be to devour all of them? Along with this unresolved doubt, Lilith subconsciously watched Ning Feng's silhouette fade into the distance, her heart churning like waves crashing against the shore. What kind of person could possibly treat such a monster like a pet? The more she thought about it, the deeper her curiosity about his true identity grew. Is Mr. Ning choosing to act alone because he's hiding some kind of secret? The dim light hit the cold cave walls, reflecting off the damp rocks and creating an eerie, frightening atmosphere. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed from the path ahead. The group sensed that danger was about to strike. In an instant, 2 massive figures appeared, their glowing red eyes flashing in the darkness like 2 ferocious fires. The monster let out a murderous grin, its sharp teeth glistening as if it were hungry to tear everything apart. Without waiting for anyone to react, the pack of monsters rushed in like a storm, roaring and kicking up dust, knocking everyone off balance. Facing such terrifying combat speed, One Eye didn't hesitate and raised his hand immediately. Soul-devouring tangle. Beams of green light shot out like arrows toward the monsters, taking them down in the blink of an eye. Watching this glorious fight firsthand, Jia Thin, who was standing right behind him, cheered. As expected of the master, he was met with One Eye's calm, unwavering tone. Is this what humans turn into after being mutated? But as soon as that question left his lips, he fell into deep thought about the reality of it. They really are more dangerous than the normal monsters in this secret realm. Still, for me, they're manageable. A glimmer of hope flashed through his mind. As long as Mr. Ning's strength is higher than mine, there won't be any issues. At the same time, Ning Feng on the other side had already easily taken down a monster. It was child's play for him. As pieces of the beast's body fell to the ground, they began to emit green smoke, and finally, they vanished as if swallowed by the damp earth beneath. The green light slowly faded into nothingness, leaving behind a haunting, still void. Right on cue, the system announced the time remaining: 1 hour, 51 minutes, 43 seconds. Over on One Eye's side, green beams of light were firing once again. Soul-devouring tangle. The attack went straight for the massive body of the beast in front of him. However, it seemed to have no effect on the monster. If anything, it only made it more agitated. Gritting his teeth, One Eye realized this move wasn't working. Panicked and unable to stay calm any longer, he cried out in shock. This isn't right. Since a while ago, the damage from the same skill against these monsters has been getting smaller and smaller. Now, it's completely useless. With sweat running down his face, he gritted his teeth and speculated. Could there be some connection between these monsters, allowing them to continuously evolve through combat? Before One Eye could get an answer, the massive figure opposite him lunged forward with a roar. Master, the monster is charging at us. Only when that shout finished did One Eye's hand manage to form a purple orb of light. Death Scythe, and then his power orb let out a sharp, piercing whistle as it flew like lightning, exploding upon impact with the beast. Even so, the tension on One Eye's face didn't subside. He was giving it his all while calculating, but he had to use skills to deal with the monsters. If this kept up, we'd just be helping the monsters get stronger. In this life or death situation, the image of Ning Feng appeared in his mind, making One Eye even more anxious. Panicked sweat poured down. All communication methods here are blocked. I can't reach Mr. Ning. I wonder if Mr. Ning's side can hold out. Amidst his lingering doubts, somewhere else, Ning Feng stood still in the silent space, his cold eyes seemingly challenging everything. In that moment, facing the danger, the monster lunged forward aggressively, its roar echoing as if it wanted to crush everything in its path. You remained strangely calm, your composure completely unshaken. And then, in just a single heartbeat, the monster's body was sliced in two by your wind blade, its pieces sent flying. Just like that, the beast perished in absolute shock, without even a shred of resistance. By the time it spat out a fountain of blood, its last breath had already faded away. Yet, Ning Feng just calmly stepped over its corpse, moving with a slow, steady gait as if to affirm his own overwhelming power. Where the beast fell, green smoke immediately began to rise, as if ready to swallow the prey whole into the deep, dark earth. Everything that just happened felt like nothing more than a speck of dust in Ning Feng's life. One has to admit, his attack power is so high that the monster's evolution speed simply couldn't keep up. Walking straight ahead with an expressionless face, Ning Feng felt like an invisible storm, making that hidden figure whisper to themselves, "There is no way for me to stop his evolution." On this side, One Eye and Jia Xing were still struggling to fend off the relentless barrage of attacks. This kept the hidden figure confident, thinking, "Luckily, another path is still under my control." The remaining time was now only 1 hour, 26 minutes, and 31 seconds. As the monster's body collapsed, One Eye slumped down, gasping for breath, clutching his knees. Noticing that his own strength was steadily draining away, Li Lai turned to him, her voice trembling with concern. "Master, are you all right?" "This is nothing to me yet," One Eye replied between heavy breaths. "Just a bit tired. I can still hold out." He had barely finished his weary sentence when suddenly, the single eye in the center of his forehead widened in pure terror. Before anyone could even blink, a sharp object flew forward like a lightning bolt, piercing straight through One Eye's body without a single opening. Everything happened so fast that there was no time to react. It was truly shocking to see Lilith standing behind him, a cruel glint in her eyes, her voice cold and detached. "So, how about this?" At that moment, One Eye struggled to steady himself, his hand covering the wound on his chest, but his heart raced. Seeing everything unfold, even Jia Xing felt a surge of rage and shouted out a challenge. "Lilith, what are you doing?" But the only reply was her smug look and a sinister smile. "Oh, sorry, but the helper you invited is just too strong, so I have to let you all die here." Only then did the truth dawn on them. One Eye clutched his wound and stepped forward, asking suspiciously, You aren't Lilith." Her casual tone echoed back to him. "Of course I am Lilith. It's just that I found a way to become stronger, and you all just happen to be my sacrifices." Hearing these treacherous words, Jia Xing, standing behind, couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately lunged forward, gathering power in his hands with the intent to avenge him. "Master, let me handle her. You go, hurry." Two dark silhouettes with sharp claws immediately shot toward Lilith the moment he finished speaking. Yet, she merely flicked her wrist, and with one single move, the entire attack was neutralized as if it had never existed. After wiping out Jia Xing's minions, the dark, heavy look on her face didn't fade as Lilith looked up. "You fools, stop wasting your energy. From the moment you stepped in here, don't even dream of leaving." Those words made One Eye grit his teeth, his body tense to the limit. His mind began to piece everything together. So, her saying that only she could get out was a lie from the start. This is a trap she set. She never intended for any of us to make it out alive. Seeing the situation, Li curled her lips, her eyes filled with amusement at One Eye's struggle. "Master, the panicked look on your face right now looks exactly like mine back then. It's a pity I'm smarter than you." A shadow passed over her face. It was the ghost of her past fear. Before Lilith back then, layer upon layer of ferocious monsters had surrounded her, the pressure feeling like it would crush her, unable to fight back against that dark force. She had been forced to raise her hands high, screaming until her voice went hoarse. "Wait, please, wait. I already understand your great power. Please spare my small, insignificant life. Can you hear me? If you wish to conquer this world, I am willing to become your most loyal servant." This act by Lilith made her comrades standing behind shout out loudly. "Lilith, what are you saying? Our friends and everyone else sacrificed themselves to give us a chance to escape." But she wouldn't let him finish his sentence. A cold beam of light swept across. Ning Feng was ruthlessly cut off, and she glanced at her fallen comrade with impatient eyes. "Shut your mouth." After that scene, everyone's eyes were left in a mess of confusion and horror. At the same time, from the purple circle of light, a voice echoed through the space. "You are all too weak. You aren't worthy of being loyal to me. I'd rather treat you as sacrifices." The words barely left its lips when black shadows lashed out, binding each of them, the very comrades who had fought alongside Lilith. Then, their bodies fell to the ground under her eyes, which were wide with a sick, ecstatic thrill. Her voice rang out like that of a fanatic kneeling before an evil deity. "Of course, you can consider all of us sacrifices, but if you grant me power, I promise to offer you even more sacrifices." Just like now, facing the inhuman loyalty of the person in front of him, the purple light remained silent, offering no response. After a while, the voice from before spoke again, this time laced with a twisted sense of intrigue. "What a base and disgusting race, but strangely enough, I find it quite interesting." Lilith looked up, hesitating before asking, "What do you mean?" The other side didn't beat around the bush and spoke bluntly. "I want to see what kind of sacrifices you can bring me." At this, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. Ambition burned in the depths of her soul. "I am eternally grateful for your grace. I will absolutely not disappoint you." Returning to the present, it was still that same face, but now it was completely veiled in cruelty. "I don't have time to waste with you people. Just obediently become my sacrifices." Facing Lilith's malice, Jia Xing and One Eye remained silent, their eyes tense like taut bowstrings, vigilant to the point that every breath felt strained. Just then, the system sound chimed to announce that the left route had been completed. One Eye couldn't even react, his voice faltering in surprise. "Mr. Ning." Jia Xing immediately clenched his fists, eyes surging with joy. "We did it." Yet, Lilith, standing opposite them, didn't flinch at all, her voice ringing out coldly. "It's useless. These two routes don't exist in the same spacetime. Even if he completed one, he could absolutely never complete the other path." Just as her words trailed off, the system sound chimed once more. "Right route completed." The event completely exceeded all expectations, causing Lilith's smug smile to freeze in place. As soon as she finished speaking, the system's voice echoed again, announcing that the right side route had been completed. The unexpected turn of events made Lilith's smug smile freeze. The smugness on her face vanished in a blink, replaced by sheer, disbelief-filled horror. "No way. How did he do that?" Elsewhere, Ning Feng stood straight and silent in front of the massive monster body he had just brought down, unaware of what was happening on Cyclops' side. He looked up, his voice soft but weighted. Just as Lilith had said, these two paths were truly symmetrical, like images in a mirror. Two large mirrors, one blue, one purple, appeared in his mind. In that case, he thought, I just need to use void walking to get across. There's absolutely no need to run the path ahead all over again. Suddenly, a look of confusion crossed Ning Feng's eyes as his body, suspended in mid-air, seemed about to be teleported elsewhere. As soon as he thought it, his figure vanished into the void, leaving behind a silent expanse and utter shock for everyone. Lilith's face was filled with disbelief. She shouted out loud, "There's only one person. How could he possibly complete both routes?" Immediately after her cry, a hazy purple light burst forth, making the figures of the three people blur in an inexplicable way. Then, from midair, a swirling black hole opened up, spinning violently as if to swallow them whole. In an instant, the purple light became blinding, and electrical sparks, carrying a dangerous aura, ran wild, engulfing the entire space around the three of them. Jia Thin widened his eyes, his voice tense. Where is this place? He couldn't help but be suspicious. Lilith shot a cautious glance around, analyzing internally. If both routes are attacked, they get teleported to the Master's independent space. But this is my first time here too. Previously, because the conquest failed, the Master thought I wasn't qualified to enter. Just as that thought finished, a strange movement caught her eye. Ah! A colossal object with ancient patterns slowly appeared before them, its body so massive it was hard to fathom. Lilith had to tilt her head all the way back just to see the creature, while Jia Thin's face was filled with raw fear. "Master, is that the final boss of the secret realm?" Cyclops stood right behind them, his face extremely wary, and replied in a low voice, "With this kind of terrifying pressure, it has to be at least a demon lord-level monster." Looking at the massive monster body in front of them, a thought flashed through their minds. Demon Lord. That's the most powerful existence under the demon god. We're all going to die here. In contrast to the fear of the other two, a strange excitement appeared on Lilith's face. She whispered to herself, "Is this the Master's true form? Just looking at it from afar is enough to terrify people. I don't see that kid Ning anymore. He must have been taken care of." Once these thoughts ended, Lilith put on a fawning smile and gestured toward the two people behind her, her voice respectful. "Master, I am your humble servant, Lilith. These are all offerings I brought for you. I hope you are satisfied." But immediately after those words, Lilith recoiled in shock at the creature's reaction. "What are you talking about?" A silence fell, and the voice that rang out made her face drop. Her eyes were glued to the massive creature in front of her, both astonished and alert. "Why does the Master's voice sound different from the one I heard before?" Not leaving Lilith to wonder for long, the ancient demonic creature began to shimmer with shifting purple light. In a flash, Ning Feng's face, backlit, gradually became clear. His cold eyes looked straight down as he spoke, his voice calm yet filled with authority. "Lilith, give me an explanation." The harsh truth left her completely speechless and frozen on the spot. Immediately after, the shocked voices of Jia Thin and Cyclops rang out in unison. "Mr. Ning?" They looked at Lilith. She was so shocked her mouth hung open, unable to utter a word, her thoughts racing. Why is this Ning kid standing on the Master's head? Why isn't the Master resisting at all? As if reading Lilith's mind, the Demon Lord felt sweat pouring down its face, thinking, "I'm so scared." The Demon Lord's thoughts drifted to the human standing on its head. It had originally thought this guy only had high attack power, but who would have expected that when he reached the end of the route and found the regular attacks too slow, he would just use a forbidden spell to deal with the guardian it had personally appointed. At that moment, Ning Feng had rushed out of the space-time rift alone, catching the Demon Lord off guard. Then he used another forbidden spell, ignoring the barriers of time and space to appear on the other route. The guardian there didn't even have time to react before being wiped out by the forbidden spell. Meanwhile, Ning Feng's face remained indifferent and cold, showing no emotion at all. As the Demon Lord racked its brains about his true identity, casting 3 forbidden spells so casually. Only the demon god could do that. What is his background? At this point, Jia Thin's eyes were filled with fury, and he couldn't help but shout, "Lilith, it seems your plot has failed. Tell me, why did you betray our master and deceive us all?" She met him with an ice-cold stare. "Why? Because you're all fools." Right after, she suddenly widened her eyes, screaming with intense resentment. "Master, I said it before, with your strength, you could completely conquer the world. My family and I would become your greatest support, willingly dying for you. But you didn't even think about it before refusing." Cyclops gave a sheepish smile, scratching his head, saying, "Sorry, I was just acting tough before. I had to make them afraid so I could avoid trouble." Ning Feng silently recalled this memory after hearing her scream, thinking, no wonder Cyclops said that. On the other side, Lilith still hadn't stopped, continuing to vent her long-held anger. "I don't understand why. Don't you enjoy the feeling of being above everyone else? The strong ruling the weak is just how it's supposed to be, isn't it?" Meanwhile, Doc Nan's calm tone stood in stark contrast to her losing control. "Ah, because the gods I worship don't like greedy and stupid people. And, what a coincidence, you and your family are both." As the words left his lips, she was left absolutely stunned, unable to believe it. "What did you say?" Tadat and Hannah watched his reaction and couldn't help but marvel. That really is the style of the God Lord. This Ka Bao understands him quite well, doesn't he? A shrill voice cried out to the demon lord. Master, surely there must be another way, right? Lilith hadn't given up hope yet. She pointed at Ning Feng's group, her voice trembling and manic. Quick, kill them. Kill them all. Shortly after, a massive, moss-covered stone hand reached out from the demon lord. The pupils in her eyes contracted in sheer terror, never expecting such power to turn against her. Then, that colossal hand slammed down onto the ground with devastating force, accompanied by a thunderous cracking sound and a spray of fresh blood, causing the very space to tremble violently. But Ning Feng remained calm, observing from start to finish as he spoke in a steady tone. Time is running out. Let's finish off this big guy and call it a day. Without a moment's hesitation, he let his body drop from the demon lord's head while softly activating his skill. A purple light once again illuminated the area, radiating throughout the space. Ning Feng didn't even blink, his cold gaze fixed straight ahead, making everything around him seem to freeze in an instant. Suddenly, his eyes widened slightly, surprise clearly visible on his face. An unexpected harvest, huh? An object emitting a sparkling blue light suddenly floated in mid-air before Ning Feng, pulsing with a powerful aura. Immediately, the system interface popped up, flashing with a notification. Temporal poison detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes or no? A space-time rift slowly appeared before a composed Ning Feng, its light flickering eerily as if signaling something unusual. Seeing this, Han Yin furrowed his brow, his expression turning heavy as he spoke in a serious tone. Space-time turbulence is inherently unstable. Most of the time, it disappears quickly, but since the turbulence here still remains, I'm afraid this is going to be very troublesome. Hearing this, Ning Feng frowned slightly, turning to face him with a confused look. Why? Han Yin explained earnestly, his voice slow but clear, as if wanting to make sure he understood everything. Because even the power of a god cannot completely wipe out space-time turbulence. You can only have a large number of high-level believers borrow divine power to temporarily seal it. Right then, Zida, standing nearby, chimed in to add, however, the existence of space-time turbulence is, and will always be, a hidden catastrophe. There's no telling when a stronger entity might appear to break the seal. Several worlds have been destroyed like this in the past. After listening, Ning Feng rested his chin on one hand in contemplation, sharp thoughts flashing through his mind. Such a dangerous thing. If other gods found this, they'd only use it to deal with me. Then, his brow knit together and a flash of hidden anger appeared in his eyes, as if he had decided something. Then they won't have paid enough for their crimes. Suddenly, something appeared that made Ning Feng's narrowed eyes widen once more. Han Yin watched him place a hand on the space-time crack in front of them and asked curiously, Lord God? Ning Feng's voice was calm but tinged with hesitation. It seems I can repair this rift. To the surprise and confusion of Shida and Han Yin, the system interface appeared. Mission, World Repair. Investigate the space-time turbulence and restore it to its normal state. Time limit, 2 hours out of 2 hours. Failure penalty, host erasure. The information swirled in his mind. Even the power of a god couldn't destroy space-time turbulence, yet the system assigned a repair mission. Could the system actually be in existence above the gods? After a moment of deep thought, Ning Feng was left dumbfounded. Right, whenever there's a loophole, it just uses host erasure to threaten me. It doesn't treat me like an omnipotent god at all. Still, better start investigating quickly. Jia Thin watched him standing still before the space-time rift, his eyes cautious as he whispered, Master, what should we do now? One Eye's gaze never left Ning Feng's back as he replied quietly, It seems Mr. Ning is considering something. We shouldn't disturb him. A silence fell, with only the purple light flickering through the gaps in his fingers like living energy. Wait, there was a jump in the sequence, continuing. Next, faint blue streams of light suddenly appeared, intermingled with the purple, radiating outward to the visible surprise on Ning Feng's face. But that surprise didn't last long, replaced immediately by a painful, groaning scream that escaped his own lips. Beads of sweat rolled down Ning Feng's face as he grit his teeth, enduring. The space-time turbulence was tearing at his body. He couldn't have imagined such intense pain. Hidden seal must fall. A vague voice seemed to echo through Ning Feng's mind, yet it commanded his attention. There seemed to be sounds all around him. Suddenly, dense lines of text of unknown origin appeared before his eyes. His mouth hung open, unable to speak, only able to wonder internally. Hidden seal must fall. The pain hadn't subsided, but he bit his lip, telling himself, Damn it, is this a trap? Fine, trap or not. If the system sends a mission, there's got to be a way to solve it. His whole body tensed up, and he repeated the mantra in his head. Stay calm, just stay calm. In that moment, something flashed by, causing Ning Feng's eyes to sharpen. He looked serious, lips pressed together as he muttered, "I felt it." Even though it was fleeting, the surrounding space was suddenly illuminated by a blinding pale blue light, and Ning Feng realized the difference. There was a point there that paused, unlike anything else. If I can catch it. He closed his eyes, focusing all his senses to feel every tiny oscillation in the space-time turbulence. He clenched his teeth. The turbulence around him seemed to be deliberately trying to distract him, so he had to focus even harder. After a moment of absolute concentration, Ning Feng's eyes snapped open. "Found you." In another place, a figure stood silently in the middle of an empty space, with only the rustle of the wind. The person's face was shrouded in shadow, and only his voice could be heard clearly. "It's been 2 hours since they entered the secret realm. It looks like Lilith's plan was a success." Enzo's sinister look and triumphant smile were slowly revealed under the light. He whispered to himself, "I just hope the demon lord in the secret realm is satisfied with this sacrifice. Once I have the support of the demon lord, no one will be able to stop me from ruling this world." Right then, a subordinate suddenly approached to report, "My lord, the people from the Guild Alliance are surrounding this place." A malicious fire flared in Enzo's eyes. He looked at his subordinate with contempt and hissed, "These fools are only reacting now? Fine, then send them all to hell." At the area surrounded by warning tape, like a boundary between safety and danger under the scorching sun, a tall figure stood tall, the commander of the Austrian Guild Alliance, Johnny Juzin. Behind him, the armed forces were neatly aligned, moving forward with steady, disciplined steps. The Austrian Adventurers Association was primarily founded by major corporations. The Guild Alliance was the highest authority managing the adventurers of Austria. Suddenly, the mage in the group respectfully spoke up, with a voice full of anxiety yet trying to maintain a serious tone. "Commander, should we go in to capture Enzo?" Responding to them was Johnny's steady voice. "Wait a little longer." No sooner had he spoken than 3 pale blue arrows whistled down, embedding deep into the ground just a few steps in front of them, fired from the nearby forest. Without a hint of tension, Johnny immediately cheered up and exclaimed excitedly, "Old friend, you finally arrived." At the same time, in another location, a swirling vortex emitted a blinding light, rotating as if swallowing everything around it. Ning Feng stood before it, silently planning. "This is the starting point of a spatial flow. Now, I can use my divine power to stabilize it." As seconds ticked by, he observed every point of light floating in space, calculating meticulously. Once stabilized, this section will no longer be out of control. Then, in other areas, a second point of light became visible. Even though sweat trickled down his cheek and a sense of tension began to rise, Ning Feng was more exhilarated than ever. He muttered to himself, "Just follow this method, and naturally, there will be no shortage of astonishment from Han Yin." The rift was truly closing, and Sai Day's admiration resonated. This is the great power of Lord God. The period of mental struggle finally passed, leaving Ning Feng to let out a sigh of relief. Finally done. Immediately after, the system notification popped up as if to prove its existence, displaying the words, "Your comprehension of the laws of the universe has increased, and the restorative capability of the world you protect has also improved." Ning Feng read those lines, feeling bewildered. Restorative capability? What is that? Responding to Ning Feng was Sida's admission. "I apologize. This is not knowledge that your subordinate clearly understands." And then, Han Yin stared in realization, guessing, taking it literally. Perhaps this is a type of ability to restore a damaged world back to its original state. The next second after hearing that, Ning Feng's face suddenly became serious. "Perhaps so. I can study it slowly later. There is one more thing." Recalling the series of words, "The gods will surely die," that kept echoing, his expression grew even gloomier. "When I was repairing the space-time flow, what was the sound I heard back then? What on earth does it mean?" Over there, a finger suddenly pointed out, and a voice filled with surprise rang out, "Master, look." Jia Thin turned his gaze toward the vortex, which had been silent but was now gradually erupting in intense turbulence. The teacher and student looked toward those rifts, and Jia Thin's tone of surprise continued. "Master, the surroundings seem to be gradually returning to normal. A miracle. It's truly unbelievable." Suddenly, someone's footsteps hurried across the ground, creating rhythmic echoes. It turned out that Doc Nan, after witnessing the miraculous light, did not answer his disciple but instead wanted to approach Ning Feng as if wanting to say something. Then he hurriedly explained in a rushed tone, "Mr. Ning, you must believe me. I, Kun Ka Ba, never had any intention of ruling this world." Who would have expected the other party to be unexpectedly calm? Responding to him was a faint smile from him. "I believe you." Just as Ning Feng finished speaking, a shockwave transmitted through the rocks. Escaping from the space that was no different from a void, he turned his head and asked in confusion, "What is that sound over there?" Returning to the moment 20 minutes ago, when a group of people stood silently waiting, the person who had followed Johnny respectfully spoke up. Were those three flying scrolls just now old friends of the commander? The people who stepped out were none other than Yan Chuan, Feng Yi, and Wang Yue. Not wasting time on introductions, Feng Yi got straight to the point. Johnny, what is the situation right now? Standing a distance away, Wang Yue was calm as he remembered the information about him. Holy Knight Johnny, Commander-in-Chief of the Ao Kingdom Guild Alliance. He and Senior Feng are both legendary figures. Usually, one can only see them on the news. Johnny's expression suddenly became tense. He gritted his teeth and spoke. We are hunting down the ambitious Enzo. However, we cannot approach the Hidden Realm area. The situation is still unclear. I am very sorry for dragging the adventurers from your country into this shameless conspiracy. Feng Yi's expression did not change as he spoke in a serious tone mixed with reassurance. Because Mr. Ning Feng is in the Hidden Realm area, there surely won't be any major problems. You just need to focus on dealing with Enzo. He will have to pay for deceiving Mr. Ning Feng. Just as he finished speaking, surprise filled Johnny's face. His mouth opened wide, unable to speak. Did you say? You can handle it. The Hidden Realm area was the most serious problem. Vague figures appeared behind the large stone gate. Scattered corpses and trails of blood stretched across the ground. Beasts with huge bodies and sharp teeth. Their eyes flashed with bloodlust. This pathetic rabble doesn't make me interested in the battle at all. Their mouths curled into savage, triumphant smiles. One of them became even more arrogant, suggesting, that old man Johnny down the mountain, why don't we just go and finish him off? From afar, a figure suddenly appeared, staggering toward them. His body was stained red, his breath ragged, but he still tried to grit his teeth and speak. Commander, we were ambushed by the enemy. Seeing this scene, Johnny immediately lunged forward, catching the body that was about to collapse, and asked Han, why are you this severely injured? Don't move, let me heal you. Immediately after, he heard him trembling and uttering each word as if choking. That guy, Enzo. Under his command, he has gathered many missing people. That sentence caused Feng Yi, standing next to him, to frown, unable to hide his suspicion. What are missing people? Without hesitation, Johnny answered bluntly. It's a group of people who went missing mysteriously. Then suddenly his eyes flashed with rare caution, as he explained slowly, each word sinking in like heavy stone. Originally, they were humans, but they obtained the power of demonic creatures. Ordinary adventurers are no match for them. As soon as those words finished, Feng Yi immediately associated it with a few names in his memory. His expression changed, and his breathing hitched. Is it? At that moment, Johnny seemed to remember something, and his expression immediately changed. That's right. Enzo's daughter, Lilith, once captured the missing people. It seems they have been using this opportunity to build their forces for a long time. His words had not yet finished when a dark ray of light tore through the air, aiming straight at the severely injured brown-haired youth. Seeing that scene, Johnny almost leaped off the ground, his voice choked with panic. Watch out! But it was too late. He couldn't save him in time. In the fleeting moment between life and death, Johnny could only stand frozen, watching the light streak toward him, his heart tightening in terror. Just as the light was about to pierce the victim, a lightning bolt ripped through the air from afar, striking the beam and forcing it to explode mid-air. Everything happened so fast and so dangerously that Johnny and the brown-haired young man both widened their eyes, unable to believe what had just unfolded. Looking into the distance, Wang Yue stood frozen, her weapon held high. Her presence and the look in her eyes were like a goddess who had descended to save her people. Not far away, the purple monster's eyes bulged, nearly unable to believe what he was seeing. My attack was blocked. Even Johnny was stunned. He looked at Wang Yue, the young girl with sharp, cold eyes and courage radiating from her, and muttered to himself, how could this young girl be even more formidable than he was? Before they could even recover, Wang Yue and VM Shuyan darted forward like blades drawn from their sheaths, their energy exploding. Furthermore, leading the two of them was Feng Yi. The man who had been so calm just moments ago now coordinated with them in a flash, giving their opponents no time to breathe or retaliate. Within minutes, the two monsters were taken down. Their massive bodies crashed to the ground like sacks of meat. It was all over. Johnny approached, still dazed and struggling to collect himself. How did you become so powerful? Seeing the curiosity and amazement on his face, Feng Yi stroked his silver beard, a look of smugness appearing on his face. It's thanks to the special training Mr. Ning provided. That single sentence hit Johnny like a bolt of lightning. His gaze instantly turned into one of pure respect, bordering on adoration. Mr. Ning was in there? Oh my God, I can hardly believe it. No wonder you weren't worried at all. Once Johnny's shock subsided, Feng Yi dropped his smile, his tone becoming unusually serious. Johnny, please take us inside, if we're late. Elsewhere, in a desolate, silent forest, the atmosphere was so quiet you could hear the leaves rustling. At the bottom of a pitch-black pit, Piles of monster carcasses were stacked like a mountain of gray flesh, still reeking of death. Nearby, Ning Feng, Doc Nan, and Jia Thin were waiting quietly, their eyes alert but their expressions calm and unreadable. Suddenly, he saw figures approaching from afar, and his face lit up, his coldness giving way to genuine joy. Wang Yue, Senior Feng, President Truong, why are you all here? Standing opposite Ning Feng, Feng Yi spoke with a heavy but respectful tone as he made the introduction. The Commander-in-Chief of Austria, Holy Light Knight Johnny, noticed some unusual behavior from Enzo. Because it involved your safety, he contacted me immediately. As he spoke, he turned to Johnny only to notice something was wrong, and he immediately furrowed his brow in concern. Johnny is an old friend of mine. Are you all right? But Johnny was too lost in thought to respond. Johnny's eyes widened, pale with panic, as if he had just witnessed something beyond human comprehension. That terrifying hidden realm. His gaze dropped to the deep pit in front of them, what used to be the entrance to the hidden realm. Johnny suddenly shouted, his voice filled with fear and disbelief. It's gone. A moment later, the two groups stood facing each other, the tension thick enough to ignite. Doc Nan grabbed Enzo by the collar and hauled him up. Seeing an acquaintance, the old man choked out Johnny's name. Right after, tears welled up in Enzo's eyes, his voice trembling with fear, yet still trying to threaten them. I demand to be judged by my nation's laws. I am a provincial governor. Under our country's laws, regardless of what crimes I've committed, foreigners have no authority to judge me. Otherwise, it will be considered an act of war. Hearing this, Johnny put on a serious face and nodded, as if he completely agreed. You're right. Seeing the support, Enzo immediately wore a joyful smile, mixed with his own sense of self-importance. But the very next second, Johnny changed his expression, solemnly declaring, however, I am prepared to exercise my authority to invite Mr. Ning to become an honorary citizen of Austria. I hope Mr. Ning will not refuse. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Feng stepped forward to face him and emphasized every word. I accept your country's invitation. The moment he finished, Enzo looked like he'd been electrocuted, his eyes bulging instantly, and he roared as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. What? How dare you? This overreaction from Enzo immediately incensed the others, and even the people he thought would save him started cursing him. Enzo, you crazy bastard. I hope Mr. Ning sends you to hell on behalf of the whole world. Time passed quickly in the forest as groups of people busied themselves hauling the monster carcasses away. Just then, the pink-haired girl complained irritably. Why do I have to move these corpses? This isn't work for a woman. Hearing that, the young man opposite her glared and reprimanded her without mercy. What kind of stupid things are you saying? Everyone here, aside from the commanders, are leaders of top-tier guilds. They are all busy trying to chat with the hero from the Long Kingdom. Those of us with the lowest status are the only ones left to do this. Not far away, the guild leaders were indeed, just as he said, enthusiastically chatting with one another. Mentioning Ning Feng, the pink-haired girl's face flushed red with admiration. That teenager from the Long Kingdom is truly powerful. I really hope I can talk to him. Maybe even get a date, if I'm lucky. But because of her daydreaming and dropping her hands, the young man beside her panicked. Pick it up. Who told you to let go? On the other side, Johnny approached with a friendly demeanor, his voice solemn yet genuinely warm. Mr. Ning Feng, we are holding a banquet in your honor. I hope you can do us the favor of attending so we may express our respect and gratitude. Receiving this invitation, Ning Feng fell into deep calculation. Clearing this spatial rift would bring him straight to level 150. If he underwent his class advancement in Austria, his personal records would be kept here. He didn't feel that was necessary. These thoughts piled up, one after another, making him rest his chin on his hand as he weighed his options. Still, expanding his influence and staying for a meal wouldn't be bad. Plus, recovering from the spatial rift would take some stamina. I'm actually feeling pretty tired. After weighing the pros and cons, Ning Feng finally reached out to shake Johnny's hand, signaling his agreement. As we say in the Dragon Kingdom, I humbly accept your generous offer. Johnny burst into laughter, looking incredibly magnanimous. Feng had taught me that phrase, so I understood what it meant. After a while, the group finally arrived in front of the city's most luxurious hotel. Inside the banquet hall, Johnny personally pulled out a chair for Ning Feng, his voice filled with genuine enthusiasm. Mr. Ning, please, have a seat. Johnny's attitude was very friendly. He bowed politely, wearing a light, sincere smile. Thank you. As soon as he sat down, he was faced with a table full of delicacies. The aroma was so enticing that his stomach let out a loud growl. I'm starving. Even so, Ning Feng tried to keep his composure. He first looked at the people sitting around the table, representatives from Austria, the Dragon Kingdom, and Europe. This cooperation lineup was already incredibly powerful. I hope we can quickly establish an alliance to protect Earth. Suddenly, Johnny's phone rang, shattering the solemn atmosphere. He had no choice but to pick up the phone while politely explaining, "My apologies, Mr. Ning. Please excuse me for a moment." Seeing it was work-related, Ning Feng calmly replied, "Please, go ahead." Johnny thanked him and hurried out to take the call, leaving the banquet room still bathed in warm light and the seductive scent of food. Once outside, Johnny's face instantly turned grave. He gripped the phone tightly and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" The young woman on the other end sounded incredibly urgent, breathless, and frantic. It was about Mr. Ning's honorary citizenship. The pink-haired girl reported quickly, her voice tight with tension. "The parliament members are saying they don't have detailed records on Mr. Ning, and the Dragon Kingdom refuses to provide any, so they can't just approve an honorary citizenship for someone with a mysterious background." The news hit him like a physical blow. Johnny's expression darkened, and his deep eyes showed a rare flicker of anxiety. Without a second of hesitation, he walked rapidly away from the banquet area, instructing the pink-haired girl on the other end while he moved. "It looks like I'll be away for a while. You stay here and keep an eye on things. Do not, under any circumstances, neglect Mr. Ning." She wouldn't dare defy him and agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the members of parliament were gathered, and the atmosphere had become chaotic. A blond young man cautiously voiced his opinion, his voice laced with suspicion. "It's hard to believe. Why would someone as powerful as him appear in the Dragon Kingdom?" The colleague sitting next to him couldn't hide his envy and let out a strained laugh. "I'm starting to get jealous of them, too." A few rows away, a middle-aged assemblyman spoke up, his eyes gleaming with calculation. "If we offer this Ning Feng a generous enough incentive, we might be able to poach him directly for Austria. I think it's worth a shot." No sooner had he finished speaking than the door to the conference room was kicked open like it was made of paper, throwing the place into disarray. A second later, a swarm of monsters rushed in, flooding through the threshold like a pack of starving beasts, their roars shaking the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, the solemn conference room turned into a hellish nightmare, and everyone screamed in panic. "Monsters!" One assemblyman wearing glasses shrieked, his face turning pale. "Why are there monsters inside the country? Where are the guards?" Cries for help overlapped, but amidst the sea of panic, one person remained completely unfazed. A malicious smirk curled on his lips, as if everything had gone according to his plan from the start. He stood up abruptly, his voice thundering across the room. "We absolutely cannot let people from the Dragon Kingdom with unknown backgrounds join our nation." This declaration in the midst of the slaughter made everyone freeze for a heartbeat. Right then, the man next to him stared in shock, questioning him in disbelief. "We're in the middle of this, and that's what you have to say." The man didn't back down. Instead, he grew even more arrogant, his voice filled with twisted hatred. "We just never expected that the evil Dragon Kingdom wouldn't just covet world domination, but would even ruthlessly kill our national officials. This is a declaration of war against Austria." As soon as the words left his lips, the room erupted. "What? Killing national officials? What are you talking about?" But before anyone could react, a second later, the man's head was split open like a sliced melon. Red fluid splattered across the table as from within that torn-apart corpse, another body slowly emerged, like a snake shedding its rotting skin. With long hair hanging down and a cold face, her gray eyes flashed with murderous intent, venomous and sharp. It was Li. A malicious look filled her face as she stated clearly, "I'm talking about you lot, you national officials." By now, Li had fully revealed herself, staring at the group with chilling bloodlust. While the room was drowning in this heavy atmosphere, Johnny furiously threw the doors open and stormed in. But as he stepped over the threshold, a gruesome scene of death immediately met his eyes. What is this?" At that moment, his phone vibrated, shattering the stifling atmosphere and pulling him out of his shock. Johnny immediately picked up the call. "Hello." On the other end was a subordinate, his voice so serious it trembled. "Commander, and massive amount of unidentified posts are appearing online." At the same time, just as reported, a series of negative rumors were spreading online like wildfire on dry grass. They claimed that foreign adventurers had wiped out Austrian officials, but that major Austrian guilds were hiding it out of fear. They argued the guilds refused to let such a murderer become an honorary citizen, while calling for everyone not afraid of power to resist. Tons of people were speaking out online right now. Hearing this, Johnny was instantly enraged. It must be the Enzo family and him. Those guys are like ghosts, they just won't go away. Refusing to let anger cloud his judgment, he quickly scanned the scene of destruction. Johnny suppressed his fury and tried to analyze every possibility in his mind. They want to use public opinion to attack Mr. Ning, even if it means sparking a war. If we can't let everyone know the truth quickly, things would spiral out of control. Standing before the ruined room, a heavy sense of helplessness washed over him. But with the place so thoroughly destroyed, he feared he wouldn't find any clues. While he was distracted, a slight movement below suddenly caught Johnny's attention. An arm reached out from the rubble, grabbing his ankle. Johnny was startled, almost jumping back. His eyes widened as he looked down, and he saw a blond young man, still alive, breathing weakly. His voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. "Johnny, save me." A complete contrast to the chaotic atmosphere of the scene. The hotel remained peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Inside the banquet hall, Ning Feng wore a look of utter shock as he listened to the conversation being relayed to him. Ahead, One Eye's voice rose, carrying a complex, indescribable tone, even sounding a bit hesitant. "You mean, Lilith is still alive?" The young man with blonde hair, the sole survivor, stood before him, trembling as he recounted the tale, his voice laced with terror and trauma. "Yes, I saw her with my own eyes. She unleashed a monster that took everyone down. I only survived because I have a skill that lets me play dead." Seeing this, Ning Feng calmly probed further. "So, where did Lilith go after that?" The young man's face flushed with guilt as he explained, "I'm sorry. I was playing dead at the time. I didn't see." Ning Feng picked up another piece of food, his movements remarkably relaxed, and pressed on. "Does Lilith have any survival or resurrection skills?" This question made One Eye nearly jump out of his skin, his voice filled with dread. "Not as far as I know, unless she learned one and kept it hidden from me." At that same moment, the blond young man suddenly dropped to his knees in front of him, his voice choking with desperation. "Mr. Ning, you must become our honorary citizen. We need your protection." Seeing the young man kneeling and pleading, Johnny couldn't help himself. He immediately raised his hand, smacked him on the head, and shouted, "Shut your mouth." Knowing the situation now, Ning Feng's gaze deepened, thoughts swirling in his eyes. "I never expected her to survive an attack from a demon lord. Lilith is definitely no simple character. Looks like I'll have to keep an eye on her moves from now on." Outside, the sun hung high, casting brilliant light over the hotel. Amidst that bright scenery, the atmosphere on the banquet balcony was rather heavy. Johnny turned to look at Ning Feng, his face filled with self-reproach, his voice dropping low. "I am deeply sorry for causing you trouble, Mr. Ning. If there is anything you need, we will certainly do our best to satisfy it." Hearing this, he didn't hold back and replied directly, "Now that you mention it, I do have a request." After saying that, Ning Feng stated his demand straight away, without any intention of hiding it. "I want some special elements skill books from Austria." Hearing the clear request, the man instantly beamed with a friendly smile, replying that it was absolutely no problem at all, and immediately had the guilds bring over the skill books that met the criteria. A while later, the book Ning Feng needed was in his hands. Seeing his look of speechless confusion, perhaps realizing Ning Feng's dissatisfaction, Johnny hurriedly explained, "Because exclusive skill books are extremely rare, they aren't easy to find on such short notice. If we find more later, we will bring them to you immediately. Of course, you are also welcome to enter the secret realm yourself to search for them." Seeing the man's sincerity, Ning Feng didn't hold a grudge. He then kindly announced, "I understand, but I have other matters to attend to and need to return home for a while. One Eye will stay here to help you deal with the aftermath." Hearing this, Johnny expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you so much. I hope we can meet again soon." 5 days later, Ning Feng returned to that luxurious hotel. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, his stride faltered because Johnny and One Eye had already hurried over to greet him, their faces beaming with joy. "Mr. Ning, I didn't expect you to return so soon." Facing such enthusiasm, he could only sheepishly rub his head in response. "I didn't expect it either, to be honest." Deep down, Ning Feng felt incredibly reluctant. Who knew that the 5th class advancement mission would require a secret realm located in Austria? Without letting the conversation stall, Johnny began explaining where he needed to go. "The secret realm you are looking for is located in the Sidern Wilderness. We have never cleared it ourselves, so we don't have detailed data." Meanwhile, inside that space, Tai Meng was happily stuffing his face, acting as if nothing was wrong. Yet that peace vanished in an instant as a surprise attack tore through the air, knocking the bowl from his hands. Tai Meng was stunned in a split second, his expression turned dazed and confused, looking around as if he couldn't understand what had just slammed into him. On the blue vehicle, rolling down the desolate road, a gasp of surprise suddenly broke the quiet atmosphere. "What? Even you haven't seen this thing?" Johnny's face was filled with as much guilt as if he had committed a grave error. "I'm sorry. When we perform job advancements, we only use conversion stones. As for the conversion essence you are talking about, we have truly never heard of it." One Eye, sitting nearby, couldn't hide his shock either and blurted out, "Conversion essence is the high-tier form of a conversion stone. The world I lived in before had such things, but on this planet, I have honestly never seen one." That explanation felt like a blade stabbing straight into Ning Feng's spirit. He sat there, dazed, like a puppet that had lost its soul. Who could have known the 5th class advancement mission would have such requirements? Most of my accumulated power was drained while repairing the space-time rift, So now I don't have enough strength to open a path to another world. The notifications from the all-system god mage appeared in his mind again. 5th class advancement mission prerequisites. 1. Enter the Abyss Valley secret realm and obtain the mission item Abyss Mark. 2. Collect 10 conversion essences. 3. Collect 200 blue obsidians. 4. Collect 200 fragments of abyssal fire. Time limit, 30 days. Difficulty, 6 stars. The more he read, the more annoyed Ning Feng became. And there was only a 1-month time limit. If he couldn't get it done, he would just have to force the folks at the guild to work overtime. At the same time, in the Abyss Valley secret realm, molten lava rolled like rivers of fire, radiating heat that scorched the very air. On the ground, Tai Meng lay curled up, his whole body trembling, silently enduring every lash of the whip against his back, as if they were trying to tear the flesh right off his bones. The red-skinned monster sneered unpleasantly, swung his arm to deliver another lash, and growled in frustration. I just saw you slacking off. You've only dug up a little bit of ore. Who gave you permission to rest? Unable to hold back any longer, an elder trembling stepped forward, hands clasped in prayer. My lord, please, have mercy. For the past few days, our workload has suddenly increased, and without food, we have no strength left. Before he could finish, he was whipped so hard his body bent, nearly agonizing him to death. The red-skinned monster lowered his head, drool spraying everywhere from between his jagged teeth. If you pieces of trash didn't know how to mine, you wouldn't have survived until today. And yet, you dare to talk back to me? His gaze slowly swept across the dust-covered, desperate faces of the beastmen, his voice as cold as ice in hell. You idiots! You have to do double the workload today. If you don't finish it, I will kill the slowest one and hang him outside the door as a warning. Another beaver approached, speaking in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Elder, if our workload doubles, there's no way we can possibly finish it. If that happens, won't our people inevitably be killed? Though his whole body ached as if being torn apart, Tai Meng still firmly declared, Everyone, you don't need to worry. If they want to kill someone, just let them kill me. Hearing this, the elder frowned and scolded him in disapproval. Tai Meng, what are you talking about? We can't just abandon you. 2 lines of tears rolled down his fur-covered face, but there will always be sacrifices. Isn't that right? We are too weak. We don't even have the strength to fight back. Those words fell like a heavy stone into the very hearts of all the beaver beastmen. Everyone hung their heads, their eyes drowned in despair. But the elder knew clearly that there was no time for pity. Tai Meng, I'll lead everyone to work first. You get some rest and come back to work quickly, okay? After speaking, the entire beaver group turned away in silence, no one saying another word. Finally, amidst that fiery red land, Tai Meng was left alone, lying motionless. Suddenly, a strange voice, indifferent yet filled with curiosity, echoed from behind. It made the hair all over his body stand on end. To think there's a corpse of a demon beast here. Could it be that there are other adventurers here too? The scene shifts deep into the heart of the secret realm, where lava as red as blood surges in all directions. In the center of the cave, the priest is passionately channeling energy into a skull-shaped barrel carved with evil runes. Dark green currents of energy are constantly being sucked inside. Not knowing how much time had passed, he tilted his head and asked in a grating, drawn-out voice, Where is the ore? Why hasn't it been delivered here yet? The red-skinned monster cowered and hunched over. I am truly sorry. I have already made them work. They will bring more very soon. The priest's voice was full of cruelty and bloodlust. If it weren't for the fact that those idiots are still useful for refining the quality of the ore, I would have wiped them all out long ago. Just as he was cursing, the 2 eye sockets of the skull suddenly burst into green flames, eerie and spine-chilling. Seeing this, the priest immediately trembled with excitement, almost uncontrollably screaming out. It's a success. The demon god has responded to my ritual. Seeing his overjoyed attitude, the red-skinned monster behind him timidly asked, Master Priest, do you need more mineral ore? But he was immediately barked at angrily. Shut up. Don't disturb me while I'm listening to the oracle. In the silent space, distant voices slowly echoed. Flesh. Sacrifice. Upon hearing those 2 words, the priest hurriedly turned back to give orders, his voice shrill and urgent. Hurry. Go find offerings for the demon god. The red-skinned monster, terrified by this high-pitched sound, stammered in a panic. But suddenly, he seemed to go nearly insane, roaring, his sharp teeth clearly exposed. Bring those fools who are mining over here to me. The ritual to summon the gods has succeeded. They don't need to keep living anymore. The green light flickered, reflecting on the priest's twisted face, his eyes filled with fanaticism. To become a sacrifice for the demon god is their most glorious moment. At the same time, in the underworld, the realm controlled by the restless soul, he peered with searching eyes at the rock tightly wrapped in chains beside him. This place called Blue Star is truly strange. Every time I contact the secret realm there, the message gets inexplicably interrupted halfway through. Saying this, the restless soul narrowed his eyes, as if wanting to peer through countless dimensions, his voice hesitant, as if a strange power was interfering with his dark divine energy. As soon as he finished speaking, the rock suddenly shook, and a gloomy purple energy erupted from its surface, with rays coiling together like ghost snakes. Seeing this, he realized he had finally connected to the new secret realm. And without hesitation, the restless soul placed his palm directly onto the surface of the rock, and the purple energy immediately exploded. At the same time, a series of sounds like whispers from the abyss echoed in his ears. Ancient, twisted characters. The scene returns to the Dung Yuan Ledge secret realm, where the red lava surges as if to swallow every living creature. In that scorching space, the skull-shaped barrel kept emitting two muffled sounds: flesh, sacrifice. By now, the group of beavers forced into slavery had been herded over, their legs locked tight in shackles. This time, survival seemed unlikely. Amidst the gloom, the red-skinned monster rushed over, his face beaming as if he had just achieved a great feat. Master Priest. The sacrifices had been brought. The priest paid no attention to the fear spreading in the eyes of the beavers, waiting for just this moment. He immediately raised his hands, his eyes flashing with fanaticism. Great demon god, please enjoy your offerings. Only at this moment did the beavers realize why they had been gathered and herded, not to work, but to be sacrificed. Before they could recover from the shock, one beaver was immediately yanked into the air by an invisible force. Amidst the terrified screams of his companions, the elder trembled violently but couldn't move a single hair. He could only watch helplessly as he was brought closer to the expanding green fire vortex. But just when he thought he would be swallowed whole, the green vortex suddenly contracted at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it shrank to the size of a fingertip and then disappeared completely, leaving no trace, no sound, not even a speck of dust behind. Losing the green energy that was holding him suspended, the elder fell limply to the ground, his limbs soft and weak, his aged body lying motionless on the ground, only his chest heaving faintly, struggling to hold onto his last breaths. To this moment, the priest still couldn't believe what he had just seen. What is going on? The connection between the demon god and me has suddenly vanished. In an instant, the emotions in his heart were like being splashed with a bucket of oil, erupting into a twisted frenzy. I know. It must be that this low-level creature isn't worthy of being a sacrifice. Next, the priest's eyes flashed with malice. He pointed his finger straight ahead, his voice raspy with madness. Then I'll just absorb your power and go find higher quality sacrifices for the demon god. The priest held his head high, raising his hands as currents of black energy swirled together, the demonic devour technique preparing to strike the beavers. But right at that moment, a purple wall of light suddenly appeared, coldly blocking all of his power. The beavers were scared stiff, instinctively curling into a heap. Their fur standing on end in terror did nothing to help the priest. The red-skinned monsters outside didn't even have time to rush forward before being swept up by the purple wall, tightly encased, unable to move a single step. Just as the tension in the air reached a breaking point, suddenly, two shadows appeared at the cave entrance. Tai Meng's eyes lit up instantly, his pupils reflecting 3 parts surprise and 7 parts excitement at seeing Ning Feng perform magic. Before long, the beavers on the other side noticed the change too. The containment spell is gone. Look, it's Tai Meng. As soon as he approached, the whole group swarmed him with questions. Tai Meng, who is that human? A look of undisguised pride flashed across Tai Meng's round face. He's the magic god I invited to save us all. No sooner had he finished speaking than a beaver gasped in astonishment. Save us? A magic god? Tai Meng, what on earth are you talking about? He declared with an arrogant tone. It's a long story, but I've already pledged my service to the magic god. Such a simple answer couldn't possibly satisfy the beaver's curiosity. But why would the demon god favor such weak creatures? I certainly don't want to miss the best part. Tai Meng raised a finger to signal for silence. Keep it down, everyone. Meanwhile, the priest still clung to a shred of final, desperate hope, continuously unleashing his abyss-devouring energy. But as the last beam shot out, he could only watch with wide eyes at the pale purple barrier before him, his voice trembling and failing him. Before he could even finish his sentence, the priest's entire body was shredded by the purple energy, torn into countless pieces of all sizes. It all happened so fast that no one could react. Ning Feng just stood there, his gaze unnervingly calm, tracking each falling fragment as if this were the only logical outcome. This time, it was the red-skinned monster's turn to tremble, their faces twisted in panic. What kind of magic was that? To think it could actually trap the priest. On the other side, Ning Feng raised his hand again, preparing to trigger a skill. At that exact moment, a vague memory flashed through his mind. Johnny's voice boomed as he commanded the guilds. It's done. No problem. Tell the guilds to bring the skill books that meet the criteria here immediately. He then leaned down to carefully examine the glowing object in his hand. On the cover of the book, in glowing orange letters, it read, Short-range teleportation, active skill, space-time correction, a forbidden dark spell. It uses dark energy to distort, separate, and fuse low-level worlds, consumes faith based on the world's tier. At the thought of this, Ning Feng's gaze deepened. Who knows? This might actually be a very useful skill. Just then, from the priest's cold body, an object the size of a fist suddenly moved, slowly creeping up his throat before falling out. As soon as it escaped the demon's body, it was pulled by an invisible force, flying high into the air. There, the small stone began to spin, polishing itself into a small, strangely glowing badge that hovered overhead. Seeing the precious item, Ning Feng stepped forward. The system interface immediately appeared. Abyss badge, consumable item, orange quality, permanently increases mental attributes by 10, permanent critical damage plus 50%. The red light reflected off his face. Ning Feng squeezed the badge tightly in his palm, his voice unable to hide his excitement. I've got the badge. Now, what's next? He hadn't even finished speaking when Ning Feng's eyes darted to the side, his expression shifting. All the beavers had simultaneously knelt, bowing their heads in reverence. Their little tails behind them wagged gently as a sign of submission. Faced with this collective act, he was a bit confused and turned to ask, Tai Meng, what is the meaning of this? Without hesitation, Tai Meng stepped forward to act as the bridge, his voice filled with the reverence of a devout believer. Great demon god, my kin wish to pledge our loyalty to you, and we humbly ask, what kind of tribute do you prefer? Having said that, Tai Meng turned sharply to his companions, his voice echoing clearly throughout the lava cave. Everyone, the great demon god has given me instructions. We must provide all kinds of gemstones and minerals for him. Sensing the opportunity, Ning Feng added, his tone calm yet authoritative. For instance, right now, what I need most are 10 transformation essence cores. As soon as he finished, the elder lifted his head, his eyes full of gratitude. He replied in a firm voice, of course, that is no problem. As long as you provide 100 transformation stones, we will immediately craft 10 transformation essence cores for you. Hearing this, he pulled out a small chest, his face beaming with joy as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Only 100. I thought it would take much more. Receiving the chest from Ning Feng, the elder bowed and stepped forward, carefully accepting it with both hands. He said respectfully, crafting the transformation essence cores will take some time, sir. If you would like more gemstones, you can let Tai Meng lead you to the secret treasury. Tai Meng immediately gestured in one direction, eagerly shouting, please, follow me. In just a moment, the human and the beaver stood before a massive stone gate. Tai Meng used his small but sturdy body to push the gate open. As soon as light hit the room, he hurried inside. His proud voice echoed throughout the vast space. Great demon god, these are the treasures that the high-level demons have been collecting. Ning Feng tried lifting 2 of the gemstones, his eyes intently evaluating the patterns on their surfaces. Compared to the gemstones on Blue Star, these were flawless, and their attributes were significantly enhanced. Flawless ruby, flawless sapphire. Just as he was observing them, Han Yin suddenly flew out, pointing to a corner. His voice respectful yet hurried. My lord, look over there. Not waiting for Ning Feng to react, he teleported to the front of a gemstone hovering in mid-air. Han Yin grabbed it, his eyes lighting up as if he'd found a great treasure. This is the profound Icefire Seed. It can be used to upgrade your necklace artifact. Just leave it to your subordinate to finish. His movements were so fast that Tai Meng, standing behind, was startled, his fur standing on end like an electrocuted beast. Seeing this, Ning Feng walked over gracefully, handing the necklace to Han Yin while casually comforting Tai Meng. Don't worry, he is also my trusted confidant. Hiding behind his tall back, the beaver let out a sigh of relief, quickly regaining his composure. I see. Meanwhile, Han Yin had already arranged the gemstones in a circle and placed the necklace in the center. It turned out the other materials were also available in the treasury, making things much more convenient. Suddenly, the energy stored in the gemstones began to fluctuate, controlled by him as it gathered into a unified stream. There was nothing to worry about. Han Yin raised his hands, focusing intently on finishing the task. When the final burst of energy dissipated, a stream of red light suddenly shot toward Tai Meng. The sensation of power rushing into his body made his eyes widen with excitement, his hands clenched tight. The dark power is so strong. The great demon god has accepted my offering. At this moment, Ning Feng's calm voice sounded once again, cutting through the excitement spreading throughout the cave. There are many precious items in this treasury. I will accept them. As the words left his lips, red power surged around Tai Meng once more. He was overjoyed, whispering to himself, absorb more dark power. The dark energy flowed into Tai Meng like a spring, causing him to quickly kneel. His tail wagged frantically, showing his sincere gratitude for the great demon god's favor. Hearing this, he just glanced over lightly, muttering to himself, "I have also received the power of this sacrifice." Then, Ning Feng softened his voice and gave his instructions. "Tai Meng, go check on how the transmutation of that essence is coming along." He gave a quick nod and darted off like a gust of wind, clearly excited. Yes, Tai Meng couldn't hide his joy as he ran, his eyes crinkling with excitement as he muttered to himself, "My speed and strength have really leveled up." Meanwhile, right outside the cave entrance, a beaver was suddenly snatched up by a rough, oversized hand, lifted effortlessly off the ground. Its companions froze, their faces turning deathly pale in terror. The lead red-skinned monster squinted around, his voice filled with suspicion. "Strange. Where did everyone go?" Another guy held the beaver up, dangling it like a toy, and added with a sinister sneer, "And tell me, what exactly are you lot trying to protect?" The moment they realized they'd been spotted, the elder stepped forward to shield his kin, arms spread wide, his voice resonating with grim authority. "This is the transmutation essence of the demon god. You shall not lay a finger on it." The whole scene was captured by someone who had just returned, his fiery red eyes twitching with raw intensity. Tai Meng had seen everything, and he couldn't stand by while his people were being bullied. He unleashed his power, launching himself like a bullet and slamming a fist straight into the guy holding his kin. The elder's eyes went wide, jaws dropping in disbelief. Tai Meng, across the way, the red-skinned monster, caught off guard, took the hit and went flying like a broken kite, crashing straight into the cliff face. The monster's companions scrambled back in terror, trembling. How is this possible? By now, Tai Meng's gaze had turned icy, his very presence radiating killing intent. "The rest of you, I'll handle you myself for the demon god." Up ahead, the little long brown tails of the hamster tribe were spinning like propellers. "It's like a gadget from Doraemon. Nobita!" Immediately after, the whole group bowed low in reverence, while Tai Meng solemnly presented something that shimmered like a priceless treasure. But amidst all that, Ning Feng was preoccupied with something else. "Hey, why does it feel like they're wagging their tails faster than before?" However, Tai Meng was already sobbing, tears and snot streaming down his face, his voice trembling with emotion across the clearing. "Thank you, demon god, for bestowing this power upon me. We finally don't have to suffer under their thumb anymore." Meanwhile, he reached out and picked up a small, faintly glowing orb, studying it intently. A thought crossed his mind. So this is the transmutation essence? This form has much more complex rules than a standard transmutation stone. While he was still assessing it, Han Yin offered a calculated insight. The higher the level of the world, the higher the grade of the treasure, and the form will be different, too. These furry little guys, if we learn how to make the best use of them, we'll have plenty of these later. Ning Feng nodded in agreement. It was true. It's lucky they helped me find the upgrade stone for my divine artifact, otherwise I wouldn't have known that there was something above orange tier gear. Before he could finish his sentence, the info panel for Han Yin's necklace flashed to life before his eyes, lines of text appearing one by one. Equipment quality. Red tier divine artifact, upgradable. Mental stats plus 2,400. Casting speed plus 200%. Mana regeneration plus 200%. Magic resistance plus 60%. Magic critical hit plus 30%. Indestructible, this gear never loses durability. Freezing. Basic attacks can add water element damage and have a 25% chance to apply the freeze effect. Hydro movement. Allows free movement through water and freezing air. Every 30 seconds, the movement speed of enemies within a certain range is reduced by 15%. Set bonus 2. All stats plus 10%. Additional spells, solid ice wall, ice storm explosion, cold ice beam, surging ice wave. Han Yin's spirit essence is protected by divine power, so it didn't dissipate, but remained contained within this necklace. The moment Ning Feng saw it, his face lit up with a surge of astonishment and delight. Red tier gear? Beside him, the atmosphere grew even livelier as Han Yin started bragging to everyone, his tone full of pride. "See, my divine artifact is still the best." He barely finished upgrading before he got whacked by Shida. "I think you're just looking for a beating." Just as the mood was at its peak, a strange beam of light suddenly erupted from Ning Feng's chest. From every direction, the surrounding spiritual energy trembled, getting frantically sucked into that light like an invisible whirlpool. The abnormality struck so fast it left him feeling uneasy and confused. In that brief moment, a thought flashed through his mind. "Wait, that's not right. What just happened? It feels like part of the divine power inside me was drained away." For a fleeting second, Ning Feng stood frozen, contemplating. The amount of divine power drained wasn't huge, but it vanished with such incredible speed that he couldn't even track the trace of it. A moment later, Amidst the grand farewell ceremony of the Taimeng tribe, the little tails were wagging furiously in salute. Cheers rang out in unison as Ning Feng stepped through the portal of light. As soon as he set foot on the other side, the atmosphere shifted completely. Sida immediately reported the situation, her voice serious yet tinged with urgency. The divine power, it just vanished. Her brow furrowed, looking quite worried. I'm so sorry, we know so little about this place, so we didn't dare speak out of turn. Yet, Ning Feng's expression remained strangely calm, his eyes brightening as if he had it all figured out. Don't worry about it. For now, let's go back to the human world and finish the class advancement quest. Not long after, his silhouette appeared before the teleportation gate. The system quickly updated with a notification. You have increased your knowledge of the universe. As he walked down the steps leading to the plaza, thoughts drifted back through Ning Feng's mind. This class advancement helped increase my divine personality fusion with Tajin to 20%. The image of Wang Yue at Nin's group setting up their formation played through his head. Their smooth coordination and skilled reaction times gave Ning Feng some peace of mind. Lately, everyone getting used to the battle formation has also helped me understand more about the three gods of agility, magic, and support. In an instant, the wind blew. His gaze lifted slightly to look at the blue sky, and in that void, a final thought occurred to him. Besides the last remaining poison I just acquired, it also contains the memories of the demon lord before he died. I need some time to digest all of this. Not long after, in Ning Feng's divine realm, flickering blue light danced across the stone walls, reflecting long, shimmering halos down the silent hallway. In the center of the formation, where ancient runes were rotating slowly, his half-closed eyes remained perfectly still. A strange glow appeared on Ning Feng's chest once more, swirling like a small vortex, hungrily trying to swallow every wisp of spiritual energy radiating from his body. At the moment when the energy flow surged violently, Ning Feng's eyes snapped open, a sharp realization cutting through his thoughts. His divine power was being drained again, but this time, he had vaguely caught the source of the drain. In a flash of insight, his focus shifted. The image of the earth hanging in space appeared in his mind. It wasn't in the water. It seemed to be somewhere in the southern hemisphere. Not wasting a single second, Ning Feng instantly teleported to the African savanna. As the hot wind blew over the golden grass, which stretched out like a sea, the sight before him left Sedat stunned. So it was this thing? He wondered, feeling a lingering sense of emptiness that hadn't been filled yet. What is this? At the same time, in the silent map, a thick fog was swallowing two bizarre, strangely shaped stone tablets. Nearby, Gui Tu was laughing gleefully, his smile stretching until it looked grotesque. Finally, I've succeeded. Behind him, a space-time portal was active. The swallowing abyss, it consumes time. This is a special secret realm. Those evil gods used to use this against us all the time. And so, the unfortunate victims were sucked right in. This realm created a countdown. Once the timer hit 0, it would randomly abduct a certain number of adventurers, turning them into mindless puppets with cold, glowing eyes. Whether an adventurer entered voluntarily or was dragged in by force, failing to clear the secret realm didn't mean instant death. Yet, at that very moment, an invisible chain seemed to bind Gui Tu and Ning Feng together, a price that would have to be paid in blood. More innocent people would be pulled into that space-time portal. The realm would then absorb the world's divine power, passing it on to the evil god who controlled it. And that's not all. This realm is dangerous because Gui Tu started to add, but his words died halfway, dissolving into the cold wind. Meanwhile, on the other side of space, Ning Feng had finally approached the portal. Ning Feng tried to reach out and touch it, but nothing happened. Even he felt strange. Why couldn't he get in? Just then, the system notification board appeared. The cold text was clear. Magic-based classes are restricted from entry. This unexpected info made Ning Feng break into a cold sweat, a sense of frustration rising within him. Why is there a class restriction, too? While he was still bewildered, Sidak quickly filled him in. Her calm voice echoed. This type of secret realm usually appears in high-level worlds, equivalent to an evil god challenging a world lord. They come with special rules, such as barring certain classes to increase the difficulty. As for how exactly it works, I'm not sure. After hearing this, Ning Feng rubbed his chin, his eyes deepening in thought. In other words, it's possible the evil god influenced this realm directly. Or perhaps it's because I've merged with the evil god's power. That rational analysis, spoken aloud, left both her and Han Yin stunned. That is definitely a possibility. Ning Feng's gaze became even more pensive. Things are getting more complicated. The most urgent matter is how to resolve this realm. As his thoughts drifted, the familiar faces from his faction surfaced one by one. From that observation, Ning Feng quickly reached a conclusion. Most of his top-tier fighters were magic-based classes. If they couldn't enter, their overall power would be severely diminished. But after a few seconds of silence, a new idea struck him. Maybe I should put together a strike team and see. The moment the thought formed, a series of names appeared clearly. Yang Chen, Feng Rui, Duan, Ling Hoa, and Wang Yue. However, before deciding, he had to carefully evaluate each person. Over this period, everyone had improved significantly. Wang Yue and Xiao Rui had reached the 4th tier, while Chairman Liu had already completed his 6th tier advancement. If they excluded the magic-based classes, this was likely the strongest squad on Earth. Soon after, a tense atmosphere enveloped the group. As Ning Feng clenched his fists to steady his nerves, he said, "Don't worry, everyone. This secret realm won't kill adventurers, so you can go all out." Immediately, Wang Yue, Du An, and the others shouted in unison, "Understood." One by one, the members stepped into the space-time portal. Inside the realm, a vast space covered in hazy mist opened up before them, so silent that every footstep echoed. Under that oppressive pressure, Yang Chen took charge. His steady voice cut through the dense mist as he ordered, "Coordinate the formation and watch each other's backs." Right after the instruction, Wang Yue and Du An obeyed instantly, responding with powerful shouts. Yes. Not wanting to waste a second, the team moved out. Their figures cut through the white mist like knives in the night. Just as the team pushed deeper, a strange figure suddenly lunged out of the mist. A sharp attack aimed straight for Yang Chen. Luckily, thanks to his honed reflexes, he managed to turn and block the blow just in time, the impact vibrating through his arm. However, in the blink of an eye, the attacker vanished, leaving empty space where they had been, as if they had never existed. Then, a strange ring of light suddenly tightened around Yang Chen. The light swirled, as if scanning its target. As the beam swept past, Duan's shoulder flared with pain, causing him to wince. His armor, which was supposed to be incredibly sturdy, had been pierced through as if sliced by a sharp blade. On the other side, Ling Hoa was on high alert, the muscles in her face tightening. Such a narrow space. It was too good to be true. Before she could even finish her sentence, a sudden surge of killing intent struck from behind. That same stranger from before reappeared, landing a swift, decisive blow that stopped her dead in her tracks. It was pinpoint accurate, and meanwhile, Ning Feng on the outside was caught in the crossfire. My divine power. It's being drained again. We haven't even been in there for 10 minutes, and the enemies are already that strong. As the situation spiraled out of control, An Chan's team had no choice but to retreat from the dungeon at once to avoid any unforeseen casualties. As soon as the group returned, the atmosphere became heavy, and everyone's faces wore serious expressions after that failed raid. In the silence, Wang Yue spoke for the team, her voice raspy from the tension. "Fan, we're so sorry." But instead of scolding them, Ning Feng just asked with concern, "No need to rush. Is everyone okay? Are you hurt?" Hearing that, An Chan looked down to check herself and couldn't help but be amazed. How strange, all those wounds had completely healed after stepping out. That comment eased the tension, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, that's good. Everyone, take a break before heading back in." But Wang Yue couldn't shake her unease. She stood there, hesitating in front of Ning Feng. "Hey, you actually have a way to help us, right? But honestly, I can hear the doubt in your voice. I'm not sure. I still need to look into this more." Suddenly, An Chan chimed into the conversation from behind, her voice calm but filled with trust. "No problem. Since Feng said so, we'll do it." After a short while, right in front of the space-time gate, Ning Feng sat cross-legged, his body completely still, as if he were merging with the rhythm of the formation. Seeing that he didn't look, well, Wang Yue couldn't help but walk over, worried. "Ning Feng, are you okay?" Even though his divine power was being eroded, his voice remained steady. "I'm fine. I can still handle it." A hint of satisfaction even flickered in Ning Feng's eyes at the result. "Even though a significant amount of divine power had been drained, I've achieved my goal." After finishing, although he could stand, he still needed support. "Wang Yue, help me over there." And so, amidst the faint white light, the two leaned on each other, step by step, heading toward the swirling gate. Once they reached the very edge of the boundary, to ensure everything remained stable, Ning Feng lowered his voice. "Let me modify this secret realm a little bit." The others quickly gathered around, forming a circle around Ning Feng and Wang Yue. Tension still lingered on every face. She leaned down impatiently, her voice trembling slightly with anticipation. "Is this okay?" Meanwhile, he remained sitting in that cross-legged position, his breathing slow, his divine power pulled into a single point, and he calmly replied, "That's it. You all can go in and try again." That calm remark somehow managed to spark curiosity in the hearts of Lin Hoa and An Chan. It seemed like the entrance to the secret realm was still the same. What exactly did Feng do? The space-time gate was constantly swirling and releasing crackling bolts of lightning. Just then, a system menu suddenly appeared right in front of Wang Yue. The information it provided included difficulty options. Easy mode rewards little experience and poor loot. Normal mode rewards average experience and loot. Hard mode rewards lots of experience, good loot. Suffering mode rewards massive experience and very good loot. Nightmare mode rewards extreme experience and incredible loot. Wang Yue felt torn immediately, her eyes wide with surprise. How am I supposed to choose this? Beside her, Duan frowned, trying to think quickly. Should they go for easy or normal? Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, rustling sounds echoed incessantly, weaving through the giant tree canopies that blanketed the sky. Beneath that dense foliage, three mysterious, powerful figures were moving silently, their silhouettes blending into the darkness. At that very moment, a sharp beam of light suddenly shot out, moving so fast it tore through the wind. In a split second, it pierced straight through the chests of each one, decisive, clean, without a single wasted movement. The three bodies were instantly shoved backward into the white space behind them, vanishing as if they had never existed. And the one who launched this attack was none other than Wang Yue. Easy mode was equivalent to a standard-level secret realm on Earth. Adventurers at the third transformation stage or higher could likely clear it. Standing not far away, Anne Chan furrowed her brows, her expression more serious than usual. But the experience is really low. Once we're out, I have to tell Feng everything about this. Outside the secret realm, Ning Feng, Han Yin, and Tai Dat stood silently, their eyes fixed on every subtle fluctuation of the spacetime gate, as if they had sensed that unusual change. Han Yin suddenly spoke up. Master, what did you change? Even Tai Dat looked surprised. I didn't expect them to have the stamina to stay inside for that long. Recalling his plan, the corner of Ning Feng's mouth curled up with confidence. I had them try over and over again until I finally found the convergence point of the dark energy within the realm. Then, I used a forbidden spell to create 5 small spaces and isolated that spot. Mentioning this, a hint of curiosity couldn't help but flicker in his heart. Those 5 small spaces were the limit of the energy consumption he could maintain. He didn't know what changes would happen inside. At that very moment, a familiar foot stepped out of the spacetime gate, tearing through the swirling light releasing around it, and a smile immediately brightened Ning Feng's face. He exclaimed happily, Yue, how did it go? Having just returned, Wang Yue couldn't hide her excitement. Her eyes sparkling, she said, We successfully defeated the boss inside the realm. Hearing that, Ning Feng immediately reached out to touch the surface of the gate, feeling for faint vibrations to verify it. At that moment, a stream of wandering thoughts crossed his mind. I can feel that the dark energy in the secret realm has decreased a little. Although this method can't completely conquer the realm, it can slow down its rate of strengthening. Just as the atmosphere calmed down, Du En's voice broke the silence. Do we have to go in again? Before anyone could answer, Wang Yue excitedly raised her hand. I want to try normal and hard modes. But the system menu immediately crushed that dream with a single line of text. Cannot re-enter for 7 days. This left her feeling disappointed. Why is there a restriction? Seeing this, Ning Feng comforted her. It's okay. We can find others to go in and test it to figure out the rules of the realm. But immediately after that, his expression turned heavier. As long as I keep this realm from developing further, I'll have more time to find a way to deal with it. Ning Feng told himself, then glanced at Wang Yue, making her jump. At the very least, he had to make everyone stronger. That look made Wang Yue's face flush with shyness as she spoke up. What's wrong? Then she was dampened by his cryptic answer and demeanor. Nothing. A moment later, Ning Feng returned to his usual contemplative state. Thoughts swirled in his head. Earlier, he had received the new memory fragments during the spacetime turbulence and absorbed the Demon Lord's memories. Inside, there was actually some incredibly important information. Following that train of thought, memories came rushing back. A giant crystal floated in mid-air, containing an entire vast ocean within it. Sunlight shone through the clear water, illuminating a rich ecosystem moving silently on the seabed. Amidst that magnificent scene, a thought flashed in someone's mind when their eyes caught a shimmering purple bow. That bow looked like. Nearby, the gods and several other powerful figures stood proudly, an intense pressure radiating from them as they simultaneously faced Ning Feng. Meanwhile, the commander of the Shadow Demons, with a cold face but eyes full of wariness, slowly stepped forward. Lightning suddenly erupted between her fingers, twisting into brilliant streaks of electricity, while he just sat there indifferently, observing his opponent. Immediately after, she saw her pull back a purple bow. The bowstring hummed softly, and lightning converged into a sharp, jagged arrow. Even though he was clearly the target, Fang remained nonchalant, his gaze completely steady as he returned to the gloomy, desolate Mindu dungeon, where thick, black mist seemed to seep into every cold crevice. Kuai Tu stood before the ancient stone stele, his fingers brushing over the rough surface. A freezing aura surged back, making him frown. Strange, what's going wrong now? Right after that touch, a stream of images flashed in his mind. It was the dungeon where Ning Feng's team was entering the Thoi Chi Uyen village on Earth. It was clearly still there, but it hadn't absorbed any divine power in a long, long time. 3 skulls made of dark energy suddenly stirred the space. How annoying, he thought. It would be great if I could just check it directly. Shortly after, the scenery shifted to a lush green meadow, with people buzzing with excitement because a new dungeon portal had just opened. Before a deep red tent that stood out in the meadow, a haughty girl stood with her arms crossed, looking incredibly smug. For the 3rd transition, she had chosen the easy difficulty, but she wanted to challenge the normal difficulty. At least 4 people above the 5th transition were needed to form a team. Over there, An-chan was listening intently to someone, her face filled with respect. We are incredibly grateful to the Long Kingdom for helping us develop this dungeon. It turned out to be the Skialu Alliance. The commander continued, his tone polite but unable to hide his pride. It has now become the hottest dungeon in the whole world. We've also earned more resources to nurture new explorers. Soon after, on a patch of empty ground not far away, a large piece of meat was sizzling on a fire. The aroma wafted through the area. Since it was a break, Ning Feng leisurely flipped the meat skewer while his mind wandered through complex calculations. A large number of explorers can constantly drain the dark power of the dungeon, causing the countdown timer to keep extending, making it impossible to actively pull people in for the time being. Even as he brought the savory meat to his lips, he didn't stop thinking. But right now, the highest I can clear is still the normal difficulty. I still have to figure out how to level up Dewey, Any, and the others. The image of a bow flashed in his mind, and Ning Feng's expression hardened. In the Demon Lord's memories, there is a very important piece of information, one of the lost divine artifacts. The lightning trace bow, the moment someone gripped that bow handle, was still etched deep in his memory. The lightning trace was the divine artifact of the Swift Shadow Commander, one of the 12 main gods. Her cold demeanor and icy gaze had left a deep impression on Ning Feng. After he dealt with the Swift Shadow Commander, her artifact fell to the mortal realm. Someone had used its power to deal with the Demon Lord, which is why the Demon Lord remembered it. That thought lightened his mood, so he happily tore off a delicious piece of meat and chewed it with satisfaction. Once I gather enough divine power to go to that world, I'll find that artifact and gift it to Wang Yue. With a divine artifact, maybe we can even clear higher difficulties. Just then, An-chan led someone over to greet him. Little Fong, the simultaneous appearance of both of you was a bit of a surprise. The gentleman from the Kipta Association had just arrived, and he immediately took out an object wrapped carefully, offering it with great solemnity. Mr. Nin, this is a specialty skill book from our country. While Ning Feng observed it, the man explained enthusiastically. But because its power is not strong, very few people use it. I wonder if it's of any use to you. As he flipped to the first page, his eyes suddenly stopped on the name of the skill, gibberish. Ning Feng hesitated, confused. What is the effect of this skill? Kipta immediately explained cautiously, fearing a misunderstanding. It's mainly used to scramble someone's speech for a short period. It's usually used to interrupt a mage's incantation, but because it has no other effects, it's quickly phased out. Even though the skill sounded strange, Fong still smiled and reached out to shake the man's hand. Thank you very much for this gift. I will put it to good use. Hearing that, the man's mood immediately soared, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. It's great that you like it. Thank you so much for everything you and the Long Kingdom have done for us. Ning Feng himself was very satisfied, so he immediately put it away. It will turn into a forbidden spell anyway. In my hands, it probably won't go to waste. After that, the 3 sat down to chat, and Kipta eagerly raised his hand to offer Mr. Nin some more fruit. As time passed, only a few bones were left on the plates. Fong rubbed his full belly and couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm stuffed." But he suddenly heard a voice by his ear. "Demon God, is this your blessing?" The image of a lord with a muscular build flashed through Ning Feng's mind. It was the voice of the Beastman Lord, Hagen. Not far away, in the Beastman territory, the setting sun cast its glow on the tribal flag fluttering in the wind. The lord and his monsters were gathered in front of the tents. The laughter was boisterous, filling the grounds, until the fun was interrupted by Ning Feng's arrival. "Why are you all so happy?" The moment he saw him, the lord immediately cheered. "The demon god is here." Then he eagerly pointed to his subordinates to show off. "Demon god, these craftsmen have just promoted to become the tribe's blood enchanters." Ning Feng repeated in doubt, "Blood enchanters." He patiently explained, "I heard that the weapons our craftsmen forge can lead to their promotion if we offer more sacrifices to the gods." The process was clearly explained by the Lord. Blood enchanters can forge and strengthen excellent equipment in a shorter amount of time, and if they receive the gods' recognition, they can even level up further. Hearing that, he looked puzzled and started to speculate. Could it be because everyone was taking taking out the Beastkind's weapon to buff up for the monster fight. It technically counted as looting some gear, but then he broke into a grin, clearly finding it amusing. Either way, this was good news. He could stockpile power faster and then open the portal to the other world. A few days later, a massive void ripped open right before his eyes. Ning Feng stood there alone, eyes locked on the void. He had finally accumulated enough divine power to tear the gateway open. He reached out, touching the empty air as he channeled his energy. In a blink, his entire body dissolved into the rift. The scene shifted to a vast ocean, waves crashing under the harsh, blazing sun. Beneath the surface, Ning Feng dived deep, quickly spotting the familiar shimmering mark on the coral reef. As soon as you grabbed it, a system window instantly popped up above your head. You have acquired the replica of. Following the next status update, the divine artifact, Thiem Gan, caused the space around it to warp suddenly. But the ocean returned to normal just as quickly, and a familiar voice spoke up. A fake. Curious, Hanem leaned in to look at Thiem Gan. Lord God, are you saying this divine artifact is a fake? Ning Feng's gaze grew incredibly sharp. The divine artifact in my hand is indeed a fake, but something feels off. He then recalled the stone tablet carved with special symbols being struck by rays of light. In the Demon Lord's memories, he had seen this bow unleash a genuine divine attack. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left such a deep impression. Sida immediately offered his judgment. Could it have been swapped by someone? He happened to agree with you. There's a possibility, Ning Feng said, his eyes scanning the nearby water. This place looks like an underwater temple. Thankfully, the necklace's support skill allows me to breathe underwater. After observing the palace, you made a decision. Looks like I have to go out and find someone to ask. She suddenly asked with a serious tone, are you going to use that powerful camouflage forbidden spell again? At that same moment, a soft hand gently touched the cold stone surface. Its owner was Ma Ka, who wore a look of lingering sadness. The handmaiden behind her gently suggested, Your Majesty, do you need me to accompany you? But Ma Ka refused, sounding depressed. No need. I want to be alone and have some quiet time. Not long after, the palace's sturdy doors slowly opened, and she swam out into the light. As the water rushed in from the outside, Ma Ka's expression turned gloomier than ever. Soon, she sat on the throne and asked a sea monster, What did you say? A marriage proposal. The creature raised its sharp claws and explained, That's right. If Her Majesty the Queen agrees to marry our handsome prince, I am certain this brutal war will end quickly. That cocky attitude made the female guards snap. How arrogant. You are clearly the ones who started this war. How could our queen ever marry an invader? Even so, the sea monster didn't change his demeanor and instead acted defiantly. Don't scream at an envoy like me. If you had the guts, you should have beaten us on the battlefield. His insolence made the other female guard furious, but Ma Ka spoke up to warn them, don't be rash. Just then, the sea monster pointed right at her. Her Majesty is still the rational one. To be honest, I think agreeing to the prince's proposal would be a good thing for both countries. But Ma Ka firmly refused. Your hands are stained with the blood of innocent people. I will never marry a monster. The opponent suddenly covered one side of his face with his hand, revealing his remaining eye glowing. Then we have a problem. I will convey your stance exactly as it is. He was so excited that his face twisted into an incredibly ugly expression. I hope the prince won't be too angry. The two female guards were furious but could only grit their teeth in restraint. They watched as the sea monster walked away leisurely, laughing with malice. The palace doors opened automatically as he approached. Ma Ka, whose arm with fins was trembling as she clenched her fist, suddenly held it to her chest and gritted her teeth. Though she was furious, her face quickly slumped again. Did we defy the gods' will back then? Is this the punishment for us? Ning Feng's sudden appearance made Ma Ka jump in terror. She then pointed at you with a look of horror, as if she had seen a ghost. Who are you? How did you get in here? She then hesitated, having sensed something unusual. Many layers of defense are set up outside this temple. Why did someone break in without us noticing? Only then did Ning Feng have the chance to ask for help. Wait, don't get agitated. I just want to find out about a few things. But Ma Ka proactively pulled back the string of the Thiem Gan bow. With a determined look, she aimed the arrow at her target. A burst of power was fired at Ning Feng, but it was blocked by the Yu Tho Thung Yu. That left Ma Ka stunned in disbelief. What? While your demeanor now was full of intimidation, you said, Can we talk now? Ma Ka was incredibly anxious, barely able to stand. Her hand was shaking uncontrollably, and waves of fear welled up inside her. Deep down, she was torn, trying to make sense of what just happened. Noticing something unusual, Ma Ka quickly guessed, did this guy come here from that portal? At this point, she was extremely tense. My attack was completely ineffective just now. This guy has a defensive layer with powerful dark energy, and on top of that, he wants to steal the divine artifact. In Make's eyes, only the image of a dark, evil, and terrifying Ning Feng filled her vision, and she was gripped by panic and anxiety. Is my country really going to be destroyed? Holding Make's staff, every one of Ning Feng's movements was unpleasantly calm. He asked indifferently, "Is this divine artifact just a copy? Do you guys know where the real one is?" As if struck by lightning, she couldn't help but scream. "What? A copy? I don't know where the real divine artifact is." Behind him, Sida immediately pointed out, "Lord God, she is lying." Han Am, standing next to him, added, "She basically thinks of us as invaders." Realizing Make's stress had passed the breaking point, Ning Feng smiled bitterly and explained, "Look, you don't need to be so panicked. I don't have any ill intentions toward you. I just want to use this divine artifact for a moment." Hearing that, she helplessly wondered to herself, does this guy call straight-up robbery borrowing? Just then, Sida noticed something and quickly spoke up. It seems she's even more stressed now. Immediately, Ma Xie shouted with a powerful voice, "My country is being invaded. This divine artifact is our last hope. I will absolutely not give it to you." Suddenly, she froze, her heart filled with worry. "Oh no, what am I saying? If I provoke him, we are definitely dead." Hearing Make's words, Ning Feng immediately asked, "Invaded? Can you tell me what's going on?" As soon as his words faded, a frantic scream from a female subordinate echoed behind Make. "Your Majesty!" Make jumped, turning around abruptly, her heart pounding as if it were being crushed. What happened? Before she could prepare herself, the subordinate shouted, her voice full of despair. "The enemy's vanguard has broken through our defensive lines and is heading straight for the capital." That sound felt like a thunderbolt striking the middle of the square. She hurriedly urged, "Everyone is ready to fight. Please give the order." Upon hearing that, Make's face turned deathly pale. Her lips trembled, and those words felt like blades twisting deep into her mind, making her collapse instantly, her heart filled with misery. Am I really going to become the queen of a country on the verge of destruction? At that exact moment, a pair of boots appeared, silently approaching Ming Ka. With the soft thud of footsteps, Ning Feng stepped forward. He held out his hand, his voice low, yet it made the entire space freeze. "Let's go. I'll go take a look with you." Taken aback by his gesture, Ming Ka flushed, completely surprised. Whether it was embarrassment or her heart racing in confusion, she felt a storm brewing inside, conflicted, furious, and unable to find the words. Suddenly, Ming Ka gritted her teeth and stood tall, her fear eclipsed by a sudden burst of emotion. "God of magic, no matter what, I will never agree to any of your conditions. Don't even think about forcing me to submit." But that defiance was immediately met by Ning Feng's piercing, murderous glare. Her face went pale, and the breath caught in her throat. In reality, he just turned away, his voice incredibly calm and detached as he left one final sentence. "Fine, I won't interfere." Nearby, the sound of rushed footsteps echoed, followed by a shaky, urgent female voice calling out, "Your Majesty." The subordinate sprinted in, but before she could even catch her breath, she froze at the sight before her. Ning Feng was standing so close to Ming Ka that she immediately went on guard. Her eyes darted back and forth between them, full of suspicion and caution. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Your Majesty, who is this?" Ming Xie was startled, her face deathly pale, like someone caught in the act. Not knowing how to explain and having no time to do so, she simply said, "It's a long story. Let's deal with other matters first." With that, Ming Ka bolted, as if fleeing the awkward situation. Ning Feng stayed behind, but the subordinate kept her gaze locked on him, her eyes sharp and wary. A heartbeat later, the rhythmic thunder of boots approached. A legion of guards flooded in, all saluting in unison. "Your Majesty." The very air seemed to vibrate from the weight of their shout. It also made Ming Ka stop in her tracks, looking at them in confusion. "Why are you all here?" Just then, one of the guards stepped forward, standing tall as if pouring his entire soul into his words. "You and your ancestors fought to protect us, we outsiders, from the invaders. At a time like this, we must stand and fight by your side." As the guards behind him clenched their fists and stepped up one by one, their eyes radiated fierce determination. "Even if we aren't as strong as we used to be, we're still fit for the battlefield. That's right. Count me in too." Hearing those sincere words, Ming Ka was deeply moved. Her lips trembled, and the queen's eyes, usually so steady, blurred with uncontrollable tears. She bowed deeply, not the bow of a queen, but that of someone deeply indebted. She whispered with genuine respect, "Thank you, everyone." Behind her, Seta spoke up, her voice tinged with surprise and caution, "Lord God, these heretics." She observed the guards, then added, as if she had just discovered something interesting, "Are they all your followers?" Back at the lair, the subordinate knelt down to report, "Your Highness, here is the reply from Queen Ming Ka." Hearing this, Wang Yue let out a cold laugh, his voice dripping with mockery. Naive woman. Does she really think she can stop my army? No sooner had he finished than his subordinates roared with laughter, their mocking jeers echoing through the grand hall. Suddenly, one of them stopped laughing and said solemnly, "Your Highness, could this be a trick? They still hold the divine artifact, and they lead the shadow-marked." Wang Yue, using the souls of the deceased, grinned wickedly. "Don't worry. They're just a fallen god. How could they possibly compare to the Lord God I serve?" He felt the power surging through his body and spoke with arrogance. "Lately, I've felt my power growing stronger every day. This must be a gift from the Lord God. Shall we go give Queen Ming a little taste?" Immediately, Wang Yue roared out the command, gearing up for the attack, and his subordinates followed suit, eager to kill. Just then, one of Ming Xie's followers stepped forward, planting his staff into the ground to cast a detection spell. In a flash, a brilliant zone of light erupted around him, like ribbons of fluorescence twisting through the air. Watching from behind, Ning Feng was puzzled. What are they doing? Saida, standing nearby, explained, her voice rushed but unable to hide her regret. They're setting up a strengthening formation to boost their power, but unfortunately, they can't trigger it to its full potential. Right then, Ming Ka let out a startled cry, her face turning ghastly pale. From within the energy fog ahead, massive figures suddenly began to rise. A swarm of monsters, octopus-like creatures with writhing black tentacles, their bodies covered in glowing red cracks like demonic eyes. Without needing an order, the lead guard shouted, "Attack!" Their strikes flew like lightning toward the giant beasts, but they failed to bring them down. Not a scratch, not a single sign of damage. Seeing this, he shouted in horror, "It's not working. What in the world are these things?" At that moment, Wang Yue suddenly appeared from above, standing tall on the back of a monster, roaring savagely, his face twisted in rage. He sneered down at them. "You're even using these heretical followers now. Ming Ka, it seems you've run out of people to use." After the mockery, Wang Yue shouted with pure arrogance, "Show these heretics the difference in our true power." Taking the order, the beast beneath him let out a terrifying roar, firing a massive bolt of lightning from its mouth straight at Ming Ka's defensive circle. In an instant, the devastating force slammed into the barrier. The protective membrane cracked like glass on the verge of shattering. Everyone inside panicked. The barrier is breaking. Just as the chaos reached its peak, a calm voice rang out from behind. "Counter-strike." As the lead guard turned, he saw Ning Feng shouting orders, "Hurry, use the counter-strike technique." However, he could only respond with a look of helplessness, his voice trembling, "But I simply cannot touch that monster." Watching his inexplicable actions firsthand, Ming Yi was stunned, exclaiming in sheer amazement. "When did he get over there?" Just then, a female subordinate beside her spoke up, her voice laced with panic. "Your Highness, the monster is attacking again. There's no time to hesitate," she shouted in a rush, urging them to retreat, insisting they couldn't hold it back. But just before the next strike could land, a blinding flash of light suddenly tore through the air, piercing straight through the beast. It all happened so fast the creature didn't even understand what hit it. It only saw a charred, gaping hole left behind in its steel-hard skin. Witnessing this, Ming Ji and the subordinates stood with their jaws dropped, eyes wide in disbelief. Immediately after, Ning Feng stepped forward gently, placed a hand on the leader of the guard's shoulder, and offered praise in a calm yet imposing tone. "Well done." The man could barely believe it, his voice stuttering and hoarse. Was that my attack?" At the same time, Shida, standing behind, spoke up, her voice filled with pride mixed with a hint of playfulness. "Lord God himself is overseeing the array. After all." Han Yin chimed in from the side, "I'm so jealous." In the distance, the prince was practically frozen, his eyes bulging, veins throbbing in his temples. "Impossible." He roared crazily like a cornered beast, refusing to give in, his voice filled with hatred. "Absolutely impossible. You think you can beat me with just this?" Suddenly, a massive fire erupted, instantly sealing the giant wound. In the blink of an eye, the monster's body healed completely. As if it had never been pierced, it was acting like it had gone mad. The prince continued to howl, his voice twisted with hysteria. "These corrupted sea beasts are all summoned by me. Unless the connection between it and me is severed, it will just keep regenerating forever." Beside them, Ning Feng winced, finding the noise grating. "Did you hear that?" The guard leader replied. "I heard it." He was screaming loud enough. But a second later, the man froze and asked with a puzzled tone, "But who would ever just reveal their own weakness like that?" At this, Ning Feng smiled smugly, a flash of insight in his eyes. This type of forbidden spell is actually quite interesting. Meanwhile, the system displayed a crucial notification. Active skill. Fourfold will activates when enemies within the forbidden spell range are cursed. The user can see and control them. Right after Ning Feng spoke, the beast let out a blood-curdling roar, the sound echoing as if to rip the sky apart, not giving it a chance to strike. A sharp, lightning-fast blow slammed into its body. In the very next moment, the beast collapsed, its massive frame trembling violently before lying motionless. The subordinates below, nearly crushed by the fallen carcass, screamed in panic, "Get out of the way." Seeing this scene, the prince flew into a rage, the veins on his forehead twitching. Shameless. How could you find the core of the sea beast? Every sea beast's core location is supposed to be different. Conversely, Mage and the others were cheering in delight. Incredible. Another direct hit, a mage in the group called out happily. I never expected this array to be able to enhance even offensive magic. The girl beside her added, feeling thrilled. I can see the exact core on the monster. The guard leader gripped his staff, his voice trembling with emotion. I haven't felt this kind of sensation in a long, long time. It feels just like when Lord God was still here. The fear of the monsters had finally eased. Mingyi then anxiously asked about the true identity of their benefactor. "You? Who exactly are you?" Hearing this, Ning Feng replied calmly, his voice steady and unshaken. "Generally speaking, I am not your enemy. You can take your time talking." Before anyone could ask more, he nonchalantly changed the subject, his tone brisk and businesslike. "But for now, could you help me find some food? I'm getting a bit hungry." Even though she was taken aback by such an out-of-place request, she nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I will have someone prepared immediately." As the atmosphere settled slightly, Ning Feng glanced at the group that had just fought using the array, his eyes half curious, half calculating. "What is your relationship with these cultists?" Mingyi calmly answered, her voice tinged with sadness and respect. "They were originally people from our own nation. The god they worship is the almighty Mage god," she recounted solemnly. "The almighty Mage god was one of the deities who cared for our world. But during the War of the Gods, we received a divine oracle. The almighty Mage god was cast out as an evil god." Mingji's voice trembled slightly, but she recounted every word clearly. Those who worshipped the almighty Mage god were forced to renounce their faith, or else they would be ruthlessly slaughtered by those cultists. The gods seemed to encourage the believers to do exactly that. But my ancestors believed these people were innocent and bravely stood up to harbor them. At this point, her voice dropped low. "But we never expected that the god our nation worshipped, the commander of Shadows, would also fall in the War of the Gods. We lost the protection of our god, and our strength weakened as a result. Other nations began to stir, intending to use the excuse of us harboring heretics to invade." Mingyi spoke in an even tone, as if reciting a tragedy deeply etched in history. "Perhaps heaven favored us. My ancestor unexpectedly obtained the divine artifact of the commander of Shadows. By harnessing the power of that artifact, we were able to repel the invaders and monsters one by one, keeping the country safe." Hearing this, Ning Feng pondered. This was likely the scene from the Demon Lord's memories. So, the divine artifact truly existed. It had to be said, their luck was incredibly good. He was about to ask, "And where is that artifact now?" But before he could finish, shouts suddenly erupted from the front line. Something's wrong. A new catastrophe had emerged, and everyone's expressions turned to pure horror at the sight before them. Before everyone's eyes, the monster had revived larger, more vicious, with a surging aura of resentment rising as if to tear reality itself apart. Its roar echoed like a funeral knell, making the very ground tremble. A girl among the cultists turned pale, her voice choking with fear. "That is a monster forged from the civilians and soldiers who sacrificed themselves. How could he dare to use such wicked magic?" Then, the others screamed in a panic. "This is bad. Our magic has no way to harm it." At this moment, the prince was utterly wicked, letting out a hoarse, twisted laugh that seemed to echo from the abyss. "I want you all dead. Every soul you've taken only makes it stronger." The madman roared, eyes gleaming like a fanatic witnessing the apocalypse. This is true divine power. Enough to level the world. I want the entire world to tremble at my feet." Watching from behind as the prince stood trapped within the forbidden spell, his subordinates exchanged uneasy glances. One nudged his comrade, whispering, "Does the prince seem off to you today?" The other nodded, his face pale with anxiety. "Yeah, he's been saying the strangest things." Before they could continue, the beast suddenly convulsed. In a heartbeat, its body twisted, warping into a grotesque and terrifying shape. Seeing the monstrosity, the prince gasped, his breath hitching in his throat. Suddenly, tentacle-like blades sprouted from the beast's body, coiling around him like a cage. They whipped out in rapid succession, a relentless barrage that left him no room to react. He gritted his teeth, conjuring a barrier to shield himself, but he couldn't hide the sheer panic in his eyes. "Why is my own sea beast attacking me?" Meanwhile, thanks to the active skill, soul-snaring shadow, and the dark forbidden spell, the target's mind was being controlled by pure mental force, temporarily turning the target into a powerful puppet. Watching the chaos unfold, Ning Feng curled his lips into a smirk, calm and collected, as if everything was playing out exactly as he planned. The vengeful spirits of those the prince had harmed burst forth from the beast, wailing, "Mom, save us. My legs are gone." The spirits continue their tormented cries, "Commander, don't leave us behind. It hurts." With agonizing fury, they swarmed the prince like wild beasts, desperate to claim their own justice. The beast's massive tentacles lashed down mercilessly, crushing the prince's final attempts at resistance. Through gasping breaths, he could only muster a spiteful curse. "Even if you kill me, I won't surrender. Slaughtering innocent civilians, you are the ones who deserve to die." The others stared in horror, faces drained of color. Ahead of them, the prince lay sprawled in a massive, crater-like dent in the stone, thick smoke billowing from the wreckage. Gone was his former arrogance. He had been utterly defeated and struck down by the very monster he had summoned. As the battle ended, his crustacean-like underlings gathered around their master, lying motionless in the pit. "Prince, your highness." Just as it seemed the prince had met his end, his eyes snapped open. He roared to reassure them, his voice booming, "Don't panic. The god I serve is the Lord of returning souls. How could I possibly die so easily?" He stood up instantly, a powerful aura radiating from his body as he spoke with his usual arrogance. "I have received the blessing of the Divine Master. I can negate 10 fatal blows, and that was only the first." Ning Feng was genuinely surprised. "Oh, so there are 9 more?" The moment the words left his lips, a fresh danger struck, causing the prince to jump in terror. The sea beast continued to restrain him, thrashing him repeatedly. The survivors fell into a panic, shouting in confusion. Why would the prince just blurt out his own secret like that? On the sands, the prince's army lay defeated, piled on top of one another. In short, the tide of war had turned in a way no one expected. However, in the days that followed, the enemy hadn't completely given up. Those who escaped were still nursing dreams of revenge, claiming this defeat was just an unfortunate accident. "We will beg the gods to bestow upon us great power to avenge the prince." His rage burned white-hot as he kept screaming, oblivious to the danger creeping up on him. "The time has come. You people have been abandoned by the gods. What do you have left to fight against divine protection?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure in the Merman Legion raised a bow high, chanting of divine protection. Instantly, the arrow flew, and the cliff ahead shattered into dust. The assailant lowered his bow with a confident smirk. "Something like that, right?" Everyone watching gasped in shock, torn between fear and awe at the terrifying power they had just witnessed. Amidst the panic, someone stammered out, "How is that even possible? Didn't your god abandon you?" The merman tightened his grip on the bow, a mocking yet confident smile on his face. "So sorry to disappoint you. We have already received the blessing of a true god." Ning Feng, the one being honored, was currently enjoying a leisurely meal. As a powerful yet gentle god, he looked up while chewing and gestured for them to join him. "You guys sit down, too. No need to be so formal." Ming Xie hurriedly waved her hands in refusal, her voice filled with etiquette. No. If you need anything, Lord, or just give us the command." Beside her, Elder Yu was so moved by the scene he burst into tears, his voice choked with sobs. "Back in the day, I only read the legends of the Divine Master in ancient books. I never dreamed I'd see the Divine Master descend in person to save us." Not just the old man, but she, too, was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I never imagined that the almighty magic god would be even more powerful than the historical record suggested." As the shadows of dusk fell over the city walls and the silence deepened, Ming Ke hesitated before confirming Ning Feng's identity once more. "My lord, are you really the almighty magic god?" He didn't even have to think about it. "That's right. I came here originally to retrieve the divine artifact of the fleet-footed commander that was left behind." She explained the truth with a flash of sadness in her eyes. "Actually, the divine power of that artifact has been fading constantly. To find a way to restore it, my mother took the artifact and left in secret. What you obtained was truly only a replica, made to soothe the people's hearts." Hearing this, he didn't get angry. Instead, he gently scanned the item for information, his voice calm but stern. "Then, do you know where the real artifact is?" She looked down, filled with sorrow and guilt. "My mother never told anyone her plans, so I'm not entirely sure." Turning her gaze toward the distant, cloud-piercing tower, Ming Ka made a suggestion. "However, Mother was always researching within the trial grounds of the fleet-footed commander. You might be able to find some clues there." Hearing that name, Ning Feng recalled the past, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Last time, he had accidentally stumbled into the trial grounds of the true source, Holy Spirit, and been blocked. He wondered if there would be any unexpected trouble this time. The quiet space was broken by a small movement. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly as it touched the door. That look on Maka's face left Liu Yifei puzzled. As soon as he touched it, the system screen flickered, demanding a choice. The training ground was abandoned. Did he want to activate it once more? Yes. Tadit involuntarily knit his brows, his eyes lighting up with shock before he exclaimed, "How incredible." He then excitedly began listing all the benefits the secret realm would provide. His voice trembled slightly but was filled with anticipation. If we can reactivate this training ground, it's like bringing a piece of the divine realm right here. Your followers will gain the benefit of additional information. Ning Feng observed calmly, thought for a few moments, and then decisively tapped, "Yes," not forgetting to answer as he spoke. "I think I understand. Is that how it works?" Instantly, the tower before them swung open, its massive stone doors. The place, which seemed abandoned, was now humming with life, pulsing as if it had just been jolted awake. Ming Xie couldn't help but be stunned. What was happening? What on earth was going on? A surge of furious energy erupted, seemingly glowing with latent power that enveloped the entire ancient tower. Watching it all unfold, she stood frozen, her eyes wide, her face a mask of utter bewilderment. She couldn't hide her shock. This trial realm had been abandoned for ages, yet somehow it was reviving. A flicker of joy rose in her heart, mixed with a burning spark of hope. After the gods fell, divine artifacts were our only hope to stand against such powerful enemies. But with the return of this trial realm, it felt as though we were once again under the protection of the gods. Meanwhile, Ning Feng stepped inside, walking slowly, observing with a wary eye. Thoughts raced through his mind. "I can feel that this realm isn't stable yet," he mused. "I wonder if I can actually find any clues about the divine artifact." Reaching the end of the path, he cheered in excitement as things took an unexpected turn. There were images, but as Exita looked closely, she couldn't believe her eyes. It wasn't. She turned to the man with silver hair who radiated such authority, unable to hold back her curiosity. "Are you, my lord, the God Master?" Gripping the weapon in his hands, Ning Feng handed it to the person kneeling before him, his voice warm but firm. "Thank you for protecting my followers. Take this divine artifact and continue to uphold your goodness and justice." In that moment, Ning Feng could only scratch his head, bowing his face in embarrassment like a child who had done something wrong. It turned out this bow was a gift he had given to the ancestor, Queen Ming-Ka, after defeating the Blight Commander. Hearing this, Han Yin immediately followed up. As if it all clicked into place, he had thought it was just luck, but now it all made sense. Ning Feng slowly lifted his head, his expression becoming much more serious. His voice was weary but carried unwavering conviction. "The link between the divine artifact and the divine realm is very weak. It took me quite a while to track its trail, but finally, I've located it. I'll head out once I've recovered my strength." Just then, Ming-Ka appeared, offering her help with a mix of worry and reverence. "My lord, do you need our help?" But Ning Feng just smiled kindly and politely declined, his voice filled with an invisible reassurance. "You all have matters to attend to in the kingdom, don't you? I can handle this myself." Less than 3 seconds later, he darted off like an arrow, his face stern as he surged forward, leaving a trail of churning bubbles in his wake. The two of them quickly stopped before a dark, fog-covered cave. Ning Feng observed it for a long moment and confidently confirmed, "This is the place." But Han Yin, standing behind him, hesitated. "There's nothing here." At that very moment, Ning Feng suddenly raised his hand, and streaks of mysterious purple light bloomed in the air. A heartbeat later, a fierce blue light burst from his body, illuminating the entire dark expanse. Witnessing the sight before them, Zita was so startled she nearly lost her voice. "It's a hidden cave." Han Yin instantly spotted the symbols appearing beneath the melting rock layer and hurriedly explained, "That's right. Underneath is the symbol representing the Blight Commander." As he spoke, his voice suddenly dropped, his eyes wide. "Wait, what is that deep inside the vortex?" From the depths of the black whirlpool, a silhouette gradually became clear, the soft form of a mermaid, her long silver hair trailing in the water. It was Ming Kei's mother. Without a second thought, Ning Feng rushed over to catch her. She was unconscious, and his eyes were filled with worry. He called out to her repeatedly, as if afraid she might dissolve into the water at any moment. "Hey, can you hear me? Wake up." Finally, Ming Ka's mother fluttered her eyes open. Her breathing was weak, and her lips could only manage a broken sentence. "Who are you?" Ning Feng's voice sounded calm but urgent. "I'm a friend of Queen Ming Ka." "You're her mother, aren't you?" At the mention of her daughter's name, she muttered it again in her daze. Ming Ka. Suddenly, it was as if a memory had been torn open. Her eyes snapped fully open, filled with shock and fear. She stared at Ning Feng, confused. "Why am I here?" He replied, "I don't know. When I arrived, I found you already unconscious." Outside the trial realm, a look of panic flashed across Ming Kei's face when she heard her mother's voice. "My seal has failed. The divine artifact is breaking free." Hearing this, Ming Xie's mother turned to look toward the familiar voice. Seeing her strange expression, Ning Feng stepped forward and asked in a low voice with a hint of caution, "What is it?" Her face was pale, her breathing shallow, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down her cheek. The divine artifact can resurrect a god, but the price is the destruction of the world. The air suddenly froze. Han Yin was also stunned, his voice choking up. This is the first time we've ever heard of this. Beside them, Saida frowned, as if piecing together scattered fragments of memory. The Blight Commander is resurrecting. Her words made him wonder. Can even fallen gods be resurrected? While everyone else was paralyzed with fear, only Ning Feng remained stoic, observing everything. Unexpectedly, without any further thought and without warning, he clenched his fists, his body leaning toward the vortex with a clear intention. To go down and see for himself. At that tense moment, Ming Ke's mother was so terrified her face turned ash gray, her trembling lips letting out a choked cry. It's too late. In her tired eyes, memories rushed back the moment she found the old records she once considered her salvation, making her voice choke with a grief that ran deep into her soul. I thought I had found the ritual to restore the divine artifact, but I was wrong. Ming Ke's mother began to confess about a weapon that emitted a mysterious purple light. The truth about the ritual is that the divine artifact absorbs the weak life force from the followers to help the god resurrect. Because the world cannot bear the god's power, it will gradually collapse and perish. At that moment, she tried with all her might to push the weapon away, as if clinging to a final hope. When I realized my mistake, the ritual had already started. It couldn't be stopped. I could only desperately use my remaining strength to seal the divine artifact. Her eyes widened in horror, her gaze piercing through the cruel truth. So, we are nothing but nutrients to feed the gods, and we can become sacrifices at any moment. The god's grace is just a lie to deceive mortals. She bowed her head, grinding her teeth in pain. Tears began to fall as she remembered herself holding baby Ming Ke. Her voice choked as she sobbed, "Ming Ke, I'm sorry. Mother has failed you. It's a pity that before the world of Diet Fong, I won't be able to stay by her side." Meanwhile, Ning Feng quietly ventured deep into the cave. Before him stood a bizarre symbol, floating in midair, radiating a mysterious energy. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. The environment here had been tainted by divine power, and it was starting to warp and collapse. If this kept up, he feared a rift in time and space would tear open. The symbol grew larger and larger, its eerie light spreading throughout the cave. In just a heartbeat, from the center of the symbol, the soul of Ta An materialized, looking both majestic and fierce as she caught sight of Ning Feng. She spoke up, offering a proposal. "I can sense my own power within you. Are you willing to become a member of my kin?" Suddenly asked such a question, Ning Feng couldn't help but be skeptical. He frowned, eyes lowered, then darting upward, his doubts slipping out. "Kin." The next second, Tat An explained, her tone both regal and seductive. "Kin are the ultimate followers acknowledged by the gods. You will be permitted to enter the divine realm and remain by my side forever, assisting me in completing the ritual, and you shall receive my grace." After listening, he spoke up, flatly and coldly refusing without a moment's hesitation. "I'm not interested." This bluntness made her laugh heartily in amusement, feigning contempt for him. "It seems you and that woman are both equally foolish, giving up the status of kin just to protect a bunch of lowly mortals." Just hearing this, Ning Feng immediately guessed in his heart that the woman must be Queen Ma Ke's mother. So, she had once rejected the command of General Tat An. At this moment, Tat An growled, her voice full of threats. "It seems I have slumbered for too long, and mortals have forgotten my divine might. Very well, let me personally help you remember." As the words left her lips, her immense power surged through the space, forcing the mortals to their knees. Ning Feng didn't rush to counter, simply watching in silence to see what trick Tat An would pull next. But this extreme overconfidence made him feel helpless. He observed her with a sideways glance. Feeling so bored, he was speechless. Without further delay, Tat An erupted with her power once more to strike at Ning Feng. But an unexpected event left her frozen, her knees buckled uncontrollably. It all happened so fast that even Tat An didn't understand what was going on. She was so shocked her jaw hung open, her eyes rolling back in terror. But a second later, Tat An roared with every ounce of strength she had, her voice thundering through the space. "And Min, bow before this mortal." Less than 3 seconds later, she lost all control over her body, forced down like a puppet on strings. Tat An gritted her teeth in defiance, shouting, "I will make you pay a tragic price." Helpless against this overwhelming force, Tat An's brows were furrowed deep, her face twisted in rage, her entire body stiffened as if locked in place. No matter how hard she tried, it was useless. She couldn't stand. Witnessing the scene, Ning Feng could only stand stunned, struggling to find words for this bizarre situation. Just then, a dark, swirling portal opened suddenly beneath his feet behind him, and the soul of the man she had been manipulating shot out, attempting to ambush Ning Feng from behind. The phantom darted in all directions, trying to create countless illusions to confuse his vision. At the same time, though still kneeling, Tat Na threw her head back and laughed triumphantly. Her shrill laughter echoed. "Dare to look down on a god? You pathetic mortal. Being tasted by my forbidden curse is your honor." Within 3 seconds, sharp purple rays of light flashed past faster than anyone could blink, shredding the man's soul into 100 pieces. At that moment, Ning Feng spoke coldly, his voice stern. "A trap set in advance, eh? Good thing I didn't let my guard down." Seeing this, Tat Ann instantly panicked, her eyes trembling in shock. She could hardly believe what she had just witnessed. How? How do you possess such immense power? "I know. You got it from the omnipotent law god, didn't you?" He didn't answer immediately, only lowering his head slightly before slowly looking up, his ice-cold gaze sweeping straight at her. That very silence made Tat Ann shiver. Her eyes widened, her breath grew ragged, and sweat rolled down her face. That traitor. He actually opened the door of knowledge held by the gods to mortals. No matter how we tried to advise him, he wouldn't change his mind. Recalling that time, amidst the air flooded with divine light, Shenjing spoke in a low voice, each word carrying heavy pressure. "You don't like conflict, and we have never forced you. What you are doing is clearly standing against the gods." Gui Tu also spoke up sternly, his tone cold. "Cease your actions. Do not remain so stubborn, or we shall strip you of your status as a main god and brand you a fallen god." In response, the man clad in purple unexpectedly stood up, his muscular frame causing the stone beneath his feet to explode, scattering like dust caught in a wild gale. The other gods raised their weapons in unison, taking their stances, ready for battle. Mortals cannot control their desires. If they gain immense power, they lose all reverence. Fear for the gods grows as their ambition swells beyond control. They will even challenge the standing of the gods. The gods shifted into their majestic divine forms, muscles rippling, standing firm and dignified, their arms crossed like immovable mountains. Behind Yutu, his presence loomed like a wall of ice. Finally, Shenjing delivered the final word, his voice echoing like a judge deciding a fate. "But you mortals don't understand. The gods are the pillars of this universe." At that very moment, a surge of divine radiance exploded. Once the gods decline, the rules of the universe will lose their balance, and everything will be thoroughly destroyed. The final result will be the apocalypse. Back to the present, Ning Feng stood perfectly still, staring ahead, saying nothing. Suddenly, Tat Ann's pupils dilated, the corners of her mouth curling into a bizarre smile, her voice chilling to the bone. "So, help me complete the resurrection ritual. Once you agree, I can nominate you to replace the almighty mage god and become the new deity." Upon hearing this, his expression shifted immediately. A terrifying killing intent flared in his eyes, and each word he spat out was heavy. "Isn't a deity supposed to be the pillar of this universe? But you want to eliminate the almighty mage god? Is the threat of the mage god really more terrifying than the coming of the apocalypse?" The Flash Shadow's expression changed instantly. Seeming to sense a deathly aura closing in, she turned pale and lunged forward, raising her hands in a desperate attempt to stop him. "Stop. Don't do anything stupid. If I die, the laws of the universe will definitely fall out of balance." But Ning Feng didn't think that was important. His voice was calm and steady, carrying an authority that made the listener tremble involuntarily. "It's all right, I'm here." Then, a blast of massive, destructive energy pierced the ground, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Before the astonished eyes of Ming Ka's mother, she winced, covered her eyes, and muttered in confusion, "Tun Min, have you been resurrected?" Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up from behind. Ning Feng appeared and asked, "Are you all right?" He smiled as he raised the bow, showing off the spoils, leaving Ming Ka's mother completely shaken. Her face turned pale, her jaw dropped, and she pointed at it, shouting, "How can you be holding this bow? Mortal, take your lowly hand off it." Ever since the ritual went out of control, it has developed its own consciousness and has always rejected me. Ning Feng's expression darkened, and he forced a smile as he replied, "It's a long story. In short, its independent consciousness is gone." A moment later, Ming Ka's mother suggested, "Could you let me have a look at this bow?" He agreed without hesitation. Taking the bow, she examined it briefly before stammering in doubt. "How is this possible?" Ming Ka's mother suspected there was some terrifying inscription on it. "What does Godslayer mean?" The system window notified the stats. Godslayer weapon, God tier, orange quality, upgradable. Agility plus 1,500. Attack speed plus 120%. Armor penetration 50%. Movement speed plus 30%. Physical critical hit rate 30%, permanent. This equipment ignores durability loss. Phantom Dash creates a lingering afterimage when moving quickly, momentarily charming the enemy. The sigil can mark targets and track their movement trajectory. God Slayer increases all attributes by 20% when facing divine power. The set is not yet activated. The real techniques included are Phantom Rapid Fire, Stealth, Backfire, and Heaven Send Arrow Rain. Suddenly, she looked back at the magical energy floating in mid-air and noticed that the divine power drawn in from around them had also vanished. The ritual had been interrupted. At this moment, Ning Feng spoke softly, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Ming Ka's mother immediately answered, "All right. I was trying to find a way to restore the divine power to the artifact." Then she smiled, looked straight ahead, and continued, "Perhaps my strength was too weak, and in the end, it broke free from the seal, which is how it ended up like this. That is why you are our savior. I truly never expected that someone could actually defeat a god." Ming Ke's mother spoke politely, her voice filled with reverence and emotion. "From this day forward, we will not believe in any gods again. Please, tell me your name. I want to spread the legend of your heroism across the entire world." Less than 3 seconds later, Ning Feng replied confidently, his voice calm but powerful. "They all call me the almighty god of magic." Hearing this, her expression changed instantly. Cold sweat broke out, and her eyes widened in absolute terror. She glanced to the side as if searching for support, for some proof that this was real, losing her previous familiar demeanor. Ming Ka's mother trembled and bowed her head, her voice shaking with awe. "Lord God, please forgive my insolence. I did not know that you had personally descended." Shi Da whispered in Ning Feng's ear, "Lord Master, it seems she is very afraid of you." Han Yin also chimed in, her voice deep and empathetic. Having been deceived for years by the very god she worshipped, it's truly hard for her. After thinking for a long time, he raised the bow, his voice calm yet imposing. "I will take this magical treasure. The war has just ended, and there is still much work to be done. Ming Ka surely needs your help." She immediately replied, "Understood." Seeing this, Ming Ka's mother rested her chin on her hand, her brows furrowed in deep thought as she observed. As if trying to memorize every detail, the scene shifted, moving outside the supernova training camp. Inside the building, everyone gathered around, their eyes fixed on the bow, filled with admiration and awe. Wang Yue received it from Ning Feng, confused, and asked, "Is this for me?" Her face lit up. She couldn't seem to take her eyes off the bow. "A god-tier artifact? I never imagined I'd be able to use one." Everyone couldn't hide their envy, their gazes full of desire, directed at the treasure in her hands. At the same time, Ning Feng's warm voice resonated, "That's not all." Before he could finish, a loud noise echoed from outside, making everyone startle and exclaim in unison. "What was that? Is it an earthquake?" At that same moment, Wang Yue, Xu Ting, and Jiang Shu all looked up. Before them stood Ning Feng, arms crossed, confidently explaining that there was also a trial realm suitable for her. Wang Yue wondered, is it like the one Duan overcame before? He rested his chin on his hand, thinking about the portal to the trial realm that had appeared clearly in his mind. Activating the trial realm can open a gateway to a world under one's own control. Everyone was at a crucial moment for power leveling, so he decided to let Wang Yue try it first. The scene shifted. Wang Yue stood in the middle of a vast expanse, her eyes widening in surprise as she uttered, "It looks like the bone gateway of a giant beast." Before she could collect her thoughts, waves of skeleton demons jumped out from all sides, weapons in hand, to attack her. Wang Yu immediately drew her bow, pulled the string, aimed at her targets, and arrows rained down like shooting stars, taking down the skeleton demons one by one. Jiang Shu watched and couldn't help but exclaim, "That attack power is intense." Even Xu Ting offered praise. Just looking at the attributes, even a sixth cycle expert would be crushed by Wang Yu. Observing her combat style, Ning Feng could see visions of Ming Ka and Wang Yue fighting in 2 different places simultaneously. This made him feel quite pleased. Is Queen Ming Ka also entering the trial? What a coincidence. The scene shifted. Ming Ka asked back, "Mother, is something wrong?" Her mother's expression didn't look very good. Ming Xie's mother bowed her head slightly, hiding her confusion, and replied softly, "It's nothing." She stood by, silently questioning herself. "I don't know if I can still believe in those gods anymore. But I can't directly stop Ming Ka. What if I make a god angry?" A moment later, she looked at Ming Ka's back as she stepped through the portal, whispering to herself, "Ming Ka, please, nothing must happen to you." Inside the trial realm, suddenly, ghost dogs with sharp fangs leaped out, their eyes glowing with ferocity. Ming Ka didn't hesitate. She stood firm on the ground, pulled her bowstring, her eyes resolute and attacked with power. Seeing this, Ning Feng smiled in satisfaction. Different worlds, the trial realms look similar, but the difficulty levels are different. The monsters on Ming Ka's side are clearly stronger than those on Earth. Suddenly, his expression changed, becoming extremely serious. Spectral chains of locks appeared behind Ming Ka's head, floating as if to restrict all of her thoughts and actions. Ning Feng stared, full of questions. What is that? He closes his eyes tight, deep in thought, with ideas flashing through his mind like lightning. While Ning Feng is lost in his own thoughts, a giant hound bares its razor-sharp fangs and leaps toward him. Ming stands her ground, bow drawn, ready to fire. This appears to be some kind of forbidden restriction on the knowledge she can gather. Could this be the restriction on knowledge for mortals that the Tat An commander mentioned? She begins to weigh her options. Ming doesn't seem to realize this, so only a god like me knows about the existence of forbidden arts. I could interfere directly in the secret realm to lift this restriction, but I'm not sure what the consequences might be. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Ming starts and turns around to reply, "My lord, the divine master." Ming listens intently to Ning Feng's guidance. "Don't rush to push through. Slow your pace. I need to confirm a few things." Without a second thought, she raises her bow and follows his instructions. The scene shifts to outside the underwater palace. Inside, Ming mother is clasping her hands in prayer, filled with anxiety. Ning Feng, in the center, is deep in thought. On one side, Ming is drawing her bow to fire, while on the other, Wang Yue launches a powerful attack with a glowing bow and arrow. Ning Feng opens his eyes wide, a radiant smile appearing as he realizes something. So that's how it is. Ming mother is still praying in front of the palace, her worried gaze fixed on the gateway to the secret realm. Ming has been inside for so long, and her progress is so slow. What on earth is happening? Back inside the secret realm, a skeletal hand glowing with blue light suddenly emerges. The skull monster grips its hand, seemingly ready to strike. Unexpectedly, a bolt of light flashes across the skeleton, causing it to stumble back, its eyes filled with confusion and defensiveness. Ming looks sternly at the fallen monster while listening to Ning Feng's question. How does it feel? She takes a breath, her voice still showing a hint of tension, but she replies firmly, "My lord, the divine master. Perhaps I'm not quite used to it yet. I need a little time to adjust." Hearing this, Ning Feng reassures her, "No need to rush. Take your time." No sooner had he finished speaking, he looks up at the phantom locks, pondering. A realization dawns on him. These restrictions appear at key milestones, sealing off parts of the universe's laws. If believers want to use these universal laws, they must pray to their god and rely on divine power to trigger them. Ning Feng suddenly imagines Ming being blocked by gemstones, but this method forces believers to be hindered by divine power, unable to interact directly with the laws of the universe. His expression darkens. He thinks to himself that, over time, believers will firmly believe they must rely on their god to receive great power. So, is this how the gods control mortals? On the other side, Mingo draws her bow to fire at a giant spider spirit, when suddenly, the ground cracks near her. Immediately, an iron spike erupts from the earth, whipping through the air and startling her. She stumbles back in a panic, her eyes flashing with wariness, and she even ends up with a cut on her hand. She looks flustered and pale, quickly calling out, "Forgive me, my divine master, am I being too foolish?" Seeing her confusion, Ning Feng just smiles gently and continues, "Ming, you don't need to ask for my input. Really feel every movement of your own body. See if there's anything different from before." Hearing him, Ming holds her weapon out in front of her, staring intensely forward, though her eyes still betray her confusion. "Anything different from before? I can't help but trust his words." Ming tries again, this time closing her eyes tight to feel the energy concentrating within her. To her surprise, while she's distracted, skeletons appear from nowhere to attack from behind. But unexpectedly, just as they hit the ground, Ming is no longer there. In reality, she has turned the tables. She catches the skeletons off guard. The move is so unexpected that they are completely stunned. The moment has arrived. Right then, Ming pulls the bowstring back with all her might and fires 3 powerful arrows at once. The blue skeletons are struck one by one, shattering into pieces. Seeing this, her face lights up, her eyes fill with joy, and she shouts, "I never thought skills could be used this way. It feels like my understanding of combat has deepened, but the danger isn't over yet." Over there, the leader hasn't given up on assassinating Minga. He plans to attack while she isn't paying attention. Little did he know, before he could even move, dozens of energy arrows fly out and pierce straight through him. Outside the underwater palace, everything remains calm. At the same time, the spatial gateway opens. Ming steps through the gate to return home, immediately rushing off to find her mother. The moment she sees her, her eyes sparkle. With a bright, sunny smile, she runs over and shouts like a child, "Sorry for keeping you waiting, Mom." Seeing her daughter return, Ming mother rushes over and asks, "Ming, how did it go?" On the surface, Ming acts cheerful, her voice laced with a playful pout. "Mom, I failed." But for some reason, Her mother hears I succeeded and beams with joy. When her mother finally realizes what she said, she asks again, "What was that, dear?" Mingji smiles lightly but says seriously, "That's right, I failed. So you don't have to worry anymore." Mingji raises her fist, shouting a promise. "But it's okay. With the guidance of the Divine Master, I'll definitely do better next time." As she speaks, Ming-ge recalls Ning Feng's handsome appearance and size. The Divine Master is truly a great existence, so gentle and wise. Her cheeks flush bright red as if she's got a crush. "I can't wait for the next training session." Ming-ji's mother is left speechless, asking worriedly, "What exactly did you go through in there?" Elsewhere, Ning Feng's expression is extremely tense, his brows furrowing. He thinks to himself, the believers are too used to relying on divine power. If he lifts the restrictions on a large scale, it might cause quite a bit of chaos. It's better to be cautious. Inside the secret realm, Wang Yue is facing a fire-breathing dragon monster, but it seems Ning Feng had calculated everything from the start. Luckily, those from the blue planet aren't restricted, which is why they can survive miraculously without divine intervention. Even so, these monsters in the secret realm are no joke. They keep spitting fire, attacking Wang Yue directly without giving her a second to rest. To return the favor, Wang Yue doesn't intend to hold back either. She pulls back her bowstring, aim locked on her target, firing 3 powerful arrows in one shot. Nothing could stop them from piercing right through the monster. It had no choice but to surrender to this overwhelming power, baring its teeth as it let out a pained roar. After a brilliant and spectacular fight, Wang Yue looked up, her eyes glowing with pride. She stood there, frozen in the moment, her expression so proud and confident that everyone couldn't help but look her way. Seeing this, Ning Feng couldn't hide a radiant smile, his eyes filled with joy and satisfaction. Less than 3 seconds later, she dashed through the illusion portal. Light burst forth from the magical frame. Wang Yue returned and threw herself into his arms. The two of them laughed happily, their laughter blending with the joy of victory. Unable to contain her excitement, she beamed, her voice ringing out with pure exhilaration. "We did it." After Wang Yue happily hugged Ning Feng, the system immediately chimed in, cheerfully announcing the rewards. Received the divine blessing, the reward for clearing the dungeon for the first time. In the conference room, the atmosphere grew solemn as Jida spoke in a serious tone, slowly outlining the key issues they needed to grasp. According to her, so-called forbidden spells are incredibly powerful forms of magic. Usually, the conditions to cast them are extremely strict, far beyond what a mortal body can handle. Just as her explanation lingered in the air, Ning Feng quickly raised his hand, posing a sharp question. "So, is the forbidden spell reward in the trial's secret realm?" "A lie." Sida's answer came out without a second's hesitation, absolutely firm. Boom. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, her voice dropping in pitch with every word, carrying significant weight. "Some powerful beings have passed the final trial and mastered forbidden spells, but due to the rules of the universe, those powerhouses ascend to the god realm, serving closely beside the deities." While everyone was still digesting this massive amount of information, Han Yin simply rested her chin on her hand, letting out a sigh of helpless frustration, tinged with a hint of regret. "If Sade and I had managed to master a forbidden spell back then, we could have fought alongside the Lord God." Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Yue was busy dealing with a constant stream of notifications popping up from the system. The flashing text before her eyes was not exactly pleasant. It detected that her adventurer profession was incomplete and couldn't learn forbidden spells. So the reward was adjusted, upgrading her current profession to arbiter. Leaving that scene, the sky over the special architecture area slowly turned into the soft golden hue of dawn. Amidst that gentle scenery, Xu Rui appeared with a rare, beaming expression, his joy evident upon seeing a familiar face. "Boss, long time no see." He was met only with Ning Feng's usual calm, indifferent demeanor, which carried the intent to get straight to the point. "I heard you synthesized a new type of potion." He nodded, frankly admitting it. "That's right." Then Shirui opened his bag and presented the details clearly. "These 3 bottles were all made according to the herbal formulas you gave me. Respectively, they are high-grade healing potions, high-grade defense potions, and high-grade resistance potions perfect for self-buffing in battle." At this point, Ning Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, as if he had just stumbled upon a question. In his memory, the formula appeared line by line, leading him to speak slowly. "I recall that the potion formula required many ingredients that weren't available, didn't it?" Mentioning this, Shurui excitedly clenched his fist, recounting the story with renewed energy. "Thanks to Mr. Capo finding a completely new secret realm overseas, they produced some special alchemy ingredients, all of which appeared in the formula you gave me. At the same time, in the Qinghui Forest secret realm, a region filled with pure green, the person mentioned in the earlier conversation was unleashing her power, wiping out the demon trees in an instant. The people watching from afar couldn't help but be extremely excited by the spectacle, secretly praising her. Thanks to Mr. Capo, the clearing speed is really fast. But that joy didn't last long, as Capo was suddenly hit by a barrage of projectiles that pierced right through his body. The rest of the team immediately changed color, abandoning all caution as they rushed toward him. Before Mr. Capo could even get help, he gritted his teeth and used all his strength to grab the nearest person's hand. The attacks had dealt a fatal blow to Capo, who, despite his heavy breathing, still struggled to rasp out every word. Go. Now, as the final syllable faded, the faces of the two people beside him turned deathly pale with panic. No one knew when it happened, but in the deep green mist of the forest, a bizarre shadow had appeared, an icy killing intent shrouding the entire space. Upon receiving the news, Jia Sheng immediately rushed over, his breath still ragged as he shouted in a panic, "Boss, save my master." Inside the infirmary, with emergency lights glaring, Capo's condition was truly critical. Relying on the support mages who were trying their best to stabilize his wounds, Ning Feng arrived and immediately asked for the details. What happened? Jia Sheng said in a low voice that his master had been attacked in the secret realm without even seeing who the opponent was. This statement left him in deep thought, analyzing every piece of information. Although Sio's strength had dropped significantly after losing his personal guards, being able to beat Capo like this clearly exceeded the power of the monsters on Blue Planet. At this moment, Man gently leaned in towards Sio's bandaged area. Her little nose twitched continuously as if searching for something unusual. At the same time, Shida's eyes sharpened as she spoke in a low voice. Han Yin, do you feel? She was silent for a few seconds, seemingly listening to a vague sensation in the air. Before nodding in response, there is indeed a familiar feeling. Back in the Qinghui Forest's secret realm, the place that had left the CO group with countless casualties, the peaceful scenery only made the danger lurking behind it even more chilling. A voice, belonging to an unknown entity, suddenly rang out in the quiet space. Why did you let those people go? Ma Ka stammered. Like a child making a mistake, I wasn't careful. At that moment, the aura around the demon tree erupted, waves of murderous intent gushing out as if to crush the entire forest. Little one, I intended to give you a chance to prove yourself, but your performance was terrible. The scene of Capo's group replayed through his memories. At the moment the creature had made its judgment, it thought, those outsiders wanted to destroy my home, to take my life. You let them go today, and in the future, they will find even more allies. The creature directed its annoyance at the small Ma Ka, who was trembling before it. The demon tree gritted its teeth, each word coming out like a blade. Your mistake will put the entire secret realm in danger. Do you want us all to die? Sweat poured down like rain, soaking his back. He hurriedly bowed his head, his voice trembling but trying to maintain a sense of resolve. I am very sorry. I guarantee I won't let you down again. The demon tree stared at its tiny subordinate without immediately answering. A heavy silence blanketed the entire forest. While he was lost in his own calculations, this guy was a legendary hidden boss I had recently summoned. His power was far beyond imagination, but his intelligence seemed abnormal, and he had a strange dependency on me. The corners of his mouth curled up. A cunning smile completely replaced the anger from before. So, I used this weakness to turn him into my subordinate. With his help, I could finally begin my conquest plan. Back in the emergency room, the atmosphere remained tense. After a discussion with Sidat, Han Yin now offered her own assessment based on her intuition. Lord God, this type of poison seems to originate from someone within your own kin. These words successfully pulled Ning Feng out of his deep contemplation. Sweat beaded on his temples as she mentioned a name that grabbed everyone's attention. His name is Ma Ka, a nature element mage. If we're talking purely about raw power, he is definitely the strongest among us. Han Yin's evaluation was enough to leave Ning Feng startled, a look of pure astonishment flashing across his face that he couldn't suppress. He's that strong? Beside them, Sidat added softly, her voice steady but laced with a warning tone. I told you before, in history, very few of the kin have ever passed the final trial and mastered a forbidden spell. Her eyebrows knitted slightly, a small gesture, but one that revealed the gravity of the situation. He is one of them. Yet, what truly made everyone uneasy was Han Yin's next sentence, each word adding another layer of pressure. If he has lost his memories like the other subordinates, he could very well become a dangerous enemy. At the same time, at the Qinghui Forest Mystery Realm, where chaotic events had just occurred, the shockwaves of the attack still lingered. Under a faint purple light spreading like the breath of a foreign power, the demon tree stood before that energy flow, almost intoxicated by visions of ambition. Very soon, I will be able to open the rift energy. I will merge the outside world into my domain. The space was so silent that the bold declaration received no response, which sparked suspicion and forced the demon tree to turn toward Ma Ka. Kid, what's wrong? Afraid of getting scolded again, Ma Xiao waved his hands frantically, his voice trembling and flustered. I'm fine. Yet, right after that denial, silence returned to Ma Ka. His gaze flickered, and a heavy train of thought rose, causing him to clench his fists instinctively. Kid, that way of addressing me is so familiar. It feels like someone very close to me used to call me that. Looking at the massive, rough, and intimidating figure before him, a gentle stream of thought swirled deep within Ma Ka's mind, making him shrink away from the vague sense of familiarity. At first, I thought he was that person, but flickering memories dragged my mind back to the moment I attacked the target. As the bullets pierced through him, a strange yet familiar vibration flared deep within Ma Ka's heart. When I attacked that intruder, I suddenly felt something very familiar. That's why I didn't strike him down mercilessly. The contradiction left Ma Ka's mind even more conflicted, enduring the pain and pressure building up in his thoughts. I feel like I remember something, but it's too vague to grasp. What do I do? While his mind remained mired in chaos, the purple magic power in front of them suddenly fluctuated violently, swirling open like a doorway. Following that, the demon tree's excited voice echoed throughout the space. The entrance is open. Kid, the rest is up to you. At the same time, in a completely different place, amidst a land of nothing but dong fu and bone-gnawing moss, a group of 3 gathered, the surrounding air thick with seriousness. Jia Sheng had just received the news and rushed over, his eyes full of bewilderment. What's going on? The powerhouse replied gravely. His tone was stern but couldn't hide his anxiety. Mr. Sheng, we aren't sure either. That uncertainty directly caused a wave of panic for him. Not stopping there, the powerhouse summoned them and pointed to the scene ahead to explain in more detail. That mystery realm has been invaded, covering a large area, but the monsters inside aren't appearing in large numbers. The powerhouse's face clearly showed extreme tension in the face of the unknown. We've evacuated the residents here. There were almost no casualties, but the enemy hasn't made any moves, which has us incredibly worried. Even Jia Sheng broke into a cold sweat hearing these words. Big brother, could it be that the monsters in the mystery realm are accumulating power, preparing to launch a massive attack? That thought crossed his mind, and Ning Feng nodded at that moment. It could also be another reason. Back at the Qinghui Forest mystery realm, where the holy light of the chlorophyll radiated throughout the space, the scene that appeared made everyone tremble. Those broccoli-looking creatures all wore panicked expressions, wanting nothing more than to retreat home. By then, the demon tree gritted his teeth. Each word hissed out with force, echoing through the space. Hey, don't hide there. Bring people here to attack for me. Maka shivered, finding it difficult to even utter a complete sentence. I'm scared. Can you stay with me? Unfortunately, the demon tree was no saint. He roared with a voice that shook one's soul. I said move. Don't babble at me like a joke. Suddenly, a different turn of events occurred that forced him to change his tone. The trees are sending me a message. Surprise appeared on the demon tree's angular face. His sharp eyes followed every movement around him, and he realized enemies were approaching. Despite the panic, the demon tree struggled to keep his wits, analyzing the situation quickly. The enemy's advance is very fast. I'm afraid this isn't something I can handle. Do I have to stay here with that guy? Forget the masses. He made a decision, quick and decisive to the point of leaving Ma Ka confused. Leader, where are you going? Standing before that mysterious gate, the demon tree only left behind a short, cold command. Kid, deal with all the enemies over there for me. Otherwise, don't even think about coming back. As the words were spoken, tears streamed down as he hurriedly ran after the person he relied on. Shaking, she cried out, "Don't leave me behind." Because of his incredible speed, Ma Ka managed to slip through the teleportation portal just in time, thinking he was finally safe on the other side. For a fleeting moment, everything went quiet, as if the space itself held its breath. But unfortunately, the demon tree was obsessed with survival and terrified of death. Afraid of being wiped out, it refused to let things be and immediately forced Ma Ka back to their old hiding spot. He landed with a heavy thud, and the portal vanished instantly, leaving nothing but an empty void. A wave of absolute despair washed over Ma Ka's small body. Every word he managed to choke out was filled with pure agony. Please, don't leave me behind. Suddenly, memories flooded back, replaying a similar situation that caused it immense pain, echoing endlessly in its mind. Don't leave me behind. The cold back suddenly turned slightly, a subtle movement, yet full of power. In that moment, the face that was revealed was no stranger. It was the evil god, Ning Feng. A large shadow loomed over Ma Ka's small frame. Ning Feng's expression was as dark as a demon's. Kid, why did you suddenly attack me? Ma Ka's voice trembled, as if on the verge of tears. I thought you came to capture me too. Ma Ka desperately tried to justify himself. I don't know why, but everyone who sees me just wants to drag me away. Hearing this, Ning Feng's anger faded. A kid like you is either a rare ingredient or a snack. Ning Feng then suddenly reached out a hand, proactively offering. But your magic talent is impressive, kid. Do you want to come with me? Beside him, Han Yin was assessing the creature in front of her. Master God, is this the kid you were talking about? Saida also chimed in, full of interest. He's so adorable. Ma Kao was hiding behind his Master God, acting timid. Ning Feng smiled, eyes squinting. His talent and hard work are beyond my expectations. He just jumped through the trials of the lower worlds, level by level. Seeing his behavior, Han Yin grew curious. But why does he seem so terrified? Ning Feng lowered his eyes, his voice filled with sympathy. When I wasn't around, people were always plotting against him, so he's grown extremely vigilant. No sooner had he finished speaking than Han Yin approached, looking famished. He really does look delicious. Immediately, Sita kicked her away. She gave a charming smile and held out her hand to Ma Ka. Kid, don't pay attention to that green-skinned jerk. From now on, you'll live with me. From then on, Ma Ke studied diligently with her every day. Soon, he leveled up, much to Xida's admiration. His talent is incredible. He's already cleared the trials at this level. Han Yin's voice was filled with jealousy. Seeing that I was a deadbeat, she dropped a cold remark. You've always been like that. Seeing Ma Ka, Ning Feng curled his lips. Kid, do you have something you want to tell me? He looked flustered before timidly making a request. Master God, if I reach the God realm, can I stop fighting? Ma Ka's gaze dropped, sweat beads forming. Actually, I don't like fighting at all. I only force myself to be strong to protect myself. So, I thought if I could stay in the God realm forever, maybe I wouldn't have to struggle so hard anymore. Ning Feng didn't hesitate to agree. Deal? I agree with you. Once you get to the God realm, you can do whatever you like. Then Ning Feng said lightly, Kid, you've completed the highest trial. Welcome to the God realm. Ma Kao cheered joyfully like a child. I did it. As soon as he set foot there, he immediately started exploring his surroundings. Suddenly, Ning Feng interrupted. Kid, I might need to trouble you. Please go to another world for me to find a treasure. Ma Ka looked disappointed. You want me to leave you? Ning Feng smiled, eyes squinting, and continued to explain, It's mainly because I can't leave for the moment. I have no choice but to rely on you. Hearing this, he immediately agreed. I understand. I'll be back soon. Elsewhere, in a range of snow-capped mountains where the cold wind howled, in front of the sparkling ice flower, Ma Ka was overjoyed. Finally found it. Time to head back. As soon as he mentioned those two words, he froze. Head back? Only then did Ma Sa realize why the connection between himself and the God realm had been severed. Only a sound of despair echoed through the desolate mountains. Master God, please, don't abandon me. In another dimension, a bishop was loudly proclaiming, The almighty magic God is an evil faith, already eradicated by the main gods. From now on, anyone who still believes in the almighty magic God is a heretic and will not be forgiven. At the edge of a nearby forest, a strange black shadow hid behind the trees before bolting out of the darkness, quick as a little mouse. Mok had been running for a long time, gasping for air. It's like this everywhere. What on earth happened? Suddenly, a wind blade slashed at him from out of nowhere. Mok reacted quickly, blocking the blow instantly. With a boom, an explosion flashed, sweeping through the nearby woods, and a triumphant voice echoed through the space. Found you, the fish that slipped through the net from the evil god's side. It was a figure with his face completely covered, radiating a killing intent like death itself. Maka didn't show fear but challenged him directly. I recognize you. You're a retainer of the blood-mad war lord. Why are you attacking me? The butcher curled his lips, flashing a vicious smile. What are you playing dumb for? The evil god you worship has been defeated. Aren't you running away too? Hearing this, Maka's gaze darkened. So everything they said was true. Master God was attacked by other gods. Why? The next second, the butcher raised his axe high with immense force. I never thought the evil god could create such a rare magical creature. If we slice you up for a barbecue, you definitely taste good. But before he could act, the butcher's eyes widened in horror. Masi's entire body was covered in blue lightning, his eyes burning with fury. Explain it to me, now. Immediately, Make fired a beam of energy at the butcher. The brute gritted his teeth and swung his axe to block the strike, but he couldn't avoid injury. His body started to bleed. The butcher gritted his teeth, full of resentment. The evil god actually nurtured such a powerful servant. If he were in the god realm, his combat power might be even greater. Why didn't his gods appear during the war? Why didn't they let their opponents rest? Maka summoned a barrage of vines, which snapped forward, binding the giant's body tightly. His voice was cute but filled with menace. Where is Master God? Tell me. The butcher curled his lip, his blood leaking out more and more. He was seriously wounded by several gods working together. He must be dead in some corner by now, if you want to know more. The next second, the butcher roared like a madman. I just summoned the Master God himself. I believe he'll be more than happy to answer all your questions. This made Maka tremble with fear. It's over. The blood-mad warlord is descending in person. I can't defeat an avatar of a god. Seeing him distracted, the butcher immediately struggled free from the vines. He gripped his axe tightly, a cold red light flickering. The next second, he swung down a massive blow. Masa couldn't react in time and was hit instantly. By the momentum, his small body rolled several times on the ground. He struggled to get up, his voice trembling in despair. Master God, have you abandoned me? Right then, a light so blinding it made him squint appeared in the air. Ning Feng stepped out with a smile on his face. Only then did Ma Ka notice the figure hovering there. Behind him, Han Yin and Saida appeared just in time. Two streams of tears flowed down Ma Ka's face. Am I dying? Why am I hallucinating? Han Yin smiled, crouching down to poke his head. Kid, we meet again. Ma Ka's face was filled with joy beyond words. Master God, Saida, Han Yin. It's really you all. Saida's voice rang out, high and brimming with joy. Naturally, Ning Feng was the only one who didn't say a word, just watching him with deep affection. Tears streamed down Ma Ka's face, and without a second's hesitation, he rushed toward his master. He clung to his legs, finally letting out all the sorrow he'd been holding in. Seeing this, Han Yin crossed his arms and let out a remark. Coldly, he said, I told you. This little guy is such a coward, he wouldn't dare come out. Even after becoming a hidden boss and triggering the secret realm invasion, he still hasn't shaken that habit. Ma Ka looked up, still sniffling. Master, am I too cowardly? Too useless? Is that why you don't need me anymore? A smile remained on Ning Feng's lips as he offered some comforting words. Of course not. Didn't we just come looking for you? Ma Ka chirped happily. The scene was warm, like a little family. High above, the morning sun pierced through the treetops, glowing brilliantly, but the four of them had no idea that their every move was being watched by someone else. The magic tree had witnessed everything, muttering in disbelief. What is going on here? After regaining his composure, Ma Ka recounted the situation. It turned out that person was also a follower of the master. I am truly sorry. I can help him detoxify, and he will recover very quickly. Ning Feng curled his lip, his voice gentle. All right then, let's finish up the secret realm invasion here and head back soon. A second later, purple lightning crackled from his hands. No need to trouble yourself, master. Leave it to me. A portal was summoned immediately, and without a moment's hesitation, they stepped inside. As soon as they walked through, the scene before him made Ma Ka gasp in surprise. The magic tree and his subordinates all knelt down at once, shouting in unison to welcome their leader back. The man's face was visibly tense, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down his forehead. Ning Feng didn't have a clue what was going on. Mushroom, what's wrong? The anxiety grew more apparent on the magic tree's face. I was reckless earlier. I am truly sorry. Please, considering we are both guardians of this secret realm, please forgive me. From this day forward, we will be loyal and dedicated to you, never to betray you. Seeing this, Masio looked up at the person next to him, as if asking for his opinion. Master, Ning Feng's lips curled up slightly. You can make your own decisions as you wish. His voice trembled, unable to believe what he was hearing. Master, is it okay if I don't have to fight anymore? He smiled brightly and generously. Of course, just do whatever makes you happy. Receiving permission, Ma Ka's eyes grew moist. The master is indeed just as he was before. A second later, he closed his eyes, but he was different from the past. A moment later, the magic tree's body seemed to be consumed by green flames. He screamed in agony. Don't kill me. Have mercy. Ning Feng's tone carried a hint of fury. I despise those who abandon their comrades. From now on, I will also stand tall and fight to protect those who are important. Once done, the two returned to Ning Feng's research lab. He lowered his gaze to look at Ma Ka, who was hiding behind his legs. Mushroom, be brave. Gathering all his courage, he turned toward Doc Nan, who was lying in the hospital bed, and shouted, I'm sorry. I was the one who injured you. I sincerely apologize. Hearing this, he just smirked, acting like a rogue. Speaking seriously, I can't really blame you. Besides, you helped me detoxify. It's no longer a concern. Ma Ka was still shivering, like a frightened little animal. Seeing this, Ning Feng spoke up to ease the awkward atmosphere. You've worked really hard during this time. You should take a few days off and rest. Doc Nan's smile remained as roguish as ever. It wasn't hard at all. I'm happy to be working with everyone. In his heart, he was silently calculating. During this time, Capo had proven his reliability. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely make it up to him. Just then, Ma Ka was stumbling in a dizzy spell before falling flat on the ground, leaving everyone shocked. Mushroom. Ma Ka's complexion was terrible. Master, I'm fine, just a little tired. Han Yin immediately stepped forward to lift him up. Just by one look, Ning Feng grasped the situation. Reviving Mushroom used the last of the heart of the world to help you detoxify. He has expended so much energy, no wonder he couldn't hold on. He raised his hand, a stream of light radiated out, covering his body. First, he dispelled the manifestation for Mushroom, then looked for more resources. Immediately, Ma Ka vanished, leaving an empty void behind. Elsewhere, in front of the secret realm gate, seeing a familiar face, Ning Feng asked calmly, Ma Ka, what's up? Her voice was full of excitement. The fragment of the heart of the world that you need. I've found one. He smirked, feeling pleased with himself. It was fortunate that he could talk to two worlds now. The search range was much wider. A second later, Ning Feng proactively suggested, do you want to come with me to the secret realm of the heart of the world? Ma Ka grew even more excited. Can I go with you? That's great. In an unknown secret realm, the place was a dry, barren wasteland lacking vitality. Looking at the scene before them, she and her subordinates all gasped in shock, only to see him waving his hand, releasing a surging torrent of power, vitality, and fusion. The subordinate behind him could only admire what refined natural energy. This was the augmentation from the master. Whether Ning Feng heard these words or not, the corner of his mouth curled into a confident smile. A second later, an item appeared he hadn't wasted his effort. The Spirit Ginseng Boots, high-quality gear, orange-tier divine artifact that can upgrade attributes, spiritual power plus 1200, movement speed plus 100%, health regeneration plus 100%, natural resistance plus 50%, magic critical damage plus 20%. Equipment persistence, ignores durability, loss, paralysis. Normal attacks come with natural attributes, has a 20% chance of applying a paralysis effect. 2 in Lamb. When moving in forest areas, it ignores complex terrain. The outfit wasn't activated yet. Magical effects included Thorn's Wall, Chain Words, Vitality Infusion, Natural Mark. Mushroom's Soul, protected by divine power, did not dissipate but remained within these boots. Ning Feng did not know that someone else was watching everything. Not a bad mage, to be able to replace the support role. A sinister smile appeared on his face. But you guys are too arrogant. A mage that weak, and you didn't even set up any defenses. Instantly, the demon dashed forward like an arrow. The creature flew behind Ning Feng with the smile of a victor. Prey had served itself right to his door. The demon's mouth, full of sharp teeth, opened wide. Don't mind if I do. He didn't even bother looking back, just waved his hand and slapped him. This single slap was enough to send the creature crashing to the ground like a smashed fruit. Only then did the demon realize that his jaw was pinned shut by a slab of stone, unable to open his mouth. Suddenly, the demon's blood-red eyes widened at what he was seeing. The people he had considered prey were staring down at him. Is greater than. That's it for now, guys. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button. And hey, while you're at it, don't forget to drop a like. Thanks for sticking with us until the end. See you next time.